Chapter 1. Have I transcended? Have I truly transcended? Have I even arrived in the world of One Piece, becoming a pirate? Isn't this a bit hasty? In the cabin, Lu Ming rubbed his head as he sat up from a meager bed. A surge of memories coalesced within him, granting him an awareness of his current predicament. Originally, he was a 20-something recluse on Earth, who, after a night of binge-watching anime, awoke to find himself here. His present identity was that of a pirate in a pirate crew. According to the memories he absorbed, he had been involved in the robbery of a merchant ship, where the first mate ordered them to kill the crew, but out of mercy, he was knocked unconscious by one of them. The pirate crew he found himself in was called the Thunder Pirate Crew. Though the name sounded formidable, in the vast world of One Piece, they were undoubtedly among the lowest tier. As a seasoned fan of One Piece, Lu Ming knew that there were numerous pirate crews in this world, each varying in strength. The formidable ones included the Straw Hat Pirates, the Red-Haired Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, the Roger Pirates, the Blackbeard Pirates, and the Buggy Pirates. These crews boasted terrifying bounties, with their captains wielding astonishing power. In contrast, the Thunder Pirate Crew had merely a name that could pass. With over 20 crew members, the captain's bounty was below 5 million berries, and the rest of the pirates were even less noteworthy. Compared to those grand pirate crews, Lu Ming felt that his Thunder Pirate Crew was merely a side player. Lu Ming himself was baffled as to why his predecessor had been foolish enough to join this crew. Surely, he could have aligned himself with the East Blue Overlord Krieg or the Clown Buggy. He was well aware that being a pirate was exceedingly perilous. Not only did one have to contend with the bounties placed by the Navy, but they sometimes encountered bounty hunters and even lethal rivals from within their own ranks. This is the world of One Piece. Without strength, it is only a matter of time before one meets their doom, swallowed by the sea. As a mere small-time pirate with no real power, how am I supposed to survive? Heaven knows, others who transcend often possess golden fingers, at the very least receiving a commendable identity. But here I am, starting off in hell. Being a small-time pirate is one thing, but lacking any strength or background is quite another. Lu Ming felt a profound unease regarding his fate, anxiously contemplating the fragility of his existence. Ding! Detection of a suitable binding target system, binding in progress. At that moment, a mechanical electronic voice echoed in his mind, causing Lu Ming to leap from his bed in excitement. A system? It's here. My golden finger, it has finally arrived. I wonder what kind of system I possess. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. In the novels he had read, nearly every protagonist who transcended had a system, and he never imagined he would have one too. In his mind, he sensed a progress bar fluctuating 120-38. Finally, when the progress bar reached 100, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host Lu Ming. The infinite lottery system has been successfully bound. Ding! Host can obtain lottery points by completing tasks. When sufficient points are accumulated, a lottery can be conducted to draw pills, skills, or devil fruits. Ding! Congratulations, host Lu Ming. The beginner's gift pack has been issued. Would you like to open it? 3 consecutive system prompts resonated in Lu Ming's mind, causing his body to tremble with excitement. His breath became heavy. The infinite lottery system and a beginner's gift pack? Lu Ming rubbed his hands together, brimming with enthusiasm for the bound infinite lottery system. His focus locked onto it. In his mind, a surreal page manifested, with a large gift pack at the bottom. Host, Lu Ming. Identity, Thunder Pirate Crew Pirate. Combat Power, 30. Skills, none. Devil Fruit, none. Lottery Points, 0. The page bore a resemblance to an information screen from a game, displaying a series of details about Lu Ming. After a glance, his attention fixated on the large gift pack, and he chose to open it. Ding! Beginner's gift pack opened. Congratulations, host Lu Ming. You have obtained 6-style shave. Ding! Beginner's gift pack opened. Congratulations, host Lu Ming. You have obtained the 9-yang divine skill. Ding! Beginner's gift pack opened. Congratulations, host Lu Ming. You have obtained the sword of Wad Ichimonji. The system prompts echoed once more, leaving Lu Ming stunned, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Gulp. This is the beginner's gift pack? Not only did I draw martial arts, but I also acquired skills in a weapon. The 9 Yang Divine Skill, a treasure from the world of Jin Yong's martial arts. Can it really be drawn? I wonder how it compares to the Haki in the One Piece world. The more Lu Ming pondered, the more exhilarated he became. This system was incredibly powerful. And this sword, it's quite impressive. The Wad Ichimonji is one of Roronoa Zoro's early swords, a blade among the 21 great swords. In the next moment, Lu Ming retrieved the Wad Ichimonji from the system. Wad Ichimonji, one of the 21 great swords. The hilt and sheath were white and simple, a blade that concealed its true prowess, forged by Shimatsuki Kozaburo alongside Enma. Originally owned by Kuina, a childhood friend of Zoro, it became his weapon after her tragic demise. This sword was valued at over 10 million berries. Gazing at the gleaming blade, Lu Ming smacked his lips in admiration. Following this, he chose to learn the 9 Yang Divine Skill and the shave technique from the 6 styles. Streams of information flowed into his mind, firmly imprinting the cultivation methods of both the 9 Yang Divine Skill and shave into his memory. Meanwhile, Lu Ming looked once more at the surreal information page in his mind. Host, Lu Ming. Identity, Thunder Pirate Crew Pirate. Combat Power, 60. Skills, 6 styles, shave LV1. 9 Yang Divine Skill LV1. Devil Fruit, none. Lottery points, 0. With Wad Ichimonji, the 9 Yang Divine Skill, and shave, I could be considered a top-tier force within the Thunder Pirate crew, right? With the system by my side, even Luffy, Kaido, and the 4 Emperors will merely be my subordinates. However, I must first find a way to earn lottery points. Observing his enhanced combat power, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming confidence, believing it would not be long before he could overpower Kaido and the others. Yet, after the thrill, he began to contemplate how to accumulate lottery points. To obtain valuable items from the system, he needed lottery points. Without them, he wouldn't even be able to survive in the world of One Piece. Chapter 2. Shall I take the position of first mate? Come on, let's go check if Lu Ming is dead. If he isn't, let it get up and work. How can someone who is a pirate be such a coward, too afraid to kill? He almost got us all killed, and we can hardly contain our anger. Our Thunder Pirate crew's reputation in East Blue has been tarnished by him. If word of this spreads, those scoundrels will surely look down on us. Just as Lu Ming was engrossed in the system, he heard a group of people approaching on deck. What chilled him was that they were not there to inquire about the well-being of a comrade. Instead, they regarded him as a useless burden. Bang! The dilapidated cabin door was suddenly kicked open. Lu Ming, you worthless fool. It seems you've finally woken up. Listen closely. We Thunder Pirates do not support useless members. If you cannot step onto the battlefield and kill, you must work if you wish to eat with us. From now on, all the chores on the ship, including laundry and cooking, will be your sole responsibility. The speaker was the first mate of the Thunder Pirate crew, Haitu. In truth, he was just a second-rate swordsman, significantly weaker than the starting bounty hunter, Zoro. Yet, even as a second-rate swordsman, he held some degree of strength in the East Blue, where powerful figures were scarce. Ding! Task triggered. Defeat Haitu to earn lottery points. At that moment, the system's voice rang in Lu Ming's mind. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's heart leaped with joy. To grow stronger in this world of pirates, he needed to continuously draw from the lottery. And now that he had transcended, he would live boldly and powerfully. Haitu, do you even have a right to lecture me? Someone like you doesn't deserve to be the first mate of the Thunder Pirate crew. I believe I should take your position. Facing Haitu and the 3 pirates alongside him, Lu Ming's defiant aura erupted. Ha ha ha. Haitu laughed disdainfully and retorted, Lu Ming, do you even understand who you are speaking to? I am a master of the sword. First mate, I think Lu Ming has lost his mind. He must be delusional. One of the lackeys chimed in immediately. Lu Ming scoffed coldly, Haido, do you even have the audacity to consider yourself a master of the sword? You are nothing but an inconsequential, pathetic swordsman. And what of you sycophants? Have your minds completely deteriorated? Does being a pirate grant you the right to indiscriminately slaughter the unarmed? Am I to be deemed worthless simply for refusing to kill the innocent? Seeing Lu Ming daring to retort, Haido's expression hardened, his demeanor turning icy. Inconsequential, pathetic swordsman? Lu Ming, it seems you are contemplating rebellion. Do you still aspire to be the vice captain of the Thunder Pirate crew? Humph, and if I do. Lu Ming, undaunted, continued, my strength surpasses yours. Why should I settle for being a mere errand boy? Why should I conform to your whims? Damn it, you seek your own demise. Kaido, lacking Lu Ming's composure, drew his katana in a fit of rage, swinging it fiercely at Lu Ming, expecting him to beg for mercy. Swish! However, a thunderous sound erupted beneath Lu Ming's feet. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Kaido's blade met only air. In that instant, both Kaido and his companions were left astounded. He vanished instantaneously? Good heavens! Had Lu Ming been concealing his true strength all along? Was this the manifestation of his genuine power? Lu Ming had executed one of the Navy's 6 styles, the Suru, albeit at level 1, yet allowed him to evade Kaido's attack with remarkable agility. After all, his opponent was merely an inconsequential swordsman. Having sidestepped, Lu Ming's aura transformed entirely. Indifferent, invincible. Having already mastered the 9-yang divine art, albeit at level 1, he still wielded a measure of internal energy. What? Kaido and his cohorts suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Lu Ming. Their breaths grew heavy. Without further ado, Lu Ming declared, 9-yang divine art. Murmuring to himself, he summoned his internal energy, thrusting both hands forward with great force. It was akin to a diminutive landslide sweeping forth. Boom! Under the impact of this internal force, Kaido and his comrades were sent hurtling backward. The decrepit cabin door splintered into fragments. Wow! Kaido and his companions spat out blood in shock. How powerful! What manner of technique is this? Fear filled the eyes of Kaido and his associates. If this continued, would they truly perish at Lu Ming's hands? After the energy dissipated, Lu Ming felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Evidently, the internal energy from the 9-yang divine art at level 1 was woefully insufficient. Phew! Taking a deep breath, he steadied his internal flow. Then he exited the room, stepping onto the deck. With an expression devoid of emotion, he regarded the bloodied Kaido and inquired, Kaido, I ask you, who should assume the position of vice captain of the Thunder Pirate ship? Should it be you or I? At this moment, Kaido was drenched in cold sweat, never having felt such an overwhelming threat before. Humph! I concede my strength pales in comparison to yours. The position of vice captain of the Thunder Pirate ship is yours. Lu Ming remained impassive as he replied, if that is the case, you may take your leave. The Thunder Pirate crew has no need for scoundrels like you, for you lack camaraderie, compassion, and fail to comprehend that true pirates seek only the freedom of strength and life, not the liberty to commit crimes and slaughter the innocent. What? Kaido's teeth clenched in fury as he retorted, you intend to expel us from the Thunder Pirate crew? Impossible. Only Red has the authority to decide whether we disembark. Lu Ming, I acknowledge your ability to conceal your strength, but do not overstep your bounds. Kaido's eyes blazed with rage as he glared at Lu Ming. This wretch was playing the fool, while hiding his true prowess subtly detestable. Not only had he usurped his position as vice captain, but he also sought to strip him of his livelihood. Do you believe Captain Red will heed your words? Lu Ming snorted derisively. Humph, you are no longer the vice captain. Captain Red will choose to listen to me. The new vice captain? In his recollections, Captain Red was a straightforward man, somewhat simple-minded. He rarely pondered deeply, lacking strong opinions. But his singular conviction lay in the pursuit of strength through sheer power. Thus, it was undeniable that he possessed considerable might. At least among the pirate crews of the East Blue, with a bounty of 5 million berries, he had surpassed many others. Moreover, Red was a devil fruit user, wielding the rare, mythical Zoan electric eel fruit. Yet despite this, Red placed great emphasis on physical training and martial arts. He was a behemoth, standing 3 meters tall, resembling a colossal fool. Whenever he stood before them, he appeared as a rock, honed by blades and swords, exuding muscle and explosive power. His most formidable attack was the Thunder Fist, each strike crackling with electricity. However, due to his inability to fully harness the fruit's potential, The resulting lightning was rather mediocre. Thus, enhancing the power of his punches remained limited, merely capable of paralyzing an opponent's body momentarily. No, we demand to see the captain. Kaido, unwilling to relent, asserted defiantly. Very well. Let us go see the captain. You will only humiliate yourselves in the process. Lu Ming's expression remained impassive, his 18-year-old visage now exuding a newfound resilience, no longer appearing as meek and juvenile as before. Chapter 3. Becoming the first mate before long, Lu Ming, accompanied by Kaido and the other two, arrived at the second level of the deck. There was a small room above where Captain Reed often engaged in muscle training during his leisure time. Kaido, how did you get injured? Was that commotion down below caused by you? But please, refrain from causing chaos aboard the ship. It can't withstand much more turmoil, and repairs are not something we can afford. Captain Reed spoke with a simple and earnest demeanor, lacking the authority one might expect from a captain. Captain, it's all this Lu Ming's doing. I took my two brothers to check on him. And he went berserk, attacking us without reason, and even aspired to be the first mate of our Thunder Pirate crew. Kaido quickly turned on Lu Ming upon seeing Captain Reed. Lu Ming couldn't help but cover his face with his hand, his sharp gaze peering through his fingers at Kaido. Kaido, you truly are a despicable little man, aren't you? Did you not claim that I lacked the courage to kill? Do you wish to test my resolve right now? Upon witnessing Lu Ming's sudden shift in demeanor, Kaido's face turned pale with fright. Yet, at that moment, he was betting on Captain Reed's belief in him, trusting that Reed, being the brawn over brains type, would not discern the truth. Captain Reed set down the dumbbells he was using to train his wrists and regarded Lu Ming with a serious expression. Lu Ming, you seem somewhat different from before. Speak. What exactly transpired? If you resort to violence against your comrades without cause, I, Reed, will not spare you. From Reed's reaction, Lu Ming realized that the captain, while seemingly simple, possessed a certain depth of understanding that he replied. Captain, people can change. After all, we are all progressing in our own ways. As for what just happened, I believe it would be best to hear it directly from them. After making his point, Lu Ming turned his cold gaze toward the other two crew members and smirked. If you can tell the captain the truth, I shall let this matter slide. However, should you choose to follow Kaido's lead and slander me, then you ought to have witnessed my strength by now. Haven to you, the two crew members, intimidated by Lu Ming's imposing aura, swallowed hard and addressed Captain Reed. Captain, it was indeed Kaido who sought trouble with Lu Ming, attempting to kill him, but he was overpowered by Lu Ming's counterattack. You too. Kaido's face flushed with rage as he protested. Captain, you saw it yourself. Lu Ming was the one threatening us. Moreover, this scoundrel has been concealing his strength aboard our ship, that I suspect he is an undercover agent sent by the Navy. Undercover agent? Reed frowned. Yes, undoubtedly. When we plunder and pillage, he never kills those who resist. He merely spares them to leave clues for the Navy. Kaido exclaimed, feeling quite clever in his deduction, seeing Kaido in such a fluster. Lu Ming chuckled calmly. Captain, do you truly believe I am a spy sent by the Navy? Does our Thunder Pirate crew warrant such attention from them? If I were indeed an undercover agent, why would I have remained with the Thunder Pirate crew for 2 years? I simply believe that as pirates, we should not indiscriminately slaughter the innocent. Reed nodded, contemplating Lu Ming's words. I sense there is some truth in what Lu Ming says. But, Kaido, while you may possess cunning, I do not condone the ruthless treatment of the innocent. I recall telling you that when dealing with those who are weak, intimidation alone suffices. Kaido was left dumbfounded, exclaiming, Captain, you actually choose to believe him. Reed took a deep breath. I have been turning a blind eye to your actions for some time, considering you are a member of the Thunder Pirate crew. Given the current hardships, I could not bring myself to abandon you. However, I never expected you would turn against your comrades, which has left me profoundly disappointed. Kaido, find a small island soon. You are to disembark. From now on, Lu Ming shall be the first mate of the Thunder Pirate crew. Captain, you will regret this. Kaido scoffed, continuing, were it not for my strategies over the years, burning, plundering, how could your worth possibly reach 500,000 berries? Captain, this man is utterly shameless. And as for finding a small island, let me just throw him into the sea and let fate decide his destiny. Unable to endure any longer and unwilling to let Kaido's treachery go unpunished, Lu Ming stepped forward, seized Kaido, and, with a slight exertion of his internal strength, cast him into the ocean. Reed made no move to intervene, allowing fate to determine Haido's outcome. He then solemnly declared, "You must remember, as members of the Thunder Pirate crew, we are brothers who share life and death, that I will not tolerate violence among comrades." "Yes, Captain," the others responded in unison. "Now, go below deck and arrange a feast to celebrate Lu Ming's promotion to first mate." Reed instructed, "Rest assured, Captain, we shall attend to it immediately." The two crew members who had not been thrown overboard hurriedly exited, relieved that Lu Ming stay behind. "We need to discuss some matters." Reed suddenly reverted to his jovial demeanor. "Captain, what is it?" Lu Ming inquired. "With Haido gone, I wish to know if you will be able to devise strategies for us," Reed said, somewhat awkwardly. "Though I am the captain, you know I am not one for deep thinking." "What should our Thunder Pirate crew do next?" After a moment of thought, Lu Ming replied, "Captain, it's quite simple. We must first leave the East Sea and enter the Grand Line to become true pirates." "And how do we achieve that?" Reed asked. "By plundering wealth, engaging in battles, strengthening our own capabilities, and increasing our crew," Lu Ming explained. Upon hearing this, Reed felt overwhelmed by the complexity of it all and responded, "Lu Ming, you take charge of the arrangements. I shall fully support you from behind." Lu Ming smiled, pleased that Reed was willing to act as a hands-off captain, allowing him to consolidate power without needing to challenge Reed directly. With such a captain, it was quite advantageous, as all ideas and authority were handed over to him, while Reed attracted the attention of the Navy and others, allowing Lu Ming to remain in the shadows. The more Lu Ming considered it, the more satisfied he became, stating, "In that case, let us defeat that woman from the Alrita pirate crew and plunder some funds for our operations." "The Alrita pirate crew?" Reed echoed. "Indeed. I have heard that this woman is quite hefty and frequently appears in the waters near Windmill Village, that we should go and investigate." Lu Ming affirmed, "Very well, I shall follow your lead. I will not hold back against other pirates," Reed declared. 3 days later, the Thunder Pirate crew arrived in the waters near Windmill Village. After sailing for another half a day, they would see the entirety of Windmill Island, which happened to be Luffy's hometown. However, it remained uncertain whether Luffy had already set sail, since there was no sea calendar in the East Sea. Only upon entering the Grand Line did such a concept exist. Chapter 4. The Most Beautiful Woman, Alrita. However, in the current East Sea, the Krieg pirate crew still dominated the region. From this, one could infer that Luffy had likely not yet embarked on his journey. Otherwise, upon Luffy's departure, Krieg would have been defeated by him and subsequently captured by the Navy, losing his status as the East Sea's ruler. Speaking of the Krieg pirate crew, it is worth noting that that man commanded 3,000 pirate ships. Moreover, any pirate unwilling to join their crew had to pay a protection fee of at least 100 million berries annually. Failure to do so meant they could not operate in the East Sea, nor could they venture toward the Grand Line. "First mate, there's someone in the sea." Suddenly, a crew member named Away rushed over with a telescope in hand to report. "And it's a rather plump woman." "A plump woman?" Lu Ming was taken aback with unexpected delight and quickly inquired, "How plump?" "Very, very plump." "Goodness!" Lu Ming could not help but exclaim, immediately associating it with Alrita, the first pirate Luffy encountered, who claimed to be the most beautiful woman on the seas. "How intriguing. Let us head over and take a look," Lu Ming commanded, then ascended to the second level to inform Reed, "Captain, it appears we have found our target, but someone may have gotten there first." "What unfortunate timing." Reed furrowed his brow, which implied that acquiring the opponent's treasure was a futile endeavor. Lu Ming reassured him, "But Captain, there's no need for disappointment. The opponent possesses considerable strength, and we could invite her to join our Thunder Pirate crew." "Very well, arrange it that if force is required, simply summon me." After Reed concluded, he resumed his training as a wielder of a devil fruit. His eel fruit bestowed lightning abilities under certain conditions. One was through relentless physical training to accumulate a degree of electricity, and the other was by enduring blows, which also generated lightning. Lu Ming returned to the deck, contemplating the decision to invite Alrita to join the Thunder Pirate crew, a choice made with careful consideration. This particular individual might soon possess a devil fruit known as the slippery fruit, which, if properly harnessed, could undoubtedly become a formidable asset for the Thunder Pirate crew. Furthermore, the Thunder Pirates would face numerous adversaries, and it was impractical for Lu Ming alone to tackle them all. That would be quite troublesome. Before long, the Thunder Pirate ship approached the drifting pirate Alrita. She clung tightly to a wooden barrel, with a pouch hanging from her waist. its contents heavy and burdensome. "Help me. Please save me." Upon spotting the pirate ship, Alita felt as though she had grasped the last straw of hope. In truth, she had been adrift at sea for a day and a night, her legs nearly soaked through, surviving solely by sheer willpower. Ding! Rescue Alita and persuade her to join the Thunder Pirate crew to earn lottery points. At that moment, an electronic voice echoed in Lu Ming's mind. He was exhilarated. Could he truly obtain lottery points so easily? The initial task was indeed straightforward. Let us bring her aboard. Aye, soon. Alita was hoisted onto the deck. This woman is quite hefty. Although she could not be compared to Charlotte Lin Lin, she was at least a smaller version of her. Fetch her some fresh water to drink. Aye. Before long, Alita sipped some fresh water. Her consciousness finally sharpening. Suddenly, she instinctively clutched the item at her waist. The crew members of the Thunder Pirate ship noticed Alita's reaction and were instantly intrigued. "Hey, hefty lady, we saved you. Shouldn't you offer some reward?" "Indeed. What's that heavy item you're holding? Could it be glittering jewels?" "No, my treasure has sunk to the ocean floor." The mere thought of her sunken pirate ship filled Alita with an unquenchable hatred for that straw hat brat. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Alita couldn't help but vent her frustrations. No treasure. Tell me, is your life more important than the item you're clutching? Hand it over so we can see what it is." As they spoke, several pirates rushed forward and forcibly snatched the pouch from Alita. Although her mind was clearer, her body was too weak to resist. "That's mine. You can't take it." Alita weakly protested. The pirates aboard opened the pouch, only to be met with confusion. "Huh? What is this? A fruit?" "Wait." At that moment, Lu Ming's heart tightened at a fruit. Could it be a devil fruit? "Bring it to me," Lu Ming demanded. Away presented it, saying, "Vice Captain, this is it. It's white and looks peculiar. Probably soaked in the sea for too long. It seems inedible. I really don't understand why she treasures it." Upon closer inspection, Lu Ming confirmed that it was indeed a devil fruit. It appeared that Alita had acquired the slippery fruit due to the destruction of her pirate ship by Luffy, resulting in her drifting at sea and ultimately obtaining this devil fruit. Truly, as the protagonist's first foe, fate had been remarkably generous to her. Alita had always dreamed of becoming the most beautiful woman at sea. Now, destiny had bestowed upon her the slippery fruit, which could help her shed excess fat and transform into a stunning beauty. Vice Captain, how should we deal with her now? Perhaps we should ask if she has any hidden treasures. Away continued, aware that their objective on this voyage was to acquire wealth. Otherwise, they would be left to fend for themselves. "Do not worry. I will handle this matter." Lu Ming remained unfazed, observing Alita on the deck. "Alita, your pirate crew has been vanquished. Would you consider joining our Thunder Pirates?" "Wait, Vice Captain. Do we really want to invite someone so overweight and unattractive to our Thunder Pirates?" One crew member interjected. "Yes, our crew is comprised entirely of men. Having a woman like her aboard, especially one so large, is somewhat daunting." "Hold on. What expressions are you all wearing?" Lu Ming noted the reactions of his companions, who appeared as though they had never encountered beauty before, now fixating on Alita as if they were smitten with a pig yet feared their infatuation. "Vice Captain, you must reconsider. Can't we find a more attractive woman to join the Thunder Pirates?" "Humph, you despicable lot. I, Alita, am the most beautiful woman on the sea," Alita declared proudly. "Furthermore, I, the illustrious Alita, am fit to be a captain. Do you truly believe I would join your Thunder Pirates? Blue-haired brat, return what is rightfully mine." She demanded that if you release me, I will reward you with a sum of money to express my gratitude for saving my life. Chapter 5. Mastering Basic Swordsmanship. Blue-haired brat? Humph, I have a name. I am Lu Ming, the vice captain of the Thunder Pirates. Encountering me is the greatest fortune of your life. If you choose to join our Thunder Pirates, I can help you transform into a true beauty, rather than remaining in this portly form. Moreover, should you refuse to join, you will entirely forfeit your chance for revenge, as we have no obligation to save you. Make your choice, to join or not. Lu Ming pressed assertively. Alita was indeed tempted. With her crew now obliterated, her only means for vengeance lay in aligning with another pirate crew. More importantly, the confidence exuded by Lu Ming in transforming her into a genuine beauty was enticing. Very well, I will agree, but I have a condition. What condition? Lu Ming inquired. Return what is mine, and I shall join your Thunder Pirates. Additionally, I demand to be the vice captain of the Thunder Pirates. Alita's pride would not allow her to be relegated to a mere subordinate on the ship. Ah, do you wish to challenge me? Lu Ming laughed, continuing, very well. Our Thunder Pirates operate on the principle that whoever wins a challenge takes the position of the other. Now I understand. I shall challenge you. And I will also challenge your captain. Ding. Defeat Alita to earn lottery points. Suddenly, the electronic voice of the system resonated in Lu Ming's mind. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming realized the potential value Alita possessed. Truly, she is quite the hefty one. All right, but you must first join our Thunder Pirates that I can offer you this to. As Lu Ming approached Alita, he stated, I recognize this as a devil fruit. However, I do not desire it. I will give it to you, considering it worthless. By the way, I've heard a devil fruit can fetch tens of billions of berries. Upon hearing this, Alita was taken aback, unable to comprehend how he knew it was a devil fruit and its value. Yet, she would not hesitate to claim such a treasure, cradling it in her arms. Humph, you display confidence and the demeanor of a true pirate, but how will you help me transform into a beautiful woman? Alita queried. Consume it. This devil fruit, known as the slippery fruit, will allow me to teach you how to harness its powers, and in mere days, you shall become a true beauty. Upon hearing this, Alita furrowed her brow. This fruit could alter her appearance, yet how did this blue-haired brat know about it? Alas, it matters not. After all, I am aware that this is a devil fruit, which, upon consumption, transforms one into a landlubber while bestowing a unique power. Indeed, during the battle with the Straw Hat Lad, he referred to having devoured a rubber fruit, granting him the ability to stretch his body at will. It is evident that the devil fruit is no ordinary item. Thus, Alita immediately took a bite. However, after just one mouthful, she found it utterly flavorless, akin to consuming dirt. Cough, cough. This is exceedingly unpalatable. Alita was at a loss as to how to finish it. Well, one bite suffices. Let us discard the rest, for it serves no purpose now, Lu Ming remarked instinctively. Upon hearing this, Alita tossed the unfinished fruit into the sea. Almost immediately thereafter, she felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, and she succumbed to slumber. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and successfully recruiting Alita into the Thunder Pirate crew. Reward: 500 lottery points. 500 points. The other day, defeating the sea fighter only netted me 200 points. Nevertheless, this means I can finally partake in the lottery that I refrained from drawing previously because the lottery system offers a benefit. A single 5 consecutive draws can yield a bonus to AT that time. I only had 200 points, so I resisted the urge. Now, with over 700 points, I can certainly indulge in a 5 consecutive draw. System, I wish to draw, I silently thought, and a lottery pool materialized in my mind. The pool was filled with orbs of vibrant colors. Give me a 5 consecutive draw. Will you consume 500 lottery points? Indeed. And thus, the 5 consecutive draw commenced. Congratulations, host. Your internal energy has increased by 1 year. Congratulations, host. Your internal energy has increased by 1 year. Congratulations, host. Your internal energy has increased by 10 years. Why is it all internal energy? An increase of 14 years in internal energy at once. I refuse to believe that I can't obtain something more impressive. Consequently, Lu Ming decided to utilize the single additional reward opportunity. Congratulations, host. You have attained maximum proficiency in basic swordsmanship. Oh, this is quite splendid. Lu Ming's spirits surged, for despite wielding the supreme blade, the Dowie, he possessed no skills. Now, with maximum proficiency in basic swordsmanship, he is undoubtedly superior to the bounty hunter, Zoro, at this juncture. After all, swordsmanship in the world of pirates is categorized into 5 tiers. The 5th tier is basic swordsmanship. The 4th tier combines haki with sword techniques. The 3rd tier signifies a swordsman capable of cleaving steel. The 2nd tier denotes a black-bladed swordsman, and the 1st tier represents a white-bladed swordsman. Immediately learn the basic swordsmanship proficiency. Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned. In an instant, Lu Ming felt an influx of knowledge regarding basic sword techniques in his mind. This feeling of having an advantage is truly exhilarating. What is that foul odor? Just then, Lu Ming was jolted back to reality by the stench and inquired, "What on earth is that horrendous smell?" A crew member, pinching their nose, exclaimed, "Vice Captain, you have finally come to your senses. Look, that plump woman is oozing a plethora of sticky, Filthy substances. It's both foul and filthy. Lu Ming glanced over, and, indeed, it was as he said. It seems the effect of the slippery fruit has taken hold. Quickly take her below deck and wash her. Oh, very well. A few of them approached with evident distaste. However, before they could get close, they slipped on the deck. The surrounding area was slick with a gooey substance, rendering it treacherously slippery. Someone aboard could not contain their laughter. Watch this. As they spoke, they navigated around the sticky liquid, preparing to grasp Yalada's hand. But as soon as they made contact and exerted force, they stumbled backward, lamenting, "Vice Captain, she is too slippery, like an eel. I simply cannot hold on. What on earth happened? Who defecated on the deck?" At that moment, Captain Red from the second level was also drawn out by the stench. Lu Ming chuckled and replied, "It's nothing. It will be resolved shortly." Approaching the ship's edge, he summoned his internal energy and conjured a wave of seawater, dousing Yelada. The seawater, possessing sealing properties, temporarily halted Yelada's secretion of filth. Let us find an island to anchor and tend to her properly. Chapter 6. Surrounded? Shortly thereafter, the Thunder Pirate ship arrived at Orangetown. This aligns with Lu Ming's planned itinerary. Luffy had defeated the formidable Yalada a day prior and was en route to the Shell's town. Governed by the Navy's ensign Monka, since Luffy had already seized the opportunity for experience in that area, Lu Ming deemed it unnecessary for the Thunder Pirate crew to waste time there. As an entity blessed with the protagonist's aura, Luffy would undoubtedly defeat Monka, recruit the bounty hunter Zoro, and then proceed to their next destination, which happens to be where the Thunder Pirate ship has arrived first, Orangetown. Upon reaching Orangetown, it was already evening. "Away, please find a tavern where Yalata can soak in a bath. I believe her oil production will improve by tomorrow," Lu Ming instinctively arranged. "Yes, Vice Captain." Lu Ming and Captain Red, along with a few others, spent the night aboard the ship. After a restful night, they awoke to discover that the Thunder Pirate ship had been surrounded. "Captain, Vice Captain, trouble." Several crew members were already on deck, urgently calling out their names. "What is the matter?" Lu Ming had already donned his attire, preparing to venture into town to procure some daily essentials. "Vice Captain, we have been surrounded by a pirate crew known as the Buggy Pirates." One crew member reported immediately. How intriguing. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming could not help but chuckle. Who would have thought that experience would come so swiftly? Ding! Mission triggered. Defeat Buggy to earn lottery points. Just as Lu Ming entertained this thought, the system's electronic voice echoed in his mind. "I see. Summon the captain," Lu Ming promptly instructed, preparing to strategize for the confrontation with Buggy. Although Buggy's strength is mediocre, he commands a considerable number of subordinates. It would be impossible to defeat Buggy alone. The entire Thunder Pirate crew must collaborate. Lu Ming, it seems we are surrounded by Buggy's crew. Captain Red soon entered Lu Ming's quarters, inquiring, "So what are your thoughts moving forward?" "Indeed, I wish to embark on a grand endeavor," Lu Ming boldly declared. Captain Red immediately adopted a serious demeanor, asking, "Do you intend to annihilate the Buggy Pirates? That fellow's bounty exceeds mine by more than thrice," indicating he is significantly stronger than our Thunder Pirate crew. "No, there is no need for annihilation. We merely need to challenge their captain for supremacy. Just a simple brawl?" Captain Red queried. "Precisely," Lu Ming nodded. "And what about those outside? We must defeat them all to draw aggro from Buggy," Lu Ming replied with a subtle smile. "What is your confidence level?" 100%. Upon hearing this, Thunder could not help but thump his thigh, exclaiming, "Well then, we shall fight." As Lu Ming and Captain Red stepped out of the room, the comrades on the deck had already gathered, unable to restrain their curiosity. "Captain, are we going to battle them?" "Indeed, we shall. We are the Thunder Pirate crew. Let them experience our might," Captain Red commanded, igniting the fervor of countless crew members. "Let us engage them in battle. Charge!" The pirates aboard surged toward their adversaries on the shore. The pirates on the shore were momentarily taken aback. "Are you out of your minds? Do you truly intend to resist the Buggy Pirates? This Orangetown is soon to be ours, belonging to Captain Buggy. You would do well to consider joining us instead." Boom. However, they were met with Red charging forward, delivering a powerful punch to the ground. Instantly, a surge of electrical energy coursed through the bodies of all the pirate henchmen within a 5-meter radius. The pirates, paralyzed by the electric attack, immediately let out anguished cries. In their incapacitated state, they were unable to react swiftly and were effortlessly sent flying by Red, who fought barehanded, the crew of the Thunder Pirate ship. Witnessing their captain's fierce combat prowess, rushed forward to engage in relentless slaughter as fellow pirates. They showed no mercy to their adversaries. Madness! How dare you oppose our Captain Buggy? Just wait. You'll soon regret this. Several pirates fled in terror. Captain, there's no need to pursue them. Let them return and spread the word. Lu Ming promptly suggested. Lu Ming, what should we do now? Red inquired, turning to him. Let us first explore the town and check on Yellow. He replied, all right. Thus, the group made their way to the inn guided by a way. Innkeeper, bring forth your finest drinks and dishes. Is this sum sufficient? Lu Ming tossed a bag of belly onto the counter. Upon seeing the money, the innkeeper's demeanor shifted entirely, and he eagerly responded, yes, that's more than enough. Please wait a moment. Your orders will be served shortly. Lu Ming then instructed, away, go fetch Yalata. Yes, first mate. At that moment, Yalata was in her room. She had soaked in a large bath barrel all night, causing her body to shed a significant amount of fat. She had reduced her weight from 300 to 200 pounds. Now, she stood in front of the mirror, surprised at her increasing beauty. At this rate, it won't be long before I attain a stunning figure, she mused. However, she was at a loss about what to do next. As her fat seemed to have vanished on its own, and she felt she had reached her limit, it seems I need to seek Lu Ming's assistance. Away is calling for you. Yalata, everyone is waiting for you downstairs. Came Away's voice from outside. Humph, I know. Yalata replied impatiently. She descended to the inn's lobby, striding confidently to an empty seat. What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a beautiful woman? Noticing that many members of the Thunder Pirate crew were unable to tear their gaze away from her, she felt a sense of disdain. Puffed. Several crew members of the Thunder Pirate crew immediately retched, spitting out their drinks. You call this fat hag a beauty? We merely observe that your skin appears slightly more refined than yesterday. And you seem to have lost some weight. That's simply astonishing. That's all. Yellow gritted her teeth in anger upon hearing this, but ultimately managed a nonchalant smile. Tisich, no matter what, you lot are mere frogs at the bottom of the well. Thinking you can have a taste of this swan's flesh, and you still refuse to admit it? Cough, cough. Lu Ming instinctively cleared his throat. Yalata, this is our captain, Red of the Thunder Pirate crew. Welcome aboard. From now on, we are comrades. Red raised a small cup, ready to drink with the new member. Chapter 7. Yalata surrenders. Yalata did not refuse, raising her mug of ale and gulping it down heartily. Though I've joined your Thunder Pirate crew, I have no intention of being a mere subordinate. Lu Ming, when shall we engage in a duel? Feeling fully restored and empowered by her devil fruit abilities, she was ready for a fight. Anytime, Lu Ming replied casually that he had his own mission. Defeating Yalata would earn him reward points. Then let us do it now. I can hardly wait. But if you lose, the position of first mate won't satisfy my appetite. Yalata boldly placed her foot on a stool, exuding confidence. Humph, step outside with me. Lu Ming regarded Yalata with a bemused expression. Away, find her a suitable iron rod. Right away. Moments later, Lu Ming faced off against Yalata in the street. Yalata wielded an iron rod, while Lu Ming brandished an unknown magnificent sword that a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Are you ready? Lu Ming asked nonchalantly. What do you think? Yalata suddenly leapt, swinging the iron rod at Lu Ming. He swiftly activated the Marine 6-style Soru, evading the heavy blow with ease. As he dodged, Yalata reacted quickly, launching a follow-up attack with her iron rod. However, Lu Ming continued to utilize Soru, deftly avoiding her strikes. Humph, is dodging all you can do? Yellow was exasperated. The opponent's speed was overwhelming, making her feel sluggish. That I'm merely pointing out your shortcomings. Your attack speed is far too slow. As members of the Thunder Pirate crew, we cannot afford to be weak. Lu Ming chuckled. Tisich, I only need to land a hit on you once, and you'll be utterly defenseless. Yalata scoffed. Haha, feeling confident again. Then why not give it a try? This time, Lu Ming chose not to evade and faced Yalata's iron rod head-on. He casually swung his magnificent sword, channeling the inner energy cultivated from the Nine Suns' divine art into it. Boom! As the iron rod collided with the sword, a terrifying shockwave erupted. Yalata was sent staggering backward, losing ground for several meters. Lu Ming seized the opportunity without granting her a moment's respite, since she had chosen to attack. He would not waste such a favorable chance to demonstrate the disparity in their strengths. With a swift motion, he aimed another strike at the retreating Yalata, unleashing a visible blade of energy that pursued her. What? Yalata, still regaining her balance, sensed the imminent danger and hurriedly swung her iron rod to defend against the incoming blade. Boom! However, she was completely overpowered by the force. Yalata was sent flying, her arms numbed from the impact. It dawned on her that she was no match for Lu Ming. His strength was simply too formidable. It was hard to fathom that someone from such an apparently weak pirate crew could possess such strength. Yalata, do you wish to continue the fight? Lu Ming approached her as she stood up, looking somewhat defeated. What is there to fight about? I am clearly no match for you. Forget it. I no longer covet your position as first mate. With Yalata's defeat, the system's electronic voice resonated in Lu Ming's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of defeating Yalata. You have earned 500 reward points. Lu Ming felt a surge of joy at this development. He had extracted a total of 1,000 reward points from Yalata alone. System, initiate of 5 consecutive draws. With ample points at his disposal, Lu Ming couldn't resist the urge and promptly proceeded with the draws. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 year of internal energy. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 year of internal energy. And so on, 5 consecutive times, all yielding 1 year of internal energy. Lu Ming's eyelids twitched at the underwhelming results. Why is it all internal energy? If you have the ability, why not grant me 100 years of internal energy instead? Forget it. There is still one last reward draw that I hope for something worthwhile. After comforting himself, he proceeded with the final draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a thank you for your patronage. Lu Ming's face turned a shade of green from anger. However, he inadvertently startled Yalata, who quickly apologized. I'm sorry. First mate, I won't ever refer to myself as this old lady again. Lu Ming regained his senses and declared, remember your words. Understood. Yalata nodded in agreement, seemingly convinced. However, Lu Ming's attention was immediately drawn to the visage of a young girl amidst the crowd. Nami. Upon noticing that Lu Ming had spotted her, Nami, who was spectating from the throng, felt an ominous sensation and swiftly turned to flee. It's fine. We shall meet again. Lu Ming had no intention of pursuing Nami, for he still had to venture towards the evil dragon pirates to accumulate experience. After all, they would inevitably cross paths again. Make way, for our Captain Buggy is arriving. At that moment, a band of pirates, numbering at least 100, approached from the outskirts of the gathering. Among them was Buggy, the owner of the Chop Chop fruit, with a bounty of 16 million berries. The surrounding crowd, upon witnessing this gaggle of nefarious pirates, scattered in terror, retreating behind closed doors. Captain Buggy is the adversary of these rascals. Buggy's subordinates, emboldened by their leader's presence, proclaimed with bravado. Seated in an uncovered palanquin, Buggy was carried aloft, living like a local monarch. He opened one eye, instinctively sizing up Lu Ming and the others. Tisk, is this all there is? Buggy sneered derisively. You dare oppose me, Buggy? Who do you think you are? Speak your names at once. I do not slay nameless foes. The captain of the Thunder Pirates stepped forward without a hint of fear, stating, I am the captain of the Thunder Pirates. Thunder Pirates? Humph. I have never heard of you. Yet you dare challenge me? Speak. How do you wish to resolve the matter of those who have slain my men? However, should you choose to submit to me, Buggy, I might spare your lives. Buggy chuckled, though his smile masked a deadly intent, giving off an aura of insincerity that not jest. We, the Thunder Pirates, have come to challenge you. Chapter 8. Misconstrued inner strength as Haki? Puffed. Haha. The multitude of Buggy's pirates erupted in laughter. Hey, Thunder Pirates Captain, I've heard of you. Your bounty is a mere 500,000 berries, is it not? Do you comprehend the worth of our Captain Buggy? It's a staggering 16 million berries. Truly, you are overestimating yourselves. One of Buggy's subordinates chimed in. Captain Buggy, it seems they have yet to experience your buggy cannon. Why not capture them, bind them to the cannon, and let them taste true despair? Shall we? Buggy feigned inquiry. Of course. This town shall fall under your dominion. A display of force would be most effective. Let the festivities begin. Subordinates, take them all down. With a frenzied command, Buggy's crew of over 100 pirates charged towards the Thunder Pirates. Stand back, since we are challenging the Buggy Pirates. Let me, Captain Red, face him alone. Red clenched his fists, his towering 3-meter frame revealing muscles akin to rocky boulders, electricity coursing through his arms. Wait. Suddenly, Buggy ordered his men to halt, having discovered something intriguing. Red was a devil fruit user. For how else could he conjure lightning from thin air? After all, he bore no other apparatus. Captain Buggy, why have you commanded us to stop? For I have decided to take matters into my own hands. Thunder Pirates Captain, I find you quite intriguing. Should you lose in this challenge, how about joining my crew? Red remained silent until this moment. Lu Ming stepped forward, smirking. Do you truly underestimate our captain? He issued a challenge. And you dismissed it outright, only to resort to a collective confrontation. Now you seek a duel with him. How utterly vexing. Little brat. Who are you? Buggy inquired with a scowl. I am the vice-captain of the Thunder Pirates. Though my strength pales in comparison to that of my captain, if you wish to duel him, you must first contend with me, Lu Ming declared, eager to defend his captain's honor. What arrogance. Let me eliminate you first before I claim your captain. Buggy sneered, dismissing Lu Ming's threat. Chop fruit. Clown-esque flying knife. Suddenly, Buggy unleashed his devil fruit ability, detaching an arm from his body and sending it hurtling towards Lu Ming. It's severed. The pirates of the Thunder crew were taken aback, witnessing the surreal spectacle. Is that an artificial limb? But it appears so lifelike. Humph, such an attack can be countered with a single strike, channeling his inner strength from the Nine Suns' divine art. Lu Ming slashed diagonally, releasing a palpable wave of sword energy that shattered Buggy's flying knife mid-flight. The energy surged toward Buggy, aiming to cleave him in half. Buggy quickly activated his chop ability, his body splitting apart to evade the lethal strike. His body can also split. The Thunder Pirates gasped in astonishment. Could it be that his body is crafted from puppetry after splitting at the waist? Buggy furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Had he underestimated his opponent? The fact that an attack could reach him from such a distance was troubling. Is it possible he has mastered Haki? But that couldn't be. Could it? This weak East Blue, in such a remote area, how could anyone possess the prowess of Haki? If he truly had that power, it would complicate matters. Buggy, having traversed the new world, was acutely aware of the terrifying might of Haki. Have you mastered Haki? Buggy unconsciously inquired. Naturally, came the response, known only to Lu Ming, while the other pirates remained oblivious to the significance of Buggy's words. Haki? You refer to this power? Boom! Lu Ming immediately summoned his inner strength, unleashing a tempestuous force. The release of this energy was akin to a cataclysm, overwhelming countless pirates with an oppressive pressure that made breathing arduous. Buggy was momentarily taken aback. This truly is Haki. No, this must be Conqueror's Haki. Buggy couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, astonished that a pirate from the East Blue possessed such terrifying power. Moreover, they had already learned to channel Haki into their weapons, amplifying their physical damage to a horrifying degree. Buggy's love for wealth was matched only by his fear of death, leading him to shrink back in trepidation. Yet, in front of his subordinates, he couldn't appear too cowardly. Ahem, it seems we are not strangers after all. Our strengths are quite comparable. Perhaps we should refrain from conflict. If that is the case, let us maintain our boundaries. Lu Ming was taken aback. Buggy's shift in attitude was remarkably swift. Wait, we have slain your subordinates. Are you truly letting this go? Lu Ming feigned innocence. Merely a misunderstanding. I, Buggy, am magnanimous and cannot hold you accountable. Oh, is that so? However, I still wish to battle you. Furthermore, we seek to procure some funds from you as travel fare to the Grand Line. Upon hearing this, Buggy's rage surged, veins bulging on his forehead. The notion of others coveting his treasure was simply intolerable. Without hesitation, he activated his chop ability, his head soaring towards Lu Ming, whispering conspiratorially, Hey, you little brat. I see through your ruse. Since I have chosen to overlook your transgressions, know when to stop. This is how one survives long term. Why push your luck and target my treasure? Do you wish to engage in a fight to the death? If it comes to that, your Thunder Pirates will be obliterated. I have over 100 men at my disposal. Think wisely. Buggy buzzed like a fly in Lu Ming's ear. And what if I do? I do not believe that our Thunder Pirate crew cannot triumph over you. After all, we possess two individuals endowed with the powers of devil fruits. You must understand the significance of such abilities. Do you not? Lu Ming remarked with a smile. As for Buggy, he attempted to intimidate him, oblivious to the fact that it might be he who ends up frightened. What? You know about devil fruits? You surely cannot be a mere native of the East Blue, can you? You hail from the New World? Buggy instinctively inquired, for the other party had also mastered the Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 9. Buggy's immediate surrender based on Buggy's extensive travels over the years. He felt that the mastery of Haki was a rarity among the natives of the Four Seas. Only those who had ventured into the New World had a chance to acquire such power. Guess what? By the way, your chop-chop fruit is not without its flaws, is it? I am quite curious about how to counter you, Lu Ming said with a grin. Gulp. Upon hearing this, Buggy was immediately drenched in cold sweat. This fellow is truly terrifying. What is your name? Are you genuinely just the vice captain of the Thunder Pirate crew? Haha. I am Lu Ming, indeed the vice captain of the Thunder Pirate crew, though I have only recently acquired the strength to assume this position. Lu Ming replied, laughter dancing in his voice. Gulp. Buggy felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. So, the captain of the Thunder Pirate crew is also a master of concealment. It is no wonder he dared to challenge over 100 of my men single-handedly from the outset. Furthermore, this seemingly insignificant Thunder Pirate crew has yet another devil fruit wielder, truly formidable. All right then, let us speak no further. How much do you desire? Shall we settle this privately? Let us not publicize this matter. Buggy suggested in a hushed tone. Ha! Lu Ming burst into laughter at that moment. Both the Thunder Pirate crew and Buggy's crew were left utterly bewildered. What is happening? Are they getting too close, as if courting? Shoo! Keep it down, Buggy quickly admonished. Very well, we can settle this privately, but I have my own demands, Lu Ming replied, his smile fading into seriousness. What demands? How about we engage in a duel? Fight? I only have an affinity for treasure, not for brawling. Moreover, can I not simply concede defeat to someone like you, who plays the part of a pig to eat the tiger? Buggy resolutely declared that he thought to himself, if the opponent knows my weakness, how could I possibly fight back? Besides, if I lose, how would I explain it to my subordinates? Surrendering outright. Is that even an option? Lu Ming furrowed his brow, pondering whether conceding could be considered as fulfilling the system's task. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the task by psychologically defeating Buggy. You have earned 1,000 lottery points. Lu Ming suddenly heard the system's electronic voice echoing in his mind. So that is how it works. Defeating one does not necessarily require brute force. Conquering them mentally is also a viable method. He never anticipated that he had frightened Buggy to such an extent. Goodness, are we merely to be friends? What more do you wish? Buggy lamented. After a moment's thought, Lu Ming responded. All right, let us forego the fight. My final request would be for you to part with 100 million berries. What? 100 million berries? You truly are demanding an exorbitant sum. I would rather you just kill me, Buggy exclaimed, unable to suppress the pain at the thought of surrendering such a vast amount. Look at you, how hypocritical. Just moments ago, you spoke of friendship, and yet here I am offering you the price of camaraderie, Lu Ming retorted disdainfully. Moreover, a mere 100 million berries should hardly be considered a treasure in your eyes. Buggy, besides, are you not on the cusp of acquiring wealth soon? What do you mean? Buggy's confidence wavered, feeling as though the other party had an inkling of his possession of a treasure map. Rest assured, I have no interest in treasure. Seeking it is simply too time-consuming. The Thunder Pirate crew merely wishes to swiftly enter the Grand Line and is in urgent need of funds for some operational expenses. Lu Ming remarked with a teasing smile directed at Buggy. Buggy found himself at a loss for words, lamenting how he had encountered such blood-sucking leeches in the Thunder Pirate crew. Haha, lighten up. After all, should we choose to eliminate you, all of your riches would become ours. Now, just 100 million berries could resolve the grievances between our two crews. That not a fair trade. Very well, I shall acquiesce to giving you 100 million berries. However, upon receiving the money, you must promptly depart from this small town. Is that acceptable? No problem, Lu Ming replied with a smile, for the Thunder Pirate crew was currently racing against time. He did not wish to wait for Luffy and Zoro to come and seize his hard-earned experience. Ha! Splendid. Buggy feigned nonchalance, laughing heartily. Who would have thought the Thunder Pirate crew would be so entertaining? I, Buggy the Clown, am proud to call you my friend. Someone, bring forth 100 million berries for my new friend, and may they sail smoothly. Boss Buggy, are you truly giving them 100 million berries? Buggy's crew looked on in disbelief, for who was unaware of Buggy's insatiable greed? You all simply lack perspective. While I may treasure riches, I am generous to my brothers and friends. All right, Buggy proclaimed grandly. Indeed, our captain is truly magnanimous. Yes, the captain treats his newly made friends with such loyalty. Buggy's crew members gazed at him with newfound admiration. Soon enough, someone brought forth 100 million berries, placing it before Lu Ming. "Thank you, Brother Buggy," Lu Ming expressed his gratitude politely. Contemplating that maintaining a cordial relationship with Buggy could prove beneficial, he could feasibly regard Buggy as a veritable cash cow from this point onward. After all, in the original narrative, Buggy was merely a pirate who held an unwavering interest in treasure, indifferent to power or women. Had Buggy been privy to Lu Ming's thoughts, he would likely be utterly disheartened. However, given Buggy's current disposition, he would likely avoid Lu Ming in the future. "All right, let us depart. We must procure some food supplies and essential items before we continue our journey," Lu Ming said with a sly smile. The crew members of the Thunder Pirate crew were ecstatic, marveling at Lu Ming's prowess. It was astonishing how effortlessly he had extracted 100 million berries from a pirate with a bounty of 16 million. "Lu Ming, what method did you employ to persuade him to part with such a considerable sum?" Red could not contain his curiosity. "Haha, I told you, the captain's strength surpasses mine. He was simply frightened." "I see. It appears I must strive even harder to enhance my own strength." In the following moments, the Thunder Pirate crew acquired some daily necessities in the town before returning to their ship. Suddenly, Lu Ming's mind was met with the system's electronic voice. "Acquiring the navigation map from Nami will grant you lottery points." Nami?" Lu Ming wondered aloud. According to the system's task-triggering conditions, the target must be nearby to activate it directly. This meant that Nami could potentially be hiding on their ship. Considering the current situation, it seemed plausible, as Nami needed to amass funds to pay off the Arlong pirates. Thus, she might very well have set her sights on their ship's wealth. This is getting intriguing. Chapter 10. The transaction with Nami away. It seems we may have an unexpected guest on board, likely drawn by our treasure. Please instruct the crew to remain vigilant. Lu Ming informed Away about the situation. "What? Someone dares to covet our treasure?" Away exclaimed in disbelief. Realizing the audacity of such a move to vice captain, "Do not worry. I will ensure the crew conducts a thorough search immediately." "Yes, go ahead if you find anyone. Be sure to leave them alive," Lu Ming cautioned, concerned that if the intruder resisted, his crew might inadvertently harm Nami, which would be a regrettable loss. "That vice captain, when will you help me enhance my physique to become even more stunning?" Suddenly, Yalata approached from one side, striking what she believed to be an enticing pose for men in front of Lu Ming. "Oh, don't be in such a hurry. Let me think for a moment." Lu Ming looked at Yalata, who weighed at least 200 pounds, and found it difficult to bear. However, Yalata was already a member of their Thunder Pirate crew. She would be someone he encountered daily. And with her considerable girth, constantly posing alluringly, it was quite unbearable. Thus, Lu Ming felt it necessary to promptly inform her on how to harness the powers of the slippery fruit. It would take her an extensive amount of time to explore the fruit's capabilities on her own. And that was something no one could endure. I recall mentioning it before. Your fruit is the slippery fruit. You should attempt to manipulate this power to make the fat on your body slick. Trust me, there is no mistake. Just persevere. But, Vice Captain, I have no idea how to wield the power of the devil fruit. Yalata replied helplessly. Indeed, if she had known how to use the devil fruit's powers, she would have eagerly attempted it numerous times by now. I see. Then you should seek out the captain. He is also a user of a devil fruit. Although he is still in the early stages of exploring its capabilities, he should be able to teach you how to control your own devil fruit's power. The captain? Yalata smiled with newfound assurance. Oh, I understand now. Subsequently, Yalata went to the second deck to consult Captain Red, while Lu Ming returned to his quarters. After defeating the clown buggy, he had completed a task and earned a reward of 1,000 points. Unable to resist the temptation, he felt he could indulge in a couple of 5 consecutive draws. However, at that moment, a voice from outside interrupted him. Report, Vice Captain. We have searched every corner of the ship and found no suspicious individuals. Hearing this, Lu Ming felt perplexed. No suspicious individuals? Could it be a mistake? Had he misread the system's patterns? Wait, what about his own room? That's right, Vice Captain. We haven't yet examined your quarters. A way outside seemed to remember to emphasize, "Do not resist, cooperate with me, or I shall kill you." Suddenly, a girl behind Lu Ming brandished a dagger against his neck. Lu Ming remained remarkably calm. He had not anticipated that a hidden presence would actually be in his room. Was this what they referred to as hiding a treasure in a golden house? Although it was the intruder who had entered, away, perhaps I was too cautious. My room is clear. You all may continue with your duties. Very well. But rest assured, Vice Captain, should anything arise, we will take immediate action. After Away departed, Lu Ming instinctively said, Miss Nami, may I assume it's safe to lower the dagger now? I believe we could sit down and have a proper conversation, but if you continue to threaten my life with that dagger, I fear you might lose a great benefactor. You actually know me. The person who had been hiding in Lu Ming's room was indeed Nami, with her orange hair. After all, she had witnessed Lu Ming and his companions acquire 100 million berries from the pirate buggy in the streets. Though the Thunder Pirate crew appeared formidable, Nami had no choice. The dragon pirates had taken over Kokoyashi village, and she needed several 100 million berries to redeem her village. She was just over 100 million berries short and had to take the risk of hiding on the Thunder Pirate ship. Planning to find an opportunity to steal the treasure and escape. Not only do I know you, but I am also aware of many things about you. Did you steal the navigation chart from Buggy? How about we make a deal? Give me the navigation chart, and I shall help you save the people of Kokoyashi village. Lu Ming inquired, his demeanor enigmatic. What? How do you know all of this? Who are you? Nami was utterly astonished. It was clear that this was her first encounter with the Thunder Pirate crew, and the individual she was now threatening was someone she had never met before. I am Lu Ming, the vice captain of the Thunder Pirate crew. As for how I know about you, it would take time to explain, and I prefer not to. What you need to consider now is whether you wish to trade with me. Lu Ming stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Nami immediately weighed the pros and cons and asked, How can I trust you? Well, that entirely depends on what you decide to do next. Nami pondered this, realizing that even though she was threatening this person, she felt no certainty about being able to kill him. Moreover, even if she did, she would likely not escape, nor could she save the people of Kokoyashi village. All right, I understand if you can assist me in saving the people of Kokoyashi village. I will not only give you the navigation chart, but I will also offer my own body to you. Lu Ming was taken aback upon hearing this. Nami had directly proposed her body as a form of exchange. It seemed she was quite resolute. However, her reaction was a tad sluggish, wasn't it? So, this is your resolution? If that is the case, why do you still threaten me? Lu Ming instinctively remarked, Oh, my apologies, I was too nervous and did not realize I was still threatening you. Nami quickly withdrew the dagger, standing dazed in Lu Ming's room, on the verge of tears. After all, as a weak individual, death was not frightening. What was terrifying was that if she died, the people of Kokoyashi village would lose all hope. Lu Ming turned to closely observe Nami. She instinctively stepped back, speaking nervously, Lord Lu Ming, we cannot proceed this way. Once you have saved the villagers of Kokoyashi, I will fulfill my promise. Otherwise, I will immediately take my own life. Ha ha ha. I actually do not comprehend why you felt the need to add such a promise. However, it matters not. I perceive your resolve and your attitude from Lu Ming, indifferent to Nami's beauty, laid down on the bed and continued. I will rest for a while. Feel free to do as you wish, but I advise you not to run away. Our Thunder Pirate crew is headed to Kokoyashi village, so it is perfectly on our way to your hometown. Chapter 11. Cultivating the 9 Yang Divine Skill Gone Arai Do, Nami exclaimed, seeing Lu Ming sleeping right before her. She found this person quite peculiar, possessing an extraordinary temperament. Moreover, upon closer inspection, he was indeed handsome. With blue hair, a fair complexion, and an air of confidence about him, it seemed there was nothing he could not achieve. At this point, Nami felt herself relaxing. Perhaps she should trust this pirate before her. Thus, she leaned against the wall, crouching down, waiting for Lu Ming to finish resting. After all, going out now was certainly not a wise choice. In truth, Lu Ming was not resting. Instead, he was closing his eyes to extract system rewards. Currently, he had 1,200 points of reward value, sufficient for 2 rounds of 5 consecutive draws. System, initiate 5 consecutive draws. Does the host wish to expend 500 points of reward value? Yes. Drawing successful. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 year of inner strength. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2 years of inner strength. Well, after 5 consecutive draws, with an additional bonus draw, Lu Ming had acquired all inner strength, totaling an increase of 10 years of inner strength. Based on his previous foundation, Lu Ming now possessed 29 years of inner strength in the 9-yang divine skill system. Let us do another round of 5 consecutive draws. Could you not provide some useful power? Lu Ming, feeling discontent, wondered why he was only getting inner strength. Host, do you wish to expend 500 points of reward value? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 year of inner strength. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 years of inner strength. Congratulations, host. You have gained water manipulation skill. With a single draw of 5 consecutive pulls accompanied by 1 free draw, Lu Ming once again acquired 15 years worth of inner strength. Furthermore, he gained a new ability, water manipulation. However, Lu Ming found himself too overwhelmed to revel in this fortune. He felt as though the abundance of inner strength within him might burst his very body apart. It suddenly dawned on him that the inner strength he had recently acquired had not undergone the circulation of the micro and macro cycles. It had remained stored in his danshin, unrefined. Coupled with the sheer volume of newly acquired energy, his physical form had reached its limit, unable to accommodate any further increase in inner strength, unless he continuously strengthened his body. With a sudden awakening, Lu Ming opened his eyes wide that he swiftly sat up from his bed, crossing his legs and rapidly employing the cultivation techniques from the 9-yang divine art, engaging in the circulation of his inner energy to alleviate the surging force within him. Nami, crouched in the corner, was startled, not merely by Lu Ming's abrupt awakening and seated posture, but by the visible cracks spreading across his face, seemingly extending throughout his entire body. "Are you all right?" Nami asked, her voice trembling with concern. The sight was too bizarre. Why did cracks appear on Lu Ming's body? It surpassed her understanding. Lu Ming remained silent at that moment. He had no inclination to respond to Nami's inquiries. Even if her worry was well-intentioned, he continued to circulate the energy. The tumult within him gradually subsided, and ethereal violet mist began to emanate from his body, indicating that his mastery of the 9-yang divine art had indeed ascended to a higher level. Progressing from LV1 to LV2, thus, after a span of half a stick of incense, the cracks on Lu Ming's body visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Nami, watching from the corner, let out a sigh of relief, reassured that he no longer appeared as daunting. However, her heart tightened again as she noticed Lu Ming's body becoming unbearably hot, his skin reddening as if he were about to ignite. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. This time, the heat was not merely a consequence of inner strength, but rather a side effect of practicing the 9-yang divine art, resulting in an influx of overwhelming yang energy that he could not easily expel. He felt as if he might combust entirely. After multiple attempts to release this energy proved futile, panic set in. What should I do? This is no ordinary yang energy. He thought. Lu Ming, are you all right? Is there anything I can do to help you? Nami could no longer ignore the situation, sensing that something was amiss with Lu Ming. Hearing her voice sparked an idea in his mind. Uniting with a woman might swiftly dispel the excess yang energy coursing through him. Nami, I've become overwhelmed by my cultivation. If I cannot expel this yang energy soon, I might perish. If you choose to believe me, I need you to render me assistance without delay, Lu Ming uttered shamelessly, desperation coloring his tone. What? Nami was taken aback. You want me to assist you? If you don't want to, then forget it. I truly apologize. I never anticipated it would come to this. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, enduring the searing heat that engulfed him, apologizing to Nami. She clenched her fists, confused. What is this? Is this a test? Why must I face such a predicament? Just when I see a glimmer of hope, disappointment looms again. No, I must strive for something. Can you truly liberate all the people of Kakasha village? Nami decisively questioned, having made up her mind. Absolutely. Not only that, but I can also eliminate the dragon pirates. Lu Ming replied with unshakable confidence. Very well. I understand. I hope you remember your words. If you deceive me, I shall never forgive you. Tears welled in Nami's eyes. Yet even so, she gathered her courage and approached Lu Ming. Thank you for believing in me. Lu Ming felt a surge of hope. Grateful for Nami's presence in the room, he realized the consequences might have been dire otherwise. Half an hour later, Nami, utterly exhausted, nestled in Lu Ming's embrace. The threat that had loomed over Lu Ming was finally dispelled. Nami, I truly appreciate your help. Rest assured, although it may seem opportunistic, I will take responsibility for you from this moment onward. You are my woman, and I vow to protect you. Nami remained silent, tears streaming down her cheeks. Had she unwittingly entrusted herself to this man? We are merely in a transaction. I simply hope you can save the people of Kokasia village. You need not feel obligated to me. She instinctively replied. You are indeed a fool. Though we may not yet share feelings, rest assured, a relationship can blossom from marriage. Besides, you rescued me from the brink of death. Such a debt of gratitude is not trifling, and I shall dedicate my life to safeguarding you. Fear not, for I, Lu Ming, am a good man and shall not betray your trust. I will bring you happiness. Lu Ming declared earnestly, his words resonating with heartfelt sincerity. Chapter 12. Allow me to introduce, Nami is my woman vice captain. Dinner is ready. You may come out to eat. A crew member called from outside the door. All right, I'll be right there. Also, prepare an extra set of chopsticks. Understood. Vice captain, the crew member outside thought nothing of it. Why, you're going to take me out? Nami exclaimed, sitting up with her hands over her chest. Appearing flustered, as if caught completely off guard by the notion. Indeed, I will take responsibility for you and inform the crew that Nami is my woman. I assent that inappropriate. You should just go out by yourself. I can remain in the room, Nami replied, blushing. Considering the situation, she realized she was the only woman on a ship full of men. If others were to discover this, they might assume she had seduced Lu Ming first, which would be an exceedingly distressing misunderstanding. Do not worry. With me here, you must trust in my intentions, Lu Ming reassured her, placing a hand atop Nami's head. Feeling his touch, Nami unexpectedly found a sense of security. Sensing Lu Ming's sincerity, very well. After a moment of hesitation, Nami nodded in agreement. Hee, let me help you get dressed. Lu Ming attempted to lighten the mood, wishing to ease Nami's evident tension. No, I will do it myself. You turn around and mustn't look, Nami insisted, her face flushed as she gently pushed Lu Ming away. Come now, we are already married, Lu Ming remarked instinctively. I apologize. I am just not mentally prepared yet. Please grant me some time, Nami replied apologetically. I understand. I will dress first and wait for you outside. Lu Ming smiled warmly, quickly donning his attire before stepping outside to await Nami. After a short while, Nami emerged, her outfit finally in place. After all, wearing shorts didn't take much time. Give me your hand. Let me lead you. Lu Ming smiled at Nami. I assent that a bit inappropriate. What if others see us? Nami blushed, feeling self-conscious. Not at all. I must take responsibility for you. In this way, the crew will instantly recognize you as the woman I cherish. Nami extended her hand, and once Lu Ming grasped it, her ears flushed with warmth. Upon reaching the deck, the crew members were already seated, indulging in hearty meals and drinks, exuding joy. Captain Reed and Yalada seemed to have hit it off, merrily toasting one another. The vice captain has arrived, a crew member called out, prompting everyone on deck to turn their attention. Huh, the vice captain is holding a woman. Wow, I didn't know there was another woman on board. Indeed, how could we have been unaware? Is it possible that someone has been privy to this information all along? To my surprise, our first mate has proven to be rather untrustworthy. It seems he is quite the penchant for such affairs. Many of the crew on deck began to jest at this revelation. Lu Ming chuckled and said, my dear brothers, I apologize for my tardiness. Allow me to introduce you. This lovely lady is my partner, named Nami. For certain reasons, she had been hidden away in my quarters, but I fell for her at first sight. Upon hearing this, the crew erupted in cheers. First mate, you truly are remarkable. It appears that Miss Nami has also accepted you. Indeed, Miss Nami's cheeks flushed, clearly smitten with the first mate. Brother Lu Ming, allow me to extend my heartfelt congratulations. Captain Red, grinning foolishly, raised his goblet and proclaimed, Come, my friend, let us toast. Very well. Lu Ming handed Nami a mug of ale. Taking one for himself as he said, Nami, this is our captain of the Thunder Pirate crew, known as Captain Red. He possesses a heart of gold. Thank you, Captain, Nami graciously acknowledged, nodding her head. She then raised her cup with Lu Ming and the captain. Sister, feel free to be at ease aboard our Thunder Pirate ship. This will be your home from now on. Should you require anything or need assistance, simply give us a shout, Captain Red said with great candor. Thank you, Captain. Nami nodded, suddenly feeling as though she had found a supportive family. Lu Ming, how is it that you do not fancy a woman as exquisite and charming as I, Arlita? Seeing you with a young lady has truly saddened my heart. Arlita, standing nearby, feigned disappointment. Ha! Before Lu Ming could respond, the crew burst into laughter. Dear Arlita, must you continue to jest at our first mate's expense? One crew member chimed in. Indeed, our captain has a preference for petite and lovely young ladies. Sister, you must weigh at least 200 pounds. Humph, you lot are truly incapable of discerning beauty. Do you not see how stunning I am? Arlita retorted. Come now, dear sister, do not take offense. We are simply lacking in vision. Allow us to apologize and let us drink. The crew continued to chuckle, treating Arlita's words as mere jest. Lu Ming glanced at his shipmates and remarked, Arlita will undoubtedly become a stunning beauty in the future. If you persist in your superficial judgments, you may find yourselves regretting it later. See, our first mate is quite perceptive, Arlita exclaimed. But, first mate, since you recognize that I am a beautiful woman, will you not consider pursuing me? I am rather easy to win over, but only for you. She batted her eyelashes at Lu Ming. Wow. Many crew members could no longer contain their laughter. First mate, it appears your heart is already in turmoil. One teased, Sister Arlita, are you truly serious? The first mate was simply being polite. Arlita shot a glare at the other crew members before turning to Lu Ming, asking, First mate, were your earlier words sincere? Lu Ming smiled and replied, Every word I spoke was genuine. Hey, you blind men, did you hear that? The first mate speaks the truth. Why do you not pursue me fervently, lest I become a true beauty? And you lose your opportunity, Arlita declared boldly. Ah, first mate, congratulations on your union with your lady, Miss Nami. Let us drink to that. The crew pretended not to hear, instead choosing to congratulate Lu Ming and Nami as they raised their cups. TCH, such a group of men lacking in taste. Arlita mused, unbothered as she indulged in food and drink. After the meal, Lu Ming escorted Nami back to their cabin as it was already late at night. Their ship had anchored and was set to sail at dawn towards Kakoja village. Once inside the cabin, Nami could no longer contain her curiosity, asking, Were your words to Arlita truly sincere? Of course they were. Really? That lady seems rather robust, Nami remarked instinctively. Haha, you may not know, but just the other day, she weighed over 300 pounds, Lu Ming chuckled. Wow, such a rapid transformation. Indeed, she possesses the powers of the slippery fruit. It won't be long before she becomes a stunning beauty, Lu Ming explained. Impressive, Nami gasped. Primarily, her fortune is extraordinary. Lu Ming added, you are mistaken. I meant to say that you are the remarkable one. Nami giggled. Lu Ming, taken aback, asked, Oh, were you referring to me? Yes, I feel as though you know everything. As if nothing could possibly elude your grasp, Nami stated earnestly. Gazing at Lu Ming merely smiled, thinking it unwise to reveal his true identity as a time traveler. Let us not dwell on that. We should rest early, he said, beginning to undress for bed. Are we to sleep together? Nami blushed suddenly, feeling flustered. What are you afraid of? Afraid I might devour you. But you are already my woman. Very well, let us sleep. Though the bed may be small, if you hold me tightly, we can make it work, Lu Ming suggested. Tomorrow, once we reach Kakoja village, I will procure a larger bed, he pondered aloud. Or perhaps even a new pirate ship would be a splendid idea. Given our plans to confront the dragon pirates, acquiring their vessel would be advantageous. Change ships? I did not agree to join you on this voyage. Nami exclaimed, flustered. Not necessarily. I know you are an exceptional navigator, with dreams of charting the world's oceans. Now that you are my woman, would you not wish to seize this opportunity to be by my side? Lu Ming stated earnestly, I'm not sure yet. Nami replied, as she had long desired to become a skilled navigator but was reluctant to leave her hometown. Very well, I shall not pressure you. I will grant you the time to consider, Lu Ming said understandingly, pulling Nami closer. She fell into his embrace, wanting to resist, but finding it futile. Let us sleep for now. We can discuss this further in the morning. Lu Ming believed that as long as their bond remained strong, Nami would eventually agree to accompany him. Moreover, venturing into the Grand Line meant facing weather conditions far more treacherous than those in the East Blue. A skilled navigator was essential to navigate the unpredictable storms. The following day, the Thunder Pirate crew arrived at Kakoja village. Nami, please lead us directly to the Dragon Pirate's stronghold. Understood. Nami nodded, grateful that Lu Ming had indeed come to her aid. However, just as they approached the shore, the ship began to violently shake. What is happening? First mate, It's bad. Something beneath the ship is attacking us. Lu Ming, the dragon pirates are not human. They are adept fishmen. We are likely under attack from them, as we have entered their territorial waters, Nami suddenly recalled. Fishmen? Lu Ming pondered. He understood that underwater combat with fishmen would be challenging, as humans could not match their aquatic prowess. Set sail and charge full speed towards the shore, Lu Ming commanded decisively. Boom! At that moment, the ship came under a ferocious assault once more. This is bad. First mate, our vessel has sustained damage and requires immediate repairs. Lest we sink to the depths, Lu Ming commanded urgently. Simultaneously, Captain Red emerged onto the deck. Lu Ming, what are we to do now? I've heard the enemy lurks beneath the waves, and we are utterly powerless against them. Aren't we? Indeed, interjected Yalata, stepping forward. Both Captain Red and I are devil fruit users. Should we fall into the water, we would likely stand no chance of resistance. Leave it to me. Captain, you protect my women. And I shall descend to deal with the enemy, Lu Ming declared, leaping into the ocean without hesitation. Lu Ming, be careful. They are fishmen, Nami exclaimed, worry etched across her face, having shared a night with Lu Ming. Her feelings for him still fresh. Fear not, Nami. My brother Lu Ming will not undertake actions without assurance, Captain Red reassured her, although trepidation lingered in his heart. After all, the adversaries they faced were the evil dragon pirates, reputedly more formidable than the buggy pirates, with a bounty of 20 million berries, making them a notorious presence in the East Blue. Even the East Blue overlord, Krieg, would think twice before challenging the evil dragon pirates. For these fishmen were known for their cunning tactics underwater. As Lu Ming plunged into the sea, he immediately activated the water-walking technique. A reward he had drawn the previous day, the translucent dome enveloped him, allowing him to stand effortlessly in the water as if upon solid ground. To advance, the dome began to whirl around him, propelling him rapidly through the depths. This the water-walking technique. It bears some resemblance to the bubble domes of Fishman Island. Just then, as Lu Ming surfaced, a mermaid launched a preemptive strike. Reacting instinctively, Lu Ming executed the Marine 6 style through, swiftly evading the attack. What? I did not expect anyone to be more agile than us fishmen in the water, one of the attackers, Kruby, remarked, incredulity evident in his voice. Then allow me to demonstrate my ultimate technique. Thousand Wave Fist. A terrifying wave surged toward Lu Ming. Humph, is this what you call fishman karate? Alas, I only recognize the prowess of Jinbei, Lu Ming retorted, channeling his inner strength and delivering a powerful punch. The sheer force reverberated through the water, sending Kruby hurtling backwards, blood streaming from his mouth. How could this be? He is so strong, Kruby thought, shocked, and realizing he was no match for Lu Ming. In an instant, he fled the scene. Humph, you think escaping will save you? What a jest! The Thunder Pirates are here for you. Mark my words, we shall meet again. Lu Ming smirked as he swiftly proceeded towards the shore. The Thunder Pirate ship had already anchored near the land. Lu Ming, are you all right? Nami rushed to the edge of the water, her concern palpable upon seeing him emerge from the ocean. Lu Ming had become her beacon of hope, if he could not defeat the evil dragon pirates. Their dreams of rescuing the people of Kokushia village would be but a fantasy. Rest assured, I am unscathed that a fishman attempted to attack our ship, but has been gravely injured and fled. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. In the midst of his words, he discreetly released his inner strength, quickly drying his clothes. Now, let us head to the evil dragon empire, Nami declared, her impatience rising. The malevolence of the evil dragon empire was undeniable. Extorting protection fees from Kokushia village monthly, 100,000 berries for adults, 50,000 for children. Failure to pay resulted in death. The navy station nearby turned a blind eye, with even Colonel Mouse colluding with the evil dragon. Nami, do not fret, lead the way, and we shall go at once, Captain Red affirmed. Are we prepared, Captain? Of course. We are fully aware of the situation concerning your sister, and as the captain of the Thunder Pirates, I shall not let those scoundrels get away. Captain Red's face was a mask of fury. He would not forgive anyone who dared to harm his brother's woman. Humph, my iron rod is eager for action. Yalata chimed in. Let us proceed. This time, the Thunder Pirates shall claim both fame and fortune, Lu Ming declared, his fighting spirit ignited. Before long, under Nami's guidance, the Thunder Pirates arrived at the evil Dragon Empire. To their astonishment, a lavish water park had been constructed, a clear testament to the riches plundered by the enemy. revealing their tyrannical reign. Who goes there? As the Thunder Pirates intruded, a group of armed fishmen emerged from the depths. I am Red, captain of the Thunder Pirates, here to challenge the evil Dragon Pirates. Captain Red stepped forward, his imposing stature instilling fear in several fishmen. The Thunder Pirates? The very ones with a 500,000 berries bounty issued by the Navy here. You truly overestimate yourselves by daring to infringe upon our evil dragon empire. You realize our captain's bounty stands at 20 million berries. Enough with the pleasantries. Summon the evil dragon. Lu Ming interjected coldly. Wait, Nami. The adversaries, initially dismissive, suddenly focused on Nami. You treacherous traitor. It seems you have summoned the Thunder Pirates for aid. Alas, your misguided decision will doom you all. Even the people of Kokushiya. One fishman sneered before vanishing beneath the waves. Captain, let us wait here. The evil dragon's nature dictates he will surely allow us entry. Lu Ming asserted confidently, grasping Nami's hand reassuringly. Not worry. With us here. No mishap will befall you. I believe in you. Nami nodded, warmth flooding her heart in that moment of vulnerability. The other members of the Thunder Pirates murmured amongst themselves, all equally astonished by the wealth of the evil dragon pirates. Their desires for plunder igniting. Soon, a bridge connecting to the water park descended, revealing an octopus man named Xiaoba. His gaze towards the Thunder Pirates and Nami was conflicted. Deep down, he wished to avoid violence. Yet the evil dragon's will and his hatred for humans compelled him to continue aiding in the oppression. Those with courage, step inside. Xiaoba called out. Captain, let us proceed. Indeed, I've longed to challenge true warriors. Rage surged within Lade as he exclaimed. Haha. Captain, you are going to make me die of laughter. That mere dragon hardly qualifies as a true powerhouse. Once we enter the Grand Line, we shall encounter true champions. Lu Ming could not help but chuckle at this. The Grand Line? Your words only heighten my anticipation. Alrita, wielding a hefty iron rod, chimed in. Thus, the crew of the Thunder Pirates, numbering in the dozens, ascended the broken bridge and entered the aquatic paradise of the Dragon Empire. Upon their entry, the bridge was swiftly restored, effectively trapping Lu Ming and his companions within the confines of the paradise, leaving no path for retreat. Xiaoba led the members of the Thunder Pirates into the Grand Hall, where the fearsome dragon, a shark fishman with a long, pointed snout, sat devouring roasted beef legs. That Are those the Thunder Pirates? The dragon sneered, his expression darkening as he gazed down at the crowd. Speak. How do you wish to meet your end? Shall I simply toss you into the water to feed the mermaids? Ding. The mission has been triggered. Defeat the dragon to earn lottery points. Upon hearing the system announce the task, Lu Ming resolved not to squander any time. Captain, how about I handle this long-nosed fellow? Very well. Then we shall take care of these other ruffians. Lade nodded decisively, trusting in Lu Ming's formidable strength, having been astounded by his recent displays of power. Chapter 15. The Annihilation of the Dragon Pirates. These mere humans dare to defy us fishmen repeatedly, truly a death wish. The dragon seethed. And you, Nami, how dare you choose betrayal? Once I deal with them, I shall annihilate the entire Kakosha village and slay every last one of them. Come forth, foolish humans, you overestimate your worth. Today, you shall all perish, the dragon roared, baring his sharp fangs as he brandished a massive saw-like blade. All fishmen attack. Humans are not worth sparing. The surrounding fishmen charged at the Thunder Pirates with fervor. Alrita swung her iron rod and led the charge. Alrita, you're truly fierce. Brothers, let us show them that we are men. We must not be outdone by women. The crew of the Thunder Pirates, driven by fervor, engaged in a fierce battle with the fishmen. Xiaoba, the octopus member of the Dragon Pirates, set his sights on Captain Lade. Humph, just a mere octopus, Lade scoffed, his arms already encircled by thick iron chains. With a sudden clench of his fists, electric currents surged through his arms. Xiaoba furrowed his brow in response. Electricity? Could he be a devil fruit user? However, Xiaoba had no time for further contemplation as Lade launched his attack. .6 sword style. Xiaoba did not dare underestimate him. His instincts warned him of Lade's formidable prowess. Moreover, he was aware that Lade was the captain of the Thunder Pirates, undoubtedly the strongest among them. Boom! Lade's electrified punch shattered Xiaoba's six-sword technique with sheer force. What? Xiaoba's assault faltered midair, his body momentarily paralyzed by a powerful electric shock. So it really is electricity. Could he truly be a devil fruit user? Xiaoba felt the gravity of the situation and became increasingly cautious. He had encountered devil fruit users before during his time with the Sun Pirates, having faced the formidable Marine Admiral Kizaru, a renowned user of the legendary fruit. Bang, bang, bang. A fierce battle ensued between Xiaoba and Captain Lade, who grew more emboldened with each clash. If it weren't for Xiaoba's many arms, he would have been defeated by Lade long ago. Damn it, the dragon, observing the chaotic battle, scowled that I never expected Xiaoba to be suppressed. It seems the captain of the Thunder Pirates possesses some strength, but it matters not. I shall swiftly eliminate you and then deal with the rest of your crew. With his massive saw blade in tow, the dragon advanced towards Lu Ming with a fierce intensity. Lu Ming, be careful, Nami warned, her heart racing with anxiety. And for heaven's sake, do not allow the dragon to enter the water. His strength will only amplify. Do not worry. He will not have that opportunity, Lu Ming confidently replied, drawing a sword inscribed with ancient runes from his back. Having mastered the fundamentals of swordsmanship, he surpassed Zoro's current skill level. And with the internal energy coursing through him, he was fully capable of defeating the dragon in a single stroke. Boom! Channeling the profound energy of the Nine Yang divine skill, a terrifying aura radiated from him, sweeping across the vicinity. Humph, dragon, I hope you can withstand this strike. In an instant, Lu Ming unleashed a single, devastating slash, the force of his blade merging with an overwhelming aura, striking towards the dragon. What? The dragon's eyelids twitched. What he had intended to be a show of bravado now felt like a grave threat. An ostensibly simple slash unleashed a terrifyingly tangible force. A master. He is undoubtedly a master, suddenly flustered. The dragon swung his massive saw blade, employing both hands to block the impending attack. Clang. Alas, he was no match. The saw blade shattered into two, and a massive gash opened across his body, blood gushing forth. Not only that, but it felt as if a terrifying force had filled his very insides, causing him to vomit blood instantaneously. So powerful. This individual is far too strong. How can such a powerhouse exist in the weak East Blue? One strike has stripped me of my will to resist. No, I refuse to accept this. Fishmen are inherently superior to humans. Those who defy us are transgressing the laws of nature, and I shall ensure his demise. Having sustained a grievous injury, the dragon sank to one knee, unable to rise for a time, blood continuing to drip from his wounds. However, he soon displayed astonishing regenerative abilities as the 1-foot-long gash in his chest began to heal. Nearby, Nami stood in stunned silence. Did Lu Ming truly defeat the dragon with just one strike? How incredibly strong! Lu Ming stepped closer to the dragon, declaring, Nami is my woman. Should you dare harm her or her family, you will find death at my hands. Ha ha ha. Arrogant human. I admit I underestimated your strength, but do not think this will intimidate me. Suddenly, the dragon rose to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, and his wounds had already healed to a manageable degree. The bleeding ceased. It seems the fishmen indeed possess unique resilience. Shark on tooth gear, with blood-red eyes, the dragon launched a preemptive assault against Lu Ming, spinning at high speed like a drill. Shave. Lu Ming swiftly evaded, his foot striking the ground. Bang! The dragon's bite struck the stone pillar ahead. Crack! The pillar, over a foot in diameter, fractured instantly. Iron tooth technique. The dragon landed, extracting his regenerative teeth to wield as weapons, charging at Lu Ming with ferocity. Lu Ming frowned, uninterested in prolonging the battle. Boom! He stomped the ground, sending countless stone slabs cascading like a tidal wave towards the charging dragon. Bang! 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 The dragon charged forward without hesitation, relentlessly smashing through the onslaught of stone slabs with his razor-sharp claws. Humph! Perish! Lu Ming had drawn near without him realizing, unleashing a powerful palm strike imbued with his internal energy against the dragon. Boom! Ah! The wicked dragon spewed blood and was violently thrown back, crashing into a fractured stone pillar. With this strike, Lu Ming had shattered the dragon's internal organs. From that moment onward, the beast could not rise again, meeting its demise. Chapter 16. Nami's sister Nojiko Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating the wicked dragon and earning 2,000 points for the lottery. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's heart surged with joy. 2,000 points. Indeed, continuous battles yield an unending stream of lottery points, which can empower him further. However, at this moment, Lu Ming had no time to indulge in lottery draws. For as the stone pillar crumbled completely, The entire hall began to disintegrate. Nami, hurry outside with me. Lu Ming called out to Nami, who was momentarily stunned, though. Nami snapped back to reality and dashed after Lu Ming. The dragon is dead? Nami suddenly inquired. Yes, it should be dead. After all, I showed no mercy to prevent it from becoming a future menace, Lu Ming replied. Thank you. Nami could not hold back her tears of gratitude. The wicked dragon was finally dead. Melbel could now rest in peace, and no need to thank me. You are my woman that I promised to protect you well, Lu Ming said, gently patting her head as they emerged from the palace. Boom. Just then, a cannonball exploded nearby. Boom, boom. Several more cannonballs followed suit. Not good. The Navy has arrived. Lu Ming immediately recalled the naval base stationed in Kokoyashi village. Lu Ming, the Navy is here. We need to leave quickly. By the way, has the dragon been dealt with? Reed asked, having already knocked out Octopus Xiaoba. Reed possessed a passive ability from a devil fruit, which allowed him to unleash devastating lightning after enduring significant damage over time. Thus, after gathering with dozens of Xiaoba's allies, he unleashed a powerful punch that knocked Xiaoba unconscious. The dragon is dead. Haha. Lu Ming, you are indeed formidable. Reed exclaimed joyfully that it felt as if their Thunder Pirates had become significantly stronger, capable of overpowering even the notorious 2 million bounty dragon pirates. Haha, it was merely luck. After all, they underestimated me. Lu Ming chuckled instinctively. Captain, over there is the ship of the dragon pirates. Let the brothers board it and leave this place. Yes, I was thinking the same. It's a perfect opportunity to change ships. Reed called out to the remaining crew on the battlefield. Eureka, in the battle now, the Navy is coming. Let us regroup on that ship quickly. Soon, the crew boarded the dragon pirate ship, which would now be one of the Thunder Pirates' vessels. Attention, pirates, you are surrounded. Surrender now, and you may receive lenient treatment. Otherwise, we will continue bombarding you from hundreds of meters away. 2 Navy ships swiftly approached. Humph, 2 pirate ships think they can surround us? What a joke. Full speed ahead. Ignore them, Lu Ming commanded calmly. However, the 2 Navy warships did not pursue directly, but instead entered the Dragon Pirates' water playground. They realized that none of those fleeing were members of the Dragon Pirates. Thus, they could seize this opportunity to capture the remaining Dragon Pirates. Leading the charge was Colonel Mouse, though he had once colluded with the dragon. The current assault on the Dragon Pirates presented the perfect moment for him to eradicate them. Noticing the Navy had not pursued, the Thunder Pirates sailed their ship to the port where they had docked. Captain, you all wait for me here. I want to accompany Nami back to her village. Yes, don't worry, Lu Ming, go ahead. We will wait for you here, Reed replied. Thus, Lu Ming accompanied Nami back to Kokoyashi village. Lu Ming, thank you for coming back with me. Haha, I came back because I want you to follow me. You understand? Lu Ming smiled. Yes, I understand. I will consider it. Nami blushed slightly. Cough cough, you have many oranges grown in your village. They seem to be thriving. Lu Ming shifted the topic, hoping to help Nami open up, steering her thoughts away from Melbel. After all, she was a maternal figure who had been killed by the Dragon Pirates. Yes, our Kokoyashi village has been cultivating oranges for several generations now. As they spoke, they arrived at a particularly special orange grove, beside which stood a house. Hearing the commotion outside, a girl with blue hair and shining eyes emerged from the house. She appeared slightly older than Nami. Nami, you finally returned. I was so worried about you. Upon seeing Nami, Nojiko's worry instantly transformed into boundless joy. After all, she was Nami's sister, and the two had grown up together with Melbel. Relying on one another, though not blood sisters, their bond surpassed that of siblings. Yes, I'm back, Nami said, her voice choked with emotion. Unconsciously, memories of Melbel resurfaced in the past. Both Nojiko and Melbel would have been there upon her return. But now, Melbel would no longer appear. All right, it's all in the past now. No more tears. Nojiko approached and embraced Nami, comforting her like a caring adult. After a while, Nami finally calmed down a bit. Nami, is this your friend? Hello, Nojiko. Nami is my woman. I am Lu Ming. Before Nami could introduce him, Lu Ming took the initiative to declare his identity, as this was an important meeting with Nami's family. Ah, Lu Ming, what are you doing? Nami exclaimed, wanting to interrupt Lu Ming's bold declaration, but feeling flustered and unable to suppress her blush. Huh? Nojiko noticed Nami's reaction and sensed something was different about her. Is that true, Nami? Oh, I suppose so. Nami pouted in response. I see. That's wonderful. It seems our Nami has grown up. Nojiko smiled with satisfaction, but soon, A shadow of sadness crossed her face. Nami had brought back someone she cared for. Did that mean she would leave Orange Village and her sister behind? Don't say that. It's not what you think that it's all quite complicated. Nami explained that by the way, the dragon pirates have been eliminated. And Melbel's revenge has been avenged. Our Orange Village can now live in peace. Nami wiped her tears and spoke with joy. Chapter 17. Robbing the Navy, huh? Really? Nojiko was momentarily taken aback. Struggling to process the information, the dragon pirates had been a nightmare for them, something they wished to see suffer for eternity. But for the past 8 years, this nightmare had persisted, with the station navy turning a blind eye to their plight. Yes, it was Lu Ming who helped us. Lu Ming, he's also a pirate. However, Lu Ming and his crew are good pirates, unlike the dragon pirates, Nami explained to Nojiko, seemingly worried about misunderstandings. Nojiko, however, was moved to tears of joy. I understand now. Mr. Lu Ming, thank you. And may I ask you for a favor? Nojiko looked at Lu Ming with gratitude. Of course. I consider you all my important family. Lu Ming replied earnestly. Thank you. Nojiko felt deeply touched. Warmth filling her heart. Was this not a sign of divine favor? How fortunate it is that Nami has been graced with such a remarkable man. At this moment, her heart is at ease. Deep down, she understands that Nami surely wishes to embark on a journey alongside Lu Ming. Does she not? After all, as a pirate, Lu Ming will undoubtedly part ways with the Thunder Pirate crew. Venturing into broader and more exhilarating seas, in an effort to ensure Nami has no regrets, she continues, Mr. Lu Ming, I hope you will take my sister Nami with you when you leave. She has harbored a dream since childhood, to become an exceptional navigator. Free to roam the boundless ocean. Is that possible? Indeed, it is. I shall protect her with utmost care. Lu Ming nods, holding a high regard for Nokigao, thinking to himself what a wonderful sister she is. Nokigao, what nonsense are you speaking? How could I possibly leave this place? Nami's eyes well up with tears immediately. All right. I will be here in the village, and rest assured, I will tend to the oranges that Mirabelle planted. For they are our shared source of solace, are they not? Nokigao gently strokes Nami's head. Suddenly, Nami can no longer contain her tears, weeping like a child. After a considerable while, Nokigao resumes, very well. I shall gather your belongings. What about you? Do you wish to pay your respects to Mirabelle before you depart? Yes, Nami nods, having come to terms with her feelings. After all, becoming an excellent navigator is also fulfilling the dream she promised Mirabelle. She must realize it, so that Mirabelle can witness this day. Thus, Nokigao begins to pack Nami's things, while Nami steps into the orange grove. Mirabelle rests within the confines of the entire grove. Before departing, Lu Ming requests Nokigao to allow him to take an orange tree, so that Nami may have a token of remembrance and sentiment. Upon hearing this, Nokigao feels even more delighted for Nami, as she perceives Lu Ming to be a remarkably gentle and considerate man. Knowing that Nami has such a partner brings her great comfort, for Nami will surely find happiness with Mr. Lu Ming. And so it is that Lu Ming, cradling an orange tree, and Nami, carrying some clothing, reluctantly leave Orange Village. Wow, Vice Captain, why are you carrying an orange tree? The members of the Thunder Pirate crew ask. Their faces a picture of confusion. Ahem, this is a precious belonging of my woman. Do not mishandle this orange tree. Lu Ming replies solemnly, we understand. It must be something to remind her of home. Once they comprehend, they cease their inquiries. Lu Ming casually remarks, before planting the orange tree aboard the Thunder Pirate ship. Nami suddenly approaches Lu Ming, her face radiant with a smile. Lu Ming, thank you. Haha, you are the woman who saved my life. I promise to protect you well. Lu Ming chuckles. Upon hearing this, Nami cannot help but blush, then proudly asserts, Lu Ming, I can be quite fierce. Once we grow familiar, you will realize my strength, if you regret it now. It is not too late. Lu Ming playfully pinches Nami's cheek. I am not afraid. I treat Nami with such kindness. She will surely be gentle. Nami, hearing this, finds herself helpless against Lu Ming's charm, recognizing that her feelings for him are intensifying. As long as you do not regret it. Nami feigns a pout. Then, summoning her courage, she asks, Lu Ming, may I hug you? Lu Ming is taken aback, yet joyfully responds, of course, come here. I am ready. Nami rushes forward, embracing Lu Ming, and declares, Lu Ming, you truly are like my savior. Descending from the heavens to rescue me, I feel a profound sense of security with you. Thank you for your trust. Lu Ming nods, relishing the warmth in his embrace, feeling utterly content. Vice Captain, the Navy has appeared again. The captain wishes to discuss an important matter with you. Crew member away approaches, not intending to interrupt their tender moment. All right, I shall be there shortly. Nami releases her hold on Lu Ming, cheerfully saying, Lu Ming, you go ahead. I will return to the cabin first. Okay, wait for me. Lu Ming smiles, causing Nami's cheeks to flush. The cabin is where they have shared a bond akin to that of a couple. Soon, Lu Ming arrives aboard the evil dragon pirate ship, which has now been renamed the Second Thunder Pirate Ship. Captain, what is this significant matter? Lu Ming inquires immediately to Lu Ming. The brothers are feeling discontent. We have merely seized one pirate ship, yet the evil dragon empire must still possess countless treasures, which have been plundered by the Navy. Therefore, the brothers wish to raid those 2 Navy ships and claim the treasures for ourselves. What do you think? Red asks earnestly. That sounds excellent. Lu Ming asserts decisively. I am in complete agreement. Haha, it seems our Thunder Pirate crew is indeed united in purpose. Red declares that in that case, I announce we shall engage the Navy in a grand confrontation. At Red's command, the crew members on deck become exhilarated, for the Second Thunder Pirate ship is equipped with several powerful cannons, allowing them to retaliate against the Navy vessels. Thus, the 2 Thunder Pirate ships set sail towards the Navy ships. Colonel, the 2 pirate ships have not fled. Instead, they are sailing towards us. A soldier aboard the Navy ship reports urgently. Humph, they are overestimating themselves. Open fire. Yes, sir. Chapter 18. The Heist at Navy Division 16. Boom. Boom. The 2 Navy ships unleash a relentless barrage of cannon fire, with shell after shell hurtling towards the Thunder Pirate ships. Captain, this is dire. The Navy's firepower is overwhelming. The closer we get, the greater the threat to our lives. A crew member reports anxiously. Captain Red is acutely aware of this. Yet at this moment, there is no turning back if it comes to that. We must fully mobilize the Second Thunder Pirate ship and charge directly to ram their ships. Captain, that would be madness. We would essentially be making a loss-making deal. The Second Thunder Pirate ship is valued at no less than 500 million berries. Lu Ming interjects swiftly. Then what should we do? Although the First Thunder Pirate ship is dilapidated, it has been with us for so long. I am reluctant to sacrifice it. Captain Red's mind is clearly not processing the situation as he continues to contemplate using their pirate ship to deal a heavy blow to the Navy. Captain, what I mean is, we do not need to sacrifice our pirate ship to strike back. Leave this matter to me. Just continue firing. Upon hearing this, Captain Red, though unsure of Lu Ming's plan, nods in agreement. All right, brothers, hold on. Return fire. Boom. The ship fires 4 cannons, launching over 20 shells in succession. Humph. The Thunder Pirate crew is nothing but a mere nuisance, while I do not know how they defeated the evil Dragon Pirate crew. To stand against the Navy is to march towards their doom. Colonel Mouse scoffs disdainfully. Each Navy ship under his command is equipped with 6 cannons, totaling 12 artillery pieces across the 2 vessels. How could the meager arms of mere pirates hope to withstand such firepower? Their struggle is but a desperate gasp for survival, and capturing them is merely a matter of time. Continue firing. Colonel Mouse, filled with confidence, believes he has struck gold, having captured several members of the evil Dragon Pirate crew. If he can seize the Thunder Pirate crew as well, his achievements will rise, and promotion to Brigadier General may soon be within reach. What? Yet in the next moment, Colonel Mouse's pupils constrict. Countless cannonballs are effortlessly sliced in half by a young man aboard the Thunder Pirate ship with remarkable precision. What extraordinary swordsmanship! Who is this individual? Colonel Mouse's expression darkens as he demands, Who is this? Reporting. Colonel, this individual is a member of the Thunder Pirate crew named Lu Ming. His specific position aboard the ship is unclear, a low-ranking soldier promptly responds. Retrieving a roster to identify the members of the Thunder Pirate crew. Humph, Lu Ming. Colonel Mouse, having received no useful information, cannot help but sneer, Bring me a flintlock. Yes, sir. The rank-and-file soldiers hastily presented a long-barreled flintlock. Many soldiers aboard could not help but murmur among themselves. Hey, I've heard that Colonel Mouse possesses exceptional marksmanship. He even interned at the naval headquarters for a spell. Indeed, our esteemed Colonel Mouse is reputed to be able to shoot a target in the head from 100 meters away with just one shot. How impressive is that? Truly, the Colonel is formidable. It seems that the lad who has taken quite a few of our cannonballs is doomed. Upon hearing the soldier's flattery, Colonel Mouse felt a swell of pride and could not suppress a scornful smirk as he declared, "You all watch closely, for this is how one shoots to kill." As he spoke, he aimed at Lu Ming and pulled the trigger of the long-barreled flintlock. Bang! At that moment, as Colonel Mouse launched his surprise attack, the system's electronic voice echoed in Lu Ming's mind. "Warning, warning, the host is under threat of ambush. Please take immediate defensive action." Heeding the system's alert, Lu Ming quickly noticed that Colonel Mouse had aimed his weapon at him. Therefore, almost simultaneously with the Colonel's shot, Lu Ming unleashed his profound inner strength, delivering a single, decisive slash. The combined force of the blade, its momentum, and its brilliance formed a visible blade of light that sliced through the air. This razor-sharp edge effortlessly cleaved the steel bullet in two, and in a flash, it even severed Colonel Mouse himself in half. The Colonel had no time to react before meeting his demise. With a loud thud, moments later, a line of blood erupted from Colonel Mouse's body as he collapsed onto the deck. What has happened to the Colonel? Who did this? Countless naval soldiers on the deck were left bewildered and terrified, drenched in cold sweat. Had Colonel Mouse truly perished? Was there a hidden master at work? Surely it could not be that Lu Ming, from dozens of meters away, had effortlessly slain the Colonel with a single stroke. Following Colonel Mouse's death, the soldiers aboard the naval ship lost their morale, their spirits plummeting, causing their attack rhythm to falter. The Thunder Pirate ship seized this opportunity to close the distance with the naval vessel. "Captain, the Colonel on their ship is dead." "Ha! It seems the heavens are aiding us," Lu Ming remarked with a smile, refraining from revealing that he was the one who had delivered the fatal blow. "What? The Colonel is dead?" Red and the others were utterly bewildered. They had been preoccupied with countering the naval cannon fire, lacking the attention to notice Colonel Mouse from a distance. "Indeed, the body is lying on the ship. I suspect there are deep-seated issues within the Navy. Perhaps Colonel Mouse miscalculated and was killed by someone taking advantage of the situation." Lu Ming instinctively analyzed, "So it is." However, he got what he deserved. Red exclaimed, gripping a cannonball as he and the crew leaped onto the naval vessel. "What do you intend to do? We are the Navy. Do not continue to be obstinate, or you will face the full wrath of naval power." A nervous ensign shouted. Among the ranks of officers aboard, besides the deceased Colonel Mouse, he held the highest position. "Spare me the chatter. Your lives are now in the hands of the Thunder Pirate crew. It would be wise for you to remain docile, or else this cannonball in my hand will have a mind of its own," Captain Red bellowed, surveying the naval soldiers on the deck. For a moment, the naval soldiers found themselves too intimidated to act, submitting to their fate. "Oi, go and loot any valuables and usable resources. We will handle the outside." "Yes, first mate," following Lu Ming's command. Only he, Red, and Alita remained on the deck. The other pirates began to ransack the naval ships inside and out. In no time, they transferred several crates of cannonballs, 12 cannons, dozens of bags of food, numerous flintlock firearms, thousands of steel bullets, and over a dozen boxes of treasure. These treasures clearly appeared to have been plundered from the evil Dragon Empire by Colonel Mouse. Having completed their haul, the Thunder Pirate crew set off. Fully laden. Chapter 19. The Purple Chi Divine Art and the Six Pulse Divine Sword on the two naval vessels. The 50 or so men, having lost the will to fight upon Colonel Mouse's demise, swiftly returned his body to a Navy outpost in Kikoja. Colonel Mouse belonged to the 16th Division of the Navy. Upon hearing that Colonel Mouse had perished while pursuing the Thunder Pirate crew, the higher-ups of the 16th Division were furious. How dare these depraved miscreants lay hands on our Navy? Consequently, the following day, a bounty was issued for the Thunder Pirate crew. The New Seagull disseminated the bounty posters throughout the East Sea. Thunder Pirate Ship, Red, bounty of 20 million berries. Thunder Pirate Ship, Lu Ming, bounty of 15 million. Thunder Pirate Ship, Alita, bounty of 10 million. Thunder Pirate Ship, Oi, bounty of 200,000. Thunder Pirate Crew, Nami, bounty of 100,000. In Kikoja Village, Noki Gao clasped his hands in prayer upon seeing the bounty poster of the Thunder Pirate crew, wishing, "Nami, may you go further and face no dangers on your adventurous journey." Naturally, many in Kikoja Village could not help but cheer. After all, the Thunder Pirate crew had defeated the evil Dragon Pirate crew, and word had spread quickly among the villagers of Kikoja and the surrounding 20 villages. Thus, they were filled with gratitude toward the Thunder Pirate crew. Without them, they might still be under the tyrannical rule of the evil Dragon Pirate crew. As for the Thunder Pirate crew's slaying of Colonel Mouse, they secretly rejoiced, feeling vindicated. Although Colonel Mouse was a Navy man, he was despicable, having colluded with the evil dragon pirate crew, which had long since bred their disdain for such a naval officer. Meanwhile, in Orangetown, Luffy and Zoro couldn't help but feel envious upon seeing the bounty for the Thunder Pirate ship. That's so cool. Zoro, I wonder when we will be rewarded with a bounty by the Navy? It feels like being a true pirate only comes with a bounty, Luffy exclaimed with excitement. Zoro, witnessing Luffy's naive exuberance, felt utterly exhausted. Normal people wouldn't want to be targeted by the Navy, would they? Yet Luffy hopes for a bounty. He truly is a bold fool. However, Zoro was puzzled. How had the Thunder Pirate crew grown so rapidly in such a short time? After all, back when he was a bounty hunter, he had looked down on these small-time pirates, including the Thunder Pirate crew with a bounty of less than 500,000 berries. But now was not the time for Zoro to ponder. As they were still bound by the buggy pirate crew, they needed to find a way to escape with Captain Luffy. Yet, Luffy, true to his protagonist aura, faced no real threat of death, even though Lu Ming from the Thunder Pirate crew had stolen his experience and taken Nami away. Buggy had merely captured Luffy and Zoro to intimidate them, releasing them after 2 days. This was not for any other reason, but because Buggy recognized the familiar straw hat atop Luffy's head. Upon inquiry, it turned out that Luffy had ties to Shanks. Hence, Buggy decided to let Luffy and Zoro go. Meanwhile, the Thunder Pirate crew arrived at Fruit Village. Lu Ming initiated a mission there: slay the cunning Kuro and the hypnotist Zango to earn lottery points. Having previously defeated the evil dragon and assisted Nami, Lu Ming had amassed a total of 3,500 lottery points, allowing him to perform 7 consecutive draws. Once again, he acquired 30 years' worth of inner strength. And after running the Great Circulation and with Nami's assistance, Lu Ming perfectly harnessed this newfound power, though it brought his physical body to its limits. Without enhancing his physique, even compressing and refining his inner strength through mental techniques would no longer allow him to receive more, or he would risk exploding. Fortunately, amidst this 7-fold lottery, not only did I receive internal power rewards, but I also drew the Zeki Divine Skill, the 6 Veins Divine Sword, and an increase of 20 points in mental strength. The greater one's mental fortitude, the more potent the Conqueror's Haki awakened later on. For an average person, mental strength typically caps at 100 points AS for the Zeki Divine Skill. It is an unparalleled technique that enhances the flesh and bones. Upon reaching mastery, one's blood turns golden, and bones may also take on a golden hue. Moreover, practicing the Zeki Divine Skill is exceedingly simple. Each morning, by practicing Tai Chi facing the rising sun, one can continuously fortify both body and bones. In short, having such advantages is truly remarkable. Additionally, the 6 Veins Divine Sword is a swordsmanship technique that is also a unique internal power skill that it relies on internal energy to condense into formless blades. Currently, Lu Ming has reached the first level, allowing him to unleash the power of the first Vein Divine Sword. Lu Ming, do you think there are shipwrights on this island? Captain Red asked instinctively. Indeed, I have heard people speak of it before, Lu Ming replied. After all, he had come to harvest experience, and, in the process, locate Usopp to repair their Thunder Pirate ship. This very moment, a long-nosed fellow on the island had already noticed the Thunder Pirate ship. This is bad. There are too many of them, and it looks like they're planning to come ashore. I must hurry back and inform everyone. This individual was Usopp, who, clutching a slingshot, aimed it at the group of Thunder Pirates below, but ultimately abandoned the idea of ambush. Instead, he turned and dashed back toward the village, repeatedly shouting, "Everyone, listen to me. This time, there are truly pirates entering the island." Yet, the adults in the village did not believe Usopp, for in their eyes, he was merely a great liar who had drawn attention to himself by deceiving them for over a decade. Even the village children had stopped believing him. Of course, only Miss Kaya, the heiress of the wealthy family and fruitful village, would lend credence to Usopp's words. They were, after all, each other's emotional support. Haha, Usopp. The adults will never believe you. A few children emerged from the grass, mocking Usopp. Out of breath and panicked, Usopp exclaimed, "Really, the pirates have truly come. There are many of them heading to our fruitful village, and they might take the children." Ah, a girl, frightened by Usopp's alarming demeanor, burst into tears. "Usopp, you bully the children from my family again. Stay away from her. Who would want to play with you?" A woman rushed out from the yard, pointing a finger at Usopp. Upon hearing this, Usopp, feeling dejected, ran toward Kaya's house, determined to inform her. for she would believe him. Not long after Usopp left, Lu Ming arrived at Fruitful Village with a group of pirates, causing the villagers to flee into their homes, locking their doors and windows in fear. Chapter 20. Instant kill of Pirate Kuro first mate. We haven't done anything, yet these villagers have fled. The crew members trailing Lu Ming spoke disheartenedly. Captain Red and Arlita stayed by the shore, guarding the ship. Don't mind these villagers. Just follow me, and I promise to treat you to a good meal, Lu Ming said nonchalantly. His destination was Kaya's home. After all, at this moment, Pirate Kuro had already become the steward of Kaya's family, scheming to marry her and seize all her family's wealth. Meanwhile, Usopp attempted to enter Kaya's villa, but was blocked by Kuro's men, who would not allow him to see Miss Kaya. He then climbed over the wall but was ultimately caught and thrown out of the estate. Isn't that Usopp? Lu Ming, accompanied by the pirates, arrived outside Kaya's estate just in time to see Usopp being expelled by pirates. Usopp's face turned pale upon seeing Lu Ming and the group beside him, nearly choking from fear. Indeed, we are members of the Thunder Pirate crew. By the way, do you know how to repair pirate ships? Lu Ming asked, raising an eyebrow. Usopp, drenched in cold sweat, immediately shook his head in denial. Ha! Usopp truly is a great liar. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Usopp remained silent, scrambling to his feet before fleeing in panic. First mate, should we chase that fellow? What a coward. We haven't even done anything to him, and he's already scared out of his wits. No need. Let's head into this estate, Lu Ming replied as he approached the grand iron gates of the estate. Knock, knock. He tapped on the door. Who are you? Pirates. The bodyguards in suits peered cautiously at Lu Ming and the others from within. If there had only been one or two of them, they would have already shouted arrogantly, but there were simply too many. Hee, indeed, we are pirates. There's no need to be overly nervous. We are merely passing through and wish to enjoy a good meal. The bodyguards, however, were not inclined to let Lu Ming and his crew enter easily. They were secretly speculating that these pirates must be planning to rob them. Wait a moment. I need to go back and ask, one bodyguard said, snapping back to reality. Then do hurry. It would be best to inform Steward Kuro that we are members of the Thunder Pirate crew, Lu Ming replied with a cryptic smile, leaving an impression of inscrutability. Soon, the bodyguard who went to deliver the message reported to the current steward, Kuro. Kuro's veins bulged with anger as he thought, damn it, how could there be a group of pirates? But it doesn't matter. They are merely the Thunder Pirate crew. They seem like small-time pirates. After all, I have escaped from Captain Mouse numerous times, so my strength is unquestionable. Thus, Kuro personally stepped out. You have come to Fruitful Village for something? Kuro asked calmly, though his heart was filled with derision. Kuro, I am a member of the Thunder Pirate crew. I have heard from Captain Mouse that you have escaped from him several times. So you seem quite formidable. Therefore, I have come to challenge you. My lord, I don't know what you are talking about. Kuro frowned, feigning ignorance. Enough with the nonsense. I give you a chance to gather your former subordinates. Otherwise, don't blame us Thunder Pirates for bullying you alone, Lu Ming continued, exuding an air of superiority. Additionally, prepare us some fine food and drink, or else you will find us quite unfriendly. Kuro's temples throbbed with fury. These truly arrogant individuals, he thought to himself, when I was a pirate, you were still a mere child. Humph, you should leave. I can give you some money, but if not, you will leave empty-handed. Kuro's face darkened, and he scoffed. Confident in his own strength, he thought that if they refused to heed his warning, he could simply find a place to dispose of them all. Crack. Just as he finished speaking, the locked iron gate was effortlessly sliced open by Lu Ming's blade. Lu Ming had now mastered the basics of swordsmanship, and with the enhancement of internal power, he had effectively reached the 4th level of swordsmanship and integration of Haki, making it easy for him to sever locks. Well, Kuro, since you refuse to cooperate, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you first. Lu Ming kicked open the iron gate and strode in with his crew. Kuro sneered, raising a hand to summon a dozen bodyguards to surround them. Kill them all without leaving a single one alive. Kuro's murderous intent surged as he spoke, pushing his glasses up with a dismissive smirk. In his view, the Thunder Pirates were merely a bunch of foolishly naive individuals. Yes, the bodyguards, armed with handguns, prepared to attack .6 Vane's divine sword. Lu Ming wasted no breath. Seeing that Kuro was so eager to meet his demise, he silently summoned the power of the first Vane divine sword using 2 fingers to channel his internal energy. An invisible blade pierced through Kuro's skull from behind, Kuro had never imagined that he would be so careless, falling victim before even having the chance to retaliate. What? The bodyguards were immediately rendered speechless. Shocked at the sight of their steward being slain with such ease, the assailant had merely gestured with his fingers. The bodyguards could not suppress their fear, thinking to themselves that the enemy was far too powerful and enigmatic. Humph, if you wish to avoid death, it would be wise to abandon your resistance. We of the Thunder Pirates do not engage in needless slaughter of the innocent, Lu Ming remarked with a calm demeanor. Moreover, he had already received the system reward for completing his mission, gaining 2,500 points of lottery value. The brothers behind him grew increasingly arrogant, declaring, "Indeed, we shall not kill the innocent. But should you choose to disobey, do not blame us for leaving you unrecognizable to your own mothers." Just then, the frail and ailing Miss Kaya emerged. "Butler Clara, what is happening outside?" she asked, supported by a goat-horned male servant. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming immediately responded, "I regret to inform you that your butler has met his demise at my hands. However, I have indirectly saved your lives, and if you possess any sense of gratitude, you may present half of your family's wealth to express your appreciation for the assistance provided by the Thunder Pirates." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's companions could not help but admire their vice-captain's cunning. Such a method of extorting wealth seemed utterly reasonable. Chapter 21. The Path to Prosperity. Haha. Truly worthy of the vice-captain, impressive indeed. Many pirates behind him could not contain their admiration as they chuckled. Upon learning of Butler Clara's demise, Miss Kaya nearly fainted, yet she desperately covered her mouth with her hands. Unable to look at the corpse on the ground, the goat-horned servant immediately positioned himself protectively in front of Miss Kaya. Addressing Lu Ming, "You slaughter the innocent, coveting our riches. Do you not fear the Navy's pursuit?" Puffed. "How foolish. I have saved your lives. And is this how you address your savior? Do you truly comprehend the true identity of Butler Clara? He is the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, infiltrating here with the intent to inherit all of Miss Kaya's wealth. If you doubt my words, you may search his quarters. You will surely find some clues." "Very well. If you deceive us, we shall ensure mutual destruction," the goat-horned butler bravely declared, demonstrating his unwavering loyalty to Miss Kaya. Consequently, he summoned several bodyguards to search Butler Clara's room. "Alas, Miss Kaya, we have discovered these items in Butler Clara's room, murderous weapons and a bounty poster." "What?" The goat-horned servant gasped as he beheld a sharp cat's claw measuring a foot in length. The bounty poster depicted none other than their butler, Clara Bartle, with the original name of Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat Pirates, who was wanted by the Navy for 16 million berries. Upon seeing this, the goat-horned servant broke into a cold sweat. This was far too perilous. Butler Clara turned out to be such a fearsome fugitive, hiding within Miss Kaya's home with ulterior motives. Miss Clara Bartle is indeed a terrifying pirate. These individuals may have truly saved our lives, the goat-horned servant promptly asserted. "Yes, I understand." Miss Kaya had witnessed everything and was not naive enough to believe Butler Clara was a good person. "Thank you for saving us. I can offer you half of my wealth as gratitude." She coughed, expressing her thanks. At that moment, Usopp, who had been hiding outside, witnessed the entire scene. Although he had initially fled in fear, the thought of Kaya being harmed compelled him to return, and he now beheld this unfolding drama. Consequently, he felt some gratitude towards Lu Ming and his crew. After all, Butler Clara was truly terrifying. Having concealed himself in Kaya's home for 3 years, a situation akin to a knife poised at Kaya's throat, with no awareness of the imminent danger. Thus, Usopp resolved that as long as they did not harm Miss Kaya, he would agree to help them repair their ship. "Haha, Miss Kaya is truly kind," Lu Ming chuckled, adding mischievously, "Then let us also enjoy a feast, for my brothers and I are rather famished." "Very well." Miss Kaya nodded, reciprocating their sincerity with her own. Thus, Lu Ming and his brothers indulged in a grand feast, and upon departing, they received 6 chests of treasure, valued at 80 million berries. "Miss Kaya, take care of your health." "Thank you for your hospitality." Lu Ming smiled as he looked back. "May your benefactor have a safe journey." Miss Kaya bowed respectfully behind him. Although their time together was brief, she felt Lu Ming was a good person. Emanating warmth and safety, Lu Ming remained silent. Yet his companions felt a thrilling sense of satisfaction in having committed wrongdoing yet being thanked for it. However, all of this was orchestrated by the vice-captain. Consequently, their admiration for Lu Ming only grew stronger as Lu Ming and his crew emerged from Miss Kaya's residence. Usopp suddenly appeared, bearing a nervous expression, seemingly hesitant to speak. Usopp, I knew you were lurking outside. Now you have the courage to step forward. Have you decided to assist us in repairing our ship? Lu Ming queried with a smile. First, thank you for saving Miss Kaya. The consequences would have been dire otherwise. Usopp replied, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. Haha, it was merely a small act, and besides, I received a generous reward. Lu Ming laughed heartily. By the way, weren't you seeking someone to repair your ship? I can indeed help you. Usopp mustered his courage to say. Haha, then let us proceed. Lu Ming responded with a grin. Thus, they made their way to the seaside. The Thunder Pirate ship had sustained considerable damage. Yet Usopp was indeed a skilled shipwright, at least in their eyes. After 2 days of diligent labor, Usopp finally completed the repairs. Usopp, thank you for your assistance. Here is your reward. Lu Ming presented him with 100,000 berries. Usopp did not take the money but instead looked at Lu Ming with yearning, saying, may I join your pirate crew? As you can see, I can repair ships. Lu Ming chuckled softly, admitting to himself that he was not particularly fond of Usopp, as he was far too timid and lacked strength. Thus, Lu Ming declined directly. I'm sorry, but at this time, you are not suited for our Thunder Pirates. However, I believe you will encounter a better crew. Very well, then until we meet again, Lu Ming concluded, and the 2 Thunder Pirate ships set sail, gradually leaving Gazulu village behind. Usopp felt dejected, having finally mustered the courage to venture into the sea, only to be completely rejected. Meanwhile, after the Thunder Pirates had departed for the morning, Monkey D. Luffy and Roronoa arrived at Gazulu village on a small boat, but on the other side, the Thunder Pirates were headed for the floating restaurant. They had quite a few tasks awaiting them, and Lu Ming was determined to confront them. Captain, there is a pirate ship ahead. It appears to be the Black Cat Pirates. What a strange twist of fate. A crew member joyfully announced, peering through a telescope. Just 2 days prior, they had eliminated the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, Kuro, in Gazulu village, and now the Black Cat Pirates had re-emerged. Upon hearing this, Red immediately inquired of Lu Ming, Brother, shall we seize them? Of course, anyone we find displeasing must be robbed. We have even robbed the Navy, and it is only by plundering the Navy and other pirate ships that we can truly attain wealth. Lu Ming promptly stood up, especially since he still had the task of defeating the hypnotist Zango to complete. Agreed. Captain Red nodded and immediately issued the command. Brothers, pursue at full speed and seize the Black Cat Pirates' riches. Chapter 22. The Magician Zango. At this moment, the Black Cat Pirates were preparing to head toward Gazulu village. Just a few days prior, they had received Kuro's instructions, the former captain of the Black Cat Pirates, to put on a grand performance in Gazulu village. Kuro's intention was, of course, to successfully inherit all of Miss Kaya's vast wealth. Unfortunately, Kuro had already been slain by Lu Ming. The Black Cat ship was manned by nearly 30 pirates. At that moment, upon seeing the 2 Thunder Pirate ships rushing toward them, the pirates aboard felt an ominous shift. What is happening? Who have we offended? The hypnotist Zango aboard the ship wore a troubled expression, and he began to feel a sense of dread. It was evident that their visitors bore ill intentions. Captain, what should we do? They seem to be surrounding us. On the Black Cat pirate crew, a pirate immediately turned to Zhang and exclaimed, Humph! Damn it! It's too late to turn back now. Charge forward with all your might. The hypnotist Zhang let out a cold snort, resigning himself to the unavoidable confrontation. Meanwhile, on the Thunder Pirate ship, Lu Ming noticed the Black Cat pirate ship had accelerated. Clearly, they intended to charge straight through their formation. However, was this not a touch naive? Prepare the cannons. Lu Ming commanded without hesitation. Ready, came the swift response. Thus, the first and second Thunder Pirate ships, armed with a total of 20 cannons, effectively blocked the advance of the Black Cat pirate ship. Excellent. Let us give them a taste of our Thunder Pirate crew's firepower. A smirk graced Lu Ming's face as he envisioned the moment the Black Cat pirate ship would be stunned by the barrage of 20 cannonballs, potentially leading them to surrender. Boom, 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 with Lu Ming's command. The 20 cannons fired in succession within 3 seconds, detonating around the Black Cat pirate ship. Damn it, there are just too many cannons on that Thunder ship. Did they rob the Navy's arsenal? The hypnotist Zhang and a group of pirates on the deck struggled to maintain their footing as the entire ship rocked violently. Nearly engulfed by the explosive waves, the deck rapidly accumulating seawater. Captain, this is bad. Their firepower is overwhelming. We can't push through. The hull is already damaged. A pirate rushed out from the control room in a panic, continuing, "Captain, should we consider surrendering?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Ao felt a headache coming on. However, preserving their lives was paramount. First, halt the ship. I want to see what the Thunder Pirate crew can do to us. Also, watch for my signal. If they intend to kill us, we'll take them down with us. Understood? Understood, Captain. The pirates on deck nodded in agreement. The Black Cat pirate ship came to a standstill amidst the cannon fire. The crew of the Thunder Pirate ship swiftly approached. "Humph, you Black Cat pirates truly are oblivious to danger. It took a barrage of our cannonballs for you to stop." Lu Ming led the charge onto the deck of the Black Cat pirate ship, eager to claim the reward for Zhang Ao's demise. Not wishing to delay such a fortunate opportunity, "You Thunder Pirates are pushing it too far. Our Black Cat crew has no enmity with you. We're merely two ships passing in the night." Zhang Ao furrowed his brow, forcing himself to maintain composure. "Humph, no enmity. Indeed, you are correct, but what is the creed of the Thunder Pirate crew? Brothers, enlighten them." Lu Ming stood assertively before the hypnotist Zhang Ao. The pirates of the Thunder crew, brimming with vigor, faced the Black Cat crew with a wild spirit, proclaiming, "The Thunder Pirate crew's creed is to rob anyone we find intolerable, be they pirate or navy." "Huh, did you hear that? We Thunder Pirates don't care if you have no grievances with us. If we find you intolerable, we'll rob you." Lu Ming laughed heartily at Zhang Ao. Zhang Ao's face darkened, and he instinctively asked, "Are you only here to rob our ship's riches?" He thought that if that were the case, the Black Cat crew could endure the humiliation and surrender their wealth without resistance. Especially since the Thunder Pirates were armed with rifles, resistance would likely lead to their annihilation. "Not at all. Personally, I also desire your life." Lu Ming's gaze sharpened as he fixed it on Zhang Ao. "What? You leave me no path to survival. Then don't blame us if we fight to the death." Zhang Ao was instantly enraged. "Fight to the death? Listen well, Thunder Pirates. If any of the Black Cat crew aids him, shoot them on the spot." "Yes, Deputy Captain." The Thunder Pirates already had their rifles leveled at the Black Cat crew. "Humph, what does it matter if you have guns? Our Black Cat crew fears nothing. Even in death, we'll take a few of you with us." Zhang Ao declared coldly. "Oh, you fear nothing?" Lu Ming chuckled. That bravado stemmed from having no escape. Moreover, anyone with a sense of self-preservation would inherently fear death. "What a pity. We originally intended to only rob your ship's treasure and perhaps kill you, the captain, without seeking to harm anyone else." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ao immediately panicked and urged his comrades, "Don't listen to him. We are all pirates. Do you truly believe what he says?" However, as soon as Zhang Ao finished speaking, the other pirates of the Black Cat crew immediately dropped their weapons and raised their hands. "We surrender. Don't kill us. You." Zhang Ao was infuriated to the point of spitting blood. "Fine, I'll fight you to the bitter end." Zhang Ao swiftly pulled out a necklace, preparing to attempt hypnosis, hoping to eliminate one enemy at a time. "Humph, such trivial skills. Do you dare to flaunt them before me?" Lu Ming pointed sharply at Zhang Ao's forehead. Zhang Ao had no time to react before he met his demise. The entire crew was left in utter shock. Is he truly that formidable? A mere gesture, and he has slain Zhang Ao. That was no ordinary finger. They realized it was an uncanny lethal touch. The Black Cat crew felt a wave of dread. Grateful they hadn't resisted. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known how they would perish. The Thunder Pirates, in turn, grew increasingly in awe of Lu Ming, unaware of the depth of his hidden strength. After swiftly dispatching Zhang Ao, Lu Ming received a reward from the system. "Congratulations, host. You have slain Zhang Ao and earned 2,000 points for the lottery." Lu Ming was undeniably pleased, reveling in the prospect of endless power through continuous lottery draws. Chapter 23. 1,000 draws of the blade. Regaining his focus, he instructed his crew to transfer all the treasures of the Black Cat pirate crew onto the Thunder ship before retreating to his quarters to engage in the lottery. The members of the Black Cat crew watched in despair as their treasures and even their weapons were plundered, left with nothing but their clothes. They felt powerless, seething with indignation, realizing that the Thunder Pirates were the true marauders of the seas. After the robbery, the Thunder Pirates, aided by Nami and guided by the nautical charts, swiftly made their way towards the floating restaurant at this moment. Lu Ming had completed 4 sets of 5 consecutive draws. Along with an additional bonus lottery, he had acquired 20 years of internal energy, a skill for lightning-fast blade draws, and a breathing technique of thunder. With 80 years of internal energy, Lu Ming had attained the strength of a vice admiral and could easily trade blows with Karp. However, The lightning-fast blade draw came with a stipulation. One had to draw the blade 10,000 times to accumulate a single instance of the technique. Moreover, repetitions would not contribute to the count. One could only accumulate one instance per draw, meaning even if one drew 100,000 times, they could still only perform the technique once. As for the breathing technique of thunder, it could only be practiced in a stormy environment. But this posed no challenge for Lu Ming, as Captain Red had the powers of the mythical Zoan-type electric eel fruit, providing him with the necessary elemental affinity for training. After the lottery, Lu Ming's points returned to 0. He then ascended to the deck to practice the standard blade draw. A standard draw required 3 seconds to complete, meaning accumulating 10,000 draws for a single lightning-fast draw would take 30,000 seconds. With a day comprising 86,400 seconds, Lu Ming would need less than half a day to achieve a lightning-fast draw. Deputy Captain, what are you doing? Drawing your blade. The crew on deck was immediately captivated by Lu Ming's training. Or rather, they felt a sense of curiosity. After all, from their perspective, this hardly seemed like training, right? Yes, I'm drawing my sword. Lu Ming calmly declared. Captain, you're so formidable. What's the point of practicing sword drawing? Another crew member chimed in. Indeed, Captain, what you're doing seems entirely unnecessary. Moreover, if it comes down to a real fight, your sword drawing might look impressive, but it's far too slow. By then, our opponents would have already struck us several times. The crew couldn't help but voice their obvious concerns. Lu Ming smiled and immediately halted his movements, saying, after repeatedly practicing sword drawing, the moment I actually draw my sword will surpass the naked eye. So don't underestimate my current slow movements. Once I reach a certain level, I could slay my foes in an instant. Wow, that sounds incredibly impressive, but it still feels a bit mystical, another crew member remarked. Yes, I too find it somewhat exaggerated. Even if one could unleash unimaginable power, it would likely require many years of practice, right? The crew, though stirred, felt that such power was difficult to attain. Lu Ming acknowledged their sentiments. After all, he was an extraordinary being, and for an ordinary person to train as he did might not yield results even after decades. Your analysis is astute, but it's all about perseverance. As long as you focus on your training, you will eventually experience a qualitative transformation from quantitative change. With that, he concluded the discussion and resumed his standard sword drawing practice. The crew, witnessing this, felt an inexplicable urge to join in. If the captain was already so exceptional and still committed to honing his skills, what right did they have to remain idle? Thus, they began practicing sword drawing, hoping to enhance their speed through consistent effort. However, few of them could persist for more than a few hours. Among them, only Away managed to endure for an hour before succumbing to fatigue. Meanwhile, Lu Ming continued his practice with unwavering consistency. Each sword draw executed flawlessly, leaving the crew feeling somewhat inadequate. The captain's self-discipline and perseverance were truly impressive, which explained his formidable strength. But at that moment, the sea suddenly roiled with turbulent winds. Just moments ago, the sky had been clear, and now it was on the verge of a thunderstorm. The crew hastily retreated to the cabin, while Lu Ming remained steadfast in his sword practice. Undeterred by the impending storm, the captain's resolve was indeed terrifying. It seems the captain has always trained this way, quietly honing his skills without us knowing, one crew member reflected. Indeed, considering he has been with the Thunder Pirate crew for 2 years, he has always been low-keyed. It truly took the right moment for him to astonish us all. We can't lag behind. With both our captain and vice captain being so remarkable, we must become great pirates who will resonate across the seas. Another crew member declared, yes, from now on, we should train for several hours daily, not just in sword drawing, but also in honing our individual strengths to become infinitely more powerful. From that moment on, Lu Ming's dedication and discipline would profoundly influence the crew's journey towards strength. This time, Nami observed Lu Ming still practicing sword drawing on deck, drenched by the rain and wind, feeling both admiration and concern. As Lu Ming's partner, she gradually accepted and adapted to her role, placing him at the forefront of her heart. Therefore, rather than urging him to come inside, she chose to support him, wanting to witness his sword practice. Holding an umbrella, Nami approached the deck and stood beside Lu Ming, shielding him from the rain. Lu Ming, continue your practice. You don't need to mind me. I just want to watch you draw your sword because you look so cool. Nami said, her cheeks flushed. Lu Ming felt a surge of warmth. He hadn't anticipated that Nami, whom he had once shared intimacy with, would become so understanding. So different from the headstrong and willful character she was in the original story. Are you truly okay with staying here with me? I might need to practice for another 3 hours, he remarked instinctively. After all, he had already drawn his sword over 6,000 times and still needed to complete over 3,000 more. Of course, that's no problem. Besides, I have nothing to do alone in the cabin, Nami replied reflexively. However, she immediately felt her face burn, embarrassed by her words, fearing that Lu Ming might misconstrue her intentions. Since becoming Lu Ming's partner, they had shared a bed and engaged in many experiences she had never imagined before. All right, I understand. Once I finish practicing, we'll head back together, Lu Ming said warmly. Upon hearing this, Nami blushed even more, convinced that Lu Ming had misunderstood her. She felt an inexplicable urge to clarify, but simultaneously yearned for him to continue his misconception, leaving her in a peculiar state of mind. As moments turned into hours, Nami genuinely held the umbrella, accompanying Lu Ming for several hours. With each passing moment, she found Lu Ming increasingly captivating, her affection for him growing stronger. 9,997 times, 9,998 times, 1,000 times. At last, Lu Ming successfully completed 1,000 draws, attaining a level of speed that even the legendary Mihawk would struggle to match. After all, such speed was unprecedented in the current world of pirates. Most attacks were merely at the speed of sound or slightly beyond. All right, Nami, it's dark now. We can head inside, Lu Ming declared, sheathing his sword and suddenly lifting Nami into his arms like a princess. Nami immediately tensed, her face a deep crimson, instinctively asking, Lu Ming, have you finished your practice? Yes, I spent over 7 hours today, completing 1,000 sword draws. Thank you for your hard work. Let me prepare some water for you to take a bath. Nami replied tenderly. All right. Lu Ming nodded, appreciating the experience of having a woman by his side. The following day, as the Thunder Pirate ship continued its journey to the sea restaurant, they encountered numerous pirate crews along the way. The flag of the Thunder Pirate ship bore the symbol of 3 red lightning bolts. Other pirate crews recognized their flag and understood they were facing the Thunder Pirate crew. Many of these crews held a disdainful attitude toward them. Fueled by jealousy, as the Thunder Pirate crew's highest bounty had reached 20 million berries. In contrast, the notorious Creek had a bounty of only 18 million berries in the East Sea. Isn't that frustrating? Naturally, the pirates of the East Sea were displeased. However, despite their discontent, ordinary pirate crews dared not provoke the Thunder Pirate crew. According to rumors, the Thunder Pirates had robbed the warship of Colonel Mouse from the Navy's 16th Division. With the colonel himself perishing in the conflict, their strength was evident. In the East Sea, the only pirate crew that dared to disregard others was Creek's crew, boasting a vast fleet of 3,000 ships and over 10,000 subordinates. As the Thunder Pirate ship approached the sea restaurant, they were surrounded by a fleet of Creek's pirates, 10 ships and hundreds of pirates. Humph, I knew these scoundrels would come looking for trouble. Arlita recalled her previous encounter with Creek's crew, where they had demanded a protection fee of 100 million berries. Being somewhat haughty, she refused to comply and retaliated, eventually fleeing from them. The Creek's crew had pursued her for 3 months before finally relenting. Captain Red and Lu Ming stood on the deck, staring at the pirates surrounding them. Captain Red frowned, contemplating whether to single-handedly overturn their ships. Lu Ming, however, remained remarkably calm, his heart racing with excitement. Ding! Task triggered. Defeat the Krieg pirates and earn lottery points. Indeed, everything was within Lu Ming's expectations. Whenever a relevant task emerged, the system would assign it to him, allowing him to accumulate lottery points. Humph, the Thunder Pirates? In just a few days, they have surprisingly expanded to 2 pirate ships. However, compared to our Krieg pirates' 3,000 vessels, you remain mere trifles, just children. Within the Krieg pirates, one captain looked down upon the Thunder Pirates with palpable disdain. Boss, it seems the Thunder Pirates have been quite audacious lately, especially their captain, whose bounty has reached 20 million berries, while our leader's is only 18 million. This is a blatant slap in the face to our boss. Exactly. I propose we eliminate the Thunder Pirates from the East Blue entirely, leaving no trace of them. Countless arrogant members of the Krieg pirates began to stir up trouble. Silence. Lu Ming suddenly drew his supreme blade and unleashed his inner strength. Delivering a powerful slash. Boom. A massive pirate ship encircling them was instantly cleaved open, creating a gaping 3-meter-long wound. Although it did not match the legendary prowess of Mihawk, who could slice a ship in half with a single strike. Lu Ming's action at that moment still transformed a colossal pirate vessel into a sunken wreck. What? Is he a legendary swordsman? How impressive. The pirates of the Krieg crew were utterly stunned, beads of cold sweat trickling down their brows. After all, Lu Ming's casual strike had caused such immense destruction. Who would dare to provoke him further? Who wouldn't he fear that he might casually unleash a few more slashes? Humph, if you wish for revenge. It would be best to have Krieg himself come. Otherwise, with your paltry 10 ships, you are unworthy of my serious attention, let alone our captain's intervention. Lu Ming gazed coldly at the pirates aboard the encircling ship. Naturally, the Krieg pirates, having just lost a massive vessel, would not let this go lightly. Humph, Thunder Pirates, you are finished. Offending the Krieg pirates means you are doomed to a dead end. However, for now, we shall spare you. But soon we will meet again. I hope that next time we meet, you will be on your knees begging for mercy. Ha! Let's go. After their display of bravado, the Krieg pirates made a hasty retreat. Fully aware that with only 10 ships, they were no match for the Thunder Pirates, who possessed genuine experts among their ranks. Chapter 25. The floating restaurant. Thus, they could only return to report to Boss Krieg, hoping to muster a fleet of several hundred ships to crush the Thunder Pirates decisively. Upon witnessing the rapid departure of the Krieg pirates, the Thunder Pirates erupted in cheers. TCH, these fellows are clearly afraid. But to think they would still threaten us while fleeing, truly despicable. However, Captain Red and Alito were not as elated. Both were deeply concerned about potential retaliation from the Krieg pirates. Lu Ming, I think we should leave this place sooner rather than later. Alita expressed her worries, continuing, you should know that the Krieg pirates hold immense power in the East Blue. Even some stationed naval rear admirals cannot deal with them. Our Thunder Pirates are just getting on track. We should avoid drawing too much attention. Don't worry. I have everything under control. Lu Ming replied earnestly. Moreover, even if we do not confront them, the Krieg pirates will not let us off easily. Enter the Grand Line. We must traverse their territory. Thus, we might as well take the plunge. Upon hearing this, Alita couldn't help but sigh. I almost forgot about that point. It seems we have no choice but to engage the Krieg pirates in a fierce battle. Let them come. No one can stop the Thunder Pirates from entering the Grand Line. Not even Krieg. All right, Lu Ming, Alita, I need to go train now. I must quickly enhance my strength so I can teach that Krieg a lesson. Captain Red declared resolutely. Embodying the spirit of an undaunted warrior, Lu Ming nodded in agreement, his heart brimming with anticipation for Krieg's appearance. After all, he possessed the speed of light sword draw, making it exceedingly easy to eliminate Krieg. Once Krieg fell, what would it matter if he commanded 3,000 ships? Without their leader, they would be nothing but scattered grains of sand, a disarray of rabble. Soon after, the Thunder Pirates continued on their way to the floating restaurant. Half a day later, they reached their destination. The floating restaurant was bustling with pirates, all indulging in exquisite cuisine. Occasionally, naval officers would also be seen reveling in the festivities. Captain, I've heard the cuisine here is incredibly delicious. Are we in for a treat today? Alita exclaimed, salivating. Captain Red scratched his head. I have no idea how good it is. I've never eaten here before. Alita, dear, you're already quite plump. Do you really need to eat more? Right, you've finally managed to get down to 180 pounds. Don't ruin your progress. A crew member teased from behind. TCH. What do you know? It's only by eating well that I have the energy to lose weight. Alita retorted, exasperated. Recently, after utilizing the powers of the Soru Surunomi, she felt she had exhausted her stamina too severely, and without proper nourishment, how could she continue to enhance her physique? Lu Ming then took Nami by the hand and said, you all continue chatting. I'll take Nami inside first. Heh. See that? Another couple giving us dog food. Alita thought enviously, her heart filled with a mix of admiration and jealousy. Let us go in and take a look. Red suggested. Upon entering the floating restaurant, they were greeted by a sea of diners. The atmosphere was bustling with energy. Dining, entertainment, even private karaoke rooms were available. Truly, it was a paradise for pirates indulging in revelry. Lu Ming and his crew were seated on the second floor of the floating restaurant. The space was large and spacious, but the prices were several times higher than those below. First-time visitors typically cared about a more pleasant dining environment. But regulars often found the prices too steep and crowded into the lively first-floor hall. As it was the Thunder Pirates' first visit to the floating restaurant, and having recently plundered a considerable amount of treasure, they were unbothered by the prospect of spending several million berries on a meal. Not long after, A series of delectable dishes, each a feast for the senses, was served. The members of the Thunder Pirates eagerly devoured the dishes, as if they had never tasted such exquisite cuisine before. Wow, this is absolutely delicious. Indeed, being a pirate was clearly the right choice. Otherwise, how could we afford such delightful food? The crew members praised, overwhelmed with joy. At this moment, Lu Ming pondered whether to recruit Sanji into the Thunder Pirates. It would feel like a loss to let him remain with Luffy. Just then, a loud crash of plates erupted from a nearby private room, accompanied by a man's furious shouting, "Kid, are you looking for death? How dare you sneak a peek at my woman?" Bang! The door to the private room was flung open, and a golden-haired youth was sent flying out, landing right in front of Lu Ming and his crew. What the hell? Who is that? Is it always this intense just to eat? Yeah, that kid must be a worker here, some members of the Thunder Pirates speculated curiously. Could it be that there's a stunning beauty in that private room? Geez, I suddenly want to see what kind of woman could provoke such desperation. Lu Ming rolled his eyes at a few crew members and said, "Just eat your food. Is this how you become increasingly vulgar? If I liked a girl, I would boldly pursue her instead of gossiping from the sidelines. Got it?" Yes. Deputy Captain is wise. Several crew members immediately conceded, lacking the confidence and boldness of Lu Ming. Beside them, Nami instinctively glanced at Lu Ming, pondering, did Lu Ming take a liking to me at first sight? Is that why he made such audacious requests of me? He must have secured me right away. After finishing his words, Lu Ming approached the man who had been sent flying and remarked, "Sanji, you still have that lecherous gaze. No wonder you end up getting beaten." Sighing, he continued, "What bad luck. I merely glanced at her, and in a perfectly respectable manner at that. How did it become lewd?" Sanji promptly rose, wincing in pain, and wiped the blood from his nose, which had not been caused by a beating, but rather from his excitement over a beautiful woman. Chapter 26. Refusal to join the Thunder Pirate crew. Oh, by the way, who are you? How do you know my name? Have I become so famous? The blonde-haired Sanji suddenly snapped back to reality. Regarding Lu Ming before him, Lu Ming smiled and replied, "I have only heard a little about you. It is said that you received Zhipu's true teachings. Would you consider joining our Thunder Pirate ship?" Sanji adjusted his collar, seemingly uninterested in joining the pirate crew, viewing such an offer as beneath his dignity. The Thunder Pirate ship has quite the audacity. Do you expect me to come aboard as a free cook? This is not something I, Sanji, would deign to do. This matter does not require my consideration, as I will not be leaving Baratai, Sanji stated before promptly exiting the room. Lu Ming paid it no mind, having anticipated this outcome that he had only made the suggestion casually, hoping to find an inexpensive cook, and since the other party was unwilling, he would not press the issue. Ding! Task triggered. Defeat Navy Colonel Djibouti to earn lottery points. Just as Sanji turned to leave, the system's electronic voice echoed in Lu Ming's mind. A faint smile graced Lu Ming's lips. Was another stepping stone presenting itself? It seemed that within the room Sanji exited, there was indeed Navy Colonel Djibouti. "You all eat first. I'll check the private room. It's simply too noisy," Lu Ming instinctively remarked before swiftly entering the private room. Inside, a man with purple and white hair was drunkenly reveling with a beautiful woman, indulging in the pleasures of life. "Damn it. Are you trying to lecherously spy on my girlfriend again? Don't think that just because I'm drunk, I'm actually intoxicated. I'm completely sober. Now get out of here." Navy Colonel Djibouti, appearing inebriated, cursed. "Humph, what a piece of trash." Lu Ming coldly scoffed, continuing, "Indeed, it is creatures like you, with such peculiar appearances, who easily bond with someone like Hypnotist Zhangao. However, it is unfortunate that Hypnotist Zhangao has already been slain by my Thunder Pirate crew." Hypnotist Zhangao. Upon hearing that name, the drunken Djibouti sobered considerably, finally recognizing that the individual before him was not the one he had just kicked out, but rather a blue-haired lad. "No. You are Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirate ship?" Djibouti's surprise grew as he realized who he was facing, considering Lu Ming one of the most notorious pirates of recent times, a group that dared to rob supplies from the Navy's 16th Division and slay Navy Colonel Mouse. "Indeed, that is I," Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Ha ha ha. "How dare you appear before our Navy? You must have a death wish." Djibouti quickly regained his composure and laughed heartily, thinking that capturing such a pirate would be a significant achievement. Bang! However, as Djibouti stood, Lu Ming swiftly kicked him back to the ground. Clutching his abdomen, Djibouti curled up on the floor, feeling as if his insides were being torn apart. a pain so intense that he couldn't help but scream. Meanwhile, Djibouti's girlfriend seemed to finally register what was happening and screamed, "Ah, someone's fighting, someone's fighting." Lu Ming found the woman's voice irritating and coldly raised an eyebrow as he glanced at her. "If you do not wish to share in my wrath, it would be wise to cover your eyes and refrain from shouting. Oh, please don't hit me. I'll do as you say." Djibouti's girlfriend was intimidated by Lu Ming's presence and hurriedly complied. Then, Lu Ming unleashed a series of vicious kicks on the downed Navy Colonel Djibouti. "Do you submit to me, Lu Ming?" "Ah, no more. I submit. Truly I submit." "Well then, do you still wish to capture me?" "I don't want to. I wouldn't dare to." "Humph, in that case, be gone." Lu Ming coldly huffed, ceasing his assault on Djibouti. As at that moment, the system's electronic voice rang in his mind. "Congratulations, host Lu Ming. You have completed the task of defeating Djibouti and earned 2,000 lottery points." Content: Lu Ming shook his sleeves and returned to his previous position to continue dining. "Lu Ming, who was that person inside? It sounds like you gave him quite the thrashing. You weren't avenging that Sanji fellow, were you?" Alrita inquired, casually enjoying her delicious meal. "If it were for helping that Sanji, it wouldn't be necessary. That would be rather sycophantic. Thus, if he chooses not to join the Thunder Pirate crew, then so be it. There is no need to help him regain his dignity." "Help Sanji? Humph, am I that kind of person?" Lu Ming chuckled nonchalantly. Just then, a bruised and battered man stumbled out of the private room, supported by a fairly attractive woman. The members of the Thunder Pirate crew paused in surprise. "Is that a Navy uniform? He is a Navy officer? Looks like he is a colonel." At that moment, Alrita realized that Lu Ming had indeed gone to beat up a Navy officer. Indeed, that man is a Navy colonel. "We certainly cannot let him go easily. After all, by attacking the Navy, our bounty as the Thunder Pirate ship will only increase." A gleam of mischief glinted in Lu Ming's eyes upon hearing this. The crew members of the Thunder Pirate ship all suddenly enlightened, admiring his cunning strategy. "Then why not just kill him?" One member instinctively suggested. "If that happens, won't the Navy's bounty on us just soar?" Ai slapped the back of the member's head. "Have you lost your mind? If we kill him, who will return to the Navy base to inform the higher-ups that it was the Thunder Pirate crew who did it?" Good point. Lu Ming couldn't help but sweat in exasperation, thinking that they truly were lacking in intellect. Just then, shouts of chaos erupted from outside Baratai. It seems something is happening out there," Nami remarked, unable to restrain herself. "Esteemed guests, here is your final dish. A digestive soup." Sanji entered, holding a tray laden with large bowls filled with a golden liquid resembling diluted broth. "Soup? Do you know what is happening outside?" Nami instinctively asked. "Wow, is that a beautiful lady?" Sanji, upon noticing the stunning women among their group, was instantly captivated. He hastily placed down the soup bowls, overly eager to please as he said, "My dear lady, you may not know, but a horde of pirates has arrived outside. Their fleet immense. At least several hundred pirate ships. Several hundred pirate ships? Could they be from a single faction?" Nami inquired, curiosity piqued. Chapter 27. Sanji is beaten again indeed. Their flags are uniform. It appears to be the fleet of the Krieg pirates. Sanji continued to gaze at Nami with starry eyes, barely able to contain his excitement. Lu Ming, standing beside Nami, immediately rose, angered by Sanji's brazen gaze upon his woman. "Sanji, have you gawked enough?" Lu Ming glared at Sanji, his disdain for the man growing. He was far too lecherous, and no wonder he had been beaten by Djibouti earlier. He truly deserved it. Meanwhile, ding, congratulations to the host. The task has been triggered. Defeating Sanji will grant you lottery points. Lu Ming was taken aback. Could it be that the system perceives anyone he dislikes as experience points? However, if he were to carry out this task and thoroughly beat Sanji, the prospect of Sanji joining their Thunder Pirate crew would be utterly dashed. Yet, the Thunder Pirate crew was not without a chef. It was merely that their culinary skills paled in comparison to Sanji's. Moreover, Lu Ming believed that obtaining lottery points was the most tangible benefit. Thus, he promptly resolved in his mind to take the opportunity to give Sanji a good thrashing. When Sanji noticed Lu Ming stepping forward, he mused, wasn't he this the same person who had invited him to join their Thunder Pirate crew just moments ago? He chuckled, apologies, but I simply can't resist the allure of beautiful women. By the way, can I still join your Thunder Pirate crew? I can whip up all sorts of delicious dishes, and I would do it for free. Sanji immediately underwent a complete transformation. Humph, Weren't you quite dignified in your refusal just a moment ago? And now you wish to join us? Well, I hadn't realized that your Thunder Pirate crew had such stunning beauties, Sanji exclaimed joyfully. Humph, how intriguing, Lu Ming snorted coldly, acknowledging Sanji's rather lascivious-natured at this point. Sanji still hadn't noticed Lu Ming's displeasure, nor that of his companions. Smack. Captain Reed, sitting nearby, slammed his hand down heavily on the table. Lu Ming, I don't particularly like that yellow-haired brat. Even if he now wishes to join our Thunder Pirate crew, I wouldn't consent. Indeed, we would not agree either. It's appalling how he gazes at Sister Nami with such lust. Exactly, we cannot tolerate such a scoundrel, especially one who dares to set his sights on the first mate's woman. The crew, incensed by Sanji's infatuation with Lu Ming's woman, Nami, regarded him as a detestable figure. The crew unanimously supported Lu Ming, many even holding him in high esteem. How could they allow someone to covet Lu Ming's woman? Especially Captain Reed, a sincere and righteous man. Brothers must not betray their comrades' wives. Sanji was momentarily dumbfounded. How had he become the enemy? Why? He instinctively asked. Simple. First, let me give you a beating, and then I shall explain. Lu Ming declared, seizing Sanji by the collar and delivering a barrage of punches. Sanji was caught off guard, quickly left bruised and battered, when he finally regained his senses and attempted to retaliate with a kick. Lu Ming seemed to anticipate his move, swiftly stomping down on his foot and utterly dominating him. Good grief, are you all insane? Why am I so unfortunate to be beaten twice in one day? Sanji lamented, sprawled on the ground, instinctively touching his face, wincing in pain. And you all are truly excessive. Must you strike the face? Don't you know that? Hearing Sanji's complaints, it appeared he still believed he had been unjustly attacked. At that moment, Captain Reed coldly interjected, Nami is Lu Ming's woman. From the start, you have been leering at her. What is your intent? You think you can join our Thunder Pirate crew? That is utterly impossible. Indeed, brothers must not betray their comrades' wives. That we couldn't hold back our fists any longer. It was intolerable. The crew chimed in, expressing their indignation. Nami, realizing the reason behind Sanji's beating, felt deeply moved by her companion's defense. Moreover, Lu Ming's actions in striking Sanji must have stemmed from jealousy, and indeed, being beside Lu Ming provided her with a profound sense of security. Thus, to assert her position as Lu Ming's only woman. She glared at Sanji with disdain. Humph, do not ever look at me with such lecherous eyes again, or I shall find you utterly repulsive. At that moment, Sanji felt as though he had been struck by lightning. To be so summarily rejected by a beautiful girl was a crushing blow to his ego. His luck was indeed wretched. Who would have thought this girl had a man? And these individuals were overly protective of Lu Ming. Realizing he could not contend with them, Sanji, feeling utterly humiliated, made his exit. That I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'll leave at once. As he silently tended to his wounds, reeling from an unprecedented emotional blow. He departed the room. Congratulations to the host. You have psychologically defeated Sanji, earning 3,000 lottery points. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was astonished. 3,000 lottery points. Remarkable. That was even higher than the points generated by a Navy captain. However, Sanji had truly suffered this time. It was likely he would be devoid of any romantic thoughts or reactions to beautiful women for quite some time. Yet, this was all his own doing. Who told him to pursue Nami's affections? Next, Lu Ming did not immediately proceed with the lottery, but instead engaged in a serious discussion with his companions. After all, the Kurok pirates were surrounding the floating restaurant, undoubtedly seeking revenge against the Thunder Pirate crew. Humph, they are remarkably swift. We have only just finished our meal, and they have already brought reinforcements. Captain Reed huffed, angered by the Kurok pirates' arrogance. It could be said that the Kurok pirates were a band of lunatics. True villains who regularly committed murder and plunder, likely having slain countless innocent lives without a shred of compassion. Unfortunately, the Kurok's influence in the East Sea is unparalleled, and their call to arms is overwhelmingly strong. Eureka remarked instinctively. The crew, upon hearing this, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Captain, first mate, what should we do now? Should we confront them? However, even if they did engage, the crew couldn't help but imagine the worst-case scenario. After all, that Sanji kid had mentioned there were hundreds of Kurok pirate ships outside, a force not to be underestimated. Chapter 28. The Kurok pirate fleet is slashed. We must go out. If we do not, they will surely attack the floating restaurant. Lu Ming stated earnestly, in the original narrative. Kurok brought his pirate crew to the floating restaurant with the intent to rob it and seize the navigational log of the renowned chef. Zeph. Now, it was merely an added goal to take down the Thunder Pirate crew. However, even if we go out, we probably won't be able to escape their grasp, right? Someone immediately voiced, "Fear not, I shall personally slay Kurok. Once he is gone, a leaderless pirate crew will pose no threat to us." Lu Ming replied calmly with a smile. "We're not afraid. If it requires us to slay Kurok, we will not shy away." The crew quickly clarified, eager to dispel any notion of cowardice. "Enough. Do you still doubt my strength?" Lu Ming remarked, unfazed. After all, he had deliberately provoked the Kurok pirates, so he couldn't blame his companions for their caution. Captain Reed suddenly spoke up. "Let us go. When we, the Thunder Pirate crew, stand together, we uphold our vow to never betray, abandon, or sell out any brother. We will face life and death together. Yes, life and death together. Let us go out and see what the Kurok pirates can do against us if need be. We will perish together with those we cannot stand." The crew, fueled by camaraderie, stood resolutely, their eyes filled with determination. Witnessing this, Lu Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. Though these crew members were not particularly strong, their loyalty to the Thunder Pirate crew was more than sufficient. Let us go and meet Kurok's pirates. However, as they stepped outside the restaurant, they found themselves amidst a sea of people, with most patrons having gathered outside. In the front, there lay hundreds of pirate ships. Yet, amidst the chaos, a massive path had been forcibly carved through the fleet. As the Thunder Pirate crew emerged, they were immediately met with confusion. My friend, what transpired ahead? Who was attacked? Captain Red immediately inquired of a nearby pirate. "Ah, you are Red from the Thunder Pirates, are you not? I am aware of your recent rise to fame. Your bounty has been raised to 20 million by the Navy. The Thunder Pirates truly exude charisma. I heard your previous bounty was merely 500,000 belly?" A scar-faced pirate swiftly attempted to befriend Captain Red, his smile revealing a hint of admiration. Cough, cough. "I merely escaped by chance from the grasp of the Navy," Red humbly explained before asking, "By the way, what has become of the fleet of the Krieg pirates?" The scar-faced pirate could not contain his fear as he responded, "It seems you did not witness it earlier, did you? The fleet of the Krieg pirates was allegedly cleaved apart by a formidable individual with a single strike. Terrifying indeed. Who would have thought such a fearsome presence existed in this world? A single strike?" Red instinctively questioned. Indeed, it had the semblance of a single blow, yet no one knows who was responsible. However, it appears the enemy still lingers upon the waters ahead. The scar-faced pirate replied. Lu Ming, standing nearby, had already formed a conjecture based on the scar-faced pirate's description. In the original narrative, Mihawk, the Hawkeyes, had indeed appeared near the Baratai and had savored its exquisite cuisine. It seemed the one responsible for the attack was none other than Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. After all, no one else could have unleashed such devastating destruction with a mere strike. The devastation inflicted upon the Krieg pirates' fleet indicated a path forcefully carved through them. Yet, Lu Ming harbored concerns. What if Mihawk seized his experience? In the original tale, it appeared that Mihawk harbored a grudge against Krieg. Furthermore, Mihawk's visit to the East Blue seemed not merely for culinary delights, but rather to eliminate Krieg. After all, Krieg was a man who had endured a lifetime of misfortune when the sea train entered the Grand Line. It was unfortunate enough to encounter Mihawk aboard a coffin-like vessel, at which time Mihawk was engaged in a rather undignified act. Consequently, he pursued Krieg relentlessly. Unable to contend with Mihawk's prowess, Krieg had no choice but to flee back to the East Blue. Though he successfully escaped, Mihawk did not relent, trailing him into the East Blue to that very moment. A man indeed appeared behind the Krieg pirates' fleet. He sheathed his black blade, Yuru, upon his back, donning a black hat adorned with white fur, and slightly raised his gaze to the front. This individual was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, a powerhouse of unparalleled strength. Upon witnessing Mihawk's presence, the crew of the Krieg pirates was instantly paralyzed with fear. Particularly Krieg, who felt the terrifying power of Mihawk, turned pale and contemplated leaping into the sea in a desperate bid for survival. Damn it, he hasn't given up the hunt. I merely happened to see him standing on his ship, facing the sea to relieve himself. Krieg lamented, overwhelmed by pain and regret. If given a second chance, he would prefer never to have ventured into the Grand Line. Even his 2 capable subordinates were rendered speechless with terror. This hat-wearing man was as formidable as ever, capable of obliterating any chance they had as a pirate crew with a single strike. "Captain, what shall we do?" This specter won't leave us be. And we are utterly powerless to resist, the pirate known as Gideon exclaimed. Beside him, Bakine suggested, Captain, why not extend a sincere apology? Surely, a being of such strength would not crush us mere ants before so many witnesses. Upon hearing this, Krieg realized that an apology might indeed be their best course of action. Yes, we must apologize at all costs, he hastily declared. Gideon asked, shall we wait for him to approach us? Or shall we invite him aboard our ship? No, if we are to apologize, we must do so earnestly and with humility that we shall go to the Baratai, where there are many witnesses. Surely, this hat-wearing powerhouse will not choose to slay us there. Bakine asserted. Chapter 29, My hawks demand very well, let it be so. May show us mercy, Krieg nearly wept. Thus, Krieg, Bakine, and Gideon swiftly navigated their pirate ship to the deck of the Baratai. The onlookers were filled with confusion. Could it be that this is the upper echelon of the Krieg pirates? Why do they appear as though they are facing imminent doom? Hush, keep your voices down. If they overhear us, we might be in for dire consequences. Many murmured, puzzled by the transformation of Krieg and his crew. Lu Ming, one of those individuals, is indeed Krieg, Arlita pointed out to Lu Ming, continuing, yet it seems that the opposing party lacks the energy to deal with us. Regardless of their energy levels, they initially intended to target us. Thus, we cannot let this opportunity to eliminate them slip away, Lu Ming resolutely stated. Ding, task triggered, defeat Krieg to gain lottery points. At that moment, the electronic notification echoed in Lu Ming's mind, filling him with excitement and an uncontrollable urge to confront Krieg. All right, we understand. Leave Krieg to you. We'll handle the other two, Arlita whispered to Lu Ming. Understood. Lu Ming nodded without further elaboration. Krieg, Bakine, and Gideon stood obediently on the deck. Facing the sea, suddenly, from the path that had been cleaved, a vessel resembling a coffin, engulfed in an everlasting flame akin to ghostly fire, slowly navigated towards the Baratai. All present at the Baratai were struck with curiosity. Who is this hat-wearing figure? His attire exudes an air of power, and he carries a blade resembling a cross on his back. Could he be the one responsible for the destruction of Krieg's fleet? How formidable must he be? Lu Ming, do you know who this person is? Captain Red inquired. Sensing the aura of a true powerhouse emanating from my hawk that I've heard tales, he is a pirate from the New World. Lu Ming replied. The New World? Red questioned, puzzled. What is the New World? The New World is the latter half of the Grand Line, rumored to be a gathering place for immensely powerful pirates and marines, some of whom possess the strength to obliterate entire towns. Goodness, that is terrifying. Red and the others gasped in horror. Fear not. With relentless effort, we too can ascend to such formidable heights, Lu Ming instinctively offered reassurance. Meanwhile, Mihawk arrived at the Baratai. Krieg, Bakine, and Gideon bowed respectfully to Mihawk's sharp, eagle-like yellow eyes fixed upon Krieg. Even with his head bowed, Krieg felt the oppressive weight of countless sword auras threatening to overwhelm him. Under such pressure, Krieg's heart raced. Am I to be slain? Sweat poured down his forehead, dripping onto the deck. Why yes, I apologize, my lord. I truly did not intend to see that. Krieg stammered, losing his composure and failing to recognize that some things were better left unmentioned. However, Krieg blurted out the very thing that should have remained unsaid that AS expected. Upon hearing this, Mihawk's demeanor turned cold. He could not tolerate the notion of someone witnessing him standing aboard his ship. Facing the sea to relieve himself, boom, an even more terrifying chill radiated from Mihawk as he harbored murderous intent, drawing the small cross-shaped dagger from his chest. My lord, please do not kill me. I truly erred. I genuinely did not intend to witness you standing upon the ship. Krieg, trembling with fear, immediately knelt to the ground, babbling incoherently, just as he was about to utter his final words. The specter known as Akin, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly covered Krieg's mouth with his hand. I apologize, my lord. He has been rendered foolish by terror. If you cannot quell your rage, then by all means, take his eyes, but please spare his life. That moment, all those present were riveted by the spectacle before them, their hearts filled with astonishment. This individual is remarkably formidable, having brought the tyrant of the East Sea to his knees simply through his imposing presence. Yet, how did Krieg manage to provoke such a powerful entity? Indeed, it seems that Krieg has gazed upon something he should not have. Countless patrons within the restaurant could not refrain from murmuring their speculations. Moreover, such a terrifying notion as rumor spreads like wildfire at this juncture. Hawkeye Mihawk felt an insatiable urge to eliminate Creek. After all, forgiveness was not an option. The incident could potentially become known to many more. As long as Creek and his associates remained alive, the truth was destined to remain unmasked. However, just as Hawkeye Mihawk prepared to strike down Creek, Bakeen, and Akin, Lu Ming stepped forward. "Halt. This quarry is mine." His resounding voice shattered the cacophony of the scene. Who is this audacious fellow? Has he lost his mind? That hat-wearing individual clearly exudes the aura of a master. Goodness, isn't this fellow from the Thunder Pirate crew? It seems he has also drawn the attention of the Navy, with a bounty of 18 million berries. Upon Lu Ming's emergence, he naturally commanded the attention of all present. However, most merely regarded him as a source of amusement. Convinced that he was not in his right mind, Lu Ming paid no heed to the opinions of others and approached Hawkeye Mihawk with an air of calm. He understood that Creek was his ticket. If Hawkeye Mihawk were to eliminate him, he would lose thousands of points in lottery value. "Kid, do you intend to impede me?" Hawkeye Mihawk, appreciating Lu Ming's courage, instinctively inquired. "That I do not intend to obstruct. Rather, I wish to reclaim my quarry from your hands," Lu Ming responded with composure. "Humph, your quarry?" Hawkeye Mihawk scoffed, incredulous that he had somehow stolen this individual's prey. "Indeed, he is my quarry," Lu Ming affirmed resolutely. "Very well, since you are so unafraid of death, receive a strike from me. If you survive, I shall release them and allow you to deal with them as you wish." Hawkeye Mihawk observed Lu Ming's unwavering demeanor. Recognizing that such individuals were either reckless fools or possessed of true martial prowess. If it were the latter, he found it commendable. Chapter 30. Let Hawkeye be my underling. What? Receive a strike. What kind of jest is this? One slash could cleave the warship of the Creek pirates, with an attack range of at least 1,000 meters. Indeed, no one in the East Sea could possibly withstand such a formidable attack. The patrons of the restaurant, upon hearing Hawkeye Mihawk's demand, could not help but scoff. From the perspective of Lu Ming and the Thunder Pirate crew, it was clear that the opponent was being excessively oppressive. This was blatant bullying. Conversely, from Hawkeye Mihawk's standpoint, it was evident that Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirate crew was courting disaster, brazenly leaping about before a being of such strength. Even at this moment, the members of the Thunder Pirate crew, upon hearing the numerous accolades regarding the hat-wearing powerhouse, could not suppress their anxiousness for Lu Ming, silently praying that he would refuse the opponent's request and endure, for the foe appeared truly formidable. "Very well, I accept your challenge. However, if I can withstand your strike, not only will this person be subject to my will, but you must also address me as Big Brother." "What do you say?" Lu Ming declared boldly. Moreover, engaging in battle with Hawkeye Mihawk at such an early stage was a considerable risk for Lu Ming, thus he aimed to reap the maximum reward to ensure fairness. Ding. Congratulations. Host has triggered a quest. Challenge Hawkeye Mihawk. Regardless of victory or defeat, lottery points will be awarded at that moment. The system's electronic voice echoed in Lu Ming's mind that he felt that, win or lose, this endeavor was not a complete loss. Upon hearing Lu Ming's reply, Hawkeye Mihawk narrowed his sharp, eagle-like yellow eyes, seemingly even more intrigued by the young man before him. He never expected to encounter such an interesting character in the East Sea. To dare suggest that he, the illustrious warlord of the sea and the world's greatest swordsman, become a subordinate, such words would scarcely escape the lips of any pirate in the Grand Line or New World. Perhaps only in the weak East Sea could one find such a naive soul, utterly unaware of the vastness of the world, resembling a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Nevertheless, this young man exuded genuine spirit, and his character was remarkably pure. Thus, Hawkeye Mihawk felt little disdain for Lu Ming's request. Rather, it ignited a greater curiosity within him. After all, invincibility can be exceedingly lonely. Encountering someone as intriguing as Lu Ming was a rare delight. "Very well, I accept your terms. Please tell me your name. For I, Hawkeye Mihawk, do not strike down nameless individuals." Hawkeye Mihawk inquired earnestly. Lu Ming responded. "Lu Ming, from the Thunder Pirate crew of the East Sea." "Excellent. I shall remember your name. In honor of your martial spirit, I will wield my strongest weapon, the Black Blade, Yoru." As he spoke, Hawkeye Mihawk deftly retrieved a magnificent black blade from his back. The patrons of the restaurant immediately recognized it as an extraordinary sword. However, they merely regarded it as a remarkable blade, for ever since the death of Roger, the pirates of the East Sea had grown woefully weak, finding it exceedingly difficult to even enter the Grand Line. let alone comprehend the prowess of Hawkeye Mihawk from the New World. Even though Hawkeye Mihawk had introduced himself, no one in the bustling restaurant had any recollection of who he was. They only knew that this individual was undoubtedly formidable. Upon seeing the striking black blade, Yoru, in Hawkeye's grasp, Lu Ming felt a twinge of regret, wishing he had proposed that if he could withstand Hawkeye Mihawk's strike, he would claim the black blade for himself. Alas, winning against Hawkeye Mihawk and having him as a subordinate would suffice. Are we ready to begin? Hawkeye Mihawk, now gripping the black blade, Yoru inquired earnestly of Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the hilt of his sword with his left hand, while his right rested upon the blade, poised for an immediate draw. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming felt a surge of tension. This was his first encounter with the world's greatest swordsman. Even with his ability to draw his sword at the speed of light, he still experienced a sense of apprehension. Now that I am prepared. You may declare the start, Lu Ming said earnestly, wary that his lightning-fast draw might be mistaken for a sneak attack, leading to confusion. In that moment, the patrons of the restaurant seemed even more anxious than Lu Ming. They held their breath, watching as Hawkeye Mihawk and Lu Ming faced each other. Although they appeared calm, the sharpness in their eyes suggested a fierce clash was imminent. Begin. Suddenly, Hawkeye Mihawk declared that in an instant. Lu Ming mentally recited his lightning-fast draw at that moment. His attack was completed as if time had come to a standstill. It was so swift that, given the proximity, there was no time to react. The instant Hawkeye Mihawk uttered the word begin, he coughed, sensing that something was amiss. Had he already been struck? But why did he have such a sensation? Was it merely an illusion? Observing Hawkeye Mihawk's dawning realization of his own defeat, Lu Ming, embodying the demeanor of a transcendent master, sheathed his blade, which had been drawn in the blink of an eye, and declared, I have won. You, Hawkeye Mihawk, have lost. What? The patrons of the restaurant were left utterly bewildered. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you take us for fools? We didn't even see you make a move. Indeed, with so many witnesses, do you think you can deceive us? Lu Ming, my young friend, it would be wise for you to concede defeat. Your opponent is simply too formidable, and you are unable to grasp the situation. Look at you, driven to delusions by the pressure. Alas, it is the first time I have witnessed such a pitiful individual. The majority of onlookers are openly mocking Lu Ming. Yet, one cannot entirely blame them. Lu Ming's lightning-fast draw, from his own perspective, seemed as though it occurred in a moment of suspended time. Thus, bystanders could hardly perceive that he had launched an attack at all. However, a portion of the crowd immediately sensed something was amiss. Did I not notice that his weapon was still sheathed at the beginning? They pondered. Strange. It appears that this may indeed be the case. But when did he draw his sword? This group found the situation utterly astonishing, and upon observing Lu Ming's unflinching demeanor, some could not help but ask, could it be, has he truly bested Dracula Mihawk? How is that possible? Yet, why has Mihawk not refuted this? Why does he remain passive? Is he stunned? Or is he merely preparing for a devastating strike? Countless questions poured forth from the mouths of spectators. Meanwhile, members of the Thunder Pirates seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly taken aback, murmuring, could it be that this is the speed at which the vice-captain draws his sword? After all, Lu Ming was practicing his draw just yesterday, claiming that with sufficient training, he would unleash unimaginable power. Could it be that his speed has reached such an extreme that it eludes the naked eye? Chapter 31. Mihawk acknowledges defeat while. At that moment, Dracula Mihawk coughed up blood. Simultaneously, a conspicuous diagonal wound appeared on his abdomen, roughly 2 feet long, immediately gushing forth a copious amount of blood. What? At this instant, everyone in the floating restaurant, indeed all present except Lu Ming, widened their eyes in shock, staring blankly at Mihawk. How could he be spitting blood? After a considerable pause, they finally regained their senses. Was he truly rendered speechless? When exactly was he injured to such a degree? I must be blind. I genuinely did not see when Lu Ming made his move. How could this be possible? That rascal Lu Ming has genuinely emerged victorious. Goodness, has the Thunder Pirates become this powerful? They must be hiding their strength too well. In an instant, astonishment and ridicule erupted from the crowd, leaving them at a loss for words. After all, facts speak louder than rhetoric. The reality is undeniable. Lu Ming has indeed triumphed. He won decisively, yet no one witnessed what transpired in between. Naturally, the Thunder Pirates erupted in cheers. Nami could not contain herself and rushed to embrace Lu Ming. Initially, she had been quite worried about Lu Ming's safety. If he could not withstand his opponent's assault, he could very well perish at that moment. Nami was genuinely terrified that something might happen to Lu Ming. Yet now, not only had Lu Ming avoided failure, but he had also secured a resounding victory. As Lu Ming's beloved, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride for the first time. She yearned to announce to everyone present, indeed to the entire world, that Lu Ming is the man she loves, her husband. Nami, you needn't worry, Lu Ming said gently, feeling in that moment as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. After all, having astonished everyone present and received the affectionate embrace of a beautiful woman was an exhilarating sensation. Yes, as long as you are unharmed, Nami nodded, but then suddenly realized that she might have been too bold. There were still thousands of eyes upon them, and she felt utterly embarrassed. She quickly released herself from Lu Ming's embrace. Her face flushed with crimson, wishing she could find a hole to burrow into. That moment, Mihawk gazed at Lu Ming that he accepted his defeat and said, I, Dracula Mihawk, have lost. I am not your equal. Henceforth, you shall be regarded as the world's greatest swordsman. I, Dracula Mihawk, acknowledge you as my elder brother. Mihawk spoke with unpretentious dignity, seemingly at peace with his defeat. Yet, when he declared Lu Ming the world's greatest swordsman, a wave of skepticism swept through the restaurant. What nonsense is this? The world's greatest swordsman. Indeed, I observed someone else attacking the Krieg pirates. Exactly, if he truly were the world's greatest swordsman, how could he be defeated by mere East Blue pirates? Indeed, Lu Ming is merely the vice-captain of the Thunder Pirates, with a bounty of only 16 million berries. How formidable could he possibly be? It must be that the fellow wearing the hat is simply too weak and failed in his attempts to show off in the East Blue. How absurd to claim to be the world's greatest swordsman after such a defeat. I'm still the Pirate King. To these ignorant individuals, Mihawk refrained from offering explanations or attempting to silence them. After all, he had truly suffered defeat in the East Blue. Speaking of which, the East Blue is indeed remarkable. Hidden talents abound. He recalled the last encounter with Red-Haired Shanks, during which that fellow had lost an arm. It seemed to have happened in the East Blue. Little did he expect to nearly lose his life here as well. The gaping wound on his chest, approximately 2 feet long, was grievously deep. Had it not been for his formidable will in the way of the sword, a lesser man would have already succumbed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have challenged Dracula Mihawk and emerged victorious. Reward: 1,000 points of lottery value. Ding! Detecting that the host has consistently completed tasks flawlessly, the advanced lottery pool is now unlocked. Each attempt will require 1,000 points of lottery value. A series of electronic notifications echoed in Lu Ming's mind. He was immensely excited. Challenging Mihawk had granted him 1,000 points of lottery value. While this seemed somewhat modest, given that Mihawk is at the pinnacle of strength in the pirate world, one man embodying the might of an entire pirate crew, one man representing the power of the warlords of the sea, this reward seemed reasonable. However, the task stipulated that regardless of victory or defeat, a reward would be granted. Thus, it was likely this premise that resulted in his modest reward. Even after his victory, otherwise, had the task involved defeating or killing Mihawk, the reward might have reached several tens of thousands of points. At this moment, Lu Ming did not ignore Mihawk, but immediately stated, No, I cannot accept the title of the world's greatest swordsman. I merely enjoyed a stroke of luck. After all, it would be madness to claim the title of the world's greatest swordsman from Mihawk. His victory was entirely due to Mihawk not fighting at full strength. Had Mihawk unleashed his formidable observation haki, he might have intercepted Lu Ming's lightning-fast draw. Moreover, Mihawk's strength was genuinely at the pinnacle of the second level of swordsmanship. He had refined the Supreme Blade, Knight, through countless battles, achieving the Black Blade level. Conversely, even with the aid of 80 years of internal energy, Lu Ming's mastery of the sword only reached the 4th level. The level of Haki swordsmanship that he had yet to enter the 3rd level, the steel-cutting swordsmanship, let alone attain the Black Blade level of the 2nd level. As for the 1st level, the White Blade level. Within the current world of One Piece, only one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard, possessed such swordsmanship. As for Shanks, he seemed to be slightly lacking, but in 2 years, he might very well attain the status of a White Blade master. The White Blade level is not easily reached. The Black Blade level is attained through the refinement of Haki, while the White Blade level requires the mastery of Conqueror's Haki, making it impossible for anyone to casually claim the title of first-level swordsman. But I digressed. At this moment, Mihawk was rendered speechless and questioned, Luck? Is that what you call it? For you to have executed an attack that I did not readily perceive, that is not mere luck. It is a testament to your genuine strength. If you refuse to accept the title of the world's greatest swordsman, you insult me, and my defeat becomes a disgrace. Hawkeye Mihawk spoke with utmost seriousness. Neither humble nor arrogant, acknowledging his defeat with the words, "A loss is a loss. There is no room for luck." Chapter 32. Zoro felt that the journey had been remarkably smooth. Lu Ming had not anticipated Hawkeye Mihawk's steadfastness in this matter. Alas, Lu Ming could not help but sigh. Must he truly bear such immense pressure at an inappropriate age? He understood that should he strip Hawkeye Mihawk of the title of the world's greatest swordsman, he would soon be beset by countless challengers, including those of the Vice Admiral and Yonko caliber, and even admirals from the Navy seeking to trouble him. Hawkeye Mihawk, when I claimed victory and asked you to call me brother, what I truly intended was for you to be my subordinate. As my subordinate, you must heed my words. Surely, you grasp this principle? Lu Ming rolled his eyes, opting to engage in a battle of wits with Hawkeye Mihawk. Heh, the victor is king, while the vanquished are but thieves. If Hawkeye Mihawk were to be my subordinate, that would be acceptable. However, you are currently the world's greatest swordsman. No one else but you. To defeat me and refuse to acknowledge your title would be an affront to me. Hawkeye Mihawk remained unyielding, his demeanor unwavering as he clung tenaciously to the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Very well, I shall now accept that I am the world's greatest swordsman. Surely, that suffices? Lu Ming, wishing to avoid causing Hawkeye Mihawk undue distress, resigned himself to this reality. Thus, I, Hawkeye Mihawk, willingly become your subordinate as a subordinate. I am presently gravely injured and hope my brother will allow me to recuperate aboard your ship. And I further aspire for you to teach me more formidable swordsmanship. Hawkeye Mihawk's earnest expression revealed a mindset capable of both humility and resilience. That it seemed that his strength lay not only in martial prowess, but also in the fortitude of his spirit. Perhaps this defeat at Lu Ming's hands would serve as a catalyst for his swordsmanship to reach even greater heights. No problem. But as you said, we do not harbor useless individuals aboard the Thunder Pirate ship. You must be of value. Upon hearing Hawkeye Mihawk's request, Lu Ming was instantly exhilarated. After all, Hawkeye Mihawk was a bona fide master of the sword, and having him aboard would be nothing short of advantageous. Thank you, brother. Please lend me your support. Your grip is rather forceful. Had it been an ordinary person, they would likely have perished. Hawkeye Mihawk could no longer bear his injuries and collapsed onto Lu Ming. As Lu Ming assisted him, he mused that he had not expected Hawkeye Mihawk to be such a person. Was this not rather casual? An outsider might mistake their relationship for something more intimate. Yet, was his grip truly excessive? This was merely standard procedure. Moreover, in the original narrative, when Hawkeye Mihawk struck Zoro, he had shown no mercy, nearly slaying him. Ahem. Very well. I will help you aboard our ship. Thus, Lu Ming did not delay. Ordering the capture of Kuro and, with Hawkeye Mihawk in tow, made their way to the Thunder Pirate ship. The pirates at the sea restaurant were abuzz with gossip. The news of Hawkeye Mihawk's defeat would undoubtedly spread like wildfire among this group. It would likely reach the Grand Line, the New World, and even the Navy headquarters. Those aware of Hawkeye Mihawk's identity would be utterly astonished to learn of his defeat in the East Blue. After all, once such news begins to circulate, it tends to become increasingly exaggerated. Furthermore, when Lu Ming attacked Hawkeye Mihawk, no one present had witnessed how he had done so. Thus, as the tale was retold, it could easily morph into a story in which Lu Ming, with a mere fierce gaze, had incapacitated Hawkeye Mihawk. Soon after, the Thunder Pirates departed from the sea restaurant, carrying Hawkeye Mihawk's ship. The following day, Monkey D. Luffy and his crew aboard the Going Merry approached the sea restaurant. There were now 3 members on the ship, Zoro and Usopp. Captain, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Zoro lay on the deck, appearing bored and sighing. What seems to be the problem? Luffy instinctively inquired, seated at the bow of the ship and gazing ahead at a large vessel that resembled a massive floating marketplace, adorned with festive decorations. Captain, don't you think our journey has been too smooth? There have been no enemies appearing. If this continues, being a pirate would lack any excitement. Zoro could not help but voice his concerns. Essentially, Zoro had noticed that since Luffy rescued him from Monka, they had encountered little danger. Although they had run into Buggy in Orange Town, the man had inexplicably allowed them to go free. Now, as they navigated this sea, they had yet to encounter any trouble, whether from other pirates or Navy forces. Usopp immediately countered Zoro's complaint. asserting that having no troubles along the way was quite favorable. I think it's great. We can reach many places safely. At that moment, Luffy stood atop the Going Merry, adjusting his straw hat while declaring, "It has indeed been too smooth, but let us not dwell on that now. I smell food." As he spoke, Luffy was already salivating. Just over 100 meters from the sea restaurant, he activated his rubber powers and launched himself towards it. "That idiot Luffy!" Zoro exclaimed, unable to suppress his irritation. After all, if Luffy fell into the sea, Zoro would have to dive in to retrieve him, and charging ahead could potentially damage someone else's ship, incurring costs. Like in the original story, Luffy failed to control his power and crashed into the sea restaurant, creating a hole. Fortunately, he landed in the kitchen. Had he crashed into the dining hall, he would have surely been beset by a horde of pirates. However, he did collide with Sanji, who was busy in the kitchen. And thus their acquaintance began. Zoro and Usopp entered the sea restaurant in search of Luffy and soon overheard everyone discussing a particular piece of news. Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirates had decisively defeated the world's greatest swordsman. Hawkeye my hawk, that Zoro's breath quickened upon hearing this. The title of the world's greatest swordsman, that was precisely the formidable adversary he yearned to challenge. It was also the true purpose behind his journey with Luffy, to confront the greatest swordsman and ascend to the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Chapter 33. You are not just any small-time pirate. Zoro could hardly believe that the Hawkeye Mihawk he had longed to confront had fallen to Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirates. If memory served correctly, Lu Ming was merely a petty criminal with a bounty of 18 million berries. How could he possibly defeat the world's greatest swordsman, let alone annihilate him? Damn it. Either some scoundrel is impersonating Hawkeye Mihawk, tarnishing his reputation, or Lu Ming is merely posturing. Zoro seethed inwardly, vowing to give Lu Ming a sound thrashing the next time they met. Achoo! Back on the Thunder Pirate ship, Lu Ming suddenly sneezed. Damn it! I knew this wouldn't end well. I will inevitably be cursed in the shadows. Rubbing his nose, Lu Ming instinctively grumbled, then made his way to the deck and inquired, "Has Hawkeye Mihawk yet to awaken?" Away had become Lu Ming's loyal assistant, always ready to assist him. "Vice Captain, Hawkeye Mihawk has yet to regain consciousness since his fainting spell. There's a possibility he may even be dead, given the severity of his wounds." Away replied instinctively. After all, the ship's doctor had informed them that Hawkeye Mihawk's injuries were grievous, making survival unlikely. While he would not be dead, it was clear that his true strength was formidable. Lu Ming smiled faintly and remarked, "It is well known that in the world of One Piece, the more powerful a person is, the stronger their vitality of resurrection becomes. Take the wounds of Dracula Mihawk. For instance, to an ordinary person, they may appear grievous, but for Mihawk himself, he can recover significantly in merely a few days. Vice Captain, you are truly formidable, and you remain astonishingly humble," said Away, with a hint of flattery. "All right, enough praise for me. Otherwise, I might become so conceited that I would lose my way in all directions," Lu Ming humbly replied, then added, "By the way, where is Kuroha?" "Vice Captain, Kuroha is aboard the second Thunder Pirate ship." "Very well, you carry on. I shall go take a look." Upon finishing his words, Lu Ming soared into the air, traversing the space from the first Thunder Pirate ship to the second with ease. Although the two vessels were separated by a distance of several meters, for someone with the Nine Suns' divine skill, it was a trivial feat to glide through the low air with a mere release of inner strength, allowing him to leap several meters in a single bound. "Good morning, Vice Captain." As he landed on the deck of the second Thunder Pirate ship, numerous crew members were practicing their sword-drawing techniques and greeted Lu Ming in unison. Their diligent training suggested that they aspired to become as lethal as Lu Ming, capable of dispatching foes without a trace. However, talent cannot compete with those who possess extraordinary abilities. Nonetheless, Lu Ming did not wish to dampen their enthusiasm. He nodded and encouraged, "If you persist in your sword-drawing practice daily, you will find that striking down enemies with ease will become second nature." "Thank you, Vice Captain. We will strive to cultivate our skills and will not give up easily this time." Many of the crew members earnestly affirmed. "All right, continue your practice." After saying this, Lu Ming made his way to the chamber where Kuroha was imprisoned. After all, he still had his system task tied to Kuroha, which involved defeating him to gain lottery points. Having challenged Mihawk yesterday and earned lottery points without yet drawing, Lu Ming aimed to complete the task concerning Kuroha before proceeding with his final draw. "Please, don't kill me. I beg you. I am willing to serve you like a beast." I would never betray you. Kuroha, curled up in a corner of the cabin, turned pale with fright upon seeing Lu Ming enter. As if his very soul had fled. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have defeated Kuroha psychologically, earning 3,000 lottery points. Lu Ming was taken aback to hear the system's electronic notification in his mind so soon. Pondering that he had yet to lay a hand on Kuroha, it appeared that psychologically defeating an enemy indeed mitigated much of the hassle, suppressing his excitement at gaining an additional 2,000 lottery points. Lu Ming smiled and inquired, Kuroha, you are the overlord of the East Sea. Why are you so terrified of a mere small pirate like me? Kuroha dared not meet Lu Ming's gaze, trembling uncontrollably. Upon hearing Lu Ming's rhetorical question, Kuroha felt tears welling up but, fearing to remain silent, instinctively responded, No, you are not a small pirate. You can even slay Dracula Mihawk in an instant. You are truly terrifying. I once thought Mihawk was the most powerful being I had ever encountered, but yesterday, you actually defeated him. You are the mightiest, the most fearsome, the one I cannot contend with. I in your eyes. I, the overlord of the East Sea, am but a mere wretch, unworthy of your presence. I beg for your mercy. I do not wish to die. Kuroha could no longer hold back his tears. So it appears. However, given your pitiful state, the Thunder Pirate crew has no need for someone like you. Lu Ming stated, Rest assured, I have no intention of killing you, but our crew has an old tradition. We let fate decide your destiny. After saying this, Lu Ming exited the cabin and instructed, Send a few men to toss Kuroha into the sea. Let fate determine his future. Yes. Vice Captain Point 2 crew members promptly complied. Casting Kuroha into the ocean, Lu Ming was preparing to visit Mihawk, who was recuperating in a cabin aboard the ship. Vice Captain, could you teach us the proper sword-drawing stance? Indeed, we were remiss in our observations the other day. Several crew members halted their training, stepping forward to request Lu Ming for another demonstration. Very well, I shall practice with you for a while. Lu Ming did not refuse, for he too needed to hone his sword-drawing skills, as drawing his sword 1,000 times would enable him to unleash a lightning-fast slash. Thus, Lu Ming engaged in sword-drawing practice, with the crew members mimicking his every movement. Before long, Mihawk emerged from the cabin, observing the members of the Thunder Pirate crew, along with Lu Ming. No, rather, the elder brother, performing the seemingly monotonous and rudimentary sword-drawing motions repeatedly. Mihawk furrowed his brow in confusion. Was this truly the training method of the elder brother? After several minutes of contemplation, Mihawk could not grasp the purpose of their practice and could not help but inquire. Lu Ming, what are you all doing? Lu Ming promptly replied. Oh, this is the practice of sword drawing. The technique I employed to injure you was this very move. What? Mihawk gasped, his breath quickening. Chapter 34. Will Mihawk address him as senior brother? Mihawk's breath was now rapid and shallow. He had not anticipated that Lu Ming would use such a seemingly basic attack to inflict serious injury upon him. Could it be that there was more to this simple sword-drawing technique than he realized? Mihawk, are you perhaps considering joining us in our practice? Lu Ming asked with an involuntary smile. Mihawk thought for a moment and replied, Not quite. I simply wish to know the extent of your sword-drawing technique. Lu Ming. If there are indeed profound levels within it, would you be so kind as to elucidate them for me? Mihawk inquired with humility and curiosity. After all, he had yet to comprehend precisely when Lu Ming had made his move. Before Lu Ming could respond, the crew members on deck boisterously interjected, completely oblivious to Mihawk's esteemed status. Hey, you there, do you have no sense of decorum? Can't you see we're practicing sword drawing under the vice captain's guidance? Exactly. Although you are a subordinate of the vice captain, we have long been his subordinates as well. Moreover, you joined later. You ought to address us as senior brothers. How dare you interrupt our training? The crew members asserted without hesitation. Lu Ming observed his comrades on deck, finding their indignation towards Mihawk amusing, and he could not help but stifle a laugh. His fellow crew members were indeed bold, daring to speak so freely to Mihawk. Perhaps this was the essence of youthful audacity. If they were to learn of Mihawk's renown in the New World one day, they would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of trepidation regarding their words. Ahem, I advise you to show some kindness. Do not hold a grudge against an injured individual. Let him be. Lu Ming interjected earnestly. Since you have said so, Vice Captain, we shall not pursue this matter any further. A crew member graciously conceded that moment. Mihawk felt a twinge of discomfort, sensing he was being bullied while downcast. However, these individuals were Lu Ming's crew, so he deemed it unnecessary to retaliate. Furthermore, Most people in the East Sea were unaware of Mihawk's identity and true power. As the saying goes, ignorance is bliss. Very well, continue your practice, Lu Ming remarked before approaching Mihawk, saying, let us find a place to sit and converse. Certainly, but do treat me to a couple of drinks. Mihawk replied, gazing at Lu Ming with a hint of significance. I tend to become friends with formidable opponents, provided they do not become enemies. He. Indeed. I have long been aware of your relationship with Shanks. Lu Ming chuckled, inadvertently referencing Shanks. In truth, Lu Ming wished to imply that their relationship was likely more complex than mere friendship. At present, the relationship between Mihawk and Shanks resembles that of intimate confidants. If I were to forge a friendship with Mihawk, it's entirely possible that he might regard me as a confidant as well. After all, invincibility can be a profoundly lonely existence when one finds a rival. If enmity is not the chosen path, then the only alternative is to become a confidant on the journey of swordsmanship. In our leisure, we could exchange sword techniques, indulge in fine wine, and discuss the intricacies of life. Just envision the vivid imagery that springs to mind. Brother Lu Ming, you truly are remarkable, Mihawk instinctively remarked. With such unfathomable strength and insights as yours, you must not hail from the East Blue. Am I correct? Haha, quite so. Lu Ming merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, and shifted the topic. Didn't you want to know about the drawn sword slash? Indeed, I've always been perplexed. That moment, I felt no trace of your haki or any formidable power. It seemed you weren't even a devil fruit user. Yet after severely wounding me, I was completely oblivious to when you struck. Noticing Lu Ming's reluctance to discuss his true identity, Mihawk refrained from pressing further and returned to the initial inquiry. Lu Ming smiled and said, are you aware of a technique called the light speed drawn sword slash? I am not. Mihawk shook his head. Haha, that is understandable that if you had known, you wouldn't still be puzzled to this day. As he spoke, Lu Ming poured Mihawk a glass of red wine and continued, the light speed drawn sword slash emphasizes sheer speed. If the attack velocity is swift enough, one can eliminate foes without a trace. My drawn sword slash has reached the realm of light speed, where the speed of my strikes is imperceptible to the naked eye, even surpassing the speed of sound, truly achieving the swiftness of light. However, had you not underestimated me at that time and employed your potent observation haki, you would likely have discerned some traces of my light speed drawn sword slash. Upon hearing this, Mihawk was profoundly astonished. The speed of your attacks has reached that of light. Just how formidable must that be? Brother Lu Ming, did you cultivate your light speed drawn sword slash through relentless practice of the drawn sword technique? Mihawk could not help but inquire, as he found himself at an impasse in his own strength, unable to advance further. Perhaps Lu Ming's technique could provide him with a breakthrough. Indeed, my light speed drawn sword slash was honed through ceaseless practice. Day in and day out, leading to the comprehension of an extraordinary strike, Lu Ming stated with an air of profundity. After all, it wouldn't do to say, you all have no hope or opportunity. I merely possess an advantage. I see now. I truly did not anticipate that you, Brother Lu Ming, derived such a powerful technique from a single drawn sword motion. I am genuinely impressed, Mihawk reflected, having once considered himself the world's greatest swordsman. Filled with pride in his swordsmanship, only to realize there are always greater talents beyond one's ken. Thus, Mihawk resolved to practice the drawn sword technique from this day forth, hoping to glean extraordinary insights akin to Lu Ming. Or perhaps discover his own breakthrough. A resolute determination shone in Mihawk's eyes. Then do put forth your utmost effort. Lu Ming stood, patting Mihawk on the shoulder, finishing his last sip of red wine. I must attend to my duties now. That I sincerely thank you, Brother Lu Ming, for your enlightenment and guidance, Mihawk said respectfully as he watched Lu Ming depart from the pirate ship. Upon returning to the Thunder Eye pirate ship, Lu Ming entered his quarters, preparing for a system lottery. This time, a new lottery pool had been made available, allowing for a draw at the cost of 1,000 lottery points. Given the substantial cost, the rewards must surely be extraordinary. At this moment, Nami was also in her room, diligently crafting a nautical chart. Lu Ming chose not to disturb her, instead settling onto the nearby sofa to rest his eyes. Though in reality, he had already commenced the lottery. Chapter 35, Spirit of the Ship, Little Blue System. Let me have a draw at the cost of 1,000 lottery points. Do you wish to expend 1,000 lottery points? The host currently possesses 8,000 points. 8,000. Lu Ming was nearly taken aback upon hearing the system's electronic voice announce his lottery points. He hadn't anticipated accumulating such a sum within merely 2 or 3 days. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed he had completed several tasks in rapid succession. In the sea restaurant, defeating Don Krieg netted him 2,000 points, vanquishing Sanji granted him 3,000 points, challenging Mihawk yielded 1,000 points. And today, defeating Kuro had earned him another 2,000 points. Altogether, it indeed amounted to 8,000 points. Well then, since I have such an abundance, I might as well indulge. Let us go for a bold 4 draws of 1,000 points. By the way, does this 1,000 point draw come with a bonus for a 5-draw set? It does, host. Excellent. Then I shall opt for a 5-draw set. Lu Ming thought eagerly, brimming with anticipation for the rewards to come. System notification, 5-draw set results. Congratulations, host, you have received the technique, Buddha's Palm. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the forbidden technique, Impure World Reincarnation. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a ship's spirit. Congratulations, host, you have received the Sun Fruit. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100,000 proficiency points. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100,000 proficiency points. In that moment, Lu Ming's mind echoed with the various rewards, but he managed to maintain his composure, continuing to rest his eyes. Nevertheless, within him, a fervent desire to experiment with these extraordinary abilities surged. The Buddha's Palm required over 100 years of internal energy to execute, an achievable feat. As Lu Ming still had 3,000 lottery points remaining, he promptly drew at the cost of 100 points. Performing 4 5-draw sets, which, along with the additional rewards, granted him over 20 years' worth of internal energy. With his existing 80 years of internal energy, he was poised to exceed the century mark in no time. Would you like to learn Buddha's Palm? Yes. Congratulations, host. You have successfully learned Buddha's Palm. Currently, at LV1. The next level requires 100,000 proficiency points. Wait, it requires 100,000 proficiency points for an upgrade. Lu Ming mentally groaned, struggling to contain his frustration. Previously baffled by the nature of proficiency points, he now realized they were essential for upgrading techniques. But seriously, must it be so burdensome? To ascend from LV1 to LV2 requires 100,000 proficiency points. Cough. I can tolerate this, he muttered. By the way, how many levels does Buddha's Palm have? Host. Buddha's Palm consists of 18 levels. Puffed. Lu Ming was left speechless at the revelation. 18 levels. How many enemies must he defeat to accumulate enough proficiency points for upgrades? Amidst his internal turmoil, he refocused and began to examine the forbidden technique, Impure World Reincarnation. This technique also necessitated proficiency points for further advancement. Without such upgrades, it appeared he could only reincarnate a single individual at his current level. However, it seemed the Impure World Reincarnation had no upper limit on proficiency, meaning the more he enhanced it, the more individuals he could bring back. This technique seemed promising, but he would need ample proficiency points for future endeavors, as he had no idea whom he might wish to reincarnate at present. Next, he turned his attention to the ship spirit he had acquired. It appeared as a beautiful, ghostly girl, capable of manifesting aboard any pirate ship. As the master of the ship spirit, Lu Ming could effortlessly command her to control the vessel, and with her presence, the ship could instinctively evade numerous potential dangers at sea. Not bad. I shall call you Little Blue from now on. Right away, master. The voice of the ship's spirit echoed in Lu Ming's mind. Come forth and manifest upon this pirate ship. Yes, master. With Lu Ming's command, the ship's spirit instantly materialized before his eyes. This moment, only Lu Ming could perceive the Little Blue spirit, as he had activated the concealment mode, rendering him invisible to others. Once the ship's spirit, Xiaolon, appeared, it circled around Lu Ming before vanishing within the room. Merging with the number 1 Thunder pirate ship. In that instant, Lu Ming felt an extraordinary expansion of his vision, as if the ship's spirit were his own eyes, even while resting in the cabin. He could sense every corner of the number 1 Thunder pirate ship, and even the surrounding sea within the limits of his sight. He couldn't help but wonder if the ship's spirit would grow. A system prompt echoed in his mind. The growth of the ship's spirit also requires a substantial amount of proficiency. Upon reaching a certain level, the ship's spirit can materialize. Upon hearing the system's electronic notification, Lu Ming instinctively swallowed hard. The ship's spirit can materialize. The mere thought sent a shiver through his body. The ship's spirit was simply too enchanting. Even in its ethereal state, it stirred his heart. Ahem. Lu Ming coughed instinctively. Lu Ming, what's wrong with you? Nami, who was nearby working on navigation charts, immediately inquired with concern. Nothing, just a slight itch in my throat. Lu Ming replied, feeling somewhat ashamed for his thoughts. Knowing they were somewhat inappropriate towards Nami. I see. Then I'll continue working on the charts. Nami nodded, reassured. Curiosity got the better of him, and Lu Ming couldn't resist asking, Nami, what do you think about boys who are fond of beautiful girls? Immediately regretting his question, he wondered why he had blurted it out. Don't boys generally prefer beautiful girls? Just as we girls like handsome boys. I think it's a natural phenomenon. Nami replied, her inner thoughts spilling out without hesitation. Lu Ming, upon hearing this, realized it was Nami's genuine response. I see. But if a handsome boy like me were to be liked by several beautiful girls, what would you do? Lu Ming asked, his heart racing with curiosity. He genuinely wanted to know Nami's feelings as his first girl if he were to fall for several beautiful girls. Nami felt a sudden tightness in her chest upon hearing Lu Ming's unexpected question. She had indeed noticed that since developing feelings for him, she had grown fearful of him not being exclusively hers. Chapter 36. The breathing technique of Thunder. Lu Ming was simply too exceptional. Radiating brilliance, he was not only handsome but also incredibly kind and affable. The charm exuded by such a perfect boy was something she, as a girl, could hardly grasp entirely. Can I choose not to answer that question? Nami turned her head away, forcing a smile as she looked at Lu Ming. Actually, you could answer it. After all, we should occasionally share our inner thoughts. It could benefit our future relationship. Lu Ming replied with a gentle smile. Seeing Lu Ming's warm expression, Nami felt a wave of comfort wash over her. His smile had the power to erase the nightmares of Kokoja village. Since that moment, she had believed Lu Ming's smile possessed a healing capability. At this moment, Nami felt a touch of helplessness, realizing that this had become a question she could no longer refuse to answer. With a hint of melancholy, she replied, Actually, I've thought about this question before. But after much contemplation, I feel I can only choose to go with the flow. After all, a person's radiance and charm cannot be concealed. They will inevitably attract many wonderful things. Lu Ming felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. After all, it indicated that Nami was an understanding girl. Nami, rest assured, the person I cherish the most is still you. Lu Ming reassured her. Ugh, I don't want to flirt during the day. Nami's mood brightened significantly. Her cheeks flushing as she covered her smile with her hand and resumed her work on the navigation charts. With Lu Ming's words, she felt invigorated and filled with motivation. Haha. Isn't it normal for couples to indulge in a little flirtation now and then? Lu Ming teased playfully. Humph, we're not a couple yet. You haven't even married me, and we haven't officially tied the knot. Nami huffed, appearing quite proud and playful, yet her ears were flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet Lu Ming's gaze. Don't worry, I will marry you. Lu Ming said earnestly. I understand. You should continue resting. I need to focus on my drawings, Nami replied, her face still flushed. Feeling somewhat shy, but mostly happy, Lu Ming chose to remain silent, closing his eyes to recuperate, as he still had a sun fruit to consider. Now, he was contemplating whether to consume the sun fruit. It was considered the strongest fruit among the Logia types, unmatched even by Blackbeard's dark fruit. Never mind, having abilities isn't about quantity. I'll find an opportunity to take a bite and gain the powers of the devil fruit. Furthermore, with his water manipulation technique, he could completely disregard the constraints of seawater on devil fruit users. With this thought, Lu Ming's resolve strengthened, and he began preparing to address the 20,000 proficiency points he had acquired. System, can I upgrade the techniques I previously drew using proficiency points? Lu Ming queried within his mind. Yes, host. Then, I want to use 100,000 proficiency points on the 6-pulse sword, Lu Ming declared decisively. As the 6-pulse sword was only at LV1, limiting him to unleashing a single pulse of the divine sword. Ding! Congratulations, host. The 6-pulse sword has been upgraded to LV2. Congratulations, host. The 6-pulse sword has been upgraded to LV3. System prompt. The next upgrade requires 100,000 proficiency points. Awesome. Lu Ming exclaimed upon hearing that the 6-pulse sword skill had jumped to LV3, significantly increasing its power and enabling him to unleash 3 inner force-infused sword attacks simultaneously. System, open the panel for me. Immediately, Lu Ming couldn't help but glance at his status panel. Host. Lu Ming. Age. 18. Technique. 9 Young Divine Art. LV2. Proficiency. 100,000 300,000. Skill. 6 Pulse Sword. LV3. Proficiency. 110,000. Skill, water manipulation, LV1, proficiency, 5,000 50,000. Technique, Buddha's palm, LV1, proficiency, 110,000. Forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, LV1, proficiency, 110,000. Ship spirit, Shaolon, LV1, juvenile phase. Proficiency, 110,000. Body refinement, purple chi divine art, LV1, proficiency, 4,000 50,000. Technique, thunder breathing, to be activated special skill, lightspeed draw slash, 5,000 10,000 times. Devil fruit, sun fruit, to be used. Weapon, Wad Ikamanji inner force, 102 years remaining proficiency points, 100,000 remaining lottery points, 1,000 comprehensive combat power, 999, 9999. Wow. I truly am remarkable. Lu Ming marveled at his attribute panel, a plethora of skills and techniques, almost making him feel giddy with pride. Haha. Indeed, this is what it feels like to have a cheat. Next, he resolved to activate the thunder breathing technique, which would amplify his weapon's power tremendously. With this in mind, Lu Ming quickly rose and addressed Nami. Nami, I need to step out for a moment. Nami merely acknowledged with a sound, continuing her meticulous work on the charts. As drawing required great precision and care, Lu Ming soon arrived at the second level of the No. 1 Thunder pirate ship. Captain, I need your assistance. Do you have a moment? Lu Ming called out from outside the door. Lu Ming, don't be so polite. Just tell me what you need. Captain Reed paused, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel that he was currently engaged in muscle-strengthening exercises, diligently lifting weights, doing push-ups, squats, and sit-ups daily. At that moment, he was bare-chested, drenched in sweat. Captain, it's like this. I want to experience your lightning to numb my body, to train my physical resilience and resistance to electricity. Haha. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he chuckled softly. It is indeed possible, but my electric voltage is rather low. At most, it can only render you paralyzed for a second or two. The lightning that enhances physical hardness is unlikely to achieve much, Captain Reed stated seriously, yet he did not refuse. No worries. I'll give it a try first, Lu Ming replied with a smile. Just provide me with more electricity. The activation of the thunder breathing technique required Lu Ming to practice breathing amidst a certain amount of electricity, which would allow him to officially commence the technique. The greater the electric power he absorbed, the more formidable the thunder breathing technique would become. As for the minimum voltage required to initiate it, Lu Ming was uncertain and could only explore through experimentation. Chapter 37. Marine Headquarters. Karp, here's the deal. Lu Ming, you know that my strongest lightning is passively released, so hit me directly. Hit me hard, without holding back. Huh? Captain, are you serious? Lu Ming felt a bit embarrassed, not expecting that in seeking assistance from Captain Reed. He would also need to strike him fiercely. Come on, my skin is tough and my flesh is thick. Do you really think I can't withstand your little punches? Captain Reed laughed. Then I'll give it a shot. With that, Lu Ming took a deep breath and summoned 10 years' worth of internal energy. Boom! A heavy palm struck Captain Reed's chest. The captain felt as though a massive boulder weighing hundreds of pounds had pressed down upon him, making it difficult to breathe, and his face instantly turned crimson. Captain Reed was astounded. Was this the power of Lu Ming's strike? This kid must be cheating. When he saw Lu Ming make his move, he had initially thought to jest about Lu Ming using a palm instead of throwing a proper punch. However, when Lu Ming's seemingly unhurried palm slammed against his chest, he found himself gritting his teeth to endure. And if it weren't for his solid stance, he would have likely been sent flying. As Lu Ming's palm connected, a surge of lightning coursed through Captain Reed's body. Lu Ming immediately began practicing the thunder breathing technique. System notification. Activation of the thunder breathing technique failed. Lu Ming's body was ravaged by the lightning, becoming intensely hot, and although he felt numb all over, it was not particularly painful. Failed? Lu Ming sighed internally. It seemed Captain Reed's electricity was too weak. The voltage was insufficient to activate the thunder breathing technique. Quickly regaining his composure, Lu Ming withdrew his hand and looked at Reed with concern. Captain, are you all right? Your complexion seems off. Captain Reed coughed twice and replied, It's nothing serious. Just feeling a bit of blocked energy. I'll be fine after a while. But you, kid, I didn't expect you to possess such terrifying palm strength. How did you manage that? Captain Reed couldn't help but ask. After all, Lu Ming's strike had seemed neither slow nor fast, appearing to lack explosive power, yet it nearly made him cough up blood. Captain, it's because I employed my internal energy. Despite my seemingly pudgy appearance, I still have quite a bit of explosive force, Lu Ming explained, but even after revealing it was internal energy. Captain Reed was perplexed. Internal energy? What is that? Captain Reed asked, scratching the back of his head, feeling utterly bewildered by the concept. Simply put, Captain, internal energy is a breath cultivated from within, but it can only be mastered by those with special physiques. So I fear you might not be able to grasp it. However, Captain Reed need not feel regret. I recall there is a type of power known as Haki, which can be awakened through continuous combat. And its prowess could rival my internal energy. Lu Ming instinctively offered some comfort. I see. Thank you, Lu Ming. Captain Reed expressed his gratitude, feeling immense anticipation for the Haki. By the way, do you want to continue hitting me? I should still be able to withstand a few more strikes, Captain Reed said, regaining his focus. Not for now. I think I'll wait until your lightning power strengthens. Currently, it can only induce a slight paralysis. But it can't enhance my physical form, Lu Ming replied. Subsequently, he exited Captain Reed's quarters. The sea was clear for miles, basking in golden sunlight. Lu Ming gazed up at the sky before making his way to the deck, where he reclined on a lounge chair, soaking in the sun. System, what is the minimum voltage required to activate the thunder-breathing technique? Lu Ming pondered, wondering if the requirement would be too high. In which case, he would have to wait some time before activation. Perhaps he could go to Sky Island to find Enel, who possessed lightning of over 100 million volts. System notification. Host. The minimum requirement to activate the thunder-breathing technique is 20 million volts of electric current. Hiss. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was taken aback. Such a requirement was exceedingly high. 20 million volts of electric current could likely only be found in the form of divine lightning or from Enel, who had consumed the rumble fruit. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, Lu Ming decided against activating the thunder-breathing technique for the time being. He would deal with it when he reached Sky Island. Currently, the Thunder Pirate ship was en route to Loguetown, which would take at least another day to reach. Loguetown was located in the East Blue, near the Grand Line, and it was the site where the Pirate King, Roger, was executed. Speaking of Loguetown, it's where Roger was executed. I wonder if it's possible to find his remains. If I could locate even a fragment of his corpse, I might attempt to utilize the forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, to revive him. Lu Ming suddenly entertained such wild thoughts. After all, with the forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, why not take advantage of it? Just then, the sound of a cannon blast jolted Lu Ming back to reality. First mate, it's bad. A Navy warship is pursuing us and has opened fire. Alway rushed forward to report, his face pale with fright. Did you see who the Navy commander is? Lu Ming inquired calmly. I saw clearly. It's the Navy headquarters Vice Admiral, Karp. What? Vice Admiral Karp? Lu Ming exclaimed, sitting upright in shock. Are you kidding me? Vice Admiral Karp is a true powerhouse in the pirate world, the pinnacle of the Navy headquarters combat strength. Known as the Iron Fist, his reputation is well-deserved. Hand me the telescope. I need to confirm. Lu Ming snatched the single-lens telescope from Awei's hand and peered at the Navy warship several hundred meters away. Indeed, it was a Navy headquarters vessel, identifiable by the letter emblazoned on its sails, signifying its affiliation. On board was none other than Iron Fist Karp, grinning as he held a cannonball, seemingly sensing Lu Ming observing him through the telescope. In response, Karp hurled the cannonball directly towards Lu Ming's position. Lu Ming furrowed his brow. What a way to target me right off the bat. He swiftly directed his internal energy with his fingers, launching an attack against the incoming cannonball. A surge of invisible sword energy collided with the cannonball in midair. Boom, the cannonball exploded in the air, successfully intercepted by Lu Ming. Chapter 38, Karp. Give me face for my hawk at that moment. Captain Reed and Eureka emerged from the cabin onto the deck. Upon learning that it was Vice Admiral Karp from the Navy headquarters, tension gripped their hearts. Although they had not ventured beyond the East Blue, Karp's reputation resonated strongly there. Moreover, who didn't he know that Vice Admiral Karp hailed from the East Blue? It was said that even the Pirate King, Roger, was no match for Karp, who personally captured him and sent him to the execution platform at Loguetown. Lu Ming, what do we do now? If it's Vice Admiral Karp from the Navy headquarters, our Thunder Pirate crew stands no chance, Eureka said seriously, sensing the urgency of the situation. Vice Admiral Karp's strength is immensely formidable. His fists are harder than iron. Reed, have always regarded him as my surpassing goal. Read added, acknowledging the futility of confronting Karp. Indeed, the power of Vice Admiral Karp was overwhelmingly strong. The Thunder Pirate crew had little hope of prevailing against him. Lu Ming pondered quickly before speaking. After weighing the pros and cons, he felt that even if he possessed some extraordinary abilities, he could not extract any advantages from Karp. What should they do? Yalata continued, moreover, even if we escape, the speed of the pirate ship cannot match that of the Navy's warships, right? Not necessarily. Lu Ming disagreed, for he had control over the ship's spirit, Little Blue, although Little Blue was only at level 1. Being attached to the ship conferred numerous advantages. For instance, it enhanced the ship's defensive capabilities by 30% and increased its speed by the same margin. Thus, if they truly chose to flee, the Navy's warships might not be able to catch up with their pirate ship. However, the ship's spirit could only aid one vessel, leaving the other pirate crew vulnerable to the Navy's grasp. So, have you come up with a better plan? Captain Red couldn't help but exclaim in delight. There is indeed a plan, but it comes with a considerable cost, and I shall not resort to it unless faced with the worst outcome. Lu Ming replied. At that moment, Karp's warship had closed in on them. Now within 50 meters, when Lu Ming and the others spotted the Navy warship, they realized that the rescued Captain Crick was the reason behind it all. It turned out that this fellow, Crick, had not been claimed by fate, but rather saved by Rear Admiral Karp of the Navy. Thus, Karp's sudden pursuit of the Thunder Pirates seemed less coincidental and more due to Crick revealing their whereabouts, prompting Karp to apprehend them. Otherwise, Karp wouldn't have the time or energy to specifically hunt down the Thunder Pirates, nor would he easily usurp the younger generation's endeavors. That Crick fellow is truly fortunate. Red scoffed, initially believing that such a scoundrel would not escape divine retribution. To Lu Ming, it seems you have encountered a significant predicament. On the second Thunder Pirate ship, the swordsman Mihawk had already donned his attire, concealing the bandages wrapped around him, and continued, however, I can help you stall him. But your injuries aren't sufficiently healed for a confrontation with Karp, are they? Lu Ming instinctively remarked, no matter, I can still hold him off. Besides, as a warlord of the sea, my status ensures that Karp won't easily breach this accord. Mihawk confidently declared. In that case, I am immensely grateful to you. Lu Ming refrained from further elaboration, knowing that if anyone could halt Karp, it would indeed be Mihawk, universally acknowledged as the world's greatest swordsman and a warlord of the sea. Mihawk nodded and leaped from the second Thunder Pirate ship, landing perfectly on his coffin ship. Mihawk, may our paths cross again, Lu Ming called out as he distanced himself from Mihawk. Lu Ming, I shall await you in the new world. However, next time, I will surely triumph over you, Mihawk replied with anticipation. Meanwhile, Captain Red, Yalata, and several crew members remained in a state of shock, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. Just a moment ago, they had heard Mihawk proclaim himself a warlord of the sea. As seasoned pirates, they understood the significance of this title. After all, the warlords of the sea were a group recognized by the world government, notorious figures whose strength was not only formidable, but who could navigate freely between pirates and the Navy. They could act with impunity on the seas without facing constraints or sanctions from the Navy. First mate, did you just hear that? Your subordinate Mihawk actually claimed to be a warlord of the sea. Is that true? Away finally snapped back to reality and inquired. Indeed, it is true, Lu Ming affirmed with a nod. Wow, I didn't expect him to be such a big shot. That's incredibly intimidating. Away had completely redefined his perception of Mihawk. Acknowledging his immense power and unique status on the other side, Mihawk stood upright on his coffin ship, as Karp's warship slowly came to a stop a mere few meters away. Mihawk, I never expected you to arrive in the East Blue. Such a rare visitor, Karp remarked, gazing down at Mihawk from the deck. Unbeknownst to Karp, Mihawk had suffered defeat the previous day, as he had just returned from the Navy headquarters. After all, upon hearing from Daz Bounty that unruly fellow Luffy had set sail, Karp had hurried back to the East Blue, hoping to retrieve Luffy. However, seeing your demeanor, it seems you intend to impede my pursuit of the Thunder Pirates, Karp suddenly inquired with a stern expression. Having already heard from the pirate Crick about the Thunder Pirates' involvement in the demise of Captain Mouse from the 16th Navy Division. Thus, upon encountering the Thunder Pirates, Karp was resolute in his intention to apprehend them. Humph, since you are aware, I kindly ask that you grant me a favor and abandon your pursuit of them this time, Mihawk instinctively replied. wishing to avoid a conflict with Karp, especially in his injured state. Consequently, he expertly invoked Shanks' tactics, hoping they would prove effective once more. Grant you a favor? Karp could hardly suppress his irritation, grumbling, "Damn it, don't try to use Shanks' tactics on me. Every time I think of Shanks, I feel an urge to give him a good thrashing." Mihawk found himself speechless at Karp's sudden outburst. He was oblivious to the fact that Karp was currently incensed due to Luffy's foray into piracy. Chapter 39. Karp's Deception. In Karp's eyes, the root of all this chaos was Shanks, who had led his grandson Luffy astray. Had Shanks not ventured into Windmill Village all those years ago, Luffy would not have been so resolute in his desire to become a pirate and claim the title of Pirate King. Consequently, he would not have disregarded Karp's warnings and set sail just days prior. At this moment, Mihawk held on to his pride. Witnessing Karp's dismissive attitude, he coldly declared, "If you refuse to show me respect, then I shall engage you in battle with all my might. Let us see if I can cleave your warship in two with a single stroke." Upon hearing this, Karp's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. "Humph, you truly are impudent. Do not think that just because you are the world's greatest swordsman and a warlord of the sea, I will not dare to confront you. By all means, give it a try. I am quite eager to challenge the legendary you." Mihawk's eyes gleamed like an eagle's, fixating on Karp as he prepared to draw the black blade, Yoru, from his back. Observing this, Karp promptly interjected, "Enough. I am quite busy at the moment and have no time for a battle with you. While I do not understand why you would assist a mere Thunder Pirate crew in obstructing me, I do not wish for a second encounter. Otherwise, despite your unique status, I shall ensure you regret it." Mihawk seated himself confidently in a nearby chair and stated, "I shall not depart for another half an hour." "Very well, half an hour it is," Karp replied dismissively, noticing that Mihawk had taken a seat. "Someone, bring me a chair, and also, fetch me some senbei." Thus, Karp leisurely sat and munched on senbei while occasionally glancing at Mihawk. However, before long, he seemed to recall something and commanded, "By the way, the Thunder Pirates are headed towards Loguetown. Immediately notify the station navy there to ensure they apprehend the Thunder Pirates." "Understood." After making the necessary arrangements, half an hour swiftly passed. At that moment, Mihawk's ship suddenly set sail, distancing itself from the area. An inquisitive Navy soldier could not help but ask, "Admiral Karp, I do not quite understand. Given your strength, even Mihawk should show you respect. Why then do you extend him courtesy?" "Humph, you lot know nothing. If it were not for the concern of you sinking to the depths of the sea, I would not bother giving him any respect," Karp scoffed. Just then, a Navy soldier rushed out from below deck. "Reporting urgently, Admiral Karp. We have just received some astonishing news from Pirate Crick." "What news?" Kapu casually inquired, though he was not particularly interested, for in his eyes, Click was merely a minor pirate. As the naval soldier contemplated the news he was about to convey, he found himself somewhat hesitant, even doubting its veracity. Pirate Click claims that Hawkeye Mihawk was defeated at the sea restaurant by a lad named Lu Ming from the Thunder Pirate crew, whose bounty in the East Blue is said to be a mere 18 million berries. Haha, who would believe such a thing? It must be a rumor. Upon hearing this, Kapu could not help but laugh, dismissing it entirely. After all, he regarded Hawkeye Mihawk as a formidable force. Although a warlord of the sea, his true prowess was widely acknowledged to be on par with the highest echelons of power. Akin to an admiral, how could such a powerful individual possibly suffer defeat in the East Blue? Furthermore, when has such a formidable pirate ever emerged from that region? The disparity in bounty alone spoke volumes. However, it appears that Pirate Click is not lying. He stated that thousands of individuals at the sea restaurant are aware of this event. The soldier continued to explain, "Even so, it should not involve a matter of defeat in battle." Kapu instinctively analyzed, still unconvinced. It is said that in the battle, Hawkeye Mihawk sustained grave injuries and was unable to withstand a single blow before conceding. Grave injuries? Kapu immediately suppressed his amusement. If Hawkeye Mihawk was indeed gravely wounded, how had he dared to stand before him previously? Damn it, if this were true, had he been played for a fool? Although the warlords of the sea were recognized pirates by the world government, they were certainly fair game if one had the means to eliminate them. Pirate Click mentioned that his upper body was nearly cleaved in two. The soldier stated earnestly, "Humph, immediately contact the station navy in the East Blue to verify the authenticity of this information." Kapu's temper flared. If Hawkeye Mihawk was indeed feigning weakness, he would pursue him relentlessly to capture him. For how could a wounded Hawkeye Mihawk stand a chance against him? "Yes, sir." The naval soldier promptly activated the Den Den Mushi. attempting to confirm the news from various naval outposts. Unfortunately, the incident had occurred just the day prior, and the Navy in the East Blue was not renowned for their efficiency. Thus, some station naval officers were entirely unaware of the situation regarding Hawkeye Mihawk's supposed defeat at the sea restaurant, while others had only heard rumors, lacking any certainty regarding their authenticity. Upon hearing this, Kapu felt a profound sense of frustration that it was evident that the Navy in the East Blue was slack, rendering their intelligence division utterly ineffective. The Great Line or the New World would have been far more efficient. Had such an event transpired a moment ago, it would have already been thoroughly investigated. Forget it. I shall personally visit the sea restaurant, Kapu resolved, temporarily setting aside thoughts of Hawkeye Mihawk to verify this matter. Along the way, he hoped to encounter that brat Luffy. According to Dasky, Luffy had set sail 5 or 6 days prior, and under normal circumstances, he should be in the vicinity. However, as Kapu made his way to the sea restaurant, he encountered numerous pirate ships, stopping several to inquire, all of whom claimed to have witnessed Hawkeye Mihawk's defeat. Humph, Hawkeye Mihawk, how dare you put on airs before me? Kapu seethed, clenching his fists, while simultaneously becoming increasingly intrigued by Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirate crew. To have injured Hawkeye Mihawk was indeed the mark of a truly low-key powerhouse. Kapu, should we consider the potential danger of the Navy stationed in Loguetown taking on the Thunder Pirate crew? One naval officer inquired. Kapu pondered this, acknowledging the inherent risk. After all, the Navy in the East Blue was inferior in both combat strength and equipment compared to their counterparts in the Great Line and the New World. Encountering a pirate even stronger than Hawkeye Mihawk would undoubtedly spell disaster for the average naval officer. Engaging them would be tantamount to seeking death. Immediately establish contact with the forces stationed there. Instruct them to monitor the Thunder Pirate crew and refrain from acting rashly. They must find ways to stall the Thunder Pirate crew until I can personally deal with them. Meanwhile, the naval commander stationed in Loguetown was a colonel and a user of the smoke fruit. Although a colonel, his actual strength was comparable to that of a typical rear admiral. At this moment, Smoker had heard of Kapu's demands and felt as though he were being toyed with, leaving him quite vexed. Humph, the Thunder Pirate crew is hardly a threat. Kapu is being overly alarmist. Colonel Smoker, what shall we do next? One naval soldier asked instinctively. Pay no heed to Admiral Kapu. As soon as the Thunder Pirate ship enters our controlled waters, we shall attack with full force and ensure the capture of every member of the Thunder Pirate crew, Smoker declared, biting down on a cigar, adopting an air of reckless abandon. But Colonel, that is Admiral Kapu from the Navy headquarters, personally pursuing these pirates. Surely they must be formidable foes. A soldier ventured, fearing that if the pirates were indeed strong enough to draw Kapu's attention, they would merely be walking into a death trap. Nonsense. Our duty is to protect Loguetown, and we are the Navy responsible for safeguarding this town. You are to follow my orders, and if Admiral Kapu expresses discontent later, I shall bear the blame alone. Smoker stated arrogantly. Understood. The naval soldiers, unable to defy Smoker's command, promptly sprang into action. A day later, the Thunder Pirate crew arrived near the waters of Loguetown. However, they observed the town from a distance, not daring to enter immediately. Lu Ming, are you certain there is an ambush ahead? Captain Reed could not help but ask, as he sensed an eerie calmness, seeing not a single naval vessel in sight. Indeed, I am certain of an ambush. But we need only wait until nightfall to enter Loguetown, thus avoiding unnecessary troubles, Lu Ming replied instinctively. Then we shall heed your guidance. Captain Reed and the others readily accepted Lu Ming's wisdom. Feeling the increasing threats along their journey, while exhilarating, the pressure was undeniable. As night fell, the naval soldiers stationed at the coast of Loguetown, along with several pirate ships concealed within the bay, had been waiting since yesterday without catching a glimpse of the Thunder Pirate crew. Forget it. Let's return and report to Colonel Smoker. There has been no sign of the Thunder Pirate crew, one soldier suggested. Indeed, what ship would dare sail at such an hour? Aren't they afraid of running aground? Another added. Let us rest. We shall rise early tomorrow to continue our watch. Thus, the naval soldiers stationed at the coast of Loguetown relaxed their vigilance and took a reprieve in the dead of night. The Thunder Pirate ship stealthily entered a secluded bay, free from naval ambush. Moreover, with Lu Ming's ship spirit, Xiaolon, they could navigate underwater hazards without a care, as there was no risk of colliding with submerged rocks at night. Simultaneously, Xiaolon could autonomously navigate, reaching designated locations without the need for lights. After leaving a few individuals to guard the ship, the majority proceeded to infiltrate Loguetown. Inside a tavern, Lu Ming, Captain Reed, Yalata, Nami, and Away were plotting a significant undertaking. What? Searching for Roger's corpse. Captain Reed exclaimed in shock at Lu Ming's audacious proposal. Surely not. Lu Ming, why would you seek Roger's remains? He has been dead for over a decade. Even if found, it would be nothing but bones. Yalata chimed in, equally perplexed by Lu Ming's intentions. For now, do not concern yourselves with the details. Simply focus on locating Roger's body. Even if it is just bones, we must bring it back. You will understand the incredible events that will unfold. Lu Ming cryptically stated he certainly could not reveal to his companions that he possessed a forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, that could resurrect the deceased into an immortal existence. Very well, let us inquire around. Captain Reed and Yalata exchanged glances, deliberating before agreeing to Lu Ming's mission, thereby affirming their commitment. The next day, Lu Ming and Nami set out together, while the others concealed their identities and took separate routes. Subtly inquiring about Roger. Lu Ming, where shall we head next? Nami asked. Nami trailed alongside Lu Ming, continuing, if nothing is confirmed, I would like to purchase some daily necessities. Haha, I'll accompany you shortly, but first, you must take me to a certain place. Lu Ming replied with a smile. What place? Nami inquired. I will reveal it later. For now, let us first see if there are any suitable weapons available. Having arrived in Loguetown, he naturally intended to seize the treasures hidden there, particularly the famed demon blade, Sanai Kitetsu, located within the town's weapon shop. Before long, Lu Ming led Nami through inquiries until they reached the weapon store. The proprietor, known as Maidao, greeted the unfamiliar faces of Lu Ming and Nami with a broad smile. Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you in search of weaponry? Our wares are meticulously forged and reasonably priced. Lu Ming, uninterested in idle chatter, directly requested, do you have the store's treasure? Show it to me. Indeed. But it comes at a steep price of 5 million berries. Maidao observed Lu Ming's reaction, deducing from his demeanor that he was a wealthy individual and thought perhaps he could be exploited. Business had been dismal since Smoker took charge of Loguetown. With many shopkeepers suffering losses, they felt compelled to take advantage of any customer they could. Upon hearing the price of 5 million berries, Lu Ming couldn't help but smirk. This merchant knows how to conduct business. Does he think I've come into wealth? He recalled that in the original tale, this very merchant had quoted 1 million berries for the blade Tesoro, yet now it had escalated to 5 million for him. Does he think my gentle appearance makes me an easy target? His amusement grew at the absurdity of the situation. Dear customer, you mustn't accuse me of unfair pricing. Just days ago, I had it listed for 10 million berries. If it weren't for Colonel Smoker's governance making business difficult, I would be loath to part with it for 5 million. Though Maidao felt a twinge of guilt, he persisted in his sales pitch. Lu Ming, however, cut through the pretense, stating coldly, I will give you a flat 10,000 berries. Otherwise, given your earlier attempt to extort me, I shall destroy your shop. What? 10,000 berries. Maidao's face darkened. No sale. Leave now, or I shall summon the Marines. He could hardly believe someone would dare offer such a paltry sum for the store's prized possession. Meanwhile, Nami, who had a keen eye for money, thought to herself that 10,000 berries was already quite generous. You black-hearted owner, are you truly expecting 5 million berries for a mere broken blade? In my view, it isn't even worth 10,000. With hands firmly placed on her hips, she asserted her stance, reminding herself of her formidable reputation. This lady clearly knows little about swords. Do you have any idea what the lowest price sword in my shop is? Maidao retorted, irked by her lack of understanding. I couldn't care less what your lowest price is. If you do not sell us the store's treasure for 10,000 berries today, you shall have reason to regret it, Nami declared imperiously. Reflecting on their pirate status, who would dare extort them? I doubt you truly wish to see us remain here in Loguetown. Maidao scoffed. I know you are pirates, but what of it? If you dare to cause trouble, Colonel Smoker will not spare you. He despises pirates. Colonel Smoker, you say? Is that supposed to intimidate us, the Thunder Pirate crew? Lu Ming interjected with a disdainful snort, unleashing decades of inner strength that filled the weapon shop. Clang! All the weapons displayed within trembled in response to his aura. With a mere gesture, Lu Ming seized the hidden demon blade, grasping it firmly. What? Maidao, taken aback, realized the gravity of the situation. This individual was not an ordinary pirate. He had effortlessly retrieved the blade from afar. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he realized he had underestimated Lu Ming's capabilities. Lu Ming held the demon blade. It exuded an overwhelming resistance. As if attempting to rebel against him, that a mere demon blade dares to struggle in my grasp. Lu Ming scoffed. channeling his formidable inner strength to subdue the blade's malevolent energy, forcing it to submit. Is this it? Mai Dao watched in disbelief as the blade fell silent in Lu Ming's hand. The weapon had earned its reputation not for its price, but because none could tame it, which was why it remained unsold. Nami, pay him 10,000 berries. We shall leave at once, Lu Ming commanded. All right. Nami nodded, producing the prepared sum. Mai Dao, wishing to intervene, lacked the courage and could only watch as Lu Ming and Nami departed. Threatening, you are robbers. I will report you to the Marines. As he pondered the absurdity of losing his prized weapon for a mere 10,000 berries, he felt his blood boil and rushed to find the Marines. With the blade in hand and the Wado Ikamanji strapped to his back, Lu Ming and Nami continued their journey. Nami, I suspect that merchant will not rest until he exposes our whereabouts to the Marines. Not to worry. That smoky fellow poses little threat to us. Our priority is to find someone who can help us locate Roger's corpse, Lu Ming calmly replied. Find someone? Indeed, I intend to invite him aboard our Thunder Pirate ship. Lu Ming smiled, for there was a promising individual in Loguetown who would soon rise to prominence as one of the supernovas, Bartolomeo, the user of the barrier fruit. He was notorious in nearby waters, having once dominated over 150 small towns, with his subordinates spread throughout the region. Who is this person? If you have your eye on him, he must possess some unique qualities. Nami inquired curiously. Indeed, he is a devil fruit user. Our Thunder Pirate crew requires potential members to navigate the Grand Line successfully, ensuring that even in the New World, we will have the strength to face numerous adversaries. Lu Ming explained. Subsequently, Lu Ming sought out some local ruffians to gather information on Bartolomeo. Humph, you wish to meet our boss. Let's see if you can afford it. A red-haired thug sneered, rubbing his fingers together, implying he sought a bribe. Clang, Lu Ming unsheathed the newly acquired Sandai Kitetsu, pressing it against the thug's throat. You, a mere street punk, dare to challenge a pirate's blade. You have one last chance. Will you choose your life or your coins? I relent. If you have the guts, follow me and see how my boss deals with you. The red-haired thug quickly acquiesced, though he remained begrudgingly defiant in his heart. I'll be waiting, Lu Ming replied coldly, trailing behind the thug. Soon, they arrived at an underground gambling den, where they encountered Bartolomeo. Boss, these two are threatening me. You must help me, the red-haired thug pleaded immediately. Anyone who dares to bully my people should inquire about my reputation in Loguetown. Bartolomeo, with his spiky green hair and devilish demeanor, glared at Lu Ming. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Defeat Bartolomeo to earn rewards. Upon hearing the electronic voice in his mind, Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement. Finally, an opportunity for experience. Nami, step aside. Lu Ming expressed his concern. All right, please be cautious and don't let your guard down. They are numerous. Nami replied gently, understood. Lu Ming nodded and turned to address everyone present, declaring, remember, those who dare to strike you are Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirate crew. Why not all come at me together? Chapter 42. The Might of the Buddha's Palm. Haha. You truly are audacious. Bartolomeo scoffed. A mere Thunder Pirate crew. We've never even heard of you. Clearly, you are just a nameless, worthless band of pirates. His derisive laughter rang out, completely dismissing Lu Ming while dripping with mockery. But since you have come seeking death, we shall oblige. Come on, surround him and take his head. Bartolomeo's expression suddenly turned cold as he issued the command. In the underground gambling den, over 100 ruffians brandished an array of weapons. Iron rods, spiked clubs, knives, and swords. You're finished, brat. We are notorious in the underworld, having once dominated 155 towns, and we've beaten more people than you've had meals. With malicious grins, the mob of thugs closed in on Lu Ming, exuding an air of confidence that they had him cornered. Your weakness is not your fault, but to come here and act so brazenly is where you err, Lu Ming proclaimed as he unleashed a powerful strike, sending forth a colossal golden palm imprint that surged forward. Boom! The throng of thugs that had approached was sent reeling, blood spewing from their mouths as they flew backward in shock. What kind of technique is that? The remaining ruffians were left dumbfounded, suddenly perceiving Lu Ming as a demon. He had sent dozens of their comrades flying with a single blow, and those struck were now choking on their own blood. Now it's your turn, Lu Ming continued, unleashing another 2 consecutive strikes. Buddha's palm. Buddha's palm. In less than 5 seconds, 100 or so thugs lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. and you dare to flaunt your bravado before me. Do you not realize that this era belongs to pirates? You land-dwelling riffraff are destined to remain mere footnotes. After a cold snort, Lu Ming turned his gaze toward Bartolomeo, who was left utterly astonished. How is this possible? You've injured all my brothers here with just 3 strikes. Bartolomeo found it hard to accept, unable to fathom the extent of Lu Ming's strength. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a sense of admiration for this formidable pirate. Bartolomeo, it's your turn now, right? As the leader of this gang, surely you are not a coward hiding in your shell. If you are a true man, step forward and challenge me. Lu Ming's voice boomed. Bartolomeo, taken aback, seemed utterly intimidated by Lu Ming. It was as if this man, who claimed to be from the Thunder Pirate crew, had captivated him entirely, becoming the powerful pirate he so admired. Suddenly, Bartolomeo knelt before Lu Ming, tears streaming down his face. Please, Lu Ming senpai, let me join your crew. If not, I am willing to pay any price. I only wish to sail with you and share in your adventures. His gaze was sincere. Filled with desperation, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile slightly at this scene. It seemed he would not need to extend an invitation to Bartolomeo to join the Thunder Pirate crew. Weren't you just boasting about taking my head? Lu Ming replied, his expression unchanging. Lu Ming senpai, I was wrong. It turns out we have developed a bond through this conflict. Your strength is awe-inspiring. Although I am but a small-time thug in Loguetown, I dream of becoming a great pirate. I implore you, let me join the Thunder Pirate crew. I have money. I can bring 500 million berries. Bartolomeo pleaded earnestly, his offer enticing enough to even make Nami's eyes sparkle at the mention of 500 million berries. My goodness, that's an enormous sum. Ahem, Lu Ming, we should consider declining his offer. After all, the money he offers is far too much, Nami awkwardly suggested. Thank you, sis. You are so kind, Bartolomeo exclaimed, tears of gratitude flowing as he bowed repeatedly to Nami. Sis? Nami blushed upon hearing this, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Ming before instinctively retorting, Humph, don't say such things. Lu Ming and I are not married yet. Bartolomeo, seizing the moment, realized this was his opportunity. If he could win over Lu Ming's woman, he might just have a chance to join the Thunder Pirate crew. Sis, Lu Ming senpai will surely marry you one day. I can see how much he cares for you. Always protecting you. Nami, clearly pleased, began to warm up to Bartolomeo. Lu Ming, why not let him join our Thunder Pirate crew? Didn't you mention we needed to increase our crew size? She said instinctively. Lu Ming smiled gently at Nami, replying, Nami, leave this matter to me. Okay. Nami nodded, unable to resist Lu Ming's charming smile. Every time she saw him smile, she found herself growing soft-hearted, her heart racing. Although they lived together, the fluttering feeling never seemed to fade. Lu Ming senpai, I genuinely wish to join your Thunder Pirate crew. I assure you, I am a man of loyalty. Bartolomeo understood the decision lay with Lu Ming, so he set to impressing him further. Wishing to join the Thunder Pirate crew is not out of the question, but we have no room for useless members. Prove you are not worthless. Come and fight me. If you can impress me, you may earn your place as a senior member of the Thunder Pirate crew, Lu Ming declared. Lu Ming senpai, I will not disappoint you. I am a devil fruit user, though I may be weak now. I shall grow stronger, Bartolomeo proclaimed, standing up with determination in his eyes. Very well, your resolve is commendable. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall congratulate you. Lu Ming replied earnestly. Lu Ming senpai, it's a promise. Bartolomeo, sensing the gravity of this opportunity, felt the urgency to prove himself, even in the face of Lu Ming's formidable power. You could choose to defend or counterattack, Lu Ming instructed before unleashing the Buddha's palm. Infused with the explosive energy of a decade's worth of inner strength, Bartolomeo, seeing the massive golden palm hurtling toward him, recognized the necessity of utmost caution and prepared to defend himself with all his might. Defensive Barrier, Chapter 43. The joining of Bartolomeo. At that moment, Bartolomeo formed a gesture with his fingers, intertwining his index and middle fingers, and a transparent barrier appeared before him, resembling a sheet of glass. Boom! The Buddha's palm collided with Bartolomeo's protective barrier, unleashing a powerful shockwave. However, Bartolomeo gritted his teeth, managing to hold his ground. He suddenly realized that if he gave it his all, he could potentially stand as an opponent to Lu Ming. Perhaps, with a surge of latent potential, he might even claim victory over Lu Ming. Lu Ming senpai, I blocked your attack. How about that? My strength isn't too shabby, is it? Bartolomeo grinned, his confidence soaring as he appeared somewhat buoyant. Your fruit ability is promising, but I need to see more from you. Otherwise, your current performance is insufficient to catch my eye, Lu Ming remarked, his standards evidently high. Not a problem. Lu Ming senpai, be careful. I'm going to counterattack now. With newfound confidence, Bartolomeo shifted from defense to offense. Impact barrier. Suddenly, Bartolomeo unleashed a powerful right punch, using the protective barrier before him as a medium of attack, charging towards Lu Ming. Observing this, Lu Ming remained unfazed, his demeanor exuding calmness, and he remarked nonchalantly, I merely employed 10% of my strength before. Now, let me demonstrate 30% and see just how resilient your protective barrier truly is. What? That last attack only utilized 10% of your power? Bartolomeo was taken aback, his mind reeling as though struck by a thunderclap. What a jest. How could he have been so prideful when the esteemed Lu Ming had only exerted a fraction of his true prowess? Anger surged within him, compounded by the embarrassment of having disgraced himself before Lu Ming. Boom. With that, Lu Ming unleashed 30 years' worth of inner energy, executing the formidable Rulai palm once more. Crash. The immense golden hand collided with Bartolomeo's protective barrier, which shattered like bulletproof glass exploding midair, vanishing completely. Bartolomeo was left utterly dumbfounded. His own attack had proven so effortlessly fragile. Truly, Lu Ming was a powerhouse deserving of the admiration he had garnered at first sight. He was magnificent. Lu Ming, I admire you so much. Please grant me another chance, Bartolomeo exclaimed, appearing like a starry-eyed disciple. However, Lu Ming couldn't help but think it fortunate that this fellow was not a masochist. Otherwise, such behavior might have labeled him a legendary pervert with sadistic tendencies, a thought that made him feel quite nauseous. Another chance, but I still have another palm to deliver, Lu Ming instinctively replied. Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo's heart leaped with joy. Wonderful. Does that mean you acknowledged my previous attack? He mused. Humph. Do not become too pleased with yourself. I only exerted 30% of my strength just now. However, I shall now unleash 50%. If you manage to survive, you will become a member of our Thunder Pirate crew, and a cadre at that. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression gradually grew serious as he began to mobilize 50 years of inner energy for an explosive display, slowly raising his palm, poised to unleash an even more terrifying strike. Bartolomeo, instinctively tensing up, felt a rush of excitement. If he could withstand this palm, he would be able to associate with the venerable Lu Ming. He resolved to give it his all. 3 layers. Protective barrier. Bartolomeo once again formed the gesture of crossing his middle and index fingers, and layers of protective barriers began to coalesce, ultimately reaching 3 formidable layers. Yet, at this moment, Bartolomeo was already panting heavily. Drenched in sweat, it appeared that summoning 3 layers of protective barriers was the utmost limit of his capabilities. Rulai palm. Lu Ming, observing this, immediately channeled 50% of his inner energy and activated the Rulai palm. Boom! The colossal golden hand, towering higher than 2 men, swept through everything in its path, obliterating all with a gust of formidable wind. Even the floor beneath them was uprooted. Gulp! Bartolomeo could not help but swallow hard, his heart sinking into despair. Nevertheless, he had resolved not to give up easily. Come on, Lu Ming, I will definitely become a member of your Thunder Pirate crew. Boom! In the next instant, the immense golden hand shattered Bartolomeo's 3-layer protective barrier. Bartolomeo let out a wretched scream as he was sent flying, crashing violently against the wall several meters behind him. Wow! Bartolomeo felt as if he had been struck by a mountain, utterly powerless to resist the overwhelming force. Unable even to struggle against the searing pain that left him gasping for breath, within mere seconds, he lost consciousness. Boss Bartolomeo! The trembling underlings beside him immediately cried out in terror, some mustering the courage to rush forward and check if their leader had perished. Our boss still has a pulse. He is alive. Wonderful. The boss is still with us. A great calamity must surely bring great fortune. The group of small-time ruffians displayed remarkable camaraderie as they clustered around Bartolomeo. At this moment, Lu Ming approached. The ruffians immediately turned pale, shielding Bartolomeo, and pleaded, Please, don't kill our boss. We beg you. We apologize. We can offer you money. Just spare our boss's life, and we will do anything you ask. Seeing these ruffians so devotedly protect Bartolomeo was indeed heartwarming. You all are quite commendable. You, and several others. Are you willing to join our Thunder Pirate crew? Lu Ming smiled with satisfaction, for Bartolomeo was still alive, thus passing his trial and becoming a cadre of the Thunder Pirate crew. Join the Thunder Pirate crew? What about our boss? One of the ruffians asked instinctively. Since Bartolomeo is not dead, he has naturally become a member of our Thunder Pirate crew. How splendid! We can still follow the boss, they exclaimed, eager to join. Just then, Nami approached, her eyes sparkling. Since we're all part of the Thunder Pirate crew now, shouldn't we prepare the 500 million berries this guy mentioned? We'll get right on it. Several ruffians rushed off to the inner hall to gather the 500 million berries their boss had promised. Nami felt a surge of joy. Soon, she would become extraordinarily wealthy. 500 million berries could buy a plethora of beautiful clothes. Oh, and I must buy a few outfits for Lu Ming and our companions aboard as well, Nami thought to herself, reveling in the prospects. Lu Ming, in turn, was filled with elation as the system's electronic voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated Bartolomeo and earned 3,000 lottery points at this moment. Lu Ming could hardly contain his happiness. This is marvelous. I have gained another 3,000 lottery points, adding to the 1,000 I already had, totaling 4,000 points. However, he decided to wait until he reached 5,000 points before conducting a lottery draw. After all, 5,000 points would allow him to perform a five-fold draw, with an additional bonus draw as well. Currently, Lu Ming was not particularly desperate for more techniques or skills, but rather sought to acquire proficiency. With proficiency, he could upgrade his existing skills and techniques, thus elevating his strength to new heights. Yet, he still needed 1,000 more lottery points to reach 5,000. Regrettably, he had not yet triggered any tasks. However, Lu Ming was not concerned about the lack of tasks. Once Bartolomeo regained consciousness, he could ask him to assist in searching for Roger's corpse in Loguetown. Lu Ming could then proactively seek out the Smoke Man. Smoker, as it was likely that engaging with him would trigger a task as well. Not long later, 500 million berries filled 3 wooden chests. Upon opening them, they gleamed with golden splendor, prompting Nami to instinctively guard the treasure. Bartolomeo stirred from his unconscious state, coughing. Am I dead or alive? Boss, you're still alive. Moreover, you are now a cadre of the Thunder Pirate crew, and we have joined as well. Puffed. After hearing this, Bartolomeo spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you all right? The underlings cried in concern. Fine, you fools. I endured all that punishment to pass the trial and join the Thunder Pirate crew, while you lot did nothing and still got in. You truly infuriate me, Bartolomeo lamented, feeling the unfairness of it all. Hee, boss, aren't we still following you? One of the underlings consoled. Cough. Bartolomeo, you are now a cadre of our Thunder Pirate crew. Make sure to work diligently from now on. Understand? Lu Ming coughed to draw attention before speaking earnestly. Brothers, help me up, Bartolomeo quickly exclaimed, then stood before Lu Ming, bowing deeply. Thank you for your guidance, Lu Ming. Call me Vice Captain. Yes, Vice Captain, Bartolomeo promptly corrected himself. Excellent. Next, I have a task for you. I trust that your connections in Loguetown, both above and below board, will yield unexpected results, Lu Ming stated. Vice Captain, what is the task? I will undoubtedly complete it perfectly. Bartolomeo gazed at Lu Ming with an expression of astonishment, utterly surprised by the rapidity with which he had been entrusted with significant responsibilities. Have your men locate Roger's corpse, even if only bones remain. Unearth it for me, and we shall rendezvous at the western dock, Lu Ming commanded. The mention of the body of Pirate King Roger left Bartolomeo in a state of disbelief. He pondered the implications but remained oblivious to Lu Ming's intentions regarding Roger's remains. Do you not know? Lu Ming furrowed his brow. Vice Captain, I possess some knowledge, for even many locals are unaware of Roger's burial site. The Navy clandestinely interred Roger's body years ago, seemingly to preserve his peace. Bartolomeo asserted confidently. However, to my understanding, only Roger's head was laid to rest in Loguetown, while the rest of his body was secretly transported away by the Navy headquarters. It appeared that this was not mere hearsay. Excellent. My appreciation for you grows by the moment. Go forth and retrieve Roger's head. Lu Ming patted Bartolomeo, thinking how fortuitous it was that this task required so little effort, with Roger's skull in possession. And under the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, it would be possible to resurrect Roger. Though his strength would not match that of his living self, he would undoubtedly retain a significant portion of his power. Indeed, Vice Captain, I shall make arrangements with the remaining brothers and attend to this matter immediately. Bartolomeo, a man of deep camaraderie, resolved to ensure the remaining crew members were well organized before departing Loguetown. "Trust your judgment," Lu Ming replied, taking his leave of the underground casino with Nami. Nami, reluctant to part with the several chests of gold and silver treasures, hastily admonished, "Chickenhead, do not forget to take those chests of berries. If even a single berry is missing, I shall hold you accountable. Fear not, sister-in-law. 500 million berries will not be shortchanged," Bartolomeo assured her. Upon exiting the underground casino, Nami inquired, "Lu Ming, can we now indulge in some shopping? I wish to procure some essentials for girls." Nami's cheeks flushed slightly at her admission. Lu Ming smiled, reflecting that the daily necessities of girls should not be overlooked. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Meanwhile, the proprietor of the weapon shop, seething with indignation, reported to the Navy that the Thunder Pirates had plundered his establishment. Upon hearing of the Thunder Pirates, the Navy stationed in Loguetown was taken aback. How had the Thunder Pirates eluded the ambush near the harbor and entered the town undetected? They promptly relayed this information to Colonel Smoker. "Humph, a bunch of incompetent fools. They can't even manage an ambush." Smoker fumed, his ire mounting at the thought that his meticulously arranged ambush had been circumvented by the Thunder Pirates. "Colonel, please calm down. I shall immediately dispatch personnel to apprehend them," a Navy officer nervously declared. "Humph, just you lot. Recall all the ambushed soldiers and conduct a thorough search of the town. This time, I will ensure that not a single member of the Thunder Pirates escapes," Smoker retorted, his eyes ablaze with righteous indignation. He was determined to eradicate such a nefarious group as the Thunder Pirates before they could pose a greater threat to the world. After issuing his orders, Smoker armed himself with a sea prismstone weapon and led a contingent of Navy soldiers to encircle the members of the Thunder Pirates within the town. Armed with wanted posters of key Thunder Pirates members, they quickly inquired among the townsfolk to pinpoint their targets. Soon enough, they located Captain Red, Eureka, and Away. Although both Captain Red and Eureka were devil fruit users, their abilities paled in comparison to Smoker's formidable prowess. When confronted by the White Hunter, Colonel Smoker, they found themselves utterly outmatched. It was as if an unseen force hampered their ability to unleash their powers. And their combat experience and skills could not rival those of Smoker. Consequently, when they were captured, they only managed to resist for a few rounds before being subdued. Chapter 45, The Execution of the Thunder Pirates. Smoker commanded his subordinates to escort Red and Eureka to the execution platform where Roger had once been decapitated, intending to carry out their execution at precisely noon. "Captain, I apologize. I am no match for him," Eureka lamented, casting a pained glance at Captain Red, who bore the weight of guilt. "It is I who should apologize. As the captain of the Thunder Pirates, I failed to safeguard you and provide you with a sense of security. I am utterly useless." Captain Red expressed his deep remorse. However, their inability to resist was not due to a lack of strength, but rather Smoker's superior mastery of his devil fruit abilities. For instance, Smoker's ability to fly at low altitudes rendered Captain Red and Eureka powerless. Moreover, the cunning Smoker wielded a large weapon embedded with sea prism stones, making it nearly impossible for Red and Eureka to defeat him in close combat. In the original narrative, even Luffy had been thoroughly bested by Smoker in Loguetown and nearly met his end had it not been for Dragon's timely intervention. "Has the news been disseminated?" Smoker inquired of the soldier beside him while standing on the platform. "Rest assured, Colonel, we have already spread the word. It is likely that Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirates will attempt to rescue them. But our forces are already in position, waiting for them to walk into our trap," the soldier replied confidently. "Humph, keep your eyes peeled," Smoker admonished, puffing out smoke from his cigar. At that very moment, Vice Admiral Karp was hastily making his way to Loguetown. Harboring an uneasy premonition, Smoker had always been a loose cannon, often overconfident, and Karp feared he might act independently against the Thunder Pirates before Karp could assert control. Once again, "Contact the Navy in Loguetown and instruct them not to engage the Thunder Pirates until I arrive," Karp commanded. "Yes, sir." A Navy soldier accepted the order and attempted to reach the forces in Loguetown, only to learn that Colonel Smoker had already taken action. "Vice Admiral, it is dire news. Colonel Smoker has already moved against them. However, Colonel Smoker has successfully captured Captain Red and his subordinate Eureka and has brought them to the execution platform as part of his next plan," the Navy soldier reported truthfully. Bang! Karp slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. "That Smoker dares to defy my orders. When I return to headquarters, he will surely face demotion." Karp was incensed. The Thunder Pirates concealed formidable and dangerous individuals, and Smoker's insubordination could lead to disaster. Moreover, capturing Red and Eureka without apprehending Lu Ming was telling in itself. Lu Ming was not an adversary to be trifled with. Full speed ahead. Let us see if we can retrieve Smoker's remains. Karp suddenly commanded, in Loguetown. Lu Ming and Nami had just finished their shopping for daily necessities when they were surrounded by a throng of Navy soldiers. Do not move. You are surrounded. Surrender and accept the judgment of justice, one soldier barked. Just you lot. If you wish to live, it would be prudent not to provoke me. Lu Ming scoffed, unfazed by the dozens of rifles aimed at him. He could effortlessly use his internal energy to neutralize all incoming bullets and retaliate in an instant, obliterating them all. Impudent pirate, obstinate as ever, opened fire, the leading Navy soldier, evidently harboring a deep-seated animosity towards pirates. Barked impatiently. Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, a barrage of bullets hurtled toward Lu Ming and Nami, foolish and overconfident. You shall pay the price, Lu Ming exclaimed as he swiftly pulled Nami into his embrace, shielding her. Boom! As the internal energy surged forth from within his body, it manifested like an invisible magnetic force, exerting its influence within a radius of 5 to 6 meters. Bullets that were fired toward him were all halted by this power. Suspended in the void. Moments later, these projectiles lost their momentum and fell to the ground. What? The surrounding naval soldiers were taken aback, incredulous that their bullets had been thwarted. What a joke. Could it be that their adversary was also a wielder of a devil fruit? Yet even Colonel Smoker, a fellow user of such abilities, would not dare to engage in such reckless behavior. It is my turn to retaliate. 3 Veins Divine Sword. Lu Ming drew his enchanted blade and with a single stroke, unleashed 3 invisible sword energies that sliced through the wrists of dozens of naval soldiers with imperceptible speed and force. By the time the soldiers regained their senses, their rifles had already clattered to the ground. Ah, my hand. It was then that they realized one of the tendons in their shooting wrists had been severed, rendering them powerless. A demon. He is nothing short of a demon. Run for your lives. Countless naval soldiers were paralyzed with fear, feeling that Lu Ming's strength was insurmountable. Had he chosen to slash at their throats, they would have scarcely understood how they met their demise. Under such overwhelming pressure, these branch soldiers lacked the composure of their headquarters counterparts and hastily retreated. Lu Ming did not pursue. Instead, he turned to the blushing Nami in his arms and said, Nami, you should head to our rendezvous point first. I must seek out the captain and the others. All right, just be careful. I'll be waiting for your return, Nami replied warmly. Once they parted ways, Lu Ming found it considerably easier to act alone. He had heard that the captain of the Thunder Pirates and his crew had been captured and were to be executed at noon. TSK, Colonel Smoker truly is a madman. He is the most bloodthirsty Navy officer I have ever encountered. Let us hurry to witness the spectacle, for noon is fast approaching. The streets buzzed with such news. Lu Ming understood that this was Smoker's ploy to draw him in to rescue his comrades, but should he abstain from acting, the captain and Yalada would indeed face execution at the hands of this lunatic. Thus, Lu Ming ventured alone to the execution grounds. That moment, the area outside the platform was teeming with people, including many pirates and members of the Thunder Pirates, yet none dared to make a move. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Defeat the White Hunter Smoker to earn lottery points. Chapter 46. A battlefield of one. With Lu Ming's arrival, the ambushing naval soldiers immediately took notice. In an instant, hundreds of them emerged, rifles at the ready, surrounding Lu Ming in a tight encirclement. I advise you not to obstruct my path, or you shall bear the consequences. Lu Ming scoffed coldly at the sight. Silence. You are now surrounded. If you continue to act recklessly, believe that we will turn you into a sieve, shouted one naval soldier, adopting an air of superiority, completely dismissing Lu Ming. How utterly ridiculous. Do you truly believe that you lot pose any threat to me? Lu Ming erupted into laughter, his gaze piercing, for he knew that he could incapacitate all the surrounding soldiers in mere moments if he so wished. However, at that very moment, the White Hunter Smoker stepped forward, brandishing a sea-stone weapon, joining the ranks of the naval soldiers, puffing on a cigar with an arrogant demeanor as he regarded Lu Ming. Humph, a mere pirate, yet you speak so boldly. Now, let me see just how capable you truly are. The White Hunter Smoker was prepared to take matters into his own hands and teach Lu Ming a proper lesson. This is amusing. I was just contemplating teaching you a lesson myself. And here you are, conveniently stepping up. Lu Ming could not help but chuckle. Smoke? The White Hunter Smoker disdainfully exhaled a vast cloud of smoke that billowed toward Lu Ming, obscuring him. Sara. Lu Ming activated the Sara technique from the Navy S6 powers, instantaneously propelling himself off the ground. In that fleeting moment, Lu Ming vanished from sight, reappearing close to Smoker's right side, the Buddha's palm. He struck out toward the White Hunter Smoker with a powerful blow. Smoker furrowed his brow. The opponent's technique was indeed one of the Navy's 6 powers. Sara. I did not expect your physique to transcend human limits. To master the Navy S6 powers, one must either have a teacher or possess physical abilities that surpass human limitations. Only then can one wield the techniques of the Navy or any of its forms. Each move of the Navy S6 powers requires a series of actions that exceed human capacity. For example, Sara demands that one rapidly stomp the ground multiple times in an instant to achieve the effect of disappearing, and that instant is merely 0.36 seconds. How could an ordinary person manage to stomp the ground dozens of times in such a brief moment? You were courting death. Thus, Smoker's anger intensified. How dare this mere pirate attempt to learn their Navy's techniques? Iron Block. Smoker immediately employed one of the Navy's 6 powers, the Iron Block. This technique temporarily reinforced his physique, rendering him as hard as iron, with formidable defense. White Fist. After enhancing his body, he charged forward, his fist enveloped in a layer of white smoke. You are indeed overestimating yourself, Lu Ming sneered. Did Smoker truly believe this punch was an ordinary strike? This blow drew upon 50 years of internal energy, a force that the White Hunter Smoker could not withstand head-on. Boom! In a critical moment, a colossal golden hand materialized from Lu Ming's palm, crashing down onto the White Hunter Smoker. In that instant of unexpected assault, Smoker felt an unprecedented sense of danger, but before he could react, he was sent sprawling several meters away, landing in a most undignified manner. Wow! The White Hunter Smoker struggled to rise to his knees, feeling an onslaught of power wreaking havoc within his organs, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood to alleviate his suffering. Around him, countless pirates, naval soldiers, and citizens of Loguetown fell into a stunned silence, unable to comprehend how such a formidable naval captain could be so easily overpowered by a single counterattack that left him bloodied. Yet soon, the surrounding soldiers snapped back to attention. Witnessing their captain in distress, they promptly raised their rifles, all aiming at Lu Ming. Don't move, or we will open fire. Fire? Then let us see if you dare. Lu Ming roared, his presence intimidating everyone present. The naval soldiers felt severely provoked, especially in front of such a crowd. To refrain from acting would surely invite ridicule. Open fire, commanded one of the naval soldiers. And simultaneously, a hail of bullets surged forth towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming remained unimpressed, channeling the Juyong divine art, unleashing a century's worth of internal energy that enveloped a 3-meter radius around him, effortlessly intercepting the barrage of bullets. The naval soldiers were aghast, astonished that their fired bullets had been so easily repelled. This must be a monster, or perhaps he is like Colonel Smoker, a legendary devil fruit user. Continue firing. A naval soldier, undeterred, issued another command, resulting in thousands of bullets being unleashed in rapid succession. Lu Ming remained unfazed, his profound internal energy continuing to shield him from the relentless onslaught of naval firepower. Hold your fire. I, the captain, have decided to personally escort him to prison. At that moment, the White Hunter Smoker suddenly stepped forward, wielding his weapon, the jit, which was embedded with sea prism stone at its tip. To Smoker's perspective, it was evident that Lu Ming must possess the powers of a devil fruit, for his bizarre and terrifying strength could not be otherwise explained. Thus, Smoker charged towards Lu Ming, brandishing the jit in his right hand, declaring, Lu Ming, you have successfully provoked me. I shall see what you can muster to resist and flaunt your arrogance. It's merely a weapon adorned with sea prism stone. Do not delude yourself into thinking it can threaten me. With a cold snort, Lu Ming seized Smoker's jit and unleashed a torrent of internal energy. Crack. In a mere moment, the jit was riddled with countless fissures. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, utterly unprepared for the realization that Lu Ming was even more formidable than they had anticipated. He had shattered Smoker's weapon with his bare hands. However, Smoker quickly resorted to the powers of his devil fruit. White blow. With that, Smoker vaporized his fist, launching a white smoke fist towards Lu Ming. Chapter 47. Smoker's severed Armagodly sword. Lu Ming flicked his finger, and an invisible force forcefully dismantled Smoker's assault mid-air. The White Hunter Smoker was taken aback again. It appeared that his opponent had merely twitched a finger, yet possess such uncanny power? What kind of devil fruit wielder are you? Smoker questioned, suppressing his unwillingness to concede. A devil fruit wielder? Ha! Why should I divulge that to you when you wish to kill me? If you have the capability, then figure it out yourself, Lu Ming retorted with a cold laugh. Harboring no fondness for Smoker, who resembled a rabid dog, despite Smoker's sense of justice, he exhibited no discernment when facing pirates, treating them all the same as true villains, which often led to violent confrontations. It is worth noting that since the Thunder Pirate crew had surged forward, they had committed no heinous acts. The death of Captain Mouse was well-deserved, ridding the Navy of a parasite and instead of gratitude. They sought to hunt them down, which was utterly excessive. True naval justice lies not in blind judgment, but in the ability to discern right from wrong to at this moment. The white hunter Smoker gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that he would indeed figure out what strange ability his opponent possessed. Once he discerned the type of devil fruit power Lu Ming wielded, he would find a way to deal with this insufferable pirate. With a deep breath, Smoker, despite his injuries, resolved to continue fighting. Humph, this is your own doing, he exclaimed with a defiant snort, as half of his body vaporized, releasing a vast cloud of white smoke that expanded like fluffy cotton candy, swiftly enveloping Lu Ming. White mist. Humph, do you think to trap me in your smoke? As expected of a Loguetown-type devil fruit user, your mastery of the fruit surpasses that of the captain and your leader. Otherwise, how could they have lost to scum like you? Lu Ming said nonchalantly, dismissing Smoker's attack entirely. However, as the thick cloud of smoke approached, Lu Ming swiftly drew the cursed blade, Sandai Katetsu, from his left hand, channeling his internal energy and slashing forward. Boom! The flash of the blade cleaved the oncoming smoke in two, and the blade's arc even struck Smoker himself. Smoker cried out in agony, "My arm! How dare you sever my arm? Not good! The captain is in danger! Open fire!" The surrounding Navy personnel, upon witnessing the dire situation of Captain Smoker, were instantly gripped by fear, for one of his arms had fallen to the ground. Tat tat tat. In an instant, hundreds of bullets were unleashed towards Lu Ming. Humph, is this never ending? Boom. At that moment, Lu Ming unleashed a surge of his century-old internal energy, and in an instant, everything within hundreds of meters was as if ravaged by a colossal storm. Even the clouds above shifted dramatically. Under the overwhelming eruption of Lu Ming's profound internal energy, the surrounding Navy and bystanders were sent flying as though struck by an unseen force. Smoker, unable to maintain his footing, could only cling to the ground, barely resisting the onslaught. Lu Ming then approached Smoker with a cold smile, planting his foot firmly upon him. "Smoker, do you truly believe you can defeat me? If I wished to kill you, you would be dead beyond recovery. Humph, you vile pirates. So what if I am not your match? You shall ultimately face the judgment of justice. You would do well to kill me now. Otherwise, as long as I draw breath, I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth and bring you to justice, imprisoning you and impel down," Smoker declared, his hatred for evil palpable, though he could not defeat Lu Ming. His pride as a Navy officer and his self-righteous demeanor left him unafraid of death. "Ha! Kill you? Why would I do that? I look forward to the entertainment you shall provide me. To be candid, a strong individual like myself is destined to feel lonely. If I do not gather some enmity now, how shall I live later?" Lu Ming laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with disdain and mockery. What of releasing a tiger back into the wild? Though Smoker possessed a good devil fruit, his potential was merely average and posed no threat. "Not kill me? Huh. You shall soon regret that." Smoker could not suppress his laughter, recognizing that his opponent was even more arrogant than he. Bang! Lu Ming kicked Smoker away with a single, powerful blow, sending him flying several meters due to the immense internal energy behind the strike. To the onlookers, Lu Ming's strength was astonishing. Every move seemed to wield unfathomable power, as if he possessed some extraordinary ability. What do we do? Our captain has been devastated. Should we rush in to help? However, sensing that intervening would only lead to their demise, the Navy soldiers hesitated, feeling powerless against Lu Ming. "Indeed, we are at a loss. Let us observe the situation for now." The Navy soldiers were struck with fear, feeling immense pressure and helplessness, and thus refrained from aiding Smoker. As for the bystanders, both pirates and Navy were left in utter shock. No one had anticipated that a pirate would so thoroughly dominate the Navy. Particularly the blade seller who had previously warned about the Thunder Pirates. Drenched in cold sweat, he thought to himself that this was no ordinary person. The opponent was inhuman. The methods were bizarre. The strikes ruthless. And even a formidable Navy officer like Smoker was bested and lost an arm that he realized he had made a grave mistake by opposing the Thunder Pirates, even attempting to extort them, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. After all, pirates were ruthless killers, constantly navigating perilous environments filled with gunfire, a veritable den of devils, a band of rogues. Yet, among the crowd, other pirate crews recognized Lu Ming's might and took note of the Thunder Pirates. Understanding that this crew was not to be trifled with, a single individual had decimated the main force of the Navy in Loguetown. It was utterly formidable. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, having not yet received the system's electronic notification indicating the completion of his task, realized that Smoker still harbored the will to resist. Otherwise, the system would have congratulated him already. Chapter 48. The Invitation from Revolutionary Army Dragon. Since the task remained incomplete, Lu Ming showed no restraint, relentlessly assaulting Smoker until he finally rendered him unconscious. What was supposed to be a gallows had instead become a sight of torment for Smoker. After knocking Smoker out, the system confirmed Lu Ming's completion of the task. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated Captain Smoker and earned 5,000 lottery points. Hiss, 5,000 points? Lu Ming was taken aback by the voice echoing in his mind, a surge of unexpected excitement coursing through him. To his astonishment, he had directly received a reward of 5,000 lottery points. It seemed that the more formidable the adversary he vanquished, the greater the reward in lottery points if the system operated on such a principle. He would have no concern for a lack of lottery points in the future. After all, once he entered the Grand Line, the abundance of powerful navies and pirates would surely yield a copious amount of lottery points. Having completed his mission, Lu Ming refrained from further attacking Smoker. Should he continue, Smoker would undoubtedly meet his demise. Although he harbored disdain for Smoker, he had yet to reach the point of wishing for his death. Instead, he decided to keep him around for practice in the future. Whether for himself or the crew of the Thunder Pirate crew, Smoker represented a valuable experience. Next, Lu Ming ascended the execution platform and rescued Captain Red, Eureka, and several other pirates, including Lu Ming. You've troubled yourself once more. Upon our return, I shall diligently develop my devil fruit abilities, exclaimed Captain Red. Me too. I must fully harness the potentials of my devil fruit. If we can unlock more abilities, we won't be easily subdued by Smoker, a fellow devil fruit user, Eureka added, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Rest assured, as long as you do not yield, you will grow ever stronger. The development of devil fruit abilities is boundless as long as you dare to dream, Lu Ming reassured them. He was aware that both Captain Red and Eureka, having battled Smoker, another devil fruit user, despite their defeat, must have gained considerable experience from the encounter. Then let us depart swiftly. Captain Red nodded in agreement. Just then, a sudden thunderstorm darkened the sky, as if concealing a great danger or a terrifying presence. Lu Ming could not help but glance upward, wondering if the dragon had appeared. In the original tale, Luffy was saved by Dragon while in Loguetown, suggesting that Dragon had fortuitously encountered Luffy rather than intentionally protecting him. After all, how could such a busy leader of the Revolutionary Army consistently escort Luffy? Lu Ming, what's wrong? Eureka inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. At that moment, they had hastily departed from the execution site. Oh, it's nothing. I merely find the weather changing rather swiftly. It seems a heavy rain is imminent, and we must hasten to the western port, Lu Ming replied instinctively, having already communicated with the ship's spirit, Shaolon, to await their arrival at the port. Indeed, Eureka nodded. However, as they approached the main road leading to the western port in Loguetown, a tall figure clad in a raincoat stood ahead, illuminated momentarily by the flashes of lightning. Lu Ming, what is going on with that person ahead? They exude a formidable pressure. Could they be here to confront us? Eureka asked, her voice laced with concern. Captain Red sensed the ominous aura as well. It was clear that this individual was a powerhouse. He felt rather useless, relying solely on Lu Ming to battle for the Thunder Pirate crew, which left him feeling deeply ashamed as a man. Lu Ming, however, was resolute in his belief that this individual was undoubtedly the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Yet, he pondered the meaning behind this unexpected encounter. You all go to the port and await my arrival. I shall join you shortly. Lu Ming stated instinctively. Is that really all right? Eureka inquired. Fear not. There is no issue whatsoever. I never undertake endeavors without assurance. Lu Ming replied confidently. Lu Ming, how could I allow you to face this alone? Captain Red insisted on staying. Captain, It would be wise to heed First Officer Lu Ming's judgment. Our presence may only hinder him, as he must also concern himself with our safety, that we should place our trust in him. Yurita promptly counseled Captain Red, displaying her awareness of the situation. Very well, Lu Ming, take care. Captain Red finally acquiesced, recognizing that remaining would only serve as a burden, a stark reality indeed. With Lu Ming remaining behind, Captain Red and Yurita proceeded towards the port. What business do you have? Lu Ming inquired as he stood merely 5 or 6 meters away from Dragon of the Revolutionary Army. He preferred to maintain control over the situation. Kid, are you interested in joining me? Dragon, enveloped in his feathered cloak, directly broached the subject. I have inquired about your affairs. Although you are a pirate, you adhere to your own principles and do not relish in the senseless slaughter of innocents. However, your impulsiveness could lead to perilous consequences. Without a formidable backing to shield you, you will encounter countless powerful foes and may meet an untimely end. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming could not suppress a smile. He had not expected Dragon to take an interest in him. Nevertheless, he felt no astonishment at the invitation, as he had no desire to join Dragon's organization. I appreciate your goodwill, but I prefer a more adventurous path. Thus I must respectfully decline your offer. I have no intention of following anyone. Very well, I hope we shall not find ourselves as adversaries one day, Dragon responded without further ado, recognizing that there was no need to continue persuading someone who was disinterested. With a clap of thunder, Dragon's figure vanished in an instant. Such incredible speed. I didn't even notice him disappear. Lu Ming stood in place, having witnessed Dragon's sudden disappearance, a testament to his reputation as one of the world's most dangerous criminals. Lu Ming then composed himself, reassured that he, with his extraordinary abilities, would one day surpass such figures, rendering jealousy unnecessary. Once aboard the ship, he would embark on a 5 consecutive draw, most likely enhancing his strength yet again. Upon reaching the port, the first Thunder Pirate crew had already arrived to welcome them. The second Thunder Pirate crew was also present, for they deemed it peculiar that the first cruise ship was sailing without anyone aboard. Thus, they had followed but dared not board, fearing it might be haunted, and could only observe from a distance. Chapter 49. The Resurrection of Roger, however, upon seeing their captain and crew return, they waved eagerly. Captain, First Officer, you have finally returned. But there is grave news. The ship is haunted. It sailed here all on its own. Captain Red and Yurita were left bewildered by the claims of their crewmates. A ship sailing on its own. Even Yurita grew serious. Stop this nonsense. Immediately account for everyone. We must ascertain if all our comrades have returned. The remaining crew members, knowing their words would not be believed, could only fume in silence as they began counting heads to see who had yet to return. Nami had already returned to the ship, having placed the purchased supplies on board. Upon noticing her comrades counting heads, she immediately spoke up. We cannot leave until the new members arrive. We must wait. That is 500 million berries at stake. Just as Nami voiced her concerns, a group of around 20 individuals emerged through the storm. At the forefront stood Bartolomeo, followed by his willing companions, among whom were several subordinates that Lu Ming valued highly. First Officer, we have arrived. Bartolomeo respectfully approached Lu Ming. How did you fare with the tasks I assigned you? Lu Ming asked instinctively. Rest assured, First Officer, everything is in this box. Bartolomeo replied earnestly. Excellent. Let us board the ship first, that I will introduce you to the captain shortly. Satisfied, Lu Ming declared. Thus, the Thunder Pirate crew set sail, departing from Loguetown aboard 2 pirate ships. After all, if the navy of Loguetown were to discover that they had excavated Roger's grave, the Thunder Pirate crew would undoubtedly become the target of public outrage. On board, Lu Ming introduced the captain to Bartolomeo. Captain Red warmly welcomed Bartolomeo's addition to the crew, recognizing him not only as a devil fruit user, but also as one bringing 500 million berries aboard, which was indeed a tremendous boon. After a brief introduction, Lu Ming assigned them tasks, instructing them to immediately construct a coffin with the surplus wooden planks available on the ship. Meanwhile, Lu Ming obtained Roger's decayed skull, which, although not in perfect condition due to over 20 years of decay, remained a part of Roger nonetheless. Shortly thereafter, Bartolomeo approached him with the news that the coffin had been completed. Lu Ming proceeded to perform the forbidden technique. In pure world reincarnation, successfully reviving Roger, Lu Ming had mastered this technique to an exceptional degree, rendering it nearly flawless. The only limitation was that, without upgrading the technique, he could currently only reincarnate one individual at a time. But with continuous upgrades, he could potentially reincarnate countless deceased beings, with no limits on either level or quantity. Witnessing his success in reviving Roger brought immense joy to Lu Ming, as he now possessed a formidable trump card. Even if he continued to provoke trouble and the Navy could no longer tolerate the Thunder Pirate crew, what of it? Releasing Roger would distract the Navy, the world government, and numerous other factions, leaving them little time to focus on the Thunder Pirate crew. However, for the moment, Lu Ming chose not to allow Roger to manifest in the world, instead sealing him within the coffin and forbidding anyone from entering that cabin. Conveniently, this cabin was adjacent to his own quarters, alleviating any concerns he had about disobedient crew members attempting to pry open the door. With everything in place, Lu Ming returned to his cabin. Nami, blushing, said, "Lu Ming, I've prepared hot water for your bath. Would you like to wash up? You're quite soaked from the rain." "Thank you, Nami. I'll go right away. Hee, I'll wait for your return. I've also prepared some clean clothes for you." Nami smiled contentedly. "All right, wait for me." Lu Ming nodded, gently caressing Nami's cheek. That it could be said that Nami had become exceedingly docile under his guidance. Afterward, Lu Ming entered the bathroom, soaking in the tub while simultaneously engaging in a lottery draw. "System, give me 5 consecutive draws at 1,000 points each. Would you like to consume 5,000 points of lottery value? The host currently has 9,000 points. Consume." Ding. Lottery successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100,000 proficiency points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 200,000 proficiency points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500,000 proficiency points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the technique, Great Might Heavenly Dragon. After this round of 5 consecutive draws, Lu Ming received a total of 1 million proficiency points. The technique reward was a bonus from the 5 consecutive draws. Lu Ming was thoroughly pleased with the results of this lottery, as he desperately needed a substantial amount of proficiency to cultivate his numerous techniques and skills. However, he was curious as to why he had obtained so much proficiency this time. Could it be that he had unwittingly fulfilled certain conditions? System, why did I draw so many proficiency points? Host, the lottery pool can assess the host's inner desires, determining what the host wishes for, thereby maximizing the chances of fulfillment. So that was it. Lu Ming suddenly understood. It was essentially a wish-granting pool. If he desired a large amount of proficiency, he could draw a large amount of proficiency, and if he needed techniques and skills, he could draw even more of those. With this realization, Lu Ming felt he could approach future lottery draws with greater strategy. After all, techniques encompass many types, and simply thinking of what he needed would significantly enhance his chances of drawing what he desired. He then began allocating proficiency points to his techniques and skills. Technique, 9 Suns Divine Art. LV2 to LV3, proficiency cost, 200,000, skill, water walking technique. LV1 to LV2, proficiency cost, 50,000, technique, Buddha's palm. LV1 to LV2, proficiency cost, 100,000, forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation. LV1 to LV2, proficiency cost, 100,000, ship sprite, little blue. LV1 to LV3, growth stage. Proficiency cost, 300,000, body refinement. Purple Chi Divine Art. LV1 to LV2, proficiency cost, 10,000 on the existing basis. Technique, Breath of Lightning. Awaiting activation special skill, Light Speed Draw, 2,000 of 10,000 times. Devil Fruit, Sun Fruit, awaiting use. Weapon, Wado Ikamanji, Inner Strength. 102 years remaining proficiency. 340,000 points remaining lottery points. 4,000 points comprehensive combat power, exceeding 10,000. Upon seeing his strength, Lu Ming felt elated as his skills and techniques had significantly enhanced his capabilities. As the saying goes, having an advantage is exhilarating. Otherwise, how could his combat power exceed 10,000 in mere moments? By the way, he had almost forgotten to check the newly acquired technique, Great Might Heavenly Dragon. Returning to his thoughts, Lu Ming remembered it. Upon examining the technique, he discovered that certain conditions were required for its cultivation. He needed to possess 150 years of inner strength. However, Lu Ming currently only had 102 years of inner strength, indicating that he would need to draw more inner strength. For drawing inner strength, Lu Ming only needed to utilize the small lottery pool, consuming 500 points of lottery value for a 5 consecutive draw. With this newfound knowledge, Lu Ming fervently focused on drawing inner strength. Inner strength, inner strength. After expending 2,000 points of lottery value, he successfully drew over 50 years of inner strength. Lu Ming was ecstatic. With resources at his disposal, he felt he could manipulate the system at will. However, as he suddenly gained 50 additional years of inner strength, he experienced an overwhelming heat coursing through his body. This heat was no ordinary discomfort. It felt as though he were being internally incinerated. That I must refine this quickly. Lu Ming sat in the bathtub, fervently channeling the Nine Sons' divine art's mental methods. After a while, he felt much better, no longer experiencing the intense burning sensation. However, he still felt discomfort in a certain area, which he could resolve by seeking Nami's assistance later on. Unlike the first time, Lu Ming's body did not nearly succumb to the sudden surge of inner strength, for his purple chi divine art had already reached LV2, strengthening his physique during its upgrade. Additionally, the Nine Sons' divine art contained elements of body refinement, allowing him to cultivate a diamond-like body. Although it could not compare to the specialized purple chi divine art, the body refinement aspect of Nine Sons' divine art was still beneficial in the early stages. Ding! Congratulations, host, you meet the requirements for cultivating the technique. Great Might Heavenly Dragon. Would you like to begin cultivation? Yes. Congratulations, cultivation initiated successfully. Should I enhance the proficiency of the Great Might Dragon? Currently, the technique of the Great Might Dragon is at LV1, proficiency 0100000. Upon hearing the electronic chime of the system, Lu Ming chose not to proceed, but instead took a moment to examine the technique of the Great Might Dragon further. The Great Might Dragon consists of 18 tiers. With each tier ascended, its power doubles, manifesting as a colossal golden dragon. For every tier advanced, an additional dragon appears. Note: the deeper the inner strength, the greater the power of the released Great Might Dragon. After reviewing the details, Lu Ming found himself enamored with this flamboyant skill. He was no longer concerned with its potency. As long as it was visually stunning, it was impressive enough. The thought of unleashing a golden dragon with a single strike made him feel remarkably elevated. Moreover, with a total of 18 tiers, should he manage to elevate it to its pinnacle, he could unleash 18 golden dragons upon his enemies with one blow. The sheer invincibility of such a scene was exhilarating to contemplate. Excellent. I shall immediately expend 100,000 proficiency points to upgrade the Great Might Dragon, Lu Ming declared eagerly. Upgrade successful. Technique. Great Might Dragon LV2. The next level requires 300,000 proficiency points. Would you like to continue upgrading? The host currently has 340,000 proficiency points remaining. The system's electronic voice announced 340,000 proficiency points left. If I exhaust them all, I'll be left utterly drained, Lu Ming thought. However, he pondered the allure of upgrading the Great Might Dragon to LV3, which would enable him to unleash 3 golden dragons with a single strike, one more than the previous tier. Analyzing the situation briefly, he felt his breath quicken with anticipation. Consume. I command you to consume, Lu Ming instructed immediately, originally intending to allocate all his proficiency points to the ship's spirit, Xiaolon. After all, the ship's spirit, Xiaolon, was exceptionally beautiful, though regrettably a ghost without any physical form. Yet, should she reach maturity, she would gain a corporeal existence, and at that moment, she would truly belong to him. Alas, the temptation of the Great Might Dragon was too great to resist. He resolved to prioritize Xiaolon next time. Upgrade successful. The next upgrade requires 500,000 proficiency points. Goodness, the proficiency requirements are increasing in odd increments. Lu Ming couldn't help but grumble. To reach LV2 required only 100,000 proficiency points. But to reach LV3 demands 300,000, and LV4 requires a staggering 500,000. At this rate, reaching LV5 will necessitate 1,000,000 proficiency points. Given that the Great Might Dragon has 18 tiers, it seems this technique demands an excessive amount of proficiency. Once he began to voice his complaints, the system remained unresponsive. Thus, Lu Ming decided to abandon his grievances. Stepping out of the bathtub and returning to his room clad in a bathrobe, Nami was busy drawing a nautical map and, upon seeing Lu Ming enter, couldn't help but blush again. Lu Ming, I've prepared some clean clothes for you. Next time, I'll sew something for you myself. Despite her embarrassment, Nami promptly stepped forward to hand over the clothes she had prepared. In that moment, she radiated the aura of a devoted wife. Thank you, Nami, Lu Ming exclaimed, pulling her into an embrace instinctively. Nami, I encountered some issues while practicing my technique during my bath, so, upon hearing this, Nami's ears turned crimson, and she asked nervously, Are you all right? Of course I'm not all right. Without you, I can't resolve these matters on my own. Nami nodded instinctively, unable to resist Lu Ming's tenderness. After all, this was not their first encounter of such nature. It had happened several times already. Meanwhile, members of the Thunder Pirates, having departed from Loguetown, barely half a day had passed. Vice Admiral Karp commanded a warship to ascend to Loguetown, where the local navy immediately came to welcome them. Humph, where's Smoker? Why hasn't he shown up? Is he dead? Vice Admiral Karp was in a foul mood. Especially since the Navy at headquarters strictly obeyed orders, yet these branch offices seemed indifferent that Vice Admiral. Colonel Smoker is currently recuperating, a nervous ensign reported, feeling the pressure of Karp's anger. Humph, recuperating, so he is not dead yet. Karp scoffed. Well, he's not dead, but he did suffer a grave injury. Losing an arm, the ensign replied, not daring to withhold any information. Chapter 51. Karp discovers Roger's grave. Disturbed, Karp fumed. He deserves it. I sent you 2 orders, and none were followed. I clearly stated that Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirates could severely injure even the world's greatest swordsman, let alone a mere colonel. The fact that he survived is simply a testament to Lu Ming's disdain for killing him. Taking a deep breath, Karp realized despite his anger, Smoker was quite a dedicated officer with a strong sense of justice. This time, he had paid a heavy price. Karp hoped Smoker would learn from this experience and not act so recklessly in the future. The surrounding Navy soldiers were nearly petrified upon hearing the legendary swordsman had been severely injured by Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirates. Enough. Where are the Thunder Pirates? When did they leave? Karp inquired. Vice Admiral, the Thunder Pirates left Loguetown half a day ago. It will be challenging to catch up with them, an officer reported. Whether we can catch them or not, I must confront them. I will capture them, Vice Admiral Karp declared with fervor, earning the admiration of the surrounding Navy soldiers. They thought to themselves, truly, he is a hero of the Navy, with Vice Admiral Karp personally involved. The Thunder Pirates will surely find it difficult to escape. Karp did not pursue the Thunder Pirates immediately. Instead, he prepared to visit Roger's grave, as he had made a habit of doing so whenever he was in Loguetown. It had been nearly 5 or 6 years since his last visit, and considering Ace was stirring up quite a storm in the New World, it was time to give Roger a heads up. However, upon Karp's discreet arrival at Roger's grave, he was taken aback. Damn it, who disturbed Roger's grave? Karp's forehead throbbed with anger. After years without a visit, even Roger's south resting place had been violated. The thought of his deceased friend not resting in peace filled Karp with rage. Yet, upon calming down, he noticed the disturbance seemed recent. The signs of excavation were fresh, indicating it had occurred today. However, who could it be? Unable to deduce the answer, Karp returned to the Navy base to instruct his men to investigate the matter and find relevant clues. Having organized everything, Vice Admiral Karp departed Loguetown to continue his pursuit of the Thunder Pirates. Not long after Karp left, Luffy's Straw Hat Pirates arrived at Loguetown effortlessly, without encountering any challenges along the way. Captain, something's off. Look, there has been no difficulty at all, not a single enemy. Even the Navy seems indifferent to us. Zoro trudged along, his swords almost rusting from disuse since joining Luffy's merry. Let us not dwell on that. Let us go feast, Luffy exclaimed. Exactly. In my opinion, Zoro, you're just too oblivious to the blessings around you to know dangers, no troubles. What is not to enjoy? We can admire the scenery and indulge in food. Usopp added, unable to suppress his teasing. Humph, you don't understand. A journey devoid of challenges is a journey without value. My goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman. If I spend my days lounging on the ship, eating and drinking, even when I reach the end of this voyage, I fear I may end up as just an average three-sword style user. Zoro could not help but let out a cold snort. Growing increasingly disdainful of Usopp, who was timid and content with the status quo. Meanwhile, Sanji, deep in thought, remarked, perhaps the pirate crew ahead of us has cleared the troubles and obstacles along the way for us. However, I heard from Old Man that once we enter the Grand Line, things will get far more exciting. So, Zoro, just bear with it for a while. The sea ahead will surely not disappoint you. Upon hearing this, Zoro felt somewhat reassured. All right, I'll go look for a weapon shop. By the way, do you have any money on you? Could you lend me some? Usopp replied, though we are pirates, we neither steal nor rob. We can barely afford to eat. Do we look like wealthy people to you? I didn't ask you. Zoro retorted, clearly displeased that I have a little, but not much. I can only spare you 20,000 berries. Sanji then produced some berries, which were a small sum given to him by Zeph when he left the floating restaurant. Zoro held the money in his hand, but he knew it was far from enough to purchase a weapon. As a three-sword style practitioner, he dreamed of owning 3 fine swords. Thank you, Zoro expressed his gratitude. Realizing he would have to think of another way that as they entered Loguetown, they chanced upon the Marines posting missions on various walls. Upon closer inspection, Zoro and the others discovered that it was a bounty mission, but this time it was different. It offered a reward of 100,000 berries for information regarding who had stolen from the graveyard. Without a moment's hesitation, Zoro tore off a bounty notice and said, "Luffy, you guys go ahead and eat. I have something to take care of." "All right, we'll wait for you." Luffy, with his mind solely on food, paid no heed to join Zoro in the mission. Meanwhile, it was reported that Vice Admiral Karp was pursuing the Thunder Pirate crew. With Karp personally involved, it was certain that the Thunder Pirates would find it impossible to escape. Of course, just look at Karp's strength. Even the Pirate King, Roger, could not defeat him and was captured in Loguetown to face execution. At that moment, the Marines who were posting the bounty notices began to exchange words with one another. Luffy and the others stood nearby as Sanji pondered aloud. The Thunder Pirates. They are quite formidable. Whether Vice Admiral Karp can capture them is another matter. Sanji, having been at the floating restaurant, was particularly aware of the truth regarding Lu Ming's confrontation with the world's greatest swordsman, which had left him severely injured. It was a power that was simply incomprehensible. Vice Admiral Karp is certainly impressive. He can capture any pirate, Luffy confidently asserted, as he had known of Karp's prowess since childhood. "Luffy, how can you be so certain?" "I feel that there is someone in the Thunder Pirates whose strength is extraordinarily terrifying," Sanji explained. Chapter 52. Alrida's transformation. Vice Admiral Karp is my grandfather. How could I not know his strength, especially his punches? Even I, with the powers of the gum-gum fruit, feel pain from them, Luffy said nonchalantly, reminiscing fondly about his childhood. "What? Vice Admiral Karp is your grandfather?" Sanji and Usopp exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, he is my biological grandfather. But he doesn't know that I've set sail, so let us not reveal our identities too easily." "Then why are you speaking so loudly? If the Marines nearby hear us, it would be troublesome," Sanji quickly warned in a hushed tone. However, this scene caught the attention of several Marine soldiers, who found the group to be suspicious, just as they thought they were about to be apprehended. One Marine soldier approached his companions and said, "Let us go. It's time for a meal." "What is so interesting about those kids? A bunch of naive little pirates. Completely unknown, not even on our wanted list. Let us just let them be for now." True enough, with that, several Marines disregarded Luffy and his crew. Sanji couldn't help but twitch his eyelids. "Captain, I think we need to do something grand. Otherwise, we will continue to be looked down upon." Hearing this, Luffy pondered, "Are they saying that if we had a high bounty, more adventures would come our way?" "Theoretically, yes," Sanji replied instinctively. In that case, Zoro won't feel bored anymore. "Sanji, Usopp, I've made up my mind. Let us go teach that Marine officer a lesson," Luffy declared with whimsical determination. "Captain, I don't mind. After all, your grandfather is Vice Admiral Karp." Sanji showed no fear, while Usopp, frightened, said, "You guys go ahead. I'll stay back to watch the ship." Before long, a day passed, and Luffy and his crew made quite a commotion in Loguetown. Not only did they confront the Marines, but they also specifically ambushed Smoker, the White Hunter. This infuriated Smoker, who was already in recovery, to be sneak attacked by the self-proclaimed Straw Hat Pirates was utterly unforgivable. Afterward, Smoker rested for several days before leaving Loguetown to pursue the Straw Hat Pirates, while also devising a plan to capture the Thunder Pirates, having already notified Tina to take action in advance. On the other side, the Thunder Pirate ship was lively, as the crew had grown to nearly 50 members, resembling a large family. Lu Ming was practicing Tai Chi, ostensibly for health, but in reality, it was to strengthen his body. The cultivation of the purple chi technique required him to rise early and practice Tai Chi facing the rising sun, effectively enhancing his physique. Moreover, this technique was unique to him, for while he appeared to be performing Tai Chi slowly, a mystical purple mist emanated from his body. However, the real excitement stemmed from Alrita. After her battle with Smoker in Loguetown, she gained valuable experience and returned to diligently develop her abilities. Remarkably, in just one night, she lost over 50 pounds, now possessing a slender figure weighing approximately 130 pounds. In the pirate world, a weight of 130 pounds was not considered overweight, especially given Alrita's height of nearly 6 feet, which made her appear somewhat slender, having successfully slimmed down overnight. Alrita was in high spirits and woke early to flaunt her transformation. Big sister, I knew you were a phoenix among the wild chickens. One day you would soar to the skies. I can hardly believe I am witnessing your metamorphosis today. Indeed, big sister, you look stunning, and your skin is so smooth. Her fellow male crew members flocked to her, fawning over her. The blemishes on your face are gone, and with such a perfect figure, oh, big sister. Please give us another chance to truly love you. Alrita, reveling in their attention, scoffed. You bunch of smelly men do not deserve to like me. When I joined the Thunder Pirates, none of you acknowledged my beauty. Now that I've transformed, you regret it and wish to pursue me. Dream on. She proudly showcased her beauty, mercilessly rebuffing the advances of these superficial It was worth noting that when she first joined the Thunder Pirates, only Lu Ming, the first mate, had not disregarded her. In her heart, she knew that only Lu Ming believed she would become more charming, and now, her hard work had borne fruit. She was becoming ever more beautiful. If anyone is to gaze upon me, it should only be Lu Ming. If anyone is to love me, it should only be Lu Ming. Please, big sister, we were wrong. Let us pursue you, won't you? Indeed, as the saying goes, good fortune shouldn't flow to outsiders. Are you suggesting big sister would seek a man from another pirate crew? The crew members were undeterred, as Alrita's beauty was simply irresistible. Her long legs and flawless skin were beyond rejection. Humph, you're like toads dreaming of swan meat. It's laughable. Step aside. I'm going to show myself to Lu Ming, Alrita declared coldly, occasionally glancing towards the deck of the Thunder Pirate ship, where Lu Ming was practicing Tai Chi. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was oblivious to her presence, which left her feeling a bit disheartened, but just seeing Lu Ming made her heart swell with joy. Without hesitation, she leaped from the second Thunder Pirate ship, executing a perfect parabola in midair. Landing gracefully on the deck of the first Thunder Pirate ship, a shy smile crept onto her face, making her look even more enchanting. Vice Captain, do you see? Am I not becoming more beautiful? She asked, her voice laced with playful charm. And you can touch my skin. It has become so smooth. Indeed, if you ever wish to take a bath in the future, just seek me out. I can conjure up some shower gel for you. Just like this. Eureka exclaimed fervently, directing her affections towards Lu Ming while extending a delicate, fair finger. Under her manipulation, a stream of white bubbly liquid materialized out of thin air. This liquid, a miraculous substance akin to laundry detergent or body wash, was produced by Eureka's slippery fruit ability. Lu Ming felt somewhat embarrassed and replied, perhaps we can forego the bubbles. Nami has purchased a plethora of daily necessities. Vice Captain, this is the power of my slippery fruit. Far superior to the usual shower gels. With this, your skin will become even more alluring, Eureka explained. By the way, Vice Captain, you haven't mentioned whether I've become more beautiful, Eureka asked eagerly, unable to contain her anticipation. Chapter 53. Nami couldn't help but feel jealous naturally. This entire scene was being observed by the comrades aboard the two pirate ships. How frustrating. Indeed, Eureka is being rather excessive. The vice captain already has a lady. Yet she dares to flirt with him, disregarding us. All lamented. I recall the vice captain warning us that Eureka would become exceedingly beautiful. Regrettably, I thought it was merely to comfort her. I felt the same way. Had I known, I should have heeded the vice captain's words that I might have become Eureka's only man. Just thinking about it makes me ecstatic. Stop dreaming. We have no chance. Eureka is fond of the vice captain. It is impossible for her to overlook such an exceptional man to favor us. Sigh. We can only watch. Yes, just watch. But even if it's merely watching, I'd gladly be her devoted admirer. Goodness, that's rather shameless, isn't it? The crew soon erupted into laughter, both inside and outside the ship. Reveling in the merriment, Lu Ming, caught off guard by Eureka's words, pondered for a moment before saying, didn't I tell you from the very beginning that you were beautiful? Vice Captain, then why don't you look directly at me? And why don't you come closer and touch me? Are you afraid I might bite you? Or perhaps you worry that Miss Nami might mind? Eureka stepped closer to Lu Ming, boldly positioning herself before him. Just as Lu Ming felt a pang of awkwardness, Nami appeared from behind, unexpectedly clearing her throat. It's Miss Nami. Eureka turned around, her thoughts racing. Surely, Lu Ming had noticed Nami's arrival, which is why he hesitated to act. Otherwise, with her beauty, Lu Ming would surely be unable to resist her charms. If he could resist, he wouldn't have fallen for Miss Nami at first sight. Nor would they have moved in together so swiftly. Believing she understood everything, Eureka decided not to press Lu Ming further and cheerfully addressed Nami. Nami, when did you arrive? Lu Ming and I have nothing going on. I merely wanted him to see if I've become more attractive. Eureka smiled broadly at Nami, exuding friendliness that in her view, gaining Nami's approval was crucial. Once their relationship improved, pursuing Lu Ming would be much smoother. Humph, I was here all along. Nami replied somewhat disgruntled, feeling that it was quite excessive for Eureka to flirt with her man so openly, especially since she was still on the ship. Miss Nami. I truly didn't see you. My sincerest apologies be by the way. I have a gift for you. You see, I wash my skin with this. Ascent it smooth and fair. You should use it next time you bathe. And your figure will become even more alluring. With Eureka's enthusiastic overtures, Nami found it hard to suppress her thoughts. After all, what girl doesn't love beauty? Moreover, Eureka's overnight transformation was nothing short of astonishing. Her figure and skin had indeed improved remarkably. Nami even found Eureka's skin so smooth that she couldn't help but be captivated. Consequently, Nami decided to forgive Eureka this time. Of course it's true. You can touch my hand. Anywhere else is fine too. I promise I'm not deceiving you. Eureka continued, feeling hopeful about her chances. Securing a good relationship with Nami seemed almost guaranteed. Alright, I'll try your shower gel next time. Nami replied joyfully. Lu Ming was astonished to see how quickly Nami and Eureka had established a rapport, even suspecting that Nami might have sold him out. Nevertheless, it was true that Eureka had become quite beautiful and had an appealing figure. However, Lu Ming found it difficult to accept, as the memory of Eureka's former plump figure still lingered in his mind. Thus, he felt reluctant to entertain any illusions regarding her newfound beauty, for now. He would simply set aside Eureka's advances. Otherwise, he feared he might break out in goosebumps. After completing his Tai Chi practice, Lu Ming began to train in the art of the quick draw. Still needing 8,000 more repetitions to achieve a lightning-fast draw. The next day, the Thunder Pirate crew finally arrived at Reverse Mountain. Reverse Mountain was indeed a marvel, featuring a waterway that flowed upwards. While others found it astonishing, to Lu Ming, it was quite ordinary, given the unique geographical location influenced by the ascending ocean currents, which created this peculiar phenomenon. Once we scale this mountain, we shall enter the Grand Line. From that moment on, we will officially be pirates, and we shall encounter even more foes, Lu Ming stated earnestly. Wonderful, we shall become pirates who have traversed the Grand Line. The crew was visibly excited, their breaths quickening. Let us go, but be sure to hold on tightly while we ascend this mountain. The speed of the current is unimaginably swift, Lu Ming reminded them briefly. The two ships of the Thunder Pirate crew then began their ascent over the mountain. Shortly after, they successfully crossed over and entered the Grand Line. The waters here were broader, deeper, and bluer. This truly the Grand Line. It feels utterly surreal, as if we've stepped into a far grander oceanic realm. Look over there, a pod of sea kings. The crew felt the thrill. The Grand Line was indeed extraordinary. After all, they had hardly glimpsed any sea kings in the East Blue. Lu Ming. Do you see those Navy ships over there? Suddenly, Captain Red spotted several naval vessels appearing on the horizon. Indeed, but there is no need for concern. It is common to encounter other pirate ships and Navy vessels in the Grand Line. Let us have some fun with them. Let us see if they can catch us, Lu Ming replied with a smile, even though he was unsure who was in command of those ships. However, it was typical for the early parts of the Grand Line to feature naval officers of the rank of colonel or rear admiral on missions. Colonel Tina, it seems the Thunder Pirate crew intends to flee. A soldier on the warship reported. Humph, let us engage them at full speed. Colonel Tina huffed, issuing an unequivocal command. Yes, ma'am. Chapter 54. The lightning-fast draw. Once more, Colonel Tina had been executing missions in the Grand Line recently. But she received a call from Admiral Smoker yesterday. Tina and Smoker had been naval contemporaries, their relationship having remained strong since they both trained under Zifa at the Navy headquarters, time and again. Tina had covered for Smoker, mitigating the consequences of his defiance against superiors. To her shock, she learned that Smoker had sustained severe injuries in a confrontation with the Thunder Pirate crew, having even lost an arm. The thought of this filled Tina with rage. Those detestable pirates. Tina, shall make you pay dearly for your transgressions. At that moment, aboard the naval vessel, Tina gazed at the Thunder Pirate cruise ship, her resolve to capture them unwavering. Vice Captain, it seems the Navy is closing in on us. I exclaimed in a panic. It was evident that for many pirates, the Navy had become a harbinger of dread. The mere sight of them instilled a profound fear. Do not panic. It is merely a naval warship. If it catches up with us, we shall entertain them for a while. Lu Ming appeared quite composed. However, at that moment, Tina aboard the naval vessel brandished a megaphone and began to shout. The pirates ahead listened intently and immediately halted their ships. Otherwise, they would face cannon fire from our warship. First mate, they are preparing to use their cannons. Away said anxiously Ta. Are you jesting? Do we fear a single naval ship with our 2 pirate vessels? Lu Ming suddenly chuckled coldly and continued. Go tell the crew to ready the cannons on both Thunder pirate ships and fire at once. Understood. Before long, under Lu Ming's command, 16 cannons unleashed a barrage towards the pursuing naval vessel. How dare they? Tina seethed on the deck, her fury ignited. The Thunder pirate crew was indeed reckless. No wonder they had severely injured Colonel Smoker, completely disregarding the Navy. Commence retaliatory cannon fire, Tina ordered sharply. Yes. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, the Navy and the Thunder pirates exchanged cannon fire. Colonel Tina, it's bad. Our firepower is being suppressed. If this continues, our ship may be sunk, a soldier reported with a pale face. Hearing this, Colonel Tina clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, but ultimately regained her composure. Stay outside the Thunder pirates' cannon range, but keep close on their heels. Yes, on the Thunder pirate side, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Captain, First mate, our firepower has suppressed theirs. It seems they dare not approach us for the time being. Bartolomeo exclaimed, unable to contain his joy. Even if their cannons outnumber ours, there is no need for fear. My fruit ability is a shield as long as I am here. Their cannonballs are meaningless. Indeed, Bartolomeo, I once thought your fruit ability was of little value. But hearing you say this now, I feel it is incredibly useful. Your presence significantly strengthens our Thunder pirate defense, the enchanting Yalida said with a smile as she patted Bartolomeo on the shoulder. Thank you for the compliment, big sis. Bartolomeo expressed his gratitude for the acknowledgement from the Thunder pirates, especially since he had joined the crew later. Gaining their recognition brought him immense joy that moment. Lu Ming stepped forward and said, I believe the 2 of you could collaborate more effectively. Yalida immediately frowned, feeling somewhat displeased, not anticipating that Lu Ming intended to push her towards this rooster-headed fellow. Lu Ming, you can't possibly want me to get along with him? Yalida asked, unable to restrain herself. No, just hear me out. I mean, you 2 can work together with your fruit abilities. Lu Ming quickly shook his head in explanation. As for matchmaking, he had no interest in that. How do we collaborate? Yalida and Bartolomeo inquired in unison. It's simple. Bartolomeo, you possess the barrier fruit. You need not only create barriers, you can also fashion barrier skateboards. And Yalida, with your slippery fruit ability, you can secrete bubble liquid to act upon as barriers. This way, the barriers will be impenetrable, and no navy can easily board our pirate ship. I see. We must certainly try this next time. Yalida nodded in agreement, thinking as long as Lu Ming did not intend to push her towards that man, she could accept any arrangement. All right, now we just need to keep an eye on the movements of the naval ship behind us. Once they enter our Thunder Pirates' attack range, unleash the cannons, Lu Ming commanded. Yes, after arranging everything, Lu Ming began practicing his sword-drawing technique. After all, having entered the Grand Line, he needed to prepare as many trump cards as possible. What if they encountered formidable naval officers, such as those of admiral caliber, with trump cards in hand? He would have the confidence to show off and retreat unscathed, a day and a night later. The Thunder Pirates were still being closely pursued by a naval warship that it seemed that unless a decisive encounter occurred, their pursuers would not easily relent that moment. Lu Ming accumulated enough energy for a lightning-fast sword draw and stood on the deck, seemingly immersed in a trance, while in reality, he was channeling his internal power for an instantaneous explosion of the lightning-fast sword draw. The crew on the deck paid him no mind, thinking he was merely practicing a new technique. Suddenly, Lu Ming shouted, executing a lightning-fast sword draw. The crew immediately turned to look. Although they did not witness the entire motion of Lu Ming drawing his sword, they beheld a blinding light blade slicing through the air, parting the sea, causing the water to split as it surged toward the naval vessel. What? The crew of the Thunder Pirates was once again astounded, not to mention the fate of the pursuing naval ship. The sight of the water being cleaved in two was simply outrageous. Truly, our first mate is formidable. No one can rival the swordsmanship of our first mate. The veteran crew members were filled with astonishment and admiration, while the newer members, like Bartolomeo, stood agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle. After all, witnessing Lu Ming execute this move for the first time left them in utter awe. Meanwhile, Tina's naval vessel was struck by a beam of brilliant light. In that moment, she saw a light blade sweep past the center of their deck, sending a wave of unprecedented dread through everyone on board, causing cold sweat to break out uncontrollably. Colonel Tina. The Thunder Pirates have launched an unknown attack against us, a naval soldier reported urgently. Chapter 55. A blade cleaves the warship. Damn it. I never expected the Thunder Pirates to have such a formidable presence among them. Are they truly pirates from the East Blue? Tina seethed with fury, feeling utterly powerless against the recent assault. However, it seemed the warship had not sustained any substantial damage. Surely, the enemy's attack was merely a show of intimidation. Right? Colonel Tina, should we continue to pursue them? A nervous naval soldier inquired. Of course, we must continue the chase. We have half a day left until Magnetic Drum Island. They will undoubtedly make landfall, at which point we shall apprehend them all on land. Tina declared with confidence, for on the sea, her abilities could not be effectively utilized unless she closed the distance. However, Tina was no ordinary naval captain. She was a devil fruit user, possessing the Bar's fruit, whose powers were incredibly fearsome. If wielded correctly, it could render many foes utterly helpless. After all, once touched by her, opponents would be forcibly subdued. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from within their warship. The entire vessel was torn asunder, the severed edges clean and precise, as if sliced by a powerful, swift blade. What is happening? Tina stood on the deck, her footing unsteady, utterly bewildered by the situation, which left her feeling rather vexed. Captain, it's bad. Our ship has been split in two. A naval soldier clung to the deck, panic-stricken. Damn it, when did this happen? Could it have been that blade of light? Tina's complexion paled slightly. The warship being cleaved in two meant they were all destined to perish in the depths of the ocean. Bang! The warship completely broke apart and began to sink into the sea. Captain, save us! The naval soldiers cried out in desperation, feeling utterly powerless against the destruction of their ship, their minds consumed by fear. In that moment, Colonel Tina could no longer maintain her composure. She couldn't bear to confront such an outcome, realizing that her stubborn pursuit of the Thunder Pirates had led to the dire peril of her subordinates, who now faced the threat of drowning in the ocean. No, this absolutely cannot happen. Tina abruptly regained her composure, clapping her hands against the deck. Instantly, iron chains began to weave rapidly across the surface, as she sought to forcibly secure the divided warship. Ultimately, through the display of her formidable abilities, she managed to slow the vessel's descent somewhat. However, Tina was acutely aware that this would not suffice. The ship's sinking remained unimpeded. Surrounding them was the vast expanse of the ocean, and apart from the Thunder Pirate crew, there were no islands in sight. Should the ship sink, their demise was all but assured. Crack! As Tina contemplated her next move, the warship she had ensnared was once again rent asunder. After all, mere chains could not possibly bear the weight of the ship's gravity. Was this how she would meet her end in the depths of the sea? A surge of unwillingness coursed through her thoughts. Moments later, the warship had completely submerged, leaving the naval soldiers struggling at the surface. Though they momentarily floated, exhaustion would soon claim them, sealing their fates beneath the waves unless rescue arrived. As a devil fruit user, Tina found herself in dire straits. The sea rendered her powerless, akin to a land-dwelling creature, devoid of strength to swim or even resist. Fortunately, several naval soldiers quickly came to her aid, preventing her from plunging into the abyss. Just as despair enveloped the naval forces, they caught sight of the Thunder Pirate crew approaching across the water. Is this the end? Are they here to finish us off? Cursed pirates! I shall haunt them even in death. Oh, father, mother, I have failed you. Today, I am doomed. In that moment, the naval soldiers felt the chilling breath of death encroach upon them to their surprise as the Thunder Pirates drew near. Dozens of pirates leaped into the sea to rescue them. Listen closely, it is best not to resist. Otherwise, prepare to sink to the depths, Lu Ming declared coldly from the deck, though the naval soldiers struggled to comprehend why pirates would choose to save them. The prospect of survival outweighed their apprehensions. Thus, they offered no resistance as the pirates hoisted them aboard their ship. First mate, why are we saving them? As pirates, if they capture us, we could be executed. Bartolomeo asked instinctively. Once a notorious leader near Loguetown, he possessed a ruthless streak, having led his crew in countless acts of violence. Away, why don't you explain it to him? Lu Ming replied, opting for the old sailor to elucidate the situation to the newcomers. Of course, first mate, Away, who admired Lu Ming and was 2 years his junior but quite astute, began, Bartolomeo, and all you newcomers, heed my words. The Thunder Pirate crew does not take lives lightly. We typically issue lessons and warnings. Even when confronting the Navy, we treat all equally. Upon hearing this, Bartolomeo was moved to tears, exclaiming, "I am so touched. I never imagined the Thunder Pirate crew could be so righteous. Although I have committed heinous acts in the past, I was driven by circumstance. Joining the Thunder Pirate crew feels like a redemption for me." Humph, if you think that way, so be it. However, I hope you truly grasp our principles. Anyone who betrays the tenets of the Thunder Pirate crew will be tossed into the sea. Whether they survive depends solely on fate. Away remarked with a slight scoff that in his eyes. These newcomers were likely ingrained with bad habits that would be difficult to shed. You can rest assured. I, Bartolomeo, will abide by them, and I will ensure that my comrades do as well. Bartolomeo replied earnestly. Before long, all the naval soldiers had been retrieved, numbering over 40, along with a weary Tina, with her pink hair and striking figure. She possessed a certain charm. Chapter 56. He is my man. At that moment, the naval soldiers stood silently on the deck, realizing that being captured by pirates left little room for discussion. A single misstep in conversation could lead to a fatal outcome, or worse, being cast back into the sea. Lu Ming broke the silence, stating, "This is merely a small warning. Should you pursue the Thunder Pirate ship again, your luck will not be so favorable next time. However, rest assured, since we have rescued you, we will not take your lives. Despite our pirate status, we do not indiscriminately harm the innocent. Therefore, I will find a suitable place to release you shortly." Indeed, encountering the Thunder Pirate ship is your good fortune. Had you met another crew, you would truly have perished in the depths, Yalta chimed in. Yet the surrounding naval soldiers could only internally scoff at this notion. They thought, not harm the innocent? Yet you have decimated our warship. Clearly, you are merely putting on a fade, attempting to deceive us. Humph, we are not so naive. After all, pirates are notorious for their wicked deeds. On the deck, Tina had regained much of her strength after a short time and was no longer affected by the seawater. Hearing Lu Ming's words, her feelings were tumultuous, unlike her fellow soldiers. She did not naively assume that the Thunder Pirates were merely pretending to be benevolent. However, Tina was conflicted, unable to discern the true nature of Lu Ming. After all, the Thunder Pirate crew had surely caused their fair share of bloodshed. Taking a deep breath, she could not resist asking, "You are Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirate crew, correct?" "Indeed, I am the Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirate crew." Cough, cough. "You are not infatuated with me simply because of my handsome looks, are you?" Lu Ming responded with a chuckle, appreciating the rare opportunity to converse calmly with a naval officer. Had it been someone like Smoker, the interaction would have been far more contentious. The crew members around them could not restrain their laughter, whispering amongst themselves, "Ha, the first mate is actually teasing the naval officer. Impressive." Indeed, the first mate truly lives life on his own terms. Another chimed in. Yalta, feeling a pang of jealousy, interjected, "Lu Ming, what makes her superior to me? My figure is far more appealing, yet you choose to tease her instead of me." Lu Ming, smiling, instinctively replied, "I was merely trying to lighten the mood. I wanted to leave a good impression on this officer." "Oh, I see." Yalta conceded slightly. However, Tina could not help but scoff. "You simply wish to leave a good impression. You are clearly coveting my beauty, but I am well aware of the nature of pirates. So I am not surprised. Therefore, let me be clear. I will never harbor any affection for you. Do not assume that because you saved me, I owe you gratitude. After all, you were the one who attacked my warship. As for your rescue, I refuse to believe it was out of regard for innocent lives. Rather, I suspect you simply wish to avoid becoming a target of the Navy's manhunt. Moreover, your actions in the East Blue have resulted in numerous deaths, including the notorious Dragon Pirate crew and the death of Captain Mouse, not to mention the severing of Smoker's arm. TCH, you women are such a hassle. I can't be bothered to explain myself." Lu Ming intended to enjoy a light-hearted conversation with the beautiful officer, but her attitude soured the mood. Not willing to explain. "You are merely feeling guilty," Tina retorted with a smirk. Meanwhile, Tina's soldiers were filled with concern, silently urging, "Please, officer, do not provoke them. We are on a pirate ship now, and we are prisoners. If we anger them, we might be tossed overboard to feed the Sea Kings," because shortly after the warship sank, a Sea King began to wander nearby, undoubtedly mistaking it for a source of nourishment. "Humph, I do not care whether you are from the Navy or the so-called righteous Navy, but I shall not allow you to underestimate Lu Ming." At this moment, Nami stepped forward with great agitation. After all, Lu Ming had slain a naval colonel and members of the dragon pirates, and in her eyes, this was an act of purging evil for the people. Yet, the naval colonel before her, clearly oblivious to the truth, feigned a comprehension he did not possess. Truly a fool. Nami was deeply moved by Lu Ming's actions, although there was no need to explain himself to the Navy. She understood how perfect she must appear in his eyes due to her impulsiveness. What does your explanation matter if you are not the one to clarify? Colonel Tina remarked dismissively. I am Lu Ming's woman, and I will not permit you to slander my man. He is a hero, a champion in the hearts of countless souls on the islands near Kokoja village, Nami declared, summoning her courage. The dragon pirates are indeed despicable beings. They have enforced a reign of terror over Kokoja village for 8 years, slaughtering countless villagers. You mean to say such people do not deserve to die? Humph. Do you truly believe I would take your words at face value? To my knowledge, there is a naval garrison nearby, led by Colonel Mouse and his 16 divisions. How could such a ludicrous event transpire? Tina scoffed, naturally disbelieving Nami, for she was a pirate. Frankly speaking, seeing a naval colonel like you fills me with pity and disappointment. You proclaim to be a champion of justice, yet you remain oblivious to the nature of your comrades. What right do you have to judge others? Colonel Mouse and the dragon pirates share the same visage. They conspire with the dragon pirates to plunder Kokoja village, showing utter disregard for the plight of the villagers, while continuously oppressing Kokoja and its surrounding towns. Should such individuals not be eradicated? Nami gazed at Tina and continued, you are truly a pitiful creature, unable to discern right from wrong, yet you wish to be part of the Navy, merely to secure a meal. Upon hearing Nami's words, Tina felt a blow to her confidence. What? Secure a meal? Who among you truly understands the situation in Kokoja village, and how much do you know about Colonel Mouse? Suddenly, Tina glanced at her subordinates. After all, she had previously studied at naval headquarters and executed tasks near Loguetown, yet had never bothered to pay attention to the Navy in other regions of the East Sea. Chapter 57. Colonel Tina's determination to board the ship. Colonel. It is true that Colonel Mouse is not a commendable officer. I have a brother who once served under him in the Navy. He told me that Colonel Mouse conspired with the dragon pirates and exploited the towns under his command. Having long since abandoned the guardianship of justice, that is why my brother left the 16th Division of the Navy. A naval soldier spoke up, for he had no reason to hide the truth. Upon hearing this, Colonel Tina was rendered speechless. Nami, meanwhile, wore a cold smile. What will you say now? All I know is that after the Thunder Pirates aided us in eliminating the Dragon Pirates and Colonel Mouse, both Kokoja village and the countless people nearby are grateful to the Thunder Pirates. Do you not find that rather ironic? The Navy, which ought to uphold justice, instead oppresses its own people. I am sorry. I was unaware of these matters. But even so, it does not justify your actions as pirates. Tina stubbornly defended herself. Nami, do not waste your breath on this deluded woman. No amount of words will change her mind. She has been brainwashed. Despite being a student of Zephyr, it seems she has not grasped his true teachings. Lu Ming instinctively remarked. What? You know my teacher. Tina was momentarily taken aback. To find someone in this grand line who recognized Zephyr was indeed remarkable. What of it? Knowing or not knowing changes nothing. If your teacher were aware of my slaying of the wicked, he would commend my actions. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Tina imagined the character and demeanor of her teacher Zephyr and felt it might indeed hold some truth. After all, Zephyr's sense of justice does not derive from the Navy's doctrines, but rather from his own moral compass. He often showed leniency towards pirates who had not committed any offenses and encouraged them to turn over a new leaf. Reflecting on this, Tina felt a pang of shame. Perhaps the Thunder Pirates truly do not engage in indiscriminate slaughter, and perhaps they are redeemable. As a member of the Navy, it is my duty to rescue them. Otherwise, they may sink deeper into depravity. Thus, saving them is a responsibility I must embrace. After Lu Ming finished speaking, he resumed practicing his sword-drawing technique. After all, having just executed a lightning-fast draw, he would need to accumulate another 10,000 proper draws to achieve it once more. Half a day passed, and Lu Ming managed to accumulate another lightning-fast draw. Captain, first mate, there is an island ahead. Should we disembark them? Away inquired, for he held no fondness for the hypocritical Navy, who, despite having been saved, looked down upon the pirates. The island ahead is Drum Island. Once we release them, we can board to gather supplies. Lu Ming organized their plans. With concern for Nami, he added, Nami, be sure to wear more layers. This island is frigid. and I do not want you to catch a cold. All right, Nami felt touched. After all, the concern of someone she admired brought her happiness. The Thunder Pirates found a secluded spot to anchor their ship. Leaving Yarlita and others aboard to keep watch at Lu Ming, Nami, Captain Red, Bartolomeo, and over 30 others ventured into the icy expanse of Drum Island. Lu Ming deposited the naval personnel onto the frigid island and cautioned, I shall leave you here. Remember, do not entertain thoughts of the Thunder Pirates again, or you may not be so fortunate next time. The naval soldiers remained silent, merely feeling the biting cold. Naturally, whether or not they would pursue the Thunder Pirates next time was not for these minions to decide. It ultimately rested on their superior's awareness. Lu Ming, I will not leave. I wish to stay aboard the Thunder Pirates and ensure you do not fall entirely into depravity. I must rescue all of you. Suddenly, Tina gritted her teeth and declared resolutely, utterly tedious. Let us ignore her and proceed inland. There should be a nation here from which we can procure some funds. Lu Ming instructed, finding Tina's words rather tiresome. After all, did she believe he needed her for redemption? Perhaps she merely wished to follow him to save herself. Thus, Lu Ming and his crew delved deeper into Drum Island, where the snowstorm was particularly fierce. Fortunately, the crew had donned thick clothing before departing the ship. After arranging her soldiers, Tina directly followed behind Lu Ming and his group. Lu Ming, that naval colonel is truly following us, Nami instinctively remarked. As she harbored a strong dislike for Tina, ignore her. She poses no threat. She will leave once she realizes how uninteresting this is, Lu Ming said, holding Nami's hand. They walked for several hours without incident. The crew of the Thunder Pirates remained excited at the prospect of plundering. However, Colonel Tina, trailing behind, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Lu Ming, that woman has fainted. If we do not assist her, she may meet a dire fate. Captain Red instinctively remarked, Sigh, this woman is truly a nuisance. Lu Ming sighed. For in the original story, Tina was a decent naval officer, albeit heavily brainwashed by the Navy. A little rescue might not be amiss. Bartolomeo, go bring her here. I wish to see what ails her. Lu Ming thought it improbable that a devil fruit user of her caliber would succumb so easily to the elements. Bartolomeo moved to retrieve Colonel Tina. And Lu Ming couldn't help but comment, Haha, you truly lack sympathy. Bartolomeo chuckled, saying, First mate, this woman treats you this way. I harbor no fondness for her, and certainly will not carry her. Fine, I shall see what is wrong. Lu Ming smiled, crouched down, and examined Colonel Tina, only to discover she was burning with fever and, more alarmingly, afflicted with a peculiar illness. A peculiar illness? Lu Ming pondered for a moment. In the original story, it was Nami who fell ill. Little did he expect that now Nami was unharmed, while Colonel Tina had succumbed to a strange ailment. I did mention that this woman is quite troublesome. Didn't I? How could she fall ill at such a time? Lu Ming remarked impatiently to ship's doctor. Come here and see if her illness can be treated. He added that moment. A middle-aged man with a mustache stepped forward and after examining her, announced, Vice Captain, this illness is unprecedented for me. I fear I am powerless to assist. Very well. It seems you need to learn more. This is a nation renowned for its medical prowess. You should take the opportunity to acquire their medical knowledge. Lu Ming instructed. Yes, Captain. Chapter 58. A great power unleashed. Captain. It appears we have encountered a horde of rabbits up ahead. However, these rabbits seem rather peculiar, exclaimed a keen-eyed crew member, noticing a group of creatures with glowing red eyes, seemingly poised to attack. Let me take a look, Captain Red said, squinting into the distance, and was taken aback. My goodness, how can there be such large rabbits? And in such numbers, they can't possibly be land monsters. Can they? The rabbits were comparable in size to bears, and while encountering one or two would be manageable, the sheer multitude before them, at least several hundred, was alarming. Captain, are you hungry? Lu Ming asked with a calm smile. If you're feeling peckish, we could capture some of them and later enjoy a barbecue. Consuming their meat would provide us with vital energy reserves. The mention of food, the crew members couldn't help but salivate. Bartolomeo, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Vice Captain, those rabbits look delectable. I can hardly wait. Then let us commence the hunt for these rabbits. It will serve as good training for you all, but I shan't assist too readily. So you must put in the effort, Lu Ming declared. Nami, you and the ship's doctor should stay close to me for safety, he added calmly. All right. Thank you, Vice Captain. Meanwhile, Colonel Tina lay unconscious, her face contorted in pain. Her condition had worsened in the frigid environment. Sigh, this woman is indeed a nuisance. Why must she accompany us? Lu Ming lamented. The ship's doctor chuckled respectfully. Vice Captain, with your remarkable talents and youth, it's possible that this woman has developed feelings for you. Cough, cough. Do not speak such nonsense. My woman Nami is still here. Lu Ming instinctively retorted. Dado, right? My apologies, Miss Nami. The ship's doctor quickly backtracked. Nami smiled. I have no issue with Lu Ming. It's only natural for someone as exceptional as him to attract admirers. I cannot control such matters. I simply need to cherish my feelings for him. Lu Ming took Nami's hand, smiled gently, and said, Nami, you are truly magnanimous. I can rest easy now that I intend to offer this woman some assistance. So I hope you won't feel jealous. No, I won't. Nami nodded obediently. Lu Ming then seated himself in the snow, positioning Colonel Tina beside him. With a resounding crash, he placed his right hand firmly on her back, channeling a gentle flow of energy from his Jiuyang divine skill into her body. After a moment's cleansing, Colonel Tina's complexion softened somewhat as the energy's warmth countered the biting cold. All right. She should be able to hold on for a little while longer. Lu Ming remarked unconsciously. Nami and the ship's doctor observed in amazement, though they refrained from asking questions. Meanwhile, Captain Red and Bartolomeo were engaged in combat with the rabbits. Despite the overwhelming numbers as devil fruit users, they found the skirmish manageable, albeit slightly taxing. Half an hour later, a sudden rumble echoed as an avalanche cascaded down the mountainside towards them. That it seemed the commotion from the battle had disturbed the snowpack above, triggering the collapse. Witnessing the unstoppable force of the avalanche sweeping everything in its path, the crew was struck with fear. Quickly, abandon the fight. An avalanche is upon us. Run, Captain Red bellowed, realizing he lacked the power to combat such a natural disaster. Captain, the avalanche is moving too swiftly. We might not escape. A crew member exclaimed in panic, the deep snow beneath their feet making escape nearly impossible without sleds or similar means. What? This can't be happening. We haven't even had a chance to eat the rabbits, Bartolomeo lamented, expressing frustration at their misfortune. Fear not, everyone. The avalanche is fierce and rapid, and given our position, escape is unlikely. However, I will attempt to mitigate its impact. Lu Ming stated calmly, stepping forward. Lu Ming, are you truly capable of halting an avalanche? This is the force of nature we're dealing with. Captain Red queried instinctively. No problem. I will give it a try. Even if I cannot stop it entirely, I am confident we won't be completely buried. Lu Ming replied with a smile, exuding confidence. Seeing this, Captain Red and the crew members felt a wave of relief wash over them. Especially Bartolomeo, who gazed at Lu Ming with admiration. The vice captain is so impressive. I'm thrilled to witness his power. If only I were a girl, I could pursue him. Bartolomeo's comment left the crew around him in shock. Are you serious? You weirdo. How could you be so twisted, shameless? Lu Ming feigned ignorance to their remarks, positioning himself at the forefront as he faced the oncoming avalanche, taking a deep breath. Great power unleashed, he declared, channeling his energy and striking at the roaring avalanche. The sudden dragon's roar reverberated through the air as a colossal golden dragon, hundreds of meters long, surged forth to confront the avalanche. With a thunderous crash, the terrifying force of the avalanche was shattered by the golden dragon, which ultimately halted just short of Lu Ming and his crew. What? The crew members stood dumbfounded, utterly astonished. A dragon? Oh my goodness. Did you see that? It was truly a golden dragon. This is only spoken of in legends. The vice captain just summoned a dragon with a single strike. What sorcery is this? Unbelievable. Our vice captain has defied the heavens. Could he be a descendant of dragons? As realization dawned, the crew erupted into a cacophony of exclamations and discussions. Captain Red stepped forward, unable to restrain his curiosity. Lu Ming, what was that technique? It's incredible. I want to learn it. Lu Ming chuckled. It's merely a simple technique. Even you, Captain, could achieve it. After all, you possess the rare and powerful electric eel fruit abilities. With proper development, you could unleash a lightning dragon with a single punch, or even transform into a dragon to fight. What? I can really do that. Captain Red's eyes widened in disbelief, feeling as if a new world had opened before him. Is it truly within human capability? Of course, as a devil fruit user, you are beyond ordinary. With creativity and harnessing your abilities, you can master their immense power, Lu Ming replied with a warm smile. Now I understand. Reed nodded firmly. And with Lu Ming speaking so confidently, what more could there be to question? The absence of success could only indicate a lack of effort on one's part. All right, Captain, we can pack some meat rabbits and continue our journey, Lu Ming suggested. Thus, Lu Ming and his companions pressed on with their provisions. Soon after, a reindeer came into view. Bartholomew could not contain his surprise. Am I seeing things? Is that a humanoid alpaca? He exclaimed, an alpaca? It clearly has a pair of antlers. It must be a humanoid reindeer. Another responded. What on earth kind of island is this? Why are there so many bizarre creatures? The crew's curiosity was piqued. After all, they hailed from the East Sea and had little experience with such wonders. Lu Ming could only explain, ahem, that is a reindeer. It must have consumed a human devil fruit. Really, Vice Captain, a reindeer has such good fortune to have eaten a devil fruit. A crew member lamented. That's quite disheartening. We want to eat a devil fruit too. Indeed, it feels like consuming a devil fruit would grant us superpowers. Many crew members felt disheartened, especially since several among them already possessed devil fruit abilities, thus expanding their understanding of such fruits. Some crew members aspired to become devil fruit users, believing that in pursuit of greater strength, sacrificing shortcuts was a price worth paying. Everyone, maintain a calm demeanor. However, if you perform well and exert sufficient effort, should we encounter a devil fruit in the future, I shall fulfill your wishes, Lu Ming reassured them. Thank you, Vice Captain. We will certainly strive to do our best. With that single statement from Lu Ming, those crew members yearning for a devil fruit were filled with renewed vigor. Who are you? Suddenly, the reindeer spoke up from a short distance. Ah, wait, the reindeer is speaking. Am I hearing things? A crew member panicked. Captain, Vice Captain, I'm quite alarmed. This island is undeniably strange. Some crew members were genuinely startled due to their lack of experience. Lu Ming raised his hand to calm his companions, then stepped forward a few paces, saying, We are members of the Thunder Pirate crew. We have a patient and are in search of a doctor. Lu Ming smiled, appearing amiable. What cunning could Chopper possess? He was merely a simple little reindeer, fully aware that as a doctor, it was his duty to save lives to the patient. Well, I have some medical knowledge and can take a look, but don't underestimate me. Chopper instinctively replied, Rest assured, you are an extraordinary reindeer. No one would underestimate you, Lu Ming stated. With that assurance, the crew members refrained from mocking the reindeer and instead regarded it with curiosity. That it truly was a peculiar sight, a reindeer that had consumed a devil fruit and could speak. Even possessing medical knowledge, one could not help but marvel at how extraordinary the outside world was. Chopper hopped down from his skateboard and boldly approached Lu Ming and his companions, conducting a preliminary examination of the Navy Colonel Tina's condition. How is it? Can you save her? Lu Ming inquired, untroubled by Chopper's abilities, as he recalled that in the original story, Chopper had healed Nami, albeit after some time. I can save her, but it will take a bit of time. You may bring her to my residence, but I can only allow 2 of you to accompany me, Chopper stated earnestly. Not a problem. Nami, ship's doctor, you 2 go with the reindeer. Lu Ming instructed. Especially you. Ship's doctor, do not forget what I said earlier. Understood? Lu Ming reminded. Regarding Chopper, Lu Ming had no intention of inviting him aboard the Thunder Pirate ship. Instead, he aimed for his ship's doctor to learn some medical practices from this land. And what about you? Nami could not help but express her concern that we are off to undertake a significant endeavor. But fret not. I shall return for you. Lu Ming reassured her. All right, we will wait for you. Please stay safe. Nami nodded. Thus, after parting ways, Lu Ming and his companions found a cave, roasted the meat rabbits they had previously captured, and continued onward. After several hours of travel, they arrived at a city, which was the Drum Kingdom, resembling a fortress with towering walls. Nevertheless, it appeared that a commotion was unfolding at that very moment. An assault was taking place on the Drum Kingdom, with soldiers stationed atop the fortress attempting to fend off the attackers. There's some excitement. Let's go see, Lu Ming said with a smile, having already discerned the identities involved. It was none other than Wapple, the user of the Munch Munch fruit, facing off against Dalton, the user of the Ox Ox fruit, a prominent guardian of the Drum Kingdom. That if Lu Ming were to confront either of them, he would trigger a quest. Such an opportunity was not to be missed as Lu Ming and his companions appeared. The battle above and below the castle abruptly ceased, for both sides were wary of the lurking dangers of a third party amidst their conflict. Who are you? You do not appear to be from here. What brings you to the Drum Kingdom? Wapple glared at Lu Ming's party with a sullen expression, aware that they numbered in the dozens and thus requiring his attention. We are members of the Thunder Pirate crew, here to resupply. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly. Pirates? Dalton immediately frowned, harboring a strong aversion to pirates. However, given the ongoing battle with Wapple's men, he continued, if you can assist me in eliminating this group, I can offer you a generous reward. Lu Ming could not help but scoff internally at Dalton's audacity to command the Thunder Pirate crew. Chapter 60. We will take on 20. However, just as Lu Ming was about to respond, Wapple coldly interrupted. The mere Thunder Pirate crew? We have never even heard of you. Be wise and leave before you interfere with my grand plans, or I will not hesitate to eliminate you all. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a quest. Defeat Wapple to earn lottery points and unlock a certain item drop rate. Suddenly, an electronic voice rang in Lu Ming's mind, filling him with delight. Moreover, this time it also unlocked an item drop rate. The literal meaning of this was clear to Lu Ming. It likely meant the potential to directly acquire the Munch Munch fruit. If this devil fruit were developed effectively, it would undoubtedly be an invincible asset, as it was said to consume heaven and earth and even air. Its singular attribute was merely to devour, which was far more significant than the darkness fruit's absorption abilities. Unfortunately, Wapple would not be able to utilize this fruit effectively. It would be a waste of such a valuable resource in his hands. Listen well from atop the castle. We can help you eliminate this fellow, but afterward, we demand 300 million berries as our reward. Should you dare deceive the Thunder Pirate crew, do not blame us for seizing all the treasures of your city. Lu Ming grinned, having offered a fair warning if they dared to trick him. There would be no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, Dalton's expression twitched involuntarily. 300 million berries, what an audacious demand. However, considering that they could eliminate the greatest enemy of the Drum Kingdom, Wapple, even 500 million or a billion berries would be worth it. All right, I agree to your terms, Thunder Pirate crew. Now let me see what you are capable of, Dalton proclaimed, somewhat self-assured. Ha, you wish to kill me. Wapple, you are truly deluded. A few months ago, someone far more dangerous than you failed to take my life. What do you Thunder Pirate crew amount to? Wapple mocked. Captain, stop wasting time with them. Let us eliminate the meddlesome Thunder Pirate crew first, and then we can assist you in reclaiming your throne. At that point, we will enjoy the finest luxuries and no longer be mere pirates. Yes, we are determined to assist you in reclaiming your throne. Wapple's pirate crew, the White Iron Pirates, had been established for only 3 months but had already gathered numerous crew members, with hundreds of underlings. Among the leaders, there were 5 or 6, but aside from Wapple, who was a devil fruit user, only Jess and Chromally had slightly stronger abilities. Captain, I only require this fellow as my opponent. The rest of the pirates are yours to deal with. How does that sound? Lu Ming immediately smiled and addressed Captain Red. Upon reflection, he felt somewhat guilty that every time he faced a capable adversary, he managed to seize the initiative, leaving the captain and his crew in the lurch. After all, the captain and his comrades were also users of devil fruit powers and to foster rapid growth. It was only logical to engage in combat with equally matched opponents. No matter, the other fellows could serve as mere punching bags for him, also providing valuable experience. Captain Red clenched his fists, and in an instant his upper body erupted in a display of ripped clothing. What now? The captain has torn his clothes again. The crew couldn't help but jest at this sight, for whenever the captain was serious, he would unreservedly destroy a piece of clothing, showcasing his formidable physique, truly a sight not to be trifled with. Humph, enough chatter. Let us settle this swiftly and show them the might of the Thunder Pirates. Having arrived in the Grand Line, we cannot afford to tarnish the reputation of the Thunder Pirates or hold back Lu Ming. With a commanding presence, Captain Red led the charge. Of course, we are seasoned warriors. How could we possibly lose to this rabble? The crew of the Thunder Pirates, brimming with fervor and confidence, surged forward. Come on, follow the captain into battle, they shouted as they rushed ahead. Tisich, just a bunch of brutes. Let us see whether your charge is faster than the guns in our hands. The cadre of the White Iron Pirates, Jess, sneered dismissively as he suddenly gestured for his men to open fire. And dozens of subordinates armed with rifles unleashed a hail of bullets towards the Thunder Pirates. Barrier. Bartolomeo immediately activated his barrier fruit ability, conjuring a transparent shield that blocked the bullets' assault. Well done, Captain Bartolomeo. No wonder you've been promoted directly to cadre. The crew of the Thunder Pirates erupted in cheers for Bartolomeo. Ha, of course. I am a man who takes the first mate as my role model. Now, charge ahead. I'll shield you from all bullet threats, Bartolomeo declared with great enthusiasm. Charge. Kill. Let us seize their weapons. The crew of the Thunder Pirates, emboldened, pressed forward with even greater vigor. What the hell? Are these fools not afraid of death? Even if they block our bullets, so what? We have over 100 men. Yes, we outnumber them. Let us rush in and engage them in close combat. Besides, our captain can devour anything and is an invincible force. The pirates of the White Iron crew cast aside their rifles and charged in with blades drawn. However, as the White Iron pirates surged forward, the Thunder pirates seized the opportunity to execute their blade-drawing techniques. What the hell? This is impossible. The White Iron pirates were taken aback. Their blade drawing is astonishing. It's too fast. No, it's as if they VE practiced thousands of times. We can't keep up with their speed. Ah, I'm wounded. It hurts. In an instant, the White Iron pirates found themselves overwhelmed in the melee, leaving even the Thunder pirates astonished at their own prowess. When did we become so adept with our blades? Indeed, I feel as though my sword has grown swifter, slicing through flesh like cutting watermelons. It seems our daily practice of drawing blades has finally paid off. Today I will take down 10. No, 20. The crew of the Thunder pirates floated in excitement, almost losing their sense of direction. 20? Don't get cocky. This is a battlefield. Focus on the fight. If anyone gets hurt, I swear I'll have you thrown out of the Thunder pirates. Captain Red exclaimed, delivering a thunderous punch that sent a pirate flailing. Captain, we were wrong. We're fighting seriously, aren't we? The crew quickly grew anxious, for being cast out of the Thunder pirates was a terrifying punishment. Chapter 61. The Sun Fruit devours the gulping fruit. At that moment, the cadre of the White Iron pirates, Jason and Kremalaman, approached Captain Red. So, you are the captain of the Thunder pirates? Intriguing. Then allow us to be your opponents. Just what I wished for, as you seem a tad more formidable than the others. Captain Red grunted, secretly eager for this confrontation, for it was always Lu Ming who faced the strongest enemies. Though he understood Lu Ming's intent to protect them, he too longed to engage with powerful foes. Thus, the Thunder pirates clashed with the White Iron pirates. Meanwhile, Lu Ming remained locked in a standoff with Wabulu. TCH, your Thunder pirates are rather interesting. If you had double the numbers, I fear the White Iron pirates would be at your mercy today, Wabulu scoffed. You possess quite the confidence, but what of it? Even with just over 30 men, the Thunder pirates can dispatch you all, not to mention my presence. Lu Ming chuckled, entirely dismissive of Wabulu, for although he wielded the gulping fruit, his lack of development posed no threat to Lu Ming. Who do you think you are? I'm a devil fruit user. I can devour anything, including you. Wabulu retorted scornfully. TSK, your words are impressive, yet you were defeated by Blackbeard. Why do you still pretend to be so formidable? Lu Ming mocked. What, you know Blackbeard? What is your relationship with him? Wabulu's face fell in shock, but he quickly transformed his surprise into anger, as if all his hatred for Blackbeard was now directed at Lu Ming. What relationship? Who do you think you are to ask me? Lu Ming's gaze grew cold. I will kill you in the blink of an eye. Arrogant, you may not speak, but I have my ways to find out. Wabulu seethed, his hands morphing into cannons. Boom! He launched an attack directly at Lu Ming. What a waste of such a devil fruit. You might as well hand it over to me. Lu Ming scoffed. Utilizing one of the Marine's 6 styles, Soru, to instantly move to a height of 10 meters above, is so fast. Wabulu instinctively exclaimed, "Point one stroke divine sword." Lu Ming pointed a finger at Wabulu's forehead in a flash of lightning, instantly piercing through his skull. What is happening? Wabulu finally comprehended as darkness enveloped his vision, his consciousness being swallowed by the void. The next moment, Wabulu collapsed lifelessly, for any pirate who had not awakened observation haki could not withstand Lu Ming's attack. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying Wabulu and earning 5,000 lottery points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a gulping fruit. The electronic voice of the system echoed in Lu Ming's mind, marking a significant bounty for him. 5,000 lottery points and a gulping fruit. This devil fruit now floated above Wabulu's corpse. I never expected to directly obtain an item drop. This is exhilarating. Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle to himself, eagerly grasping the devil fruit in his hands. It is worth noting that generally, when a devil fruit user dies, the fruit reappears, but its location is random and uncertain. Lu Ming, in high spirits, pondered whether to bestow this devil fruit upon one of his crew members, as he still had a sun fruit that had yet to be consumed. However, after much deliberation, he hesitated, primarily because if developed properly, this gulping fruit could be incredibly powerful, even surpassing Blackbeard's dark fruit. System, can I devour 2 devil fruits? When the host's physical body is sufficiently strong, you may directly ignore the prohibitive rules of devil fruits. Of course, the host can also choose to allow the sun fruit to devour another fruit. thereby gaining its powers. Wow, I truly am blessed. I can do that. Lu Ming heard the voice of the system, and his breath quickened with excitement. After all, he was reluctant to part with the sun fruit or the swallow fruit. Now, however, he had the opportunity to allow one fruit to devour the other, completely resolving this selfish dilemma. Then I choose the second option. Let the sun fruit consume the swallow fruit. Affirmative, host. The system will execute your command immediately. As the process began, the swallow fruit in Lu Ming's hand vanished, reappearing in the system's inventory. Please confirm once more if you wish to proceed with the consumption. Confirm consumption. Consumption successful. The sun fruit retains its original attributes while gaining additional devouring capabilities. Would the host like to use the sun fruit now? Yes. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lu Ming consented to its use. Congratulations, host. The usage was successful. The sun fruit's proficiency has been set to 0100000. The host currently possesses a proficiency of 100,000. Would you like to consume this? Consume? Congratulations, host. Consumption successful. The sun fruit has now upgraded from a basic fruit to a normal fruit. To reach the intermediate level, 1 million proficiency points are required. Hearing the electronic tone of the system, Lu Ming frowned. The proficiency cost for the sun fruit was indeed daunting. He couldn't help but check the panel attributes and open the detailed description of the sun fruit. The sun fruit was categorized into 6 levels: basic, normal, intermediate, advanced, awakened, and divine. Lu Ming had not anticipated that the devil fruits could be developed to such a godly level in the world of One Piece. The most anyone had managed to achieve was the awakened level, like Kaido of the Beasts, Whitebeard, and later, Doflamingo. However, higher tiers were merely hearsay. This seemed quite advantageous, although the proficiency requirement was intimidating, while others had to constantly engage in combat to harness the power of the devil fruits. He could master the fruit's abilities merely through proficiency, which was indeed quite enjoyable. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming accepted the immense proficiency demand and glanced at his combat power. Previously, it was over 10,000. And now it was marked within the range of 15 to 20,000. It appeared that his combat strength had surged following the use of the sun fruit, but how he would develop the sun fruit in the future remained to be seen. Chapter 62. A bet with Dr. Guriva Dalton. Atop the fortress city, felt a wave of dread wash over him as he witnessed Wapol suddenly perish at the hands of the Thunder Pirate crew. He had perceived Wapol's strength to have grown even greater than 3 months prior, especially with the power of the swallow fruit. Nevertheless, he was now effortlessly dispatched by a single member of the Thunder Pirate crew. Good heavens, what did this signify? Undoubtedly, the one who killed Wapol possessed an unfathomably terrifying strength. Ironically frightening was the fact that he had contemplated deceiving the Thunder Pirate crew, intending to benefit from their mutual destruction alongside the White Iron Pirate crew. He thought that not only would he avoid paying 300 million berry, but he could also drive these detestable pirates out of the country with his undamaged military force. Lu Ming composed himself and lifted his gaze towards Dalton above the fortress city. Speaking coolly, Wapol is dead. Prepare our reward promptly. Dalton, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of trepidation towards Lu Ming, swallowed hard, and replied, "Very well. I will prepare the berry for you immediately." Meanwhile, following the death of Captain Wapol of the White Iron Pirate crew, the remaining members lost their fighting spirit and were swiftly subdued by the Thunder Pirate crew. We won. We actually won. The Thunder Pirate crew reveled in their triumph, having decisively suppressed an adversary that outnumbered them 3-1. Indeed, if it weren't for our regular practice of drawing our swords, this battle might not have gone so smoothly. The crew members expressed their exhilaration while collecting various weapons and gear from the White Iron Pirate crew. "Hey, is anyone injured over there?" Captain Red approached, having concluded his own fight, leaving Jess and the others incapacitated. "Captain, rest assured, this time we achieved a complete victory. Even if there are injuries, they are merely superficial." "Yes, it's nothing serious." The crew members responded excitedly. "That's wonderful to hear. You all worked hard today." Captain Red expressed his concern at that moment. The gates of the fortress city swung open, and a contingent of soldiers marched out, carrying 3 large chests. "Thank you all for your assistance to our nation. These 3 chests of gold and silver treasures, valued at over 300 million berry, are the rewards we previously discussed. Of course, the additional berry is just a token of our appreciation," Dalton said politely to Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming nodded and remarked, "You seem to understand the situation. Otherwise, you would have faced dire consequences." "Indeed, I understand that well. However, rest assured, we will not become your enemies, Dalton hastily reassured. Then please prepare some sleds for us. The Thunder Pirate crew intends to leave this island as soon as possible. Lu Ming suddenly remembered, as it would be rather dull to walk back. Dalton, upon hearing this, thought to himself, are they truly leaving? That would be splendid. After all, the sooner these dangerous pirates depart, the less worry there will be for the island's military. Very well, I will have them prepared immediately. Half an hour later, each member of Lu Ming's crew received a sled for transportation, along with the 3 chests of treasure as they departed from the fortress city. Captain, you all head back to the ship. I will check on Nami and the others. All right, but be careful on your way. After parting ways, Lu Ming arrived at the place where Chopper resided, only to be stopped at the entrance by Dr. Guriva. Dr. Guriva was the lady of the castle and the only doctor on the island, albeit with quite an eccentric temperament. Dr. Guriva, I have come with the 3 individuals Chopper brought back, and I am now preparing to leave with my people. I hope you will not make things difficult for me. Lu Ming spoke with a hint of respect, considering that this woman was already 139 years old. Hee, young one, if you wish to take your people, you may return in a few days. Today, my patients are still being treated, Dr. Guriva casually stated, sipping on plum wine. Senior, are you implying that I cannot take my people now, nor can I enter? Lu Ming furrowed his brow. Realizing that nightfall was approaching, and this old woman was indeed heartless. What people are you talking about? Once a patient enters my castle, they must be treated before they can leave. Otherwise, others might think my medical skills are questionable. Dr. Guriva replied, her temperament somewhat peculiar. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming acknowledged the reasoning behind her words, but the Thunder Pirate crew needed to set sail quickly. Otherwise, the subsequent arrival of Luffy would render their efforts meaningless. Senior, how long will it take to treat the patients? Lu Ming asked calmly. About 3 days, of course. My apprentice will require 3 days, but if it were me, I could complete it in a day at most. Dr. Guriva replied after some thought. However, I would not personally intervene unless my apprentice proves utterly incompetent. Senior, to be frank, 3 days is too long that I would rather treat my people myself, Lu Ming stated immediately. What? Too long for treatment? Do you even know what illness they have? Dr. Guriva retorted, somewhat displeased. To be honest, I believe I can cure any ailment. Lu Ming grinned at O. So, you intended to play tricks on us from the very start. You can treat illnesses, yet you want us to do the work? Dr. Guriva's expression darkened. Please do not misunderstand. Senior, I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. After all, it is quite remarkable that you are still so healthy at over 130 years old. Lu Ming quickly responded with humility as for why my people were treated by Chopper. It was merely a coincidence that I had some matters to attend to, and spent several hours eliminating the White Iron Pirate crew led by Wapple before hastily arriving here. Upon hearing this, Dr. Guriva felt a mix of doubt and astonishment, realizing that this fellow before her had slain Wapple. How could she not be aware of Wapple? However, that was once the emperor of this nation. I shall not linger on trivialities. If you can heal your companion on the spot, you may take them and leave my presence. If not, you must abide by my regulations. Dr. Guriva stepped back, for she did not wish to provoke any trouble. And in light of Lu Ming's decisive action against Wabaloo, she granted a modicum of leniency. No problem. Lu Ming smiled, and the next moment, he followed Dr. Guriva into the castle. This very moment, Nami and the ship's doctor were in the apothecary. Chapter 63. The healing power of the Sunfruit. Nami was attending to Navy Colonel Tina while the ship's doctor was learning medical skills from Chopper. Nami, I've arrived, Lu Ming announced cheerfully. Lu Ming, how did you get here so quickly? Nami exclaimed joyfully as she rushed to his side. Well, the crew of the Thunder Pirate group is exceptionally efficient, so we completed our mission swiftly and prepared to leave this island. Which is why I came to find you, Lu Ming stated candidly. However, it was evident that he lacked emotional intelligence. Had he expressed, Nami, I missed you and couldn't help but come to see you, Nami would likely have reciprocated his affections. I see, but she still needs to be treated here for several more days, Nami instinctively remarked. If left unattended, the mistress of this castle would likely cast her into the frigid wilderness without mercy. At that moment, Dr. Guriva glanced at Nami and Lu Ming, stating, Indeed, it is impossible for us to care for a patient whom I do not deem worthy. The moment you leave, I shall cast her out. And whether she lives or dies is of no concern to me. By the way, young man, commence your demonstration. I am eager to see if your abilities match your boasts. Then watch closely. Lu Ming retorted, immediately unleashing the power of the sun fruit. Currently, his sun fruit was at the ordinary level, and in a fleeting moment, he had forged 2 lines of development, one for attack and one for assistance. With the healing power emerging from the latter, after all, the radiance of the sun fruit could rejuvenate all things, leading Lu Ming to ascertain its healing capabilities. In that instant, Lu Ming placed one hand upon Navy Colonel Tina's forehead, channeling a surge of verdant light that permeated her entire being. After a brief interlude, Tina's complexion visibly normalized, and she opened her eyes, free of any ailments. Lu Ming, why are you touching my head? Colonel Tina exclaimed in a flustered manner upon seeing Lu Ming hovering above her. Fearing she had been wronged, Lu Ming withdrew his hand. Do you not know your own condition? Honestly, must I rescue you yet again? Rescue me? Colonel Tina pondered, recalling previous events. I apologize. I misjudged you. I was indeed unwell and eventually succumbed to fainting. Enough. Your illness has been cured, and thanks to my treatment, your body's resistance has increased manifold. You should be grateful. Additionally, refrain from following us in the Thunder Pirate Group. Lu Ming said impatiently. No. I must accompany you. I need to steer you away from the path of folly, for there is still hope for you. I cannot bear to witness you continue to err, especially since there is still a chance. Otherwise, in due time, you will be pursued by the Navy headquarters, and that would spell disaster, Colonel Tina replied. Visibly distressed. Humph, I never anticipated you possessed such peculiar abilities. Suddenly, Dr. Galiva interjected with a cold snort, having just regained her composure. After all, she had been taken aback by Lu Ming's prowess, having cured the Navy woman's ailment in less than a brief moment. Acknowledging the evident results, Dr. Galiva conceded Lu Ming's capabilities and continued, You may take her with you. Thank you for your understanding, esteemed elder, Lu Ming expressed, harboring a genuine respect for Dr. Galiva, who was over a century old. Ship's doctor, come with us back to the Thunder Pirate Group. We must continue our journey, Lu Ming called out. First mate, I haven't learned enough yet, the ship's doctor replied, bewildered. Learn gradually, we're leaving. Lu Ming dismissed him, taking Nami's hand as they exited the castle. Nami, wait for me. You must allow me to accompany you. I need to monitor your every move, Colonel Tina declared, donning her navy cloak as she dashed after them. The ship's doctor, left with no choice, followed suit, clutching a medical tome. Master, I don't understand anything about that person's medical skills. Chopper suddenly appeared beside Dr. Galiva. Humph, not only you, but I also do not comprehend what that power was. However, the world outside is full of wonders. Possessing such abilities is not altogether surprising, Dr. Galiva remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Chopper gazed out the window, lost in thought, his eyes brimming with longing for the outside world. If you wish to leave me, find a reason to do so. I shall thrive without you, Dr. Galiva said coldly, having discerned Chopper's inner desires. She had no intention of keeping him there for eternity. Given a suitable opportunity, she would readily send him away. Master, I haven't yet completed my studies in your medical arts. I shall continue learning, Chopper declared quietly, though he yearned for the world beyond. He lacked the courage to depart. The members of the Thunder Pirate Group swiftly returned to their ship and departed the nearby waters under the cover of night. Even in the dark, they harbored no fears of danger, for the number 1 Thunder Pirate ship was accompanied by the ship's spirit, whose presence mitigated certain perils encountered at sea, while the number 2 Thunder Pirate ship merely needed to follow suit. Inside the cabin, Lu Ming was currently engaged in a lottery, having slain Wabaloo and completed a mission, earning 5,000 points for the draw. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100,000 proficiency points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 200,000 proficiency points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 500,000 proficiency points. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 50 years of inner strength. The system's electronic voice resonated incessantly in Lu Ming's mind. After the 6 rounds of rewards, Lu Ming accumulated a total of 1 million proficiency points and 50 years of inner strength. Feeling a notable increase in his internal energy, Lu Ming expressed satisfaction. He then began to allocate the 1 million proficiency points, noting that the proficiency for the sun fruit had only reached the ordinary level. To elevate it to the intermediate level would require 500,000 proficiency points. Without hesitation, Lu Ming expended 500,000 points to advance the sun fruit to the intermediate level. This advancement enabled Lu Ming to utilize the capabilities of the sun fruit more broadly and adeptly. Effortlessly, he developed numerous abilities, focusing primarily on attack and support. Chapter 64. The slightly princess riding a duck in terms of offense. Lu Ming had developed the relentless sun, which, once unleashed, resembled a blazing solid fireball suspended above, ready to assault adversaries. For support, Lu Ming created the Holy Shield, allowing him to encase himself within a protective barrier, which could also be extended to others, serving as a team support skill with healing, restoration, and defense enhancement properties. Having absorbed the abilities of the Swallow fruit, Lu Ming developed a skill called Wind Hole, enabling him to manipulate the wind merely by extending his hand. Next, with 50,000 proficiency points remaining, he elevated the Great Might Heavenly Dragon to the 4th tier, equivalent to a full-powered strike, unleashing 4 golden dragons to attack his foes. After distributing the entirety of the 1 million proficiency points, Lu Ming's combat power surged beyond 20,000. The following day, Lu Ming and his companions arrived in the waters near Alabasta and encountered a duck upon the sea, upon which sat a girl adorned in vibrant attire, her beautiful blue hair cascading down. "Hello, do you require assistance?" As Lu Ming and his crew practiced their sword-drawing techniques, a daily requisite, aboard the pirate ship, they were approached by Colonel Tina of the Navy, who inquired about their presence. At that moment, Princess Weiwei, perched atop a duck, furrowed her brow in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation aboard the vessel. It was evidently a pirate ship. Why then was there a Navy Colonel, Tina, on board? Having recognized Tina from her days as an undercover agent in the Baroque works, Princess Weiwei knew that the individual before her was not a pirate in disguise, which only deepened her perplexity. "No need for that. We shall soon reach shore," Princess Weiwei replied coolly, clearly reluctant to engage with anyone from Tina's ship. However, Lu Ming, noticing the interaction, halted his practice. Yalada handed Lu Ming a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. "Thank you, but I can manage on my own." Lu Ming graciously accepted the towel and approached the ship's railing. "What a lovely young lady, but why are you sailing alone on the sea?" "Isn't that a bit perilous?" Princess Weiwei, sitting atop the duck, looked at Lu Ming's face and felt no recognition, yet she was puzzled as to why Colonel Tina was on their ship. Unable to fathom the situation, she instinctively asked, "How did she end up on your ship? Are you pirates masquerading as the Navy?" Before Lu Ming could respond, Tina interjected, "It seems you are aware of my identity. But I am here on this pirate ship entirely of my own volition, wishing to steer them away from a misguided path." "What do you mean?" Princess Weiwei still did not grasp the full picture. "Oh, Colonel Tina has decided to linger on our Thunder Pirate ship out of sheer boredom. I sometimes wish to toss her into the sea." Lu Ming could not help but comment. Princess Weiwei, being an astute young woman, immediately grasped the implications of Lu Ming's words. "I see now. You rescued Colonel Tina, and she believes your Thunder Pirate crew is unlike other pirates, and thus wishes to save you." "Indeed, more or less. That's why I say she is quite idle." Lu Ming chuckled. At this, Colonel Tina pouted at Lu Ming, appearing somewhat aggrieved, and said, "I am a Navy officer executing justice. Even if I cannot reclaim you from a misguided path, I will monitor your every move. Should you dare commit any heinous acts, I shall ensure your capture." "Capture? What do you mean? The Thunder Pirate crew has never engaged in wanton slaughter." Yalada interjected, clearly displeased. "That remains to be seen. I intend to keep an eye on you, unless you decide to eliminate me." Tina retorted dismissively. "Yalata, let her be. Let us see how long she can endure aboard our ship." Lu Ming was not inclined to engage in further disputes with Colonel Tina. "Fine, but if she tries to deceive our Thunder Pirate crew, I will not let her off easily." Yalada glared fiercely at Colonel Tina, brandishing a large iron rod. Tina, recognizing the futility of confronting the Thunder Pirates, resolved to blend in aboard their ship to prevent them from straying onto a dark path. That moment, Princess Weiwei observed Lu Ming and the crew once more, her thoughts churning. According to Tina's words, it suggested that the Thunder Pirates were not the brutal villains she had imagined, but rather individuals of principle, should she gain their assistance. Perhaps she could avert the impending turmoil within the Alabasta Kingdom and halt the onset of civil war. As for the internal strife within Alabasta, she had gathered ample intelligence, revealing that her employer, Sir Crocodile, sought dominion over the kingdom, intending to incite war between the royal army and the rebel forces. Sir Crocodile also bore the title of Warlord of the Sea, a pirate recognized by the world government, and such a figure could seize Alabasta without fear of retribution from the authorities. However, Princess Weiwei understood that with her limited strength, she could not thwart Sir Crocodile, which is why she had returned, intending to persuade the rebels against waging war on the royal army, a scheme devised by Crocodile. Though the chances of persuading the rebels seemed slim, Princess Weiwei felt this was her only opportunity. After all, Sir Crocodile was immensely powerful, and he was not alone. He commanded the Baroque works, filled with formidable agents and assassins. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Assisting Princess Weiwei with her current dilemma will yield lottery points. Just as Lu Ming noticed Princess Weiwei appearing as though she wished to speak, but hesitated. The electronic voice of the system echoed in his mind. Lu Ming smiled slightly and asked, "This beautiful lady, it seems you have something on your mind. If I can assist you, please feel free to share." First mate, you're not actually taken with her, are you? Yalata immediately became jealous and, in a pitiful tone, lamented, "First mate, I have always liked you. You cannot do this to me. How can you be interested in her and not in me?" Ahem, Yalata, what are you talking about? I merely perceived deep sorrow in this lady's eyes and felt compelled to inquire. Besides, am I that fickle? Lu Ming quickly clarified, finding it increasingly difficult to resist the advances of the stunning Yalata, who persistently declared her feelings, despite his repeated rejections. That I don't care. I, Yalata, have always liked you. Even if you take a liking to this lady, I shall not give up, Yalata declared resolutely. What are you two discussing? Princess Weiwei instinctively asked, taken aback and struggling to comprehend the situation. Was this young man, who appeared somewhat charming, actually enamored with her? But was it necessary to be so direct? After all, she was a lady. How should she respond? Moreover, could it be that he truly had fallen for her at first sight? After all, she was quite confident in her beauty. Ha! Dear lady, do not misunderstand. My companion is merely jesting. Lu Ming replied with a calm smile. His heart steadied. Oh, I see. Then I can relax. Princess Weiwei nodded, internally sighing with relief, and continued, If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait, beautiful lady, our meeting is fate. Should you have any troubles, the Thunder Pirate crew would be glad to assist you, Lu Ming said earnestly. Earlier, he had triggered the System S mission, which promised lottery points for assisting Princess Weiwei in resolving her current predicament. Princess Weiwei turned back. I do indeed have troubles, but will you truly assist me unconditionally? Even if you do, I would never gamble with your lives. Unconditional assistance is impossible, but if you can provide a certain sum to our Thunder Pirate crew, I believe we can tackle any trouble you face, Lu Ming replied with a smile. How much? Princess Weiwei, intrigued, could not help but inquire. Let me think. There should be a considerable dark organization in Alabasta Kingdom, known as Baroque Works, and its leader appears to be Sir Crocodile, a user of the sand fruit. If your issue pertains to eliminating this organization or any of its members, our Thunder Pirate crew could certainly assist. But you would need to pay at least 500 million berries. Of course, this is a friendly price. Lu Ming casually stated to this. Princess Weiwei was taken aback, her mind swirling as if her innermost thoughts had been completely laid bare before him. Surely, this could not be mere coincidence. You know about Baroque Works? She blurted out, unable to contain her surprise. That I've heard of it. But not just that. You should also be aware that Sir Crocodile is a warlord of the sea. Correct? If you desire our Thunder Pirate crew to handle a warlord, the fee would be at least 1 billion berries. Alternatively, we could negotiate with other equivalent forms of compensation. Lu Ming elaborated. Princess Weiwei was astonished to discover just how profound the Thunder Pirate crew's capabilities truly were. Even the true identity of Crocodile is known, yet I remain utterly ignorant of this group. After all, any pirate with even a modicum of notoriety would have information available through the Baroque Works. Right? I have been an undercover agent within Baroque Works for several years, thereby acquiring a considerable amount of intel. Yet I find myself completely uninformed about the Thunder Pirates. To be perfectly candid, my predicament lies in the desire to eliminate Crocodile to avert war in this nation. Otherwise, countless lives will be lost. Princess Weiwei immediately regarded Lu Ming with earnest eyes, sensing hope in him. Is that so? Then you require the assistance of our Thunder Pirates? Our credibility is absolutely dependable, and if I am confident in accepting a task, I guarantee its completion, Lu Ming asserted with confidence. However, Sand Crocodile is a warlord of the sea, possessing formidable strength. Such beings can indeed pose a threat to an entire nation. Are you certain the Thunder Pirates can contend with him? Princess Weiwei inquired anxiously, ready to seek aid from the Thunder Pirates if they could. Haha, a mere warlord of the sea. Before our Thunder Pirates, he cannot stir a tempest. Lu Ming responded dismissively. In his mind, he truly did not regard Crocodile as a significant adversary. Even with the powers granted by the sand fruit, what of it? He had already devised a plan to deal with Crocodile. Beside them, Yalata scratched her head and asked, Captain, isn't your subordinate Mihawk a warlord of the sea? Yes, indeed he is. Lu Ming nodded, then queried, why do you ask? Do you think he is somehow related to Sand Crocodile, Captain? That is not my intent. I merely wish to inquire which of your subordinate, Mihawk or Sand Crocodile, is the more formidable? Meanwhile, the conversation between Yalata and Lu Ming astonished Colonel Tina and Princess Weiwei, who were nearby. Once they regained their composure, they incredulously exclaimed, What? Mihawk is your subordinate. Are you certain you are not jesting? There is nothing humorous about this. Mihawk has only recently become my subordinate. You may not have heard, which is understandable. News from the East Blue travels slower than that from the Grand Line. Lu Ming replied calmly. Feeling somewhat incredulous, they pondered the implications of Mihawk's identity as not only a warlord of the sea but also the world's greatest swordsman. Moreover, you appear to be under 20 years of age. What is the nature of your relationship? Princess Weiwei and Colonel Tina scrutinized Lu Ming closely. Lu Ming was about to articulate a response, but Yalata interjected. Mihawk is not the world's greatest swordsman. Our Captain Lu Ming is. Do not be fooled by his seemingly unassuming demeanor. He is merely being modest. After all, when Lu Ming becomes serious, even Mihawk could scarcely perceive his strikes, nearly losing his life at Lu Ming's hands. You surely were not aware of that. Yalata boasted with a hint of pride. Lu Ming, is that true? When did this happen? How is it that I, a naval colonel, am unaware of such news? Tina, having heard of Mihawk, could not suppress her curiosity. Oh, it was roughly along the lines of what Yalata mentioned. Lu Ming replied instinctively. Colonel Tina and Princess Weiwei were utterly stunned. They had not anticipated Lu Ming's prowess. Tina finally understood why Colonel Smoker had been unable to contend with the Thunder Pirates. Such a powerful pirate would require at least an admiral to confront. No? Princess Weiwei clenched her fists and earnestly stated. Lu Ming, I implore you to eliminate Sand Crocodile. Upon completion, I will certainly find a way to compensate you. Chapter 66. Commission to eliminate Crocodile. Very well, we, the Thunder Pirates, accept your commission. Lu Ming smiled broadly. As it stands, the task now rests upon Princess Weiwei's shoulders. By resolving the matter with Crocodile, they would gain valuable rewards. Furthermore, it is possible that defeating Crocodile could yield a drop of a devil fruit item. Captain, upon seeing that smile of yours, I can't shake the feeling that you're concocting something. Colonel Tina remarked with a frown, ultimately resorting to a light-hearted jab. Nonetheless, your Thunder Pirates certainly possess a unique means of survival. Managing to earn rewards by assisting others? Hey, Colonel Tina, do you intend to oversee everything? If I were to eliminate Crocodile, who has committed numerous atrocities in Alabasta, would that be a crime? Lu Ming shot back, unable to restrain his sarcasm. Humph, although Crocodile is a warlord of the sea, if someone wishes to kill him, it is of no concern to the Navy. Colonel Tina crossed her arms, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. That's more like it. Lu Ming sighed in relief, continuing, however, I have discerned your intentions quite clearly. Thus, you should pray for my success against Crocodile. Colonel Tina dismissed this notion, stating, the thought of a warlord of the sea meeting their demise is not solely mine. Nearly all the upper echelons share this sentiment. After all, the holders of the Warlord of the Sea title are formidable due to their strength and capabilities, which is precisely why the higher-ups have sought to impose certain restraints upon them. If they could be thoroughly eliminated, the higher-ups would undoubtedly welcome such an outcome. It matters not. We, the Thunder Pirates, have no interest in your Navy affairs, that we merely pursue our own path. Lu Ming waved his hand dismissively. Then turning to Princess Weiwei, he inquired, Esteemed lady, if you would not mind, could you introduce yourself? I remain unaware of how to address you. Oh, I am actually the daughter of the King of Alabasta. You may call me Weiwei. Princess Weiwei felt a sense of trust in this group. Having just solicited their help to confront Crocodile, she believed they would inevitably learn of her identity, thus seeing no need for concealment. Concealing it would only lead them to doubt her sincerity. Very well, then I shall call you Weiwei. Now, please lead us to Sand Crocodile. Lu Ming nodded calmly. As for Weiwei's identity, Lu Ming only asked out of courtesy, planning to address her directly by name. After all, it felt somewhat sycophantic to persistently refer to her as this lovely lady. All right, Princess Weiwei nodded, surprised by the reliability of the Thunder Pirates. They were already eager to fulfill the task she had just entrusted to them. The sooner they resolved the issue with Crocodile, the sooner Alabasta could avert the horrors of civil war. Colonel Tina remained astounded by Weiwei's identity, yet seeing Lu Ming's lack of surprise, she felt compelled to maintain her composure. lest she be ridiculed by him. Once the Thunder Pirates reached the shore, they left a portion of their crew to guard the ship, while the rest ventured into the desert as Princess Wei guided them toward Alabasta. She remarked, "In truth, Crocodile's organization resides in the Little Garden, but there is no time to head there now. More importantly, Crocodile is not in the Little Garden. He is masquerading as a military figure within our Alabasta. If I am not mistaken, Crocodile has already begun his maneuvers, as my cover as an undercover agent in Baroque Works has been compromised. His subordinates have undoubtedly notified him immediately." Princess Wei looked at Lu Ming and the others with deep concern, nearly on the verge of tears, declaring, "Thus, you must do everything in your power to prevent this bloodshed. If you can accomplish this, I will do anything for you, even serve you tea or perform menial tasks aboard your ship." Princess Wei's words seemed somewhat exaggerated, revealing her anxiety that Lu Ming might reconsider. Nami comforted her, saying, "Do not worry, Wei. As long as there is compensation, our Thunder Pirates guarantee the completion of the task. And you need not serve us tea or do any such chores." For Nami, assisting Mitsai in vanquishing their adversaries would yield a reward of 500 million berries, leaving no room for retreat, only the imperative to fulfill the task at hand. Naturally, Nami harbored unwavering faith in the Thunder Pirate crew. As long as Lu Ming was present, their invincibility in battle was assured. Indeed, the missions undertaken by the Thunder Pirate crew were bound for success. Not even 10 sand crocodiles could instill fear in them. Lu Ming, exuding confidence, smiled at 10 sand crocodiles? You might be overestimating your bravado. Be cautious not to meet your downfall here," Colonel Tina of the Navy interjected. Unable to suppress her concern. As far as I am aware, Sand Crocodile is a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, granting him the ability to manipulate sand at will, and given that the entire Alabasta Kingdom is engulfed in desert, one could say he is an indomitable force in this terrain. TCH, do not underestimate our vice captain. He is the one who nearly cleaved Hawkeye my hawk in two with a blade undetectable to the naked eye. Do you comprehend the significance of that? A crew member shot a disdainful glance at Colonel Tina. Are you implying invincibility? While I must concede that defeating Hawkeye my hawk is an impressive feat, in this desert, that fellow's devil fruit powers are the ultimate calamity, Colonel Tina retorted with a cold smirk. So what? He is merely a devil fruit user. Our Captain Reed, the formidable Alida, and Bartolomeo are all users of devil fruits as well. Do you truly believe they cannot contend with him? A crew member inquired. What? You have 3 devil fruit users aboard your ship? Colonel Tina exclaimed in astonishment, finding it hard to believe that this modest Thunder Pirate crew possessed such formidable resources. Now do you grasp the comprehensive strength of our Thunder Pirate crew? Thus, you should understand that we will not hinder the Vice Captain. We are equally capable of contributing. Crew member Away observed the shock on Colonel Tina's face and felt a surge of satisfaction. Chapter 67. The interest of Fire Fist Ace Princess Mitsai, equally astonished, realized that the Thunder Pirate crew's possession of 3 devil fruit users rendered them no weaker than the Baroque Works. It appeared that she need not overly concern herself with their capabilities. Suddenly, the surrounding sands began to shift, as if something lurked beneath. Don't know. This could be a swarm of scorpions. I should have warned you sooner. Princess Mitsai exclaimed, filled with regret. Boom. The ground tremored as a greater disturbance erupted, akin to thousands of scorpions concealed in the sand, perceiving Lu Ming and his companions as intruders in their territory and preparing to ensnare them. A swarm of scorpions? This is trivial. Let them come, and we shall crush them. Indeed, how could the Thunder Pirate crew be threatened by mere scorpions? The crew members scoffed at the notion, recalling scorpions as rather endearing creatures. Crush them. Princess Mitsai was taken aback. Did these individuals not know that scorpions in Alabasta could grow several meters long? What is wrong? Can't you crush them? Bartolomeo inquired instinctively. Boom! At that moment, 1, 2, 3 enormous scorpions, crimson in hue, emerged from the sand, each towering several meters in height and length. Heavens! What are these creatures? Many members of the Thunder Pirate crew were instantly paralyzed with fear, realizing that if these were the supposedly adorable scorpions, they were in grave peril. Barrier, Bartolomeo shouted as he swiftly countered the attacks of the colossal pincers, manifesting his barrier ability to shield against the monstrous creatures. Wow, Captain Bartolomeo is so cool. Thank goodness you acted just in time. Several frightened comrades expressed their heartfelt gratitude. No big deal. I am the 3rd captain of the Thunder Pirate crew, Bartolomeo declared proudly. The Thunder Pirate crew had already established their hierarchy. Lu Ming, as the vice captain, also served as the first captain. Alita was the second captain, and Bartolomeo held the position of third captain, with others of notable strength following suit. Boom! However, at that moment, dozens, even hundreds of massive scorpions continued to emerge from the surrounding sands. Gulp. Many members of the Thunder Pirate crew felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. With so many scorpions, you might as well let me handle this alone. Lu Ming suddenly chuckled, initially intending to let his crew gain experience. He realized that the sheer number of scorpions posed a significant threat to their lives. By the way, do any of you wish to try scorpion meat? If you do, I can adjust my strength accordingly. Lu Ming said with a gentle smile, glancing at his companions. That we'd love to. But what are you planning to do, Vice Captain? His companions asked, curiosity piqued that of course, as long as Lu Ming took action, they felt a sense of reassurance. Don T asked, just watch. Lu Ming replied, intending to test his mastery over the sun fruit. As his companions watched intently, Lu Ming struck the ground with one hand. Boom! A visible wave of fiery energy radiated outward. What? Vice Captain, when did you gain control over fire? Vice Captain, your skills are truly unparalleled. This is incredible. The crew members gasped in astonishment, witnessing Lu Ming's single strike annihilate countless scorpions within a radius of several hundred meters. Accompanied by the enticing aroma of roasted meat, showcasing his adeptness with the fiery power, Lu Ming withdrew his attack and smiled. Actually, I possess many more techniques. You will gradually become accustomed to them. All right. Come and savor this scorpion meat. I've heard it tastes like chicken. I wonder if that's true. Thus, the members of the Thunder Pirate crew eagerly began to feast on the freshly cooked scorpion meat, relishing the flavor. Before long, a man donning a cowboy hat emerged from behind a weathered rock formation, exuding a familiar demeanor as he laughed. Haha, encountering you all feels like fate. If you don't mind, may I partake in some of your food? The crew members turned to him, puzzled, as they had no recollection of this individual. However, Colonel Tina immediately recognized him and exclaimed, You are the pirate ace? I didn't expect another Navy captain to be among you. Your combination is indeed quite peculiar. The man who had appeared was none other than the pirate ace. Humph, so it is you. I once saw your bounty at Navy headquarters. I never imagined you would venture into the land of Alabasta. Colonel Tina was the one truly taken aback, for Ace's notoriety in the New World was formidable. He was a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. After all, Ace the Pirate, the members of the Thunder Pirate crew, aside from Lu Ming, were mostly unfamiliar with the name Fire Fist Ace. Princess Mitsai, observing the Thunder Pirate crew's ignorance of the famed Fire Fist Ace, promptly interjected, Pirate Ace is none other than Fire Fist Ace, a highly renowned pirate in the Grand Line and even the New World, and he is one of the 4 emperors, serving as a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, whose strength is said to be unfathomable. I see. But what is such an impressive individual doing here? Alita furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the emerging Fire Fist Ace. I'm not certain. Perhaps there is another reason for his presence. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here alone. Mitsai responded instinctively. Fire Fist Ace, meanwhile, approached Lu Ming directly, extending a friendly hand. I happened to witness your encounter with those desert scorpions. Please don't misunderstand. I truly stumbled upon this by chance. I came out to greet you. Speaking of which, I find you quite intriguing. Might you share your name with me? Lu Ming regarded Fire Fist Ace and replied, I believe every word you say. My name is Lu Ming, the vice captain of the Thunder Pirate crew. Lu Ming, it's a pleasure. I am Ace, the captain of the Spade Pirates. Fire Fist Ace introduced himself, extending his hand for a handshake. Lu Ming chuckled and shook his head. The captain of the Spade Pirates? I would reckon you were actually the second in command under Whitebeard, right? Ha. It appears that you were indeed aware of my existence. However, I did not intend to deceive you. Ace chuckled awkwardly. No matter. I am not concerned with such trivial matters. Your sudden appearance suggests you seek more than just to know us, does it not? Lu Ming inquired with a hint of detachment. Indeed, I have emerged with the intention of engaging you in combat. I wonder if you would indulge my desire. Fire Fist Ace gazed intently at Lu Ming. Chapter 68. The Merciless Sun vs. Fire Fist Ace. As a user of the Flame fruit, Ace found it intriguing to encounter someone who possessed a mastery over fire that surpassed his own. Are you certain you wish to engage in battle with me? Lu Ming asked earnestly. Brother Lu Ming, rest assured, I shall exercise restraint and not endanger your life. Ace promptly assured. Brother Ace, you are quite amusing. What I truly meant to convey is that I might inadvertently cause you harm. Lu Ming chuckled heartily. Ahem, brother Lu Ming, you jest a bit. Regardless, we shall ascertain the outcome through our duel, Ace responded, subtly perplexed by Lu Ming's confidence, as he was well aware of his own strength. First mate, you should agree to fight him. Indeed, first mate, let him witness your prowess, the crew of the Thunder Pirates. While munching away, could not suppress their laughter at this moment. Fire Fist Ace was momentarily taken aback by the crew's reactions, feeling as though he was being cast in the role of a jester. Could it be that Lu Ming's strength is beyond my expectations? Very well, I shall accept the challenge. I too wish to test my newly developed techniques. Lu Ming smiled serenely. Ace quickly regained his composure upon hearing Lu Ming's acceptance and said, Brother Lu Ming, you must take this seriously. My attacks are not to be trifled with. Very well, I shall unleash my technique. Lu Ming extended a finger skyward, and suddenly a swirl of flames began to spin rapidly above it, coalescing into a sphere that grew larger, ultimately measuring about 1 meter in diameter. What is this sorcery? The crew of the Thunder Pirates gasped in astonishment, for it was their first glimpse of Lu Ming's new ability. Stand back, everyone. This technique is called the Merciless Sun, and I would not want the ensuing explosion to affect you. Lu Ming stated calmly. Yes, Master First Mate. The crew of the Thunder Pirates hastily retreated to a safe distance. Firmly believing in Lu Ming's words, the Merciless Sun, I have indeed not misjudged you. Moreover, your execution is incredibly imposing. I find it most appealing. Fire Fist Ace felt his battle spirit surge. Boom, immediately. Flames ignited around Ace. Growing increasingly fierce, the onlookers were awestruck, witnessing the extraordinary capabilities of the flame fruit, enveloping his entire being in flames. Heh, brother Lu Ming, I shall commence as well. Ace suddenly grinned, smoke billowing from his mouth. But that was not the main focus. His right fist ignited with an even more intense blaze. Fire Fist, Ace roared, launching a powerful punch towards the suspended Merciless Sun above Lu Ming. Go. Lu Ming responded coolly. Even if his opponent was Fire Fist Ace, he was confident in his own strength, bolstered by the formidable inner power of the 9-yang divine art cultivated over 2 centuries. Boom, in the next moment. The Merciless Sun clashed with the incoming Fire Fist, instantly generating a massive mushroom cloud that ascended into the sky, the shockwave sweeping across a radius of hundreds of meters. The crew of the Thunder Pirates, situated 100 meters away, were knocked to the ground, some even suffering significant internal injuries, spitting blood. Wow, we actually coughed up blood. Is this the nature of combat among the powerful? How terrifying. We shall never stand this close again. The crew was filled with horror, their vital energies fluctuating and struggling to stabilize. Colonel Tina, Captain Red, and Princess Wei Wei all wore expressions of disbelief, particularly. Colonel Tina and Princess Wei Wei understood Ace's formidable strength. After all, he was the second in command under one of the 4 emperors, Whitebeard. Yet, they were astonished to witness Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirates challenge Fire Fist Ace, suggesting that their strengths were indeed on par. Realizing this, Colonel Tina and Princess Wei Wei developed a new perception of Lu Ming. Acknowledging that his strength was truly unfathomable, it seemed that Mihawk's defeat in swordsmanship was an indisputable fact, after a considerable duration. The enveloping shockwave gradually dissipated, revealing the figures of Lu Ming and Fire Fist Ace. What? Fire Fist Ace has also spat blood, the crowd exclaimed in shock, as Ace, who had been engulfed in flames, now appeared as though he had been scorched, emitting wisps of smoke, particularly with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, one hand pressed against his chest, visibly affected by the overwhelming force of the impact. In contrast, Lu Ming stood calmly, seemingly unscathed. Wow, cough cough. Suddenly, Fire Fist Ace expelled a large mouthful of blood, feeling somewhat relieved, the pressure on his heart easing. Brother Ace, are you all right? Lu Ming inquired, immediately approaching Fire Fist Ace to offer his concern. Do not worry, brother Lu Ming. I have merely sustained a slight injury. Nothing to fret over, Fire Fist Ace quickly replied. However, he grew increasingly appreciative of Lu Ming's prowess, saying, I had not anticipated your strength to be so formidable. It seems I embarrassed myself earlier, and no wonder your companions regarded me with such amusement. Brother Lu Ming, I concede this battle to you. Fire Fist Ace accepted his defeat gracefully, avoiding further humiliation by not suggesting a rematch. Haha, as long as you are not gravely injured, that is what matters. To be honest, I have only recently developed this technique, and this is my first time unleashing it. I feared I might not control it well enough to threaten your life. Lu Ming apologized with a smile for Ace's bloodshed. Ha ha. Brother Lu Ming is humble. Yet, you are quite to my taste. How about we swear brotherhood here? You can be the elder brother, and I shall be the younger brother. How does that sound? Fire Fist Ace wiped the blood from his mouth, asking with great camaraderie. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming contemplated swiftly. If he were to become Fire Fist Ace's elder brother, then Sabo and Luffy would also be his younger brothers. It felt like an unexpected windfall. Very well. I am quite fond of making friends. However, if you wish to be sworn brothers, I fear you can only be my third brother. Chapter 69. A Challenge to Karp. Third brother. Does Brother Lu Ming have a biological brother, or has someone else sworn brotherhood with you? Fire Fist Ace asked in surprise. It is true. Not long ago, my Hawk the Hawkeye called me elder brother. So if you swear brotherhood with me, he would stand above you. Lu Ming explained calmly. What? Hawkeye, my Hawk, the world's greatest swordsman and a warlord of the sea, referred to you as elder brother? I recall he is older than I am. At least 30 years my senior. Could it be that he was defeated by you? Fire Fist Ace inquired incredulously. Of course. Our first mate is proficient in all forms of martial arts, having long surpassed Hawkeye my Hawk in swordsmanship. At this moment, Bartolomeo, Lu Ming's devoted admirer, approached, unable to contain his pride. Brother Lu Ming, he isn't pulling my leg, is he? Fire Fist Ace asked for confirmation. Lu Ming smiled. Indeed, Hawkeye my Hawk was defeated by me. He even spent a day training with me in swordsmanship. My word, this is explosive news. Upon hearing this, Fire Fist Ace found himself at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that during this journey, he would encounter a remarkably powerful yet unassuming individual. Indeed, there are always those who surpass others, hidden within the ranks of the mighty. Brother Lu Ming, I shall not hesitate any longer. Let us forge a brotherhood. As for the rank of third brother, it matters not. What is paramount is that I acknowledge you as my elder brother, for I have learned much from you. Fire Fist Ace spoke with palpable eagerness. Very well. Lu Ming nodded, devoid of hesitation. And the two engaged in their solemn oath of brotherhood. Elder brother. Fire Fist Ace called out to Lu Ming with great approval. Third brother. Aha. Lu Ming responded, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Finding the situation rather theatrical as he unwittingly gained another younger brother. How did two grown men manage to sound so sentimental? Yalada approached them, unable to suppress a shiver of discomfort. Ahem, Yalada, must you be so verbose? Lu Ming coughed lightly, adopting a more serious demeanor. Now, back to the matter at hand. We must continue on our journey. Onward. Elder brother, what brings you to Alabasta? Fire Fist Ace inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Indeed, our Thunder Pirate crew has undertaken a mission to assist Princess Vivi in eliminating Sir Crocodile, which will yield a reward of 500 million berries, Lu Ming explained. Elder brother, you are quite formidable. You truly intend to confront Sir Crocodile? I have heard that he possesses the powers of the Sand fruit, rendering him nearly invincible in this endless desert. Is it not perilous to engage him? Fire Fist Ace expressed his concern. Primarily, I have other matters to attend to. Otherwise, I would gladly lend you a hand. Fear not. Our Thunder Pirate crew is not solely reliant on me. My companions are equally formidable. Lu Ming replied with a smile. Yes. I nearly forgot. Hearing them refer to you as the first mate, it stands to reason that your captain's strength is indeed unfathomable, Ace remarked thoughtfully, without a doubt. Our captain is a user of a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, Lu Ming affirmed. Remarkable. A mythical Zoan-type? The potential is limitless. Ace gasped, astonished, for he understood that a well-developed mythical Zoan devil fruit user could rival the likes of Kaido of the Beasts and Admiral Sengoku. Lu Ming, we have a grave situation. At that moment, Captain Red hurriedly approached with his crew. What trouble? Lu Ming furrowed his brow, inquiring. Vice Admiral Karp is pursuing us with the Navy, and they have already spotted us. Captain Red said seriously, a hint of worry in his eyes, knowing full well the immense strength of Vice Admiral Karp. Humph, what a bold Thunder Pirate crew. You dare to stir up trouble beneath my very nose. Thinking the East Blue is easy pickings, Karp's voice boomed from a distance before he even approached. Upon recognizing Karp, Fire Fist Ace felt a surge of apprehension and said, Elder brother, I just remembered an urgent matter. I must take my leave now. May we meet again under better circumstances. Very well, until next time. Lu Ming nodded, understanding Ace's reluctance to face his grandfather. Ace, do not think I have lost sight of you. Stand right there, Karp shouted, adorned with his signature dog hat. Grandpa Karp, I promise to return next time. Fire Fist Ace shouted as he fled from the scene. Ace, do not fall into my hands next time. I shall show you no mercy." Garp called after him, feeling somewhat helpless, for he could not seem to rein in his own grandson. Originally wishing to guide them into the Navy, he found them all venturing into piracy instead. Seeing that Ace had completely vanished, Garp approached Lu Ming and the others. "Greetings, Vice Admiral Garp." Colonel Tina of the Navy immediately saluted Garp. "Tina, did these rascals cause you any trouble? Did they threaten you to remain on the ship?" Garp asked with concern. "Vice Admiral, you may have misunderstood that I chose to stay voluntarily. I wish to save them, that if I cannot achieve that, then I shall monitor them," Tina clarified. "Tina, are you certain? This crew has committed many offenses in the East Blue." Garp said, somewhat perplexed. "Vice Admiral, from my observations, the Thunder Pirate crew does not embody the essence of true villainy. While I cannot control them, I believe I can save them from their potentially corrupting paths." Tina replied earnestly. "That is easily arranged. I can detain them and hand them over to you for management," Garp declared, evidently intent on dealing with the Thunder Pirate crew. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a quest. Challenge Garp to earn lottery points." Suddenly, Lu Ming felt a sense of foreboding from Garp as an electronic voice echoed in his mind. However, the quest was not to defeat Garp but to issue a challenge, indicating that his strength was likely insufficient to pose a threat to the Vice Admiral. "Vice Admiral Garp, I hold you in the highest regard as a true hero of the Navy. However, should you attempt to sever our path as pirates, I, Lu Ming, must proactively challenge you, and I may even seek to defeat you," Lu Ming proclaimed, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Chapter 70. Striking Garp with the Buddha's palm huff. A young man unaware of his limitations. "Today, I shall witness your capabilities that I have heard you manage to defeat Hawkeye my hawk." Garp stood opposite Lu Ming, exuding an aura of invincibility, a presence born from countless battles. "I merely won a single exchange by sheer luck against Hawkeye my hawk," Lu Ming humbly explained. "Humph, I care not whether it was luck. I shall give my all against you. I am eager to see just how capable you are." Daring to cause a stir in the East Blue, "I am well aware of the mischief your Thunder Pirate crew has been up to," Garp stated, his gaze fixed on Lu Ming, viewing him as a pirate not to be taken lightly. "Ha ha ha, truly, a veteran of the Navy. You are as formidable as the rumors suggest. However, if you wish to deal with the Thunder Pirate crew, or me, for that matter, it shall depend on your capabilities," Lu Ming laughed heartily, exuding an air of disregard towards Garp. Those around them, particularly the members of the Thunder Pirate crew, felt the tension from Garp's formidable reputation, yet they were equally excited by Lu Ming's audacity. However, Princess Vivi and Colonel Tina could not help but be astonished in their hearts. They recognized that just moments ago, Lu Ming had expressed respect for Garp, acknowledging his strength, yet now he appeared utterly dismissive. "Lu Ming, just how powerful are you?" they pondered internally. "Very well, young man. Your spirit is commendable. Now, allow me to deliver a thorough beating before we proceed," Garp declared, clenching his fist and striding towards Lu Ming. When he was but a few steps away, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Lu Ming. This punch, seemingly ordinary, carried such force that even a sub-emperor-level powerhouse would not dare to underestimate it. For it was delivered by none other than the Iron Fist Garp, who had intimidated countless notorious pirates with his might. Lu Ming took a deep breath and swiftly retaliated. Roar! He thrust his palm forward, and in an instant, a colossal golden dragon surged forth from his hand. Once the attack was unleashed, Lu Ming slowly declared, "First style, great might heavenly dragon." Vice Admiral Garp furrowed his brow, for this was the first time he had encountered such an attack. Summoning a golden dragon from thin air was nothing short of astonishing. Though impressive, he thought, even a dragon could be shattered by my fist. Garp's fist collided with the dragon. The two forces momentarily met with equal strength. However, as Garp enveloped his fist with haki, the power and sharpness of his blow surged significantly, amplifying its destructive potential. Boom! Immediately, a magnificent golden dragon summoned by Lu Ming began to crumble layer by layer beneath the might of Garp's fist, utterly incapable of suppressing him, let alone forcing him to retreat. How impressive! The members of the Thunder Pirate crew couldn't help but exclaim in genuine admiration upon witnessing the formidable strength of Vice Admiral Karp. In contrast, the Navy personnel at Karp's side gazed at Lu Ming in disbelief. How could this be? This young lad actually managed to withstand a punch from Vice Admiral Karp. His strength has reached unfathomable depths. It is truly astonishing. Having just arrived from the East Blue to the Grand Line, he already possesses power on par with those great pirates of the New World. Could it be that this fellow is cheating? The Navy soldiers, hailing from the Navy headquarters, had long been engaged in suppressing countless pirates alongside Karp in the New World. Their experience was beyond compare. Humph, young lad. You have indeed forced me to use Haki. Your strength is commendable. Yet, the greater your potential and strength, the more I am compelled to bring you to justice. Karp retracted his fist, his gaze sternly fixed on Lu Ming. After all, a pirate of such caliber must be contained as early as possible. Of course, if he cannot be contained, then he must be eradicated in the cradle of his growth. Otherwise, a new king will emerge in the world of pirates, posing an undeniable threat to both the Navy headquarters and the world government. Feel free to try, Karp, but my will is not something you can easily thwart. I have stated that if you wish to obstruct the Thunder Pirate crew, I shall fight you to the bitter end. Lu Ming's expression remained resolute. Humph, so you have an ace up your sleeve? Then let me see how many punches you can withstand. Prepare yourself, young lad. Boom. Karp clenched his fist, unleashing both his imposing aura and Haki. Lu Ming, sensing the dual forces enveloping Karp's punch, dared not underestimate the situation that he promptly activated the Jiu Yang divine art, channeling 200 years of internal energy into a casually delivered strike. A golden giant palm erupted from Lu Ming's hand, that realized palm. Boom. Karp's expression tightened. This young lad truly possesses an array of techniques, and this attack is one he had never encountered before. Karp could not afford to be careless. Should he falter, his illustrious reputation would be tarnished by a mere pirate, possibly inflating the opponent's ego even further. To avoid such a scenario, Karp's demeanor became serious. Boom. He smashed Lu Ming's realized palm with a single punch. Humph, young lad, you are quite impressive. You almost compelled me to exert my full strength. Karp seemed invigorated by the battle, reveling in the long-lost thrill, and declared, Come, let us continue our clash. Lu Ming smirked. That last palm was merely 3/10 of my power. From this point onward, I shall not allow you to approach me even a single step. Such grandiose claims. Let us see how capable you truly are. Karp appeared composed, yet internally, he was profoundly astonished. This young lad had only used 3/10 of his strength. Incredible. For styles, great might heavenly dragon. Lu Ming unleashed his utmost prowess, summoning the great might heavenly dragon, as his palms released 4 golden dragons that surged relentlessly toward Vice Admiral Karp. What? For golden dragons? What incredible means has this fellow employed? Could it be that he has consumed a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, the dragon fruit? Moreover, the fact that he could exchange blows with Vice Admiral Karp so many times speaks volumes about his formidable strength. Indeed, have you not noticed? From the beginning until now, it has been Vice Admiral Karp who has been on the defensive, with the initiative seemingly resting in the hands of that young lad. This is the first time I have seen Vice Admiral Karp pushed to such an extent. Chapter 71. Karp encounters Roger. Countless Navy personnel gazed in astonishment at Lu Ming. Those 4 golden dragons relentlessly battered Vice Admiral Karp. This was indeed Lu Ming's most powerful technique, the Great Might Heavenly Dragon, having reached proficiency level LV4, capable of unleashing 4 colossal dragons to assault the target. However, this was merely the 4th level of the Great Might Heavenly Dragon. One must remember that the technique consists of 18 layers, equivalent to 18 levels. When this technique is mastered to its fullest extent, a single palm strike would unleash 18 dragons, facing the assault of the 4 dragons. Vice Admiral Karp could distinctly feel that each of those golden dragons was at least 4 times more powerful than the single dragon Lu Ming had previously summoned. Moreover, this strength was not merely cumulative. Each individual dragon surpassed the earlier one in might by a factor of 4. Thus, for the time being, Vice Admiral Karp could not easily crush them. After all, it took him 8 punches to finally dispel the 4 colossal golden dragons, each spanning 100 meters. At this moment, Lu Ming's complexion paled slightly, as the consumption of internal energy was quite formidable, especially since the 4 dragons he had conjured had been annihilated by Karp, resulting in a significant depletion of his internal energy. Young lad, quite impressive. You have managed to make me break a slight sweat. Karp appeared as if he had merely warmed up, cracking his neck as he advanced toward Lu Ming once more. Haha, truly worthy of Vice Admiral Karp. His strength remains fearsome. Lu Ming smiled calmly. Yet internally, he felt a measure of trepidation towards Karp. After all, despite possessing numerous techniques, none had yet been upgraded to a level of sufficient power. Young lad, do you now comprehend my terrifying might? That will not do. Now, unleash every technique you have. By the way, what about that move you used to severely injure Hawkeye my hawk? Let me give it a try. Karp's eyes glinted sharply as he regarded Lu Ming. The lightspeed draw slash. No, that technique is only effective against those who underestimate me. However, against a prepared powerhouse like you, it would hold little value. You would still be able to counter it to Lu Ming replied with a serene smile. So, you intend to concede to me today? If so, then obediently relinquish your resistance and come with me. Vice Admiral Karp crossed his arms, towering impressively before Lu Ming. Humph. Lu Ming scoffed. No, I will still stand by my previous words. However, I do not intend to fight you now, for I cannot personally deal with you. Yet, I hope there is someone who can. And I trust Vice Admiral Karp to be a wise man. What? Did I hear that correctly? This young lad is actually threatening Vice Admiral Karp. Has he lost his mind? How dare he threaten even the hero of our Navy headquarters? If it were not for Vice Admiral Karp's good nature, this fellow would surely be doomed today. Humph. Merely the Thunder Pirate crew. Do they truly believe they possess the qualifications to withstand the might of our Navy headquarters? Countless Navy personnel could not help but scoff, feeling both anger and disdain at Lu Ming's arrogance, suppressing the urge to burst into laughter. Karp suddenly raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to silence. After all, in his view, Lu Ming's audacity suggested that he possessed means that even Karp dared not act recklessly against. Yet, what could this means be? Karp, we need to speak over here. There are certain matters that I believe you and I both wish to keep from any prying eyes. Lu Ming maintained a calm smile, exuding an air of invincibility as if he could stand unwavering amidst any turmoil. I shall see what tricks you have left. Karp, intrigued, agreed to Lu Ming's request. Lu Ming then led Karp to a weathered patch of earth and stone. As for the Thunder Pirate crew and Karp's naval subordinates, though curious, none dared to interrupt the conversation between Lu Ming and Karp. Behind the weathered earth, Lu Ming clapped his hands, prompting an exceedingly strange scene. A brand new coffin emerged from the sand. What is this? Karp frowned, unable to suppress his question. Could it be that this young lad intends to kill him and place him in the coffin? Rest assured, Vice Admiral Karp, this coffin is not meant for you. Someone is already lying inside. Lu Ming grinned. Humph, your words are truly unpalatable, young lad. Karp huffed in irritation. What do you mean it's not for me? Do you think I would lose to someone like you? You should take a look at who is inside the coffin first. Lu Ming, however, did not wish to engage in further idle chatter. After all, the situation had escalated to this point, and it all hinged on Karp's attitude. Should Karp continue to target him, he would not hesitate to unleash the powers contained within the coffin to confront any adversary. As Lu Ming channeled his inner energy, the coffin lid slowly creaked open, revealing the figure within, gradually coming into view for Rear Admiral Karp. The coffin was positioned upright in the sandy ground, allowing the figure to be displayed from head to toe. This moment, Karp's pupils dilated in shock, his expression one of utter disbelief. How is this possible, Roger? Karp exclaimed, gripping Lu Ming's collar tightly. You little brat. Who is this person? What do you mean? Karp glared fiercely at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with rage, and one could easily imagine the fury brewing within him. Lu Ming smiled calmly, gently removing Karp's hand from his collar. The person inside is precisely whom you see. Impossible. He has been dead for over 20 years. Do you expect me to believe your words? Karp retorted, struggling to contain an anger that threatened to explode at any moment. The thought of someone disrespecting his deceased friend Roger was unbearable. Whether you believe it or not is your concern. If you continue to be unreasonable today, then let him fight you. Lu Ming's expression suddenly turned impassive. Although he initially expressed respect for Karp, the moment they became adversaries, even a hero would be treated as an enemy, and he would show no mercy. You little brat, do you realize how perilous it is to threaten a mighty warrior on the brink of fury? Moreover, Roger is dead. Do you think I would accept your claims? I am well aware, yet I am not so feeble as to be easily slain by you. Besides, who says Roger is dead? I have resurrected him. Awaken, Roger, Lu Ming declared with an air of authority. At his call, Karp instinctively glanced towards the figure in the coffin, for he sensed that the person inside had opened their eyes. Chapter 72. Karp's compromise. What? Karp gasped at the sight, utterly stunned. Was this truly a living being? No, perhaps a living dead would be more apt, for the eyes were hollow, devoid of the spark of life. Rear Admiral Karp, would you like to test your strength against him? However, should a battle ensue, Roger's resurrection would undoubtedly be revealed. Throwing the entire pirate world into chaos, Lu Ming remarked with a smile. As Roger awoke, he unleashed a terrifying conqueror's haki that filled the surrounding area. Karp, enveloped in this aura, felt a familiar power. After all, he had fought Roger numerous times and could recognize this as Roger's conqueror's haki. There was no doubt. This person was indeed Roger resurrected. Upon realizing this, Karp suddenly hurled a punch towards Roger's head. For reasons unknown, he did not want Roger to return, as the thought of the chaos his resurrection would unleash was unfathomable. Boom! Karp's punch obliterated Roger's head. Haha! Rear Admiral Karp, that was rather unsportsmanlike. Lu Ming laughed maniacally before continuing. But it matters not. The resurrected Roger is a truly fearsome entity, for aside from me, no one can kill him. Huh? Do you not believe it? Look, little brat, what have you done? Karp exclaimed, watching in disbelief as the head he had shattered began to visibly regenerate. It was utterly inconceivable, truly indestructible. What have you done? Actually, this is merely one of my methods. Of course, these methods are all employed to protect freedom and those I cherish. Should anyone dare threaten me, I will retaliate with these means that I reveal this secret to you, Rear Admiral Karp, in hopes that you will not become my enemy. For I hold great respect for heroes like you. There is no need for us to be adversaries. Lu Ming spoke calmly. Karp pondered deeply upon hearing this. Previously, you obliterated the Navy Colonel Tina's warship in one strike, causing everyone aboard to fall into the sea. Yet you ultimately chose to save them. It is said that your Thunder Pirate crew does not indiscriminately kill the innocent. Allow me to ask you a few questions. I will answer truthfully to anything I can, for I, Lu Ming, am forthright and do not engage in petty thievery. Humph, you do not engage in petty thievery? That is debatable. The grave of Roger in Loguetown was desecrated. I presume you orchestrated that. Karp glared at Lu Ming with a dark expression. Sweat, that was not my doing. It was the ruffians of Loguetown. Although it was indeed my idea, let us not dwell on that matter. Lu Ming defended himself, recognizing that the preparations for such a significant event as the resurrection indeed fell under the category of petty thievery. Fine, I shall not mention that for now. However, how do you explain the incident in Loguetown where you severed Smoker's arm? He threatened me with the beheading of my brother. Could I not teach him a lesson? I had no intention of engaging with him, yet stubbornly, he chose his own demise. Can I be blamed for that? Lu Ming retorted. And what of Kokasia Village? You directly killed Navy Colonel Rat. How do you explain that? TSK, your Navy headquarters is rather decayed. You should inquire about that yourself. Was such a person deserving of life? I know only that scum like Colonel Rat must be eradicated should I encounter such individuals again. Regardless of who they are, I will not show mercy, Lu Ming declared. Rear Admiral Karp, I have said much. Act accordingly. Additionally, let me impart this wisdom. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. My Thunder Pirate crew will not engage in indiscriminate slaughter. Once Lu Ming finished speaking, the coffin lid closed, and the coffin gradually sank beneath the sand, disappearing from sight. Little brat, I will personally investigate everything about you. I will scrutinize all your future actions. You had better tread carefully, Karp warned Lu Ming earnestly. Indeed, Karp's compromise was born of necessity, for he was wary of provoking this young man, unsure of what terrible deeds he might unleash. Moreover, Karp intended to take a few days to ponder the events of the day, thus could only temporarily yield to Lu Ming's lead. I am always available for a confrontation, but it seems I may take my leave now. Yes, Lu Ming stated calmly, stepping out first. Look, the vice captain is coming out. But it is rather strange. What could the vice captain have discussed with Rear Admiral Karp? Could it be some sort of unspeakable deal? What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Ming is a perfectly normal person. Nami could not help but interject, only to feel embarrassed by her words, inadvertently suggesting she had shared a bed with Lu Ming. Consequently, her face flushed crimson. Do not worry, Miss Nami. We were merely jesting. One crew member quickly apologized, having nearly forgotten that the vice captain had a fondness for Miss Nami. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel were puzzled, wondering why Rear Admiral Karp had not emerged. Did this fellow manage to ambush him? Just as they entertained this thought, Karp stepped out, his expression grave and inscrutable, leaving them to wonder what had transpired between Karp and the young Lu Ming. Rear Admiral Karp, what is going on? Colonel Tina immediately approached, concerned about Karp's evident discontent. Karp took a deep breath, glancing at Tina. Tina, I have a task for you. It is indeed prudent for you to remain aboard the Thunder Pirate ship. I support your decision. Continue to oversee and correct them, and keep a keen eye on things. Oh, understood. Colonel Tina replied, surprised to receive Karp's backing. What, after all, had transpired in their conversation that brought Karp to such a compromise? On the other hand, as Lu Ming returned to the Thunder Pirate Crew's encampment, he led his companions onward. Princess Weiwei's earlier concerns dissipated. She feared that Rear Admiral Karp might cause trouble, which would leave no one to aid them in the Alabasta Kingdom. After all, although she could attempt to persuade Rear Admiral Karp to intervene in the civil strife and stop Sir Crocodile, the latter's status as a warlord of the sea would likely complicate matters for Karp, who bore no obligation to assist them. Chapter 73. Princess Weiwei finds herself fond of him. Seeing Lu Ming unharmed brought Princess Weiwei great relief, and she gained a newfound appreciation for his strength. After all, if Rear Admiral Karp could not subdue Lu Ming, it only served to bolster her trust in him. Suddenly, Princess Weiwei thought to herself how dashing and reliable Lu Ming truly was. Such a man exuded a sense of security that every woman yearns for. If given the chance, she would wish to be with someone like him. Meanwhile, Navy Colonel Tina, upon spotting Lu Ming and his crew, hastily bid farewell to Karp and pursued them into the depths of the Alabasta Desert. Why must you follow us? Lu Ming remarked, not concealing his displeasure. Are you feeling guilty, Lu Ming? Or perhaps you find my figure alluring and worry you might fall for me? Which would be embarrassing? Tina, realizing that conventional words often lacked persuasive power, shamelessly stated for the first time. After uttering this, she could not help but blush with embarrassment, as everyone in the Thunder Pirate crew was taken aback by her boldness, wondering how they had never noticed this side of her before. I was just joking. Please don't look at me like that, Navy Colonel Tina stammered, lowering her head under the weight of their gazes. Humph. Colonel Tina, did you not consider us before speaking? Do you think there are no beauties aboard the Thunder Pirate ship? Look at my figure, and then at Nami's. How dare you? Eureka unabashedly challenged the Navy Colonel, unable to comprehend why someone who hadn't even won Lu Ming's affection dared to position herself in front of her. All right, Eureka, let it go this time. We are all women here. Let us give her some face, Nami interjected. Fine, in deference to Nami, I shall not engage with you further. However, should you dare to claim beauty again, be prepared to compete with us first, Eureka declared, unable to contain her frustration. Colonel Tina bit her lip. Although she possessed a commendable figure, Eureka's was not to be underestimated, and her skin seemed even smoother, an enigma considering she was merely a pirate. Meanwhile, Princess Weiwei turned to follow Lu Ming, quietly observing his silhouette and reflecting on how extraordinary he was. It seemed many girls were already enamored with him. If she were to have feelings for Lu Ming, the pressure would be immense. After all, what did it matter that she was the princess of the Alabasta Kingdom? It seemed that what truly mattered to others were strength and tangible attributes they asked for her appearance. Princess Weiwei felt confident enough, yet she lacked assurance regarding her physique. She was uncertain if she would grow taller or develop long legs. On the other hand, Rear Admiral Karp prepared to return to the Navy headquarters. As the events of the day had been utterly bewildering, he needed to confirm certain matters and investigate Lu Ming's identity and background thoroughly. Are we truly allowing the Thunder Pirate crew to escape? A Navy soldier asked instinctively. Do not concern yourselves. I have my own plans. Return to the Navy headquarters at once, Karp commanded. Yes, Rear Admiral. The soldiers exchanged glances, unable to fathom Karp's thoughts, and could only comply with his orders. Subsequently, Karp lost interest in pursuing Luffy and instead steered the naval vessel straight back to the headquarters. Half a day later, deep into the night, Lu Ming and his companions, guided by Princess Weiwei, arrived at the outskirts of the Alabasta Kingdom. At that moment, they beheld the encampments of the rebels, densely packed and suggesting that civil war was imminent. Lord Lu Ming, Sir Crocodile must surely be dealing with my father within the palace. But we cannot enter through the main gate. I shall lead you through a secret passage, Princess Weiwei advised. Very well, Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Through a hidden path, Lu Ming and his companions entered the Alabasta Kingdom. The streets were eerily deserted, save for patrolling soldiers, who came and went in waves. Let us proceed. These soldiers are loyal to my father and should be trustworthy, Princess Weiwei reassured them, recognizing the patrols. However, as they stepped outside, they were immediately surrounded by two groups of soldiers, totaling over 100. I am Princess Weiwei. Take us to see the king at once, she stated calmly. Princess Weiwei, we pay our respects. Your Highness, the soldiers immediately knelt in reverence. However, His Majesty has decreed that no one may enter the palace. We must ask you to return to your quarters. Additionally, May I inquire who these individuals are? They are my friends, but I must see my father no matter what. Please step aside. Princess Weiwei asserted firmly that I'm afraid, Your Highness, that the king's orders are absolute. Even you cannot enter, a soldier replied apologetically. At this, Lu Ming thought the situation too cumbersome and abruptly took Princess Weiwei hostage, gripping her by the neck with a grin. We are pirates. Since we've infiltrated, we intend to cause a ruckus. Take us to the palace, or I shall end her life. How dare you? Release our princess at once. The soldiers, upon witnessing Princess Weiwei's predicament, were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the assailants were pirates. You. Princess Weiwei realized Lu Ming was attempting to assist her and thus played along, feigning disbelief as if tricked. What do you mean? Get your men to take us to the palace at once. We intend to plunder its countless treasures, Lu Ming declared maniacally. The members of the Thunder Pirate crew seemed to catch on, knowing Lu Ming was not genuinely threatening, and thus cooperated. Yes, hurry up and take us, or we shall indeed strike. The soldiers hesitated, as they could not risk Princess Weiwei's life and had no choice but to escort Lu Ming and his crew to the vicinity of the palace. At that moment, the grand doors of the palace swung open, revealing a man with several scar-like markings on his face, a cigar dangling from his mouth. This was none other than Sir Crocodile. Who spoke? Hey, you little brats dare to be so brazen before me? I give you 3 counts to release Princess Weiwei. Chapter 74. The Warlord of the Sea is not to be feared. You want me to release Princess Weiwei? Humph, how shameless. Lu Ming scoffed, continuing, You twisted individual, spare us your nonsense and show us what you've got. The Thunder Pirate crew has come to eliminate you. What? You are the Thunder Pirate crew. Are you the little brat who severely wounded the world's greatest swordsman? Hawkeye, my hawk. It is said he couldn't even see your blade before he fell to defeat. Is that true? Sir Crocodile's demeanor shifted upon realizing who they were. As a member of the Baroque works, he had received a wealth of intelligence regarding Mihawk's defeat in the East Blue and found it hard to believe such a thing could be true. After all, Mihawk's prowess in swordsmanship was unparalleled, a position no one could rival. Haha, whether it's true or not, you're welcome to come and test it. Rest assured, I shall employ the very technique that severely injured my younger brother. Eagle Eye Mihawk. How does that sound? Lu Ming's eerie smile was directed at Sir Crocodile, who, at that moment, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The demeanor of Lu Ming suggested a blatant disregard for Sir Crocodile. Could it be that the Thunder Pirates are truly oblivious to the formidable reputation of Sir Crocodile? Humph, you little brat. Your Thunder Pirates are nothing but a minor crew, even if you rise in the East Blue. What of it? The vast ocean is far broader than you can fathom, and its powerful beings are not so easily underestimated. Sir Crocodile, with an air of calmness, drew a puff from his cigar and spoke. Then allow me, on behalf of the Thunder Pirates, to belittle you first, Lu Ming declared, and in an instant, he executed a lightning-fast draw. Crack! The blade's gleam flickered and vanished, leaving Sir Crocodile no time to react before being cleaved in half. However, Lu Ming was not satisfied, for the opponent's body exhibited a peculiar trait. It did not bleed. Indeed, at that very moment, Sir Crocodile's form above the staircase suddenly transformed into sand and scattered with the wind, leaving only his clothing behind. A sand clone. Ha! You truly are a coward. Are you so afraid of death that you dare not confront me with your true self? Lu Ming gazed forward, his eyes filled with disdain. Surmising that the real Sir Crocodile was still within the palace. What do you mean by cowardice? This has only just begun. Yet, it seems the Thunder Pirates possess formidable talent. Your previous strike was so swift that even I could barely perceive it in the shadows. Impressive, indeed, that I must admit. To face you is a perilous endeavor, but thankfully, here in this boundless desert, I, Sir Crocodile, am the true king, the master of life and death. That I am within the palace now, if you have the courage. Come inside. Ha ha ha. Sir Crocodile's laughter echoed from within the palace, seemingly buoyed by some unseen advantage, dripping with contempt. Humph, what is there to fear? Lu Ming scoffed coldly, irked that Sir Crocodile had resorted to trickery with a sand clone, which had left him quite displeased. After all, not only had he been unable to discern the truth, but he had also wasted a lightning-fast draw. Such disdain is intolerable. Princess Weiwei, come with me. Rest assured, I shall ensure your safety. Lu Ming assured Princess Weiwei. Yes, I trust you. She nodded. Captain, Nami, you remain here outside. Should anyone attempt to assist Sir Crocodile, it will be your responsibility to handle them. Lu Ming directed his companions. Be careful, Lu Ming. The opponent's abilities appear rather peculiar, Captain Red warned, having been momentarily dazed by the sudden transformation of his adversary into sand, which had felt utterly surreal. Soon, Lu Ming, accompanied by Princess Weiwei, boldly entered the palace, leaving the other members of the Thunder Pirates outside, prepared for any unforeseen occurrences. You have quite the audacity, little brat, to dare enter the palace. Sir Crocodile lounged casually upon the throne within the palace, with Princess Weiwei's father bound and discarded nearby. Young man, please leave at once. Ensure my daughter Weiwei escapes. You are no match for this man, her father implored desperately. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you truly believe I would grant you that chance? Sir Crocodile coldly scoffed from his throne, gesturing, causing swirling sands to converge and seal off the entrance to the Grand Hall. Crocodile, do you truly intend to annihilate everyone? I will comply with your demands, but I implore you to spare Princess Weiwei and her companions. The king glared furiously at the usurper. Sir Crocodile, you old fool. I had no idea that Princess Weiwei meant so much to you. Had I known, I would have used her as leverage against you, Sir Crocodile remarked with a smirk, rising to tower over the king. However, since you are willing to abdicate, I may consider sparing Weiwei. But this little brat who knows too much must die here today. The king sighed inwardly, realizing that saving Weiwei was the extent of his abilities. He had no power to rescue the young man. Do not feel guilty, Your Majesty. I am Lu Ming, the vice captain of the Thunder Pirates. Our mission to the Alabasta Kingdom is to assist Princess Weiwei in resolving your greatest dilemma, Lu Ming declared calmly, standing confidently in the center of the Grand Hall. Alas, the king sighed, young brother Lu Ming, Sir Crocodile is a deeply concealed threat. He is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, an individual whose power is recognized by both the world government and the navy. Fear not, for a mere warlord of the sea does not intimidate me, Lu Ming replied dismissively. What? The king was taken aback, perceiving the young man as excessively arrogant, disregarding even a warlord of the sea. Hop ha ha, boy, posturing before me will come at a steep price. Now, let us see what other tricks you possess. Sir Crocodile laughed maniacally, releasing a powerful aura while also employing observation haki, as he could not underestimate Lu Ming's astonishing speed. At that moment, sand particles from all directions began to converge towards Lu Ming. Humph, mere parlor tricks? Do you think you can claim my life? Lu Ming scoffed coldly, unleashing 200 years of deep internal energy. Forming a protective barrier, with a roar, the released internal force generated a terrifying gust, causing the air to erupt with a deafening roar. The gathering sand particles were instantaneously dispersed. This haki? No, it seems merely an intangible force. Lacking the pulse of Conqueror's haki, Sir Crocodile mused, though somewhat astonished. He deemed Lu Ming's power as inferior to true Conqueror's haki and did not regard it seriously. Sir Crocodile pondered. Lu Ming's mind suddenly resonated with the system's electronic voice. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Defeat Sir Crocodile for a reward of lottery points. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming grinned widely. The awaited mission had finally been activated. Humph, boy, what are you so pleased about? That was merely a preliminary strike. My power was but 1% of my true strength. Now, I shall show you what despair truly means. Sir Crocodile seethed inwardly at Lu Ming's grin, feeling mocked. 1% of your strike? Apologies, but my previous counterattack was less than 1% of my true strength. Now, let me demonstrate my genuine power. Lu Ming taunted Sir Crocodile, thinking, who cannot boast? How dare you? Sir Crocodile erupted in fury, raising his hands to summon a tempest of wind and sand, enveloping the entire palace in a dark, oppressive cloud. Boy, if you possess the ability, stop me. Once you are engulfed by the sand, you will swiftly perish from dehydration, becoming nothing more than a weathered corpse. Sir Crocodile spoke with a fervor that was not mere hyperbole. He could indeed absorb the moisture from Lu Ming's body in an instant. However, Lu Ming would not grant Sir Crocodile that opportunity. Instead, he remained composed, seemingly unshaken by the impending threat. With a calm demeanor, he addressed Sir Crocodile. You shall inevitably be disappointed once more. Remember the name of your vanquisher today, Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirates. For I refuse to squander any more time on you. With that, Lu Ming extended his right hand, palm facing upward, activating the power of the wind hole. Devour. Instantly, a tremendous suction force emerged, forcibly consuming the vast quantity of sand particles that had gathered above him, swiftly vanishing into the vortex of Lu Ming's palm. What? Sir Crocodile was left utterly astonished at this sight. What is this ability? Where have my sand particles gone? What sorcery lies within your grasp? No matter how Crocodile controlled the grains of sand, at this moment, he could not prevent them from being devoured by Lu Ming. An irresistible fear surged within him. The opponent's ability had surprisingly countered his own. After all, the grains of sand posed no threat to Lu Ming. What then did he have to rely on against him? Mere seconds later, Lu Ming entirely consumed the grains of sand released by Crocodile. And his gaze suddenly turned fiercely menacing as he looked at Crocodile, declaring, "It is my turn now. Are you ready? Great WRM of heaven." With a powerful thrust of his hands, for colossal dragons burst forth from his body. The resounding dragon roars reverberated through the grand hall, filling it with an overwhelming pressure. Dragons? The expression in Crocodile's eyes was one of sheer terror. 4 golden dragons emerged effortlessly. What manner of sorcery was this? This was disastrous. His abilities were constrained within this palace. Crocodile swiftly realized the peril he was in, abandoning resistance and immediately transforming into sand, rushing through the palace roof. Boom. Lu Ming's 4 golden dragons soared skyward in pursuit, while Lu Ming himself, channeling his inner strength, leaped deftly through the gaping hole in the roof. After all, possessing 2 centuries' worth of internal energy made light work of such agility. Flying away, are we? The king, lying on the ground, was left utterly astonished and bewildered. He had never imagined that the person he had summoned would be so formidable. Truly, his precious daughter was a source of fortune outside the palace. The members of the Thunder Pirate crew witnessed the 4 golden dragons bursting through the palace, chasing a swirling mass of sand. That I told you. Our vice captain is an extraordinary presence. He just keeps a low profile. If he were to be more ostentatious, who would dare challenge the Thunder Pirate crew? Away could not help but boast. The surrounding soldiers gasped in awe, as if witnessing a miracle, with some even unable to resist the urge to pay homage. After Crocodile escaped, he quickly summoned the winds and sands in the vicinity to launch a counterattack. Sandstorm. Boom. Instantly, a vast sandstorm erupted, controlled by Crocodile's abilities, blocking Lu Ming's great WRM of heaven. Unfortunately, Crocodile's sandstorm only managed to obliterate 3 of Lu Ming's dragons. The last one pierced through Crocodile, and had he not transformed in time, he would have been utterly defenseless. Nevertheless, Crocodile still suffered injuries and spat blood, for the great WRM of heaven was an attack forged from Lu Ming's inner strength. And thus, Crocodile directly endured the assault on his internal organs, which were ravaged in that fleeting moment. Lu Ming landed on a patch of sand, advancing step by step toward the bloody Crocodile. "Don't come any closer. Stay back." Crocodile was gripped by fear of Lu Ming. Despite having transformed, he was still wounded, indicating that his opponent possessed overwhelming power. "Crocodile, weren't you quite arrogant just now?" Lu Ming inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. "Crocodile, I have no enmity with you. Do you truly wish to engage in a futile struggle? How much did Princess Wei Wei offer you? What if I doubled it?" Crocodile hastily proposed. Laden with temptation. "Doubled? Ha! How about I ask for 10 times that amount?" Lu Ming retorted with a cold laugh, fully aware that he could not trust Crocodile, a cunning and treacherous individual who would not easily acquiesce. Moreover, he would not go back on his word to Princess Wei Wei. Having made a promise, he intended to see it through. "Ha ha, I've succeeded. You were too careless." Suddenly, Crocodile revealed a sinister expression, having successfully manipulated the grains of sand into 2 claws that shot up from beneath Lu Ming's feet, tightly ensnaring his legs. "Crocodile, do you still wish to resist?" Lu Ming struggled, finding himself unable to move, as though trapped in a quagmire. The sands beneath him swiftly shifted, coiling and enveloping his body from feet to head. Chapter 76. The Explosive, Merciless Sun. Humph. Lu Ming. "I, Crocodile, concede you possess some skill, but in this endless desert, I am the king. Your pursuit is your greatest folly. Die." Crocodile had already resigned himself to viewing Lu Ming as a corpse. "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Yet Lu Ming displayed no concern, for he bore 2 types of devil fruit abilities, the sun fruit and the swallowing fruit. "Vacuum, devour for me. Another one of those tricks? Humph. Now I shall see just how much you can consume. I can control the sands of this desert at will." Crocodile intensified his output, summoning the sands within a 1,000-meter radius. And soon, yellow dust filled the air, cascading towards Lu Ming like a shroud. Before long, Lu Ming was completely submerged, the sands accumulating into a colossal pyramid. "Humph. I thought you were formidable, yet here you are, destined to perish at my hands." Crocodile, seeing this, no longer wished to engage. Turning to leave, confident that the sands under his control would absorb the very moisture from Lu Ming's being, reducing him to a desiccated corpse. But at that moment, a brilliant light erupted from within the sands. What? What is this? Crocodile turned to discover that the light emanated from the sand itself. So, Lu Ming had not perished at his hands. Damn it! How can this guy still be alive? Crocodile cursed, feeling the frustration of a sand fruit user, seemingly invincible in the desert, yet struggling to take a life to AT that instant, beneath the mound of sand. Lu Ming radiated a golden healing light, forcibly countering Crocodile's ability to absorb moisture. Simultaneously, flames ignited upon Lu Ming's body, growing ever more fervent. Boom! The flames on Lu Ming reached a critical temperature, resulting in an explosive reaction. A towering pillar of fire erupted from him, dazzling and terrifying in its ascent. What is this ability? Who are you? Crocodile was left dumbstruck, or rather, terrified, as his heart began to waver. What manner of monster had he provoked? This individual could not only fly and consume, but could also effortlessly unleash colossal energy dragons, and now flames of a terrifying intensity erupted from him. The heat was so formidable that even Crocodile dared not approach. As if Lu Ming were the very core of the sun, surely even Akanu's magma fruit, or Ace's flame fruit, could not exhibit such power. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming realized that his earlier contemplation of self-detonation had indeed led him to develop an explosive ability, successfully clearing the sands amassed within a kilometer radius. However, due to a lack of control over his power, the surrounding area turned into molten lava, the sands beneath his feet long since melted away. Crocodile, since you dared to ambush me and sought to bring about my demise, then prepare to face my merciless son. If you manage to survive, I might consider taking you under my wing. Otherwise, you shall meet your end. Lu Ming regarded Crocodile, hovering at low altitude, like a fearsome demon of fire. Gulp. Crocodile swallowed hard, drenched in cold sweat. That a monster. He was indeed a monster. He immediately took flight, attempting to flee. Humph. Think you can escape? Not a chance. Merciless son. Lu Ming raised his hands above his head, flames coalescing into a gargantuan fireball with a diameter of 500 meters in the dim light of night. The fireball illuminated the area for miles around. What? How is this possible? Does he intend to reduce me to ashes? Crocodile's legs turned to jelly, regretting his desire to surrender and plead for mercy. Yet deep within, he could not allow himself to succumb in such a disgraceful manner. So he gritted his teeth and fled for his life. Regrettably, Lu Ming's heart showed no mercy as he propelled the merciless sun above his head forward. Go! At that moment, the 500-meter-wide fireball surged towards the fleeing crocodile with astonishing speed. No, I cannot perish here so easily. Crocodile felt the terrifying fireball approaching from behind, as if descending from the heavens. The temperature of the surrounding space suddenly spiking, making even breathing a struggle, as if his throat were being scorched, instilling a fear that he might ignite in flames. That it was over. Was Crocodile truly destined to meet his end here? To be reduced to nothingness? Crocodile felt an intense sense of impending death as the fireball behind him defied all expectations and exploded. Boom! In that instant, the blinding light consumed an area spanning several thousand meters, and Crocodile was completely engulfed within the blast radius. Minutes later, as the residual force dissipated, the merciless sun had transformed the once vibrant landscape into a massive, gaping crater. Crocodile lay within the pit, battered and bruised, clinging to life by a thread. Lu Ming soon discovered the incapacitated Crocodile. Astonished that he had not perished, that it was undeniable that individuals in this pirate world possessed remarkable resilience. That moment, Crocodile could only perceive a pair of feet entering his blurred vision, and he knew without a doubt that it was Lu Ming approaching. The thought of the detestable Lu Ming overwhelmed him, and he could no longer hold on. He succumbed to unconsciousness. TSK, you'd better pray that I have sufficiently intimidated you. Otherwise, it would be a pity for you to die like this, especially since our Thunder Pirate crew is currently recruiting members. Lu Ming mused to himself that, of course, displaying such terrifying power was intended to instill fear in Crocodile, compelling him to submit wholeheartedly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have defeated Sir Crocodile and earned 10,000 lottery points. Well, I didn't expect you to be quite so valuable. Upon hearing the system's voice resonate in his mind, Lu Ming couldn't help but take another glance at Sir Crocodile. After all, earning 10,000 lottery points meant he could conduct 2 5 draws and acquire a wealth of proficiency. With proficiency, he could upgrade all his techniques and skills, drastically enhancing his own strength. However, Lu Ming did not immediately opt for the lottery, but instead attended to Sir Crocodile's injuries, for failing to do so would lead to his certain demise. Lu Ming placed his hand upon Crocodile's body. The Sunfruit's auxiliary ability, Healing Light, possessed formidable life-restoring powers, capable of mending severe wounds and revitalizing those on the brink of death after a brief interval. Crocodile's injuries had healed significantly, and he opened his eyes, immediately realizing that he was, astonishingly, still alive. Chapter 77. The Subjugation of Old Sand. Ah, Old Sand. So you have awakened. Lu Ming remarked with a smile as he gazed at Crocodile. Do you wish to be a clever man, or do you prefer to remain forever passive and never awaken again? Upon hearing this, Crocodile understood Lu Ming's implication that I surrender. I will never oppose you again. And I can offer you gold and jewels. Such riches are hardly sufficient to purchase your life. After all, I saved you. Otherwise, do you think you would ever regain consciousness? Lu Ming replied earnestly. What else do you want from me? If you expect me to serve you like a beast of burden, then you might as well kill me. I, Crocodile, would rather not live than endure a life of servitude, Crocodile declared with considerable dignity. If I wanted you as a slave, I would be better off killing you and turning you into a puppet of absolute loyalty, Lu Ming scoffed. Then what do you wish for me to do? Surely, you don't expect me to join your Thunder Pirate crew? Crocodile asked instinctively. You are correct. I do indeed want you to join our Thunder Pirate crew, that if you agree, you shall undoubtedly be appointed as the 4th Division Commander. Additionally, I must advise you that opportunities are fleeting. You should act swiftly. Lu Ming stated calmly. I have any other options? Crocodile inquired instinctively. However, he did not perceive joining the Thunder Pirate crew as a degradation of status. Especially given that he was a defeated foe, and considering the monstrous presence of Lu Ming within the crew, it was evident that the Thunder Pirate crew was destined for dominance over these seas in the not-so-distant future. What do you think? Lu Ming chuckled. However, no one can refuse me. You'd best think carefully. Well, to be honest, I have had my fill of this life. Joining your Thunder Pirate crew as a division commander would be a suitable retirement. Especially with your presence ensuring our safety, Crocodile eventually declared. Lu Ming then instinctively asked, who else do you refer to? The members of Baroque Works, of course. You cannot possibly claim ignorance. I refuse to believe that you are an inexperienced newcomer. Crocodile asserted firmly. To be honest, I am certainly no novice. I possess considerable knowledge, including a secret known only to you and the transvestite king. Lu Ming chuckled. You, don't say such things carelessly. I might be compelled to clash with you again. Crocodile retorted, suddenly anxious, suspecting that Lu Ming had uncovered his secret of being a cross-dressing transgender individual. Thus, Lu Ming is indeed insufferable. But how does he know? Could it be that he has a complex relationship with the transvestite king? Rest assured, I shall not disclose it to anyone. Only you, I, and the transvestite king shall know, Lu Ming replied, unable to suppress his laughter at Crocodile's nervous demeanor. Crocodile felt his composure slipping. Just then, a large group of individuals arrived, prompting Crocodile to feign nonchalance and saying nothing further. Deputy Captain, are you all right? Lu Ming, are you injured? Lu Ming Darren, I. The crew of the Thunder Pirate crew and Princess Wei Wei expressed their concern for Lu Ming. Fear not, I am unharmed. Lu Ming reassured them. By the way, Princess Wei Wei, I have thoroughly taught Crocodile a lesson, and he shall no longer pose a threat to your Alabasta kingdom. What then will his fate be? Princess Wei Wei inquired instinctively. I have retained him within the Thunder Pirate crew, and I shall keep a close watch over him. His every move shall be under my scrutiny, unable to stir any trouble, Lu Ming explained. Upon hearing this, Princess Wei Wei sighed in relief, stating, since he is now under Lu Ming Darren's command, we shall not pursue matters concerning Alabasta Kingdom further. What do you mean by saying I am under Lu Ming's command? Old Sand interjected with a sudden huff. Lu Ming understood Old Sand's sentiments, for Old Sand was indeed a woman, albeit transformed into a man through the transvestite king's procedures. Yet, despite the exterior changes, the essence of her femininity remained unchanged. Do you still wish to be considered one of Lu Ming's? Do you think you are one of us girls? Yalata couldn't help but interject, thinking that with Nami and Colonel Tina already in the mix, adding another man as a rival was simply intolerable. I am enduring this. I am a man, all right? Please do not joke around, Old Sand insisted. Somewhat sheepishly, seeing Crocodile's bashful demeanor, Lu Ming swiftly intervened. Enough. Yalada, Old Sand is to be the 4th Division commander of our Thunder Pirate crew moving forward. He seems to dislike jokes. So be cautious in the future to avoid any unwarranted advances from him. I understand. Yalada replied, surprisingly compliant, even feeling flattered to receive Lu Ming's concern. Lu Ming Xiaoyu, thank you for rescuing our Alabasta kingdom. Otherwise, who knows how many innocent lives would have perished in the chaos of war. At that moment, the king of Alabasta, accompanied by soldiers, arrived and respectfully addressed Lu Ming from a distance. After all, the king had witnessed Lu Ming's formidable strength firsthand. He was truly a remarkable youth. No need for formalities. Your Majesty, our Thunder Pirate crew collaborates with Princess Wei Wei for monetary gain. Lu Ming replied courteously. Haha, let us not be polite. Come, I shall host you well. The king invited. On the way back, Lu Ming informed the king of his plans regarding Old Sand, to which the king had no objections, as he trusted Lu Ming, just as Princess Wei Wei did. By the way, Lu Ming Xiaoyu, do you have a girl you fancy? How about my daughter Wei Wei? The king suddenly asked in a conspiratorial tone. Lu Ming instinctively glanced at Wei Wei and replied, she is quite lovely, indeed, fitting my preferences. However, to be honest, I must confess that I already have someone I am fond of. Princess Wei Wei felt her cheeks flush with bashfulness as she noticed Lu Ming gazing at her. Her mind racing with fanciful thoughts. What could her father be discussing with Lord Lu Ming? Surely, he wouldn't entertain the notion of bestowing her hand upon him. Yet, she mused, she was still quite young. Though perhaps if she were to persist, it might be feasible. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the king was momentarily taken aback. Did he have a crush on someone? If so, it seemed that fate had deemed him and Wei Wei to be ill-fated lovers. Chapter 78. Colonel Tina's True Intentions. Within the palace, the king had prepared a lavish feast and fine wines to host the Thunder Pirate crew. Lu Ming and his companions indulged for quite some time. Yet the task related to Princess Wei Wei remained unfulfilled, indicating that further preparations were necessary. Old Shah, I've just recalled something. I need you to make a trip, Lu Ming said with a gentle smile directed at Crocodile. Are you not concerned I might seize this opportunity to escape? Old Shah retorted, lounging carelessly as he sipped from his bowl. Ha ha, Old Shah, you jest. Do you truly believe I would entertain such notions? After all, you wouldn't dare act upon it, would you? Lu Ming replied with a smirk, sending a shiver down Old Shah's spine. Crocodile found himself utterly perplexed by the enigmatic thoughts swirling within Lu Ming's mind. Very well, just tell me what you need, he finally conceded, standing up to run the errand, wishing to avoid incurring Lu Ming's wrath, which would be utterly humiliating. It seems there are still rebels outside. Devise a means to persuade them to depart. Ideally, they should submit to the kingdom of Alabasta and abandon any thoughts of civil war, Lu Ming stated nonchalantly. I shall return shortly, Old Shah declared before heading outside to pacify the rebellious forces. At that moment, Princess Wei Wei, who was dining at the same table, gazed at Lu Ming with a warmth blossoming in her heart. She had been contemplating the rebels, for even though Crocodile had surrendered, what of the others? Should they choose to continue the conflict, the regular army of Alabasta could indeed defeat them, yet the cost would be dire, many lives lost, a tragedy she could not bear. In her eyes, both the regular soldiers and the rebels were subjects of Alabasta, each with families awaiting their return. She wished not to witness the demise of any soul. Yet, in that instant, Lu Ming seemed to grasp her unspoken thoughts. Igniting her heart with feelings she had never known before, he was, in her eyes, her destined partner, the only one to make her pulse quicken and awaken her affections after all these years. Regaining her composure, she shyly addressed Lu Ming. Thank you, Lu Ming. With your assistance, Alabasta will continue to know peace. Your gratitude is unwarranted. Princess. We, the Thunder Pirate crew, agreed to deal with Crocodile, but now that he has aligned with us, it is prudent to help you eliminate the rebels, Lu Ming replied with a faint smile, harboring a genuine fondness for Princess Wei Wei. As she listened, Princess Wei Wei felt increasingly captivated by Lu Ming, a sentiment that made her envious of the women within the Thunder Pirate crew. She even began to suspect that Colonel Tina's relentless presence aboard the Thunder was not merely for surveillance, but rather a ploy to remain close to Lu Ming and perhaps even aspire to be one of his consorts. Hey, Princess Wei Wei, why are you staring at me? Colonel Tina, caught mid-bite, noticed Wei Wei's peculiar gaze and couldn't help but feel bewildered. Snapping back to reality, Wei Wei offered an apologetic smile. My apologies, Colonel Tina. I was simply wondering, is your presence with the Thunder Pirate crew solely for surveillance? Of course. However, I have no means to overpower the Thunder Pirate crew. I merely wish to ensure they do not squander their reputation and fortunes at sea. I would hate to see them stray from their path. Colonel Tina asserted earnestly. Princess Weiwei, do not heed her deceptive words. This woman is quite cunning. In my view, she harbors ulterior motives regarding our Thunder crew. Eureka interjected, casting a disapproving glance at Colonel Tina, standing in solidarity with Eureka. Princess Weiwei also refrained from openly confronting Colonel Tina, instead stating, "It is rather unusual to witness a naval officer accompanying pirates. Your rationale appears rather flimsy. Enough with your baseless conjectures. I believe Colonel Tina has developed feelings for our first mate. Given his striking looks and undeniable charm, even I, Bartolomeo, am enamored by him. It is no wonder you ladies feel the same," Bartolomeo declared, his infatuation with Lu Ming evident. Observing Bartolomeo's infatuated demeanor, Lu Ming felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. Great. Could it be that Bartolomeo has genuinely fallen for me? For heaven's sake, we are all men. Must we engage in such nonsense? It is rather distasteful. Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, the atmosphere at the dining table had grown increasingly tense. Nami, Eureka, and Princess Weiwei all fixed their gazes on Colonel Tina. What? Why are you all staring at me? Colonel Tina questioned, feeling slightly exasperated. Humph, Colonel Tina, do you fancy our first mate? Eureka challenged, crossing her arms defiantly. Is that even a possibility? Colonel Tina quickly dismissed. Then swear it. Eureka pressed. Why should I swear? Who are you to demand such a thing? Colonel Tina retorted, suddenly unwilling to concede to Eureka's demands. See, you clearly have feelings for Lu Ming. Yet you can't even admit it. Eureka seethed, her frustration palpable as she grappled with the reality of a naval officer vying for Lu Ming's affection. Nami, witnessing the escalating quarrel between Eureka and Colonel Tina, felt a surge of gratitude wash over her. After all, she had already secured her relationship with Lu Ming. Why should she feel jealous? Lu Ming, this dish is delightful. Allow me to serve you some. Open wide. Nami cheerfully offered a piece of meat to Lu Ming. I appreciate it. Nami, Lu Ming replied, accepting her gesture without hesitation. That moment, Colonel Tina and Eureka ceased their bickering, particularly Eureka, who felt a twinge of bitterness. Realizing that their arguments held little merit, the knowledge that Lu Ming was already Nami's left her and Colonel Tina in a state of unrequited longing. Colonel Tina, grappling with her own feelings, began to question whether she had truly developed affection for Lu Ming. But how could that be? I joined the Thunder Pirate crew solely to keep an eye on them, to prevent them from straying down the wrong path. You all continue. I think I've had my fill. Colonel Tina suddenly blurted out, feeling overwhelmed by her emotions as she excused herself from the table. That I too am finished. I shall check on Colonel Tina, Eureka announced, rising to leave. Sharing a mutual understanding with Colonel Tina, Lu Ming, left momentarily speechless, recognized that both Colonel Tina and Eureka had been affected by the situation. After all, it was hardly surprising that his own excellence could attract the affections of women. Chapter 79. Princess Weiwei's Thoughts. Lu Ming, here, try this dish. It is exquisite. Allow me to feed you. Nami exclaimed joyfully, reveling in her victory, for no one could usurp her claim on Lu Ming. Thus, in her heart, she would not hinder Lu Ming's affections for other women, yet any woman wishing to pursue Lu Ming would first have to contend with her. Should Lu Ming discern Nami's sentiments, he would undoubtedly marvel at the complexity of a woman's heart, indeed, as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Observing this, Princess Weiwei began to formulate her own strategy, realizing that she could not afford to feel jealousy over Lu Ming's interactions with other women. She resolved to seize the opportunity while Colonel Tina and Eureka were preoccupied with their feelings. Weiwei, what are you pondering? The king, her father, had been attentively observing his daughter's demeanor, having initially envisioned Lu Ming as a suitable consort for the kingdom of Alabasta. However, upon learning that Lu Ming had affections for another, he felt it would be unjust to his daughter to pursue such an alliance. Yet, an instinct urged him to consider that perhaps his daughter harbored feelings for Lu Ming. Oh, nothing much. Let's just enjoy our meal. Princess Vivi suddenly regained her composure, feeling a touch of guilt. Shortly thereafter, Crocodile completed his task for Lu Ming and returned to the palace. Lu Ming, in turn, received a notification from the system indicating the completion of his mission. Ding! Congratulations, host, for assisting Princess Vivi in resolving the troubles of the Alabasta Kingdom, earning 5,000 points of lottery value. In high spirits, Lu Ming could not resist giving old Shah a friendly pat on the shoulder. exclaiming, "Haha, old Shah is indeed impressive. Everything was resolved splendidly." Old Shah, however, replied with irritation, "Don't come too close to me, and stop touching me so casually. What's the problem with a light touch? You're not a woman." Lu Ming retorted playfully. Crocodile, fuming, dared not continue the argument, fearing that if his secret were exposed, he would become a laughingstock. "All right, don't be angry. Since you dislike my touching you, I shall be more mindful next time. By the way, didn't you mention that you wanted to bring your crew to join our Thunder Pirates? When will they arrive?" Lu Ming asked earnestly. "When the time comes, you can follow me. I will take you to my territory," Crocodile replied. "The little garden. I look forward to the surprises your companions will bring." Lu Ming smiled, anticipating his imminent reunion with Nico Robin. The prospect of fun awaited. And with numerous devil fruit users from Baroque works, he was certain tasks would be triggered among those individuals. Crocodile felt frustrated, clearly aware that Lu Ming understood everything yet still chose to ask him, which was quite perplexing. The next day, the Thunder Pirates, under Princess Vivi's guidance, explored the market in Alabasta, purchasing various necessities and local specialties. "Your Majesty, Princess Vivi, we, the Thunder Pirates, are preparing to set sail again. Until we meet again." At the city gate, Lu Ming and the others waved goodbye to the King of Alabasta and Princess Vivi. "Until we meet again. I hope you conquer the seas, Vivi, and I will always be watching over you," the king said earnestly. Thus, the Thunder Pirates departed from Alabasta. The king looked at Vivi and asked, "What's the matter? Are you feeling sentimental?" "Father, I am not," Princess Vivi replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. "All right then, as long as you don't have regrets," the king expressed his concern. "Regrets?" Vivi murmured, then suddenly turned to her father, saying, "Father, I want to join them. With Lu Ming and the others, I know I will be safe." As she spoke, she hurried after them. Indeed, a girl cannot be held back, but Lu Ming is a good boy. With him around, I can rest assured about Vivi being with the Thunder Pirates, the king sighed. Initially skeptical about any relationship developing between Lu Ming and Princess Vivi, however, seeing his daughter's feelings for Lu Ming blossoming, he felt powerless to stop her, for matters of the heart are ultimately decided by the daughter. Half an hour later, Princess Vivi followed the footprints left by Lu Ming and the others in the desert, catching up with the Thunder Pirates. Lu Ming, wait for me. Upon spotting Lu Ming, she called out with all her might. Her courage to chase after him fueled by her growing affection. She sensed that if she missed this opportunity, it might be her last chance to be with him. Lu Ming, hearing a girl calling his name, turned around and was surprised to see Princess Vivi. "You all go ahead. I'll catch up shortly. I might have forgotten something, and she's bringing it to me," he said instinctively. "Okay, hurry up," Nami urged. Sensing that things were not as simple as they seemed, Lu Ming approached Princess Vivi and asked, "What made you chase after us? Is there something else?" Breathless, Princess Vivi replied, "Yes, there is. The world outside is vast, and I want to explore it. Will you protect me? You want to join our ship?" Lu Ming asked, taken aback. "Yes, but don't worry, I want to just stay on your ship for free. After the journey, I will pay you 1,000,000,000 berries, if that's acceptable." Vivi looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Let me think. Does your father know? If he doesn't and you sneak away, he will definitely blame me for taking you." Lu Ming chuckled that my father knows, and he trusts that you will take good care of me, Vivi replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. "So, you really intend to set sail with us?" Lu Ming asked, his tone serious. "Yes, I really do," Vivi nodded adorably. "All right then, we, the Thunder Pirates, accept this task, so rest assured that we will ensure your safety," Lu Ming declared without overthinking it. "Thank you, Lu Ming. Let us go together," Vivi said cheerfully. Skipping ahead, Lu Ming shook his head, pondering the complexities of a girl's heart, questioning whether Princess Vivi truly felt the world was vast and wished to explore it. In the original story, why didn't she follow Luffy? Could it be because of him? Chapter 80. The proper development of the electric eel fruit. As Lu Ming pondered, he found himself feeling a bit vain, thinking he was indeed charming and that it was understandable for Princess Vivi to develop feelings for him. "Lu Ming, hurry up. Why are you dawdling, staring at my back?" Vivi suddenly asked playfully. "I was just lost in thought," Lu Ming casually explained as he caught up with her. Before long, Lu Ming reunited with Princess Vivi and the rest of his companions. "Lu Ming, what's the situation with Princess Vivi?" Nami could not contain her curiosity, realizing it was not as simple as it appeared. Lu Ming smiled and elaborated, "Princess Vivi feels the world is vast and wishes to set sail to explore. She has commissioned us, the Thunder Pirates, and after the journey, she will pay us 1,000,000,000 berries. A billion berries. Nami's eyes sparkled at the mention of money, looking at Vivi as if she were a treasure goddess. Vivi, rest assured, you will be safe aboard our ship. Everyone in the Thunder Pirates will protect you. And if anyone bullies you, especially Lu Ming, you must let me know, Nami said warmly, showing her concern for Vivi. Thank you, Miss Nami. I understand. Vivi expressed her gratitude, glancing at Lu Ming. However, Arlita and Colonel Tina felt uneasy, realizing that Vivi's desire to explore was merely an excuse to be close to Lu Ming. They exchanged glances, silently agreeing that they could not let their guard down. If they did, Lu Ming might find a new love interest. Vivi, if anyone bothers you, you can tell me, Arlita, that I'm the big sister on this ship. And they all fear me, Arlita proclaimed boldly. And I, as a righteous Navy officer, will protect you. Colonel Tina added solemnly. Thank you all. I will make sure to get along with everyone. Vivi felt touched, surprised by how harmonious and friendly the Thunder Pirates were. Meanwhile, the male members of the Thunder Pirates were excited, as the arrival of another charming girl on board would surely dispel any notions of their ship being considered a gay ship. Subsequently, Lu Ming and his companions returned to the ship, reuniting with their fellow crew members who were guarding it, and set sail towards the quaint little garden. During this time, adjustments were made to the accommodations aboard the vessel. With the presence of 4 young ladies, it was deemed more convenient for them to share a room. Lu Ming, on the other hand, took up residence in the adjacent room. Previously, he had shared quarters with Nami, but now he found himself alone. Nevertheless, he did not mind this arrangement, as the 4 enchanting beauties next door frequently delighted in knocking on his door. Within the confines of his room, Lu Ming began a lottery draw. This time, he successfully completed a triggered task involving Lao Sha and Wei Wei, accumulating a total of 15,000 lottery points, which allowed him to engage in 3 consecutive 5 draws at the cost of 1,000 points each. Ultimately, Lu Ming won 5 million in proficiency points, along with the power of observation haki. With the newfound proficiency, he elevated all of his techniques and skills. Dawei Tianlong reached LV5. Rolai's palm ascended to LV5. The 6 pulses divine sword advanced to LV5. Water walking technique improved to LV5. And observation haki achieved intermediate proficiency. The sun fruit was enhanced to high-level proficiency AS for the lightning draw. It remained a specific skill requiring 1,000 draws to unlock. Simultaneously, the Zhuyang Divine Skill and Ziki Divine Skill also underwent significant upgrades in proficiency. After completing all these enhancements, Lu Ming's combat power had risen to over 30,000 ET that moment. He still had 500,000 proficiency points left, awaiting the opportunity to unlock the thunder breathing technique, which he planned to utilize for this skill. However, he believed that accessing this technique would necessitate a journey to Sky Island to seek out Enel's thunder. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of waiting for Captain Raid's lightning to intensify unexpectedly to meet the unlocking conditions. As Lu Ming contemplated this, he recalled that Captain Raid was a Zoan-type user of the electric eel fruit. The electric eel possesses between 1,000 to 6,000 layers of muscle tissue within its body, acting as its power generation panels. Generally, a single muscle layer can emit a weak current of 150 milliamps. But when thousands of muscle layers generate electricity simultaneously, the resultant current becomes extraordinarily potent. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming deemed it essential to guide Captain Raid on how to harness his devil fruit abilities. After all, as the captain of the Thunder Pirate crew, he needed formidable powers to earn the respect of his crew. Thus, Lu Ming made his way to Captain Raid's training room. Lu Ming, you've come. What brings you to me? Captain Raid exclaimed, drenched in sweat as he honed his muscles. He believed that by strengthening his physique, he could unleash greater currents to intimidate his foes. Captain, while training just now, a thought occurred to me. However, this notion pertains specifically to you, Lu Ming stated directly. What notion? Is it related to my training? Captain Raid inquired instinctively, his large frame belied by a sharp mind. Previously indifferent to fame and fortune, he had found a newfound focus on his training since Lu Ming became the vice-captain. Indeed, as I trained, I suddenly realized that the abilities of devil fruits are significantly linked to the respective creatures. For instance, your power is derived from the Zoan-type electric eel fruit. You could develop your abilities by mimicking how electric eels generate electricity, Lu Ming suggested. That makes sense, but I have studied electric eels before. And they can generate electricity throughout their entire body, right? Their muscles are incredibly elastic, so I assumed that the amount of electricity produced depends on the hardness of the muscle. Thus, I have been focusing on reinforcing my muscles. Captain Raid articulated his perspective. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming chuckled and replied, Captain Raid, it seems you've fallen into a significant misconception, and no wonder your development has been so sluggish. Your understanding was flawed. Fallen into a misconception? How so? Captain Raid gasped, his breath quickening, that if he could rectify this misunderstanding, he might experience rapid growth, especially given his diligent efforts. Lu Ming stroked his chin, assessing Captain Raid's physique seriously. Oh, you know how many power generation panels the electric eel possesses? What are power generation panels? Captain Raid asked, confusion etched across his face as he felt somewhat uneasy under Lu Ming's scrutiny. Power generation panels are the muscle layers that the electric eel uses to produce electricity. An electric eel has thousands of these layers, which is equivalent to having thousands of muscle panels. While one or two might generate a weak current, when thousands operate simultaneously, they unleash a terrifyingly powerful current. Currently, Captain, you are akin to just a single power generation panel. Hence, the current you can emit has reached its limit. Unless you develop more panels, progress will be impossible, Lu Ming explained earnestly. Captain Raid felt as if he had received a revelation. I see, but how can I develop more muscle panels? Quite simply, Captain, consider how many muscles you possess and how many joints and organs you have that if you view each muscle, each joint, and even every organ as an individual power generation panel. You can unlock new potential, Lu Ming advised. That said, I'm still unsure how to proceed, Captain Raid admitted, feeling a sense of difficulty or perhaps a lack of direction. Captain, this depends on your mastery over your own body. Crucially, you must visualize yourself as composed of countless parts and strive to feel the subtle connections among them. Perhaps then, you will succeed. Lu Ming could only offer theoretical guidance, as he was uncertain about the practical execution. All right, I shall give it a try. Thank you. Lu Ming, Captain Raid expressed his gratitude, feeling enlightened by Lu Ming's insights, now that he had discovered a new direction for developing his devil fruit abilities. He was invigorated by the prospect of harnessing his numerous muscle layers, joints, and unique organs to amplify his power exponentially. Lu Ming returned to his quarters, as it would still take a day to reach the little garden. Shortly after his return, a knock came at the door to Lu Ming. Are you inside? I saw you heading to the captain's training room earlier and have been waiting for you, a voice called from outside. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming recognized it was Alrita. Alrita, what brings you here? He asked, frowning, as Alrita, the strikingly beautiful woman, always seemed eager to find opportunities to win his affection. If it weren't for the fact that he could not overlook Alrita's previous form as a 300-pound woman before her transformation, Lu Ming might have been more than willing to accept her advances. However, now, whenever he saw or even heard her name, he could not help but recall that image, which instantly dulled his feelings. May I come in to talk? Alrita inquired from outside the door. Well, you may enter. Lu Ming hesitated for a moment before allowing her in, reasoning that she likely wouldn't dare to act inappropriately. Alrita, clad in stylish shorts that accentuated her long legs, entered with a cheerful smile directed at Lu Ming. Ahem, Alrita, do speak. What is it that you seek from me? Lu Ming adopted a serious tone, sensing that Alrita might push her luck further. Well, Princess Wei Wei mentioned that the little garden is a splendid place, so we plan to vacation there and enjoy some sunbathing. We would like to ask if you could apply sunscreen for us. She explained. You, and who else? Lu Ming inquired, raising an eyebrow. Of course, it's me, Miss Nami, Princess Wei Wei, and Colonel Tina. They felt too shy to ask you directly, so I was sent to speak on their behalf. Alrita said with a cheeky grin. Wait, are you asking me to assist all of you? What about the other crew members? Lu Ming asked, exasperated. No way, they are a bunch of roughnecks who would only cause pain to our delicate skin. Alrita replied, making a face of disdain. Well, let's discuss this later, Lu Ming said, feeling somewhat helpless yet still harboring a tinge of desire. Hee. Thank you, Vice Captain. By the way, I also wanted to ask you how I might further develop my fruit abilities. Alrita continued to linger in Lu Ming's room, seeking reasons to stay. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Can you create bubbles now? Absolutely. I can also produce a slippery fluid that reduces friction on my body, which significantly mitigates physical damage even when attacked, she responded. That's quite commendable. Lu Ming nodded, acknowledging that Yalada's abilities had surpassed expectations, developing at a pace far swifter than that of Captain Reed. Now, commence practicing your fruit abilities within a defined vicinity. Lu Ming finally instructed after contemplation. Is there anything else? Yalada stepped forward confidently. Not for the moment. Once you have honed your skills to this degree, come find me. Lu Ming found himself slightly taken aback by Yalada's sudden advance. Very well then, Captain Lu Ming. Given your generous assistance, how may I repay you? Alas, I have nothing to offer but my very self. Yalada boldly approached Lu Ming. Closing the distance between them, Lu Ming remained still. Outwardly composed but internally distressed, silently pleading, "Please, do not come any closer, or I might lose my temper." Just as Lu Ming felt on the verge of acting out, the door was flung open with force. "First mate, a military vessel is pursuing our Thunder Pirate crew." Bartolomeo burst in dramatically. Big sister, what are you doing with the first mate? Bartolomeo wore a bewildered expression, fearing he might have interrupted something significant. Haha, Bartolomeo. Well done. Quickly, take me out to sea. Lu Ming seized this chance for escape, as otherwise he might have had to deal with the embarrassment of striking Yalada. Bartolomeo looked utterly dazed, but once he regained his composure, he was filled with excitement, astonished that Lu Ming had draped an arm around his shoulder, making him feel utterly cherished, ready to sacrifice himself for Lu Ming without hesitation. You dare ruin my plans. How unforgivable. Yalata couldn't contain her frustration, baring her teeth in irritation. That I shall see who dares pursue the Thunder Pirate crew. I will obliterate you. Yalata's demeanor turned fiercely aggressive as she strode out with determination. First mate, we have confirmed that the leader of the pursuing navy is Colonel Smoker from Loguetown. Away reported promptly. So it is him, but this fellow is of such character. We need not concern ourselves with him. However, should he dare bombard our Thunder Pirate ship, we shall retaliate without mercy. Lu Ming sneered, recalling how Smoker had relentlessly pursued Luffy throughout the New World, oblivious to his own limitations. Chapter 82. Dispatching Ghost Spider for suppression aboard the Navy's ship trailing behind. Smoker, with a prosthetic arm affixed to his left side and a cigar clenched between his teeth, exhaled tendrils of smoke. Colonel, ahead lies the Thunder Pirate crew. It is reported that Colonel Tina has been taken hostage aboard their ship. A Navy soldier reported respectfully. The soldiers on the ship were well aware of Colonel Smoker's temperament, which had become explosive since he lost an arm, making them wary of provoking him lest they face his wrath. Thus, they found themselves unable to engage the Thunder Pirates with artillery fire. Upon hearing this, Smoker slammed his hand down onto the wooden table, splintering it into pieces. What a brazen act by the Thunder Pirate crew. I, Smoker, will not rest until you are brought to justice, he roared with righteous indignation. How dare you take Colonel Tina hostage? Immediately devise a way to contact the Navy headquarters. We must have reinforcements. Smoker's eyes blazed with fury, for Colonel Tina was one of his closest friends, and the fact that her capture was due to his negligence filled him with guilt and rage. Yes, Colonel. Soldiers swiftly requested support from the Navy headquarters. Embellishing the Thunder Pirates' nefarious deeds, upon hearing the report, the higher-ups at the Navy headquarters erupted in fury. How dare they take Colonel Tina hostage, to uphold the Navy's dignity and quell this rapidly growing pirate force? The decision was made. The Thunder Pirate crew could not be allowed to escape justice. But who would be dispatched to eliminate them? The admirals, Akainu and Kizaru, were stationed in the New World and could not be diverted to deal with a mere Thunder Pirate crew. Let us send Major Ghost Spider, the higher-ups ultimately decided, instructing that Ghost Spider be dispatched to the first half of the Grand Line to intercept the Thunder Pirates, with local naval forces required to follow his command. Colonel, the Navy headquarters has arranged for Major Ghost Spider to come to our aid, but they instructed us not to act rashly and merely observe, a soldier reported promptly. Ghost Spider? Humph, they send such a weakling? The higher-ups at Navy headquarters clearly underestimate the situation. Smoker grumbled, displeased, for he believed the Thunder Pirates possessed formidable strength, and a mere Major Ghost Spider would not suffice to handle them. Colonel, should we request further support from headquarters? A soldier timidly inquired. Humph, no need. If the Navy headquarters does not believe the pirates we face are a serious threat, let them witness the Thunder Pirate strength firsthand. I trust they will not be disappointed next time. Smoker coldly replied, his demeanor twisted, reflecting a disturbing shift in his character. The soldiers dared not speak further and remained silent. Subsequently, Smoker's naval forces refrained from making any impulsive moves, closely trailing the Thunder Pirate crew while maintaining a safe distance. The crew aboard the Thunder Pirate ship was thoroughly exasperated. What a joke. Why does the Navy cling to us like a leech? If they have the guts, let them fire upon us so we can retaliate with fervor. Lu Ming chuckled. It seems Smoker, having lost an arm to me, is hesitant to act. However, remain vigilant to monitor their movements, lest they engage in actions we find intolerable. Understood, first mate. Rest assured. The crew nodded in agreement. Lu Ming then commenced his training, aiming to continue accumulating his sword-drawing technique, for should his lightspeed sword draw be depleted, he must swiftly replenish it. Many crew members, including Bartolomeo, were likewise engaged in training. As under Lu Ming's leadership, the Thunder Pirate crew embodied discipline and enthusiasm. Now, they were either on the path to becoming stronger or continuously strengthening themselves that on the second Thunder Pirate ship, Old Shah, puffing on a cigar, observed the original members of the Thunder Pirate crew and could not help but acknowledge their peculiar obsession with practicing rudimentary movements repeatedly. These basic actions, no matter how often practiced, remain ineffective against true power. Old Shah scoffed, but a crew member overheard and retorted, "You belittle our daily practice. Do you not realize that even Mihawk, the Eagle Eye, sought to pursue the ultimate strength through such efforts? Moreover, our esteemed first mate has grasped an extraordinary technique from his sword-drawing practice, the light-speed sword draw. Are you aware of what that entails?" The crew member pressed. Old Shah frowned. Light-speed sword draw. Humph, how powerful could it be? In terms of sheer force, it's merely a combination of swordsmanship and haki. Otherwise, such basic techniques hold no significance. It seems you lack an understanding of the power of swordsmanship. Our first mate's light-speed sword draw could even overwhelm Mihawk. And since we have repeatedly practiced various basic techniques, we can effortlessly take on 10 foes of equal rank. Do you comprehend what that implies? The crew member asked, unable to suppress a smirk at Old Shah. Old Shah glared at the speaking crew member. Humph, daring to be so proud before me? Do you wish to be drained of your vigor? TCH, if you can't play, then don't. The crew member dismissed with a scoff, choosing to ignore Lao Shah. A day later, the Thunder Pirate crew finally arrived at Little Garden. This oasis island was located in the land of Alabasta, where many members of the Baroque works gathered when not on missions. The Thunder Pirate crew left a portion of their members to guard the pirate ship, while the rest made their way to the oasis. Lu Ming, follow me. I shall introduce you to my crew, Lao Shah stated calmly as he walked ahead. However, they are a rather unruly bunch, so whether you can win them over depends on your own capabilities. Humph, who do you underestimate? Even if the vice captain doesn't intend to intervene, our Thunder Pirate crew has many skilled fighters who can easily make them submit. Lu Ming had yet to respond when Bartolomeo interjected disdainfully. What a grotesque sight. Who do you want to call Dad? Just then, as Lu Ming and the others entered a dense thicket, a man's voice rang out from within. Damn. Who the hell is trying to bluff us from the shadows? Come out and face me. Bartolomeo shouted, unable to forgive anyone who dared to call him a grotesque sight in front of his comrades. Fine, let's meet then. We weren't planning to let you off easily anyway. At that moment, a group of individuals emerged from behind a dense banana tree. Haha, I thought you were someone important. To my surprise, you are all even more hideous than I am. What gives you the confidence to call me ugly? Bartolomeo exclaimed as he observed the newcomers, each one more bizarrely shaped than the last, resembling clowns, and in fact, many of them were far uglier than he was. You are seeking death. Suddenly, a bald man with the character tattooed on his chest erupted with murderous intent. Launching an attack on Bartolomeo with a swift motion, a scythe-like blade appeared out of thin air, moving with incredible speed. I see you are the one courting death, Bartolomeo retorted, instantly dropping his playful demeanor. Becoming serious and fierce, he crossed his arms in front of him, conjuring an invisible barrier to forcibly withstand the bald man's slashing attack. You too are a devil fruit user? No wonder you have some arrogance to back it up. The bald man was slightly taken aback, not expecting the opposing ability to manifest as a barrier. Indeed, I, Bartolomeo, am a devil fruit user. As the third captain of the Thunder Pirate crew, if you know what's good for you. Apologize to me now, and I won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame me for crushing you underfoot if I become serious. Bartolomeo grinned widely, exuding the air of a rogue leader. This demeanor instilled a sense of pressure among the newly arrived group, making them realize he was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, and they needed to be cautious in the upcoming confrontation. The bald man cracked his neck and rubbed his fists, displaying a dismissive attitude. Although I don't know why our captain is with you pirates, I assure you, I will teach you a lesson today. Vice Captain, can I teach him a lesson? Bartolomeo immediately looked to Lu Ming. Of course. But spare his life. Lu Ming nodded in agreement. having no concerns about Bartolomeo facing off against Das Bones, knowing that Bartolomeo's abilities would easily suppress Daz's. Hee. Lu Ming, are you certain you want this guy to clash with one of my elite members? His bounty has reached 75 million berries, and his strength has been recognized by the world government. Are you really not worried he might get dismembered? Lao Sha chuckled, unable to hold back his amusement at Bartolomeo's chances against Das Bones. Lao Sha, since you've just joined our Thunder Pirate crew, you might not be aware of the true strength of our crew members. Today serves as an opportunity for you to witness their prowess firsthand. Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, Lu Ming. You? Lao Sha's face twitched. Was he really suggesting that his own crew members were merely fodder for the Thunder Pirate crew? Did he truly believe they could not stand against Lu Ming? Upon considering Lu Ming's terrifying strength, Lao Sha felt reassured. Indeed, even if all his members teamed up, they could not match a single move from Lu Ming, so any confrontation would merely be a spectacle among the other members. Baroque leader, I wanted to ask you from the very beginning, why are you among these pirates? The highest bounty of the Thunder Pirate crew seems to be a mere 20 million berries. A blue-haired girl with curly locks and long legs, arms akimbo, questioned Shockloctal, if you have truly betrayed us, there is no need for us to regard you as our captain. We can disband at any moment and go our separate ways. Hearing this, Shockloctal was rendered speechless, inwardly lamenting that he had been forced into this situation. He had no desire to join the Thunder Pirate crew. He was merely trying to survive. However, as the founder of Baroque Works, he could not reveal his predicament. Thus, he released a terrifying aura, coldly gazing at the elite agents before him, expressionless as he declared, Humph, whom do you think you are speaking to? Even if I have joined the Thunder Pirate crew, I am still alive and not captured by the Marines. Therefore, you must heed my words, Shockloctal. Should you wish to escape my control, do not blame me for failing to warn you. Death may be imminent. Shockloctal asserted with great authority. The elite agents exchanged glances, feeling the weight of his threat, but they dared not respond further. Lu Ming then noticed the absence of an important figure among the elite agents. The very person he had been eager to see, Nico Robin. Feng Cly, where is Nico Robin? Lu Ming inquired calmly. Feng Cly, also a devil fruit user with the power of imitation, was a comical character in the original story and had maintained high popularity during the Marineford War, as he was known for his loyalty and charm. Well, I would like to know what your relationship is with our captain. Otherwise, I might keep the whereabouts of our companion a secret, Feng Cly replied. Loyal to Lao Sha and wary of revealing information about their comrades, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Ming, vice captain of the Thunder Pirate crew. Your captain has joined us as the leader of the 4th Division, and I am here to assess which of you might qualify to join our Thunder Pirate crew and once again serve under Lao Sha. Lu Ming stated casually that of course, one could not face a dozen elite agents without possessing unwavering confidence, as they were all devil fruit users with extensive networks and thousands of underlings. I see, but I find it hard to understand why our captain would choose to join your Thunder Pirate crew, willingly becoming just a mere 4th Division captain. Are you aware of our captain's identity as a warlord of the sea? Feng Cly gesticulated animatedly, embodying a ballet swan. Humph, what of being a warlord of the sea? Is it really that prestigious? Lu Ming retorted dismissively. At that moment, Machida, holding a sun umbrella, looked on in astonishment. In a way, you don't even know how powerful the title of Warlord of the Sea is? Yalata mocked. Little girl, do you not understand what our vice-captain means? Machida inquired. Humph, listen closely. The title of Warlord of the Sea holds no weight in our eyes. You know the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk. He too is a Warlord of the Sea, but willingly serves as our vice-captain's subordinate. What significance does the title of Warlord of the Sea hold before our vice-captain? Yalata countered. What, a subordinate? One of the Baroque agents asked, who is responsible for gathering intelligence on this matter? I am responsible for this matter. However, at that time, I had only gathered information about Hawkeye Mihawk's defeat, while no one knows about my subordinate. Galt, with candles burning atop his head, immediately retorted. Upon hearing this, the other senior agents thought to themselves that this was akin to having no evidence of death, allowing the other party to fabricate whatever they pleased. Ahem, in light of my standing, let us refrain from discussing this matter any further. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed for you all, as the strength of Vice Captain Lu Ming is unfathomable. Do not judge a person by their appearance. Lao Sha, unable to bear it any longer, cleared his throat to draw attention and continued. Additionally, those who wish to follow me must now pass Vice Captain Lu Ming's evaluation. Only those who meet his satisfaction will be allowed to continue as crew members of my 4th Division and even receive the protection of the Thunder Pirate crew. Boss, I am still willing to follow you. Kale immediately stepped forward and declared, very well. Then you must promptly answer the vice captain regarding the question he just posed. If you delay any longer, be cautious, as the vice captain may not look favorably upon you, and thereafter, you will have no chance to continue following me. Understood? Lao Sha promptly reminded. Kale nodded and turned to Lu Ming. Vice Captain, Nico Robin has gone to Magic Valley Town to carry out a mission. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming noted that Magic Valley Town is not too far from here, as it is the Thunder Pirate crew's next stop. Consequently, entering the Sky Island will also occur near an updraft in the vicinity of Magic Valley Town. Excellent, Kale. I am aware that your ability stems from the mimic fruit. Therefore, why not imitate Lao Sha? If I find it satisfactory, I will directly allow you to join the Thunder Pirate crew as Lao Sha's subordinate, Lu Ming said with a smile. Yes, Vice Captain. Kale immediately looked at Lao Sha and said, Boss, may I touch your body with my right hand? Kale's mimicry ability has certain conditions. He can only imitate someone after touching them with his right hand, and then touching his own face with the same hand. Touching his face with his left hand will cancel the effect. Get away from me. Lao Sha immediately turned hostile, shooting a resentful glance at Lu Ming. Lu Ming quickly realized something and said, I truly mean no ill will. Do you believe me? Lao Sha, of course, was not easily convinced, as he despised being touched. Kale looked at Lu Ming with a helpless expression and said, Vice Captain, how about we choose another target? Our boss is like this. He doesn't allow anyone to touch him. When I made my request earlier, I knew I would be ruthlessly refused in no way. If the Vice Captain instructs you to imitate him, then you must do so. Yalita suddenly interjected, her personality appearing quite assertive, and looked at Lao Sha. What's the harm in a big man being touched? Does this clown wipe his behind with his hand when he goes to the bathroom? Exactly, Lao Sha. You're acting like a woman. How can our brothers have fun together in the future? Bartolomeo could not help but chime in. Nami, finding this amusing, joined in. I recall that Lu Ming touched you the other day, and you nearly exploded with anger. You surely have some hidden secret, right? Oh, I know. Do you have a treasure map hidden away? Upon hearing the word secret, Lao Sha instantly felt guilty and lacked conviction. Fortunately, Nami's assumption about a treasure map relieved him, and he casually explained, what's the point of touching each other between men? However, since you all insist, Kale, I will allow you to touch my arm. Lao Sha said with some irritation, feeling quite displeased. Lu Ming simply touched the tip of his nose and watched them resolve it themselves. After all, only he knew Lao Sha's true identity in the room, that of a transgender individual. Though he had changed his body, his feminine disposition had not altered significantly, and his usually fierce demeanor was merely a fade. As Kale cautiously touched Lao Sha's arm with his right hand, and then placed it on his own face. He immediately underwent the transformation. Wow, you transformed instantly? Your mimicry is astounding. The crew members of Lu Ming were truly enlightened. Is this the power of the mimic fruit? There were now 2 identical Lao Shas. Bartolomeo, go and examine closely. If you find it nearly impossible to distinguish, then we will directly accept you into the Thunder Pirate crew, Lu Ming said instinctively, feeling that it was just the opportunity for these two to clash. Perhaps successfully diverting Bartolomeo's attention from himself to Kale. Since Kale could embody either gender, he seemed to fit well with someone like Bartolomeo. All right, I'll go up and feel for myself. Bartolomeo excitedly approached, closely observing and touching Kale's imitation of Lao Sha, comparing it with the genuinely displeased Lao Sha, prompting Kale to speak, and astonishingly, they were indistinguishable. Vice Captain, this is truly remarkable. If I hadn't known beforehand, I would find it utterly impossible to discern any flaws in the disguise. Even the voice is exactly the same. Bartolomeo stated earnestly. Haha, splendid. Lu Ming chuckled, then turned to Kale, asking Kale, besides your fruit ability, what other practical skills do you possess? Vice Captain, I have a set of transgender martial arts and ballet boxing, both of which are quite decent, Kale said with a hint of pride. Not bad, not bad. Then you are now a member of the Thunder Pirate crew, directly aligning with Lao Sha's division. Lu Ming nodded, appreciating such honesty. After all, most people would be too embarrassed to admit such things. Huffed, the crew members of the Thunder Pirate crew could no longer contain their laughter. Haha, transgender martial arts, ballet boxing. Are you serious? Chapter 85. I have 18 dragons within me. Fong Kale immediately struck a pose, reminiscent of a single-legged swan, as if making a dazzling entrance. That's right. I am indeed a person who can dance ballet. Please take care of me in the future. This was quite a memorable introduction, leaving a strong impression on many within the Thunder Pirate crew. Next came the other senior agents, excluding Fong Kale, and Lu Ming inquired, "What about you? Are you willing to accept my challenge? Those who earn my recognition will henceforth be part of the Thunder Pirate crew." Das Bonus, with the Chop Chop fruit, took a deep breath and asked, "I wish to know if Baroque Boss was defeated by your hand." "Indeed, Lao Sha was defeated and chose to join the Thunder Pirate crew to survive," Lu Ming replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, the senior agents, although initially skeptical, now understood the truth upon hearing Lu Ming's direct confirmation, especially as Crocodile showed no intention of refuting it. Thus, the senior agents exchanged glances, seemingly in silent agreement. Das Bonus stepped forward as the representative and said, "We accept your evaluation, but before we proceed, we need to witness your strength. Otherwise, we will not comply willingly." "Haha, that is not an issue. However, you can sit this one out. You and Bartolomeo should engage in battle, as you two had previously agreed upon. As for the remaining senior agents, you may all take your shots at me. If any of you manage to touch my body, I will concede defeat," Lu Ming said with a calm smile. The senior agents, upon hearing this, felt extremely displeased. They thought to themselves that this person has quite the audacity. Even if he could defeat Crocodile, what of it? With a dozen senior agents attacking simultaneously, could they not touch him once? "Very well, this is what you said. If we can touch you, then the choice will lie in our hands, not yours." The light fruit user, Machida, cheerfully remarked, "No problem. I will show you the strength of the Thunder Pirate crew." Lu Ming calmly stepped forward to the center, while the senior agents instinctively occupied advantageous positions, preparing to launch a full-scale assault on him. "Quickly, let us spread out a bit. The Vice Captain's methods are terrifying. Lest we be caught in the residual force." The members of the Thunder Pirates were quite adept at maintaining a distance, retreating to several dozen meters away on the side of the elite agents. There were numerous users of Devil Fruit abilities. Aside from the //fruit user Des Bonus and the combat with Bartolomeo, there were also users of the Thorn Fruit, Dog Fruit, Mole Fruit, Bomb Fruit, and Featherlight Fruit, among others. Among the powerless, there was a little girl donning a petite pink hat, who possessed a peculiar ability. This ability was not derived from a devil fruit, but rather stemmed from her innate ability to manipulate colors, which could influence others. For instance, by mixing the color of betrayal black, if the target encountered anything black, they would be overwhelmed by intense thoughts of betraying their friends. Similarly, with the color of hilarious yellow, upon encountering anything yellow, the target would burst into uncontrollable laughter. Though this ability might lack pure combat strength, if wielded skillfully, it could prove to be quite fascinating. "Are you ready?" Lu Ming inquired softly to the surrounding elite agents. MR.5, the one who habitually picked his nose, was restless as he spoke up. "Humph, that should be our question to you. Considering you are already surrounded by us, the pressure must be immense, right?" "Pressure? What pressure? In the face of absolute strength, sheer numbers cannot resolve anything," Lu Ming declared, and as he spoke, his aura underwent a chilling transformation. Suddenly, several dragon roars echoed forth, and 5 golden dragons spiraled out from Lu Ming's form, each poised menacingly in the 4 cardinal directions. What is this technique? The elite agents felt an overwhelming sense of oppression at first sight. After all, these dragons were fearsome creatures, each hundreds of meters long, instilling a feeling of insurmountable power. Such an attacking method from Lu Ming could not be underestimated, even by an admiral or a Yonko. "Humph, these are the great thunder dragons, capable of suppressing all," Lu Ming scoffed. "Come, let the battle commence." Upon his command, the 5 golden dragons surged forth, trampling toward the elite agents. How could the elite agents muster any resistance? Perhaps 2 or 3 golden dragons could be faced jointly, but 5 left them bereft of any ability to fight back, their minds consumed with despair and feelings of helplessness. In mere seconds, the so-called elite agents were utterly devastated, blood trickling from their mouths. Lu Ming's great thunder dragons operated on inner strength, mercilessly wreaking havoc within the bodies of those they struck. Generally, individuals lacking sufficient physical resilience could not withstand such force. Meanwhile, the members of the Thunder Pirates observed from a distance, excitement coursing through them, and no matter how many times they witnessed Lu Ming in action, He remained perpetually captivating and invincible. As for Lao Sha, he could not help but exclaim inwardly, 5 golden dragons. It seems Lu Ming was hiding his strength when he dealt with me that day. After all, he only summoned 4 dragons then. How has it suddenly become 5? Moreover, each dragon now appears even more formidable than before. Gulp. Lao Sha swallowed hard, realizing that with Lu Ming's presence, even thoughts of betrayal were inconceivable. The consequences would be dire. Thus, he approached Lu Ming with a smile. Haha, Vice Captain Lu Ming, it's been a day since I last saw you in action, and your strength has increased significantly, akin to the Navy pursuing pirates. Has it? I feel there's no substantial change. Lu Ming replied instinctively to Vice Captain. You are truly humble, but tell me, how many dragons do you have within you? Lao Sha could not help but ask with curiosity. About 18. I suppose that be why the way. Why do you ask? Lu Ming replied with a hint of a smile, unafraid of startling Lao Sha. Gulp. Lao Sha again swallowed hard, nearly exclaiming, 18 dragons. Are you jesting? Enough already. Do not test my strength further. To be honest, I am not even aware of my own limits. However, I have never encountered an enemy capable of putting me in peril, Lu Ming stated with an air of nonchalance. Lao Sha could only twitch at the corners of his mouth. What was Lu Ming saying? He himself did not know his limits. Was that even a reasonable thing to say? Chapter 86. Subduing numerous ability users. The elite agents of the Baroque works stumbled forward, wiping the blood from their lips as they approached that moment. They noticed their leader Crocodile enduring Lu Ming's might without his usual domineering demeanor, indicating Lu Ming's strength was far more terrifying than previously displayed. Lu Ming glanced at them and said, You are all too weak. However, many of you are users of devil fruit abilities, which makes me optimistic about your potential. So, who among you wishes to stay? And who wishes to depart? The elite agents exchanged glances, surprised that Lu Ming did not intend to impose hardships upon them, but rather allowed them to choose for themselves. In an instant, their feelings of resentment faded, replaced by a growing respect and admiration for Lu Ming. The Vice Captain Lu Ming, we are honored by your regard. After discussing among ourselves, we are willing to join your Thunder Pirates and seek your protection. MR.5, the Bomb Fruit user, promptly declared. Yes, we all wish to join the Thunder Pirates. Please, Vice Captain Lu Ming, arrange for us. MR.4 echoed. Haha, splendid. You shall henceforth be crew members of the Thunder Pirates, all assigned to Lao Sha's 4th squad. Lu Ming chuckled, pleased with how he had managed to win their loyalty after a show of strength, for these individuals now sought to join the Thunder Pirates of their own volition, not through coercion. Lao Sha began to hold Lu Ming in high esteem, pondering whether he was perhaps too impressive. Not only was his strength unfathomable, but his intellect was also remarkably astute. It seemed the Thunder Pirates were on the brink of an era, and perhaps he himself would become a part of the crew of the Pirate King. Cough, cough. Vice Captain Lu Ming. Lao Sha came back to his senses, clearing his throat before continuing. The Baroque works I established is a fine institution for intelligence and assassination. It cannot simply be discarded, can it? That represents my years of hard-earned wealth, and if utilized properly, it would greatly benefit the Thunder Pirates. Lu Ming nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lao Sha's point. Let us rename the Baroque works. From now on, it shall be known as the Thunder Baroque Works, with me as the highest authority, while you shall continue to lead. All right, I understand. Lao Sha expressed no dissatisfaction, realizing that rebranding the Baroque Works as the Thunder Baroque Works would only bolster their strength and stability. This was indeed one of the better prospects he had seen since joining the Thunder Pirates. After all, the alliance between the Thunder Pirates and the Baroque Works would undoubtedly create an indomitable force. Lu Ming was equally satisfied, for the sea was not his only domain to conquer. The entire world must ultimately bow beneath the banner of the Thunder Pirates. Meanwhile, Bartolomeo and Das Bonus, the / fruit user, found themselves evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand over the other. Bartolomeo could not breach Das Bonus's barriers, while Das Bonus could not penetrate Bartolomeo's defenses. Eventually, both of them exhausted their stamina, as utilizing their devil fruit abilities required tremendous energy. Lying on the ground, they mutually acknowledged each other's prowess. In the end, it could be said that they had forged a bond of mutual respect through combat, although they still exchanged insults. Humph, green-haired one. Just you wait. Next time, I will shatter your barrier. Wait as you will. Next time, I will crush you underfoot. As they continued their banter, they took a moment to rest before making their way back to Lu Ming and the others. Bartolomeo recognized Das Bonus's strength, and thus Das Bonus naturally acknowledged the //fruit as well. However, Das Bonus looked at the elite agents with a bewildered expression and instinctively asked, "You all have joined the Thunder Pirates?" "Yes, but we joined willingly. To Vice Captain Lu Ming's strength is simply too formidable. We were not threatened, but rather joined out of admiration." MR.4 explained Do. "And what about me?" Das Bonus inquired instinctively. "Do you still care about your pride? Join us, and with the Thunder Pirates as our backing, we can stride confidently before the Navy. Do you understand?" The boisterous Balada, endowed with thorny abilities, let out a scathing remark. "Well, I too am willing to join the Thunder Pirates. I eagerly await your guidance," Das Bonus, wielder of the //fruit, humbly declared. "Very well, I consent. However, you shall be assigned to Bartolomeo's 3rd Division from now on," Lu Ming arranged, expressing great optimism for both Bartolomeo and Das Bonus. He believed that their collaboration would significantly accelerate their growth, as neither would yield to the other, thereby fostering a continuous spirit of competition. Moreover, their combined powers, should they cooperate, would render them an indomitable force, a formidable entity not to be underestimated. Das Bonus responded somewhat reluctantly, yet found himself unable to refuse. "Haha, to think you're in my 3rd Division. You're finished. Just wait and see how I deal with you," Bartolomeo exclaimed, unable to contain his joy, almost wanting to kneel and call Lu Ming father, thinking how well Lu Ming understood him. "Ahem, Bartolomeo, do not bully the newcomers. You are aware of the principles of the Thunder Pirates, are you not?" Lu Ming sternly gazed at Bartolomeo. "Rest assured, Vice Captain, I am well aware of that, and I will certainly not violate it," Bartolomeo quickly assured, straightening his posture. "Good, then enlighten me on the principles, and share them with our new recruits," Lu Ming smiled. Bartolomeo immediately began to recount the principles of the Thunder Pirates. At this moment, both Old Shah and the newly inducted Baroque high-ranking agents found it somewhat perplexing. They had not anticipated that the Thunder Pirates would adhere to such principles. No harm to the innocent, no murder or arson. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. Should one offend me, they become my enemy, and I may deal with enemies without mercy. For some reason, while they found the principles somewhat naive, they could not help but feel an increased respect for the Thunder Pirates upon hearing them. Simultaneously, Princess Vivi and Navy Colonel Tina recognized that the Thunder Pirates were indeed different from other pirate crews, making them quite acceptable. Had it been another pirate crew, they would have harbored deep-seated disdain. For in their hearts, pirates were merely a band of malevolent villains, intent on ruthlessly destroying all that was beautiful. However, the Thunder Pirates, with their principles such as "if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them," allowed them to see the pirate world anew, realizing there were individuals with a sense of justice. Following this, Von Clay raised a question. "Vice Captain Lu Ming, as pirates, if we do not rob, when shall we acquire our funds?" Chapter 87. The instantaneously grand pirate crew. Lu Ming chuckled. "Haha, that's an excellent question. Allow me to enlighten you. The Thunder Pirates have numerous ways to earn a living and procure all necessary finances." "What methods?" The high-ranking agents looked at Lu Ming with puzzled expressions, filled with confusion. "Humph, as pirates, why should we target ordinary individuals who are utterly defenseless? Even if we did, how much could we possibly steal from them? Therefore, remember this. As noble and glorious pirates, we ought to seize the riches of other pirate factions, especially those we find unpalatable. Furthermore, should any obstinate Navy personnel repeatedly trouble the Thunder Pirates, we may, without indulging in wanton slaughter, plunder everything aboard their warships." Lu Ming smiled as he spoke. "Humph, Lu Ming, you are simply a despicable scoundrel." Navy Colonel Tina felt her face flush instantly, for it was utterly outrageous that he would dare to rob even the Navy's supplies. Lu Ming stepped forward, closing the distance to Navy Colonel Tina, his breath palpable. "What do you intend to do to me?" Colonel Tina retreated nervously, taking small steps back, not expecting Lu Ming to approach her so boldly. Without a doubt, he must be attempting to provoke her. "Tell me, Colonel Tina, are you implying that your Navy is permitted to act against us pirates, yet we cannot retaliate? Are we to be left with no choice but to flee? Moreover, our resolve to rob the Navy is for your own sake. Consider this. How formidable do you think the Thunder Pirates are? How many Navy personnel are truly qualified to capture us?" Lu Ming continued to press forward, causing Colonel Tina to retreat until her back pressed against a tree. Unable to escape any further, her heart raced uncontrollably, and she could not help but blush. Colonel Tina bit her lip, striving to maintain her composure. I care not for your explanations. We Navy are the embodiment of justice, serving the people and upholding world peace. You pirates are all nefarious criminals. Even if the Thunder Pirates adhere to principles, you are ultimately self-serving that if you wish to avoid capture by the Navy. You must renounce your pirate identities that if you seek merely to conquer the seas, you could choose to join the Navy instead. Of course, I could recommend you to the Navy headquarters. Lu Ming, taken aback, flicked Colonel Tina's forehead with his fingers and said, "Have you lost your mind? Do you truly believe that is possible? Furthermore, I must point out that if we refrain from robbing oblivious Navy personnel, they will not know when to back down. Rather, they will continue to court disaster, which could result in our counterattack. Thus, our plundering of Navy supplies is, in fact, a means to save their lives, is it not?" The surrounding crew members exchanged glances, recognizing Lu Ming's remarkable eloquence. Moreover, he articulated his points so compellingly that it was impossible to refute, instantly elevating the Thunder Pirates to an extraordinary status. Humph, I shan't engage further with you. You are merely resorting to sophistry. Colonel Tina realized she could not maintain her dominant stance before Lu Ming and promptly retreated. Haha, newcomers, did you all grasp my meaning? Lu Ming laughed heartily, turning to the high-ranking agents. Rest assured, Vice Captain Lu Ming, we comprehend. They all nodded in agreement. Lu Ming added, in addition to these two methods of generating wealth, there exists another, accepting commissions, provided it remains within the principles of the Thunder Pirates. Understood. We are at ease, the high-ranking agents thought to themselves, relieved that following the Thunder Pirates would not lead to starvation. All right, let us enjoy a day in the small garden before we set sail once more. Lu Ming instructed. The small garden, naturally, boasted villas and beaches, well maintained by the Baroque works, who had long used it as a base. A day later, the Thunder Pirates prepared to depart from the small garden. Meanwhile, 4 Navy vessels approached the waters surrounding the small garden, 3 of which had just arrived. Joining an existing Navy ship, aboard Smoker's ship, the soldiers swiftly assembled on the deck, having learned that the Navy reinforcements were led by the formidable Vice Admiral Ghost Spider from the Navy headquarters. This Vice Admiral was a significant figure, poised to ascend to the rank of Rear Admiral. Colonel, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider has arrived with reinforcements, a soldier promptly informed, suggesting that the colonel should extend a proper welcome. However, Colonel Smoker remained seated, seemingly indifferent to the Vice Admiral's arrival, merely stating, the Navy headquarters sends a Vice Admiral like this only to seek trouble. What is there to collaborate on? Ah, Colonel, wouldn't it be unwise to offend Vice Admiral Ghost Spider? A soldier expressed concern. Humph, you may go and greet him. Do not concern yourselves with me. Smoker replied coldly, knowing that a Vice Admiral would be incapable of capturing the Thunder Pirates and would only waste time and energy. Furthermore, Smoker had no appreciation for flattery, making it impossible for him to curry favor with Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Meanwhile, Dasky interjected, enough, Colonel Smoker is in a foul mood. We will go welcome Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. As Smoker's aide, Dasky, now a sergeant, felt a strong sense of responsibility and care for him. Very well, Sergeant. The soldiers immediately showed their respect, for Dasky was the only girl aboard their ship and held in high regard by Colonel Smoker, thus naturally entitled to represent him. Soon, Ghost Spider led 3 warships, each manned by 500 soldiers and equipped with 50 cannons, swiftly sailing towards them. Salute the Rear Admiral. The Navy soldiers aboard Smoker's ship, under the leadership of Sergeant Dasky, paid their respects to the arriving Rear Admiral Ghost Spider. Where is the Thunder Pirate crew? Ghost Spider, arms crossed and exuding an air of authority, scanned the surroundings before posing the question. To report, Rear Admiral, the Thunder Pirate crew is at that harbor over there. They have been docked for a day and may have already entered the island, Dasky replied truthfully. Chapter 88. The Arrogant Ghost Spider Humph. Merely the Thunder Pirate crew, whose highest bounty is a mere 20 million berries. Are they truly so formidable? It appears that the Navy has grown increasingly inept. Ghost Spider scoffed disdainfully. However, since I, Ghost Spider, am here, this matter is now ours to handle. Yes, Rear Admiral. However, the Thunder Pirate crew possesses immense strength, with several devil fruit users among them, and they have even captured a naval colonel as a hostage. Thus we must tread carefully, Dasky instinctively cautioned. Humph, so the Thunder Pirate crew is so audacious. They dare to seize a naval colonel as a hostage. Ghost Spider's expression darkened. By the way, why haven't I seen that Smoker fellow? Ghost Spider asked, furrowing his brow. Dasky's heart sank at the thought. she realized Ghost Spider's volatile temperament. If he were to learn that Colonel Smoker held such little regard for a rear admiral and was disinclined to engage, it would undoubtedly infuriate him. Thus, she replied apologetically to report, "Rear Admiral, Colonel Smoker has suffered a severe blow due to the Thunder Pirate crew and is currently in a rather poor state of mind, still grappling with the shadow and pain they have cast upon him." Humph, what a disgrace. As a naval colonel, how can he wallow in defeat? Take me to see him at once. I must admonish him properly. Ghost Spider declared with commanding authority. "Rear Admiral, Colonel Smoker has been rather disheartened of late, and he may find it difficult to heed your words that I implore you not to take offense," Dasky interjected, her eyes pleading in an attempt to advocate for Smoker. "Rest assured, I am well aware of Smoker's demeanor. He and I are both disciples of Admiral Zephyr, so as his senior, I can certainly speak to him," Ghost Spider asserted as he leapt on his Smoker's warship. Though he spoke with bravado, he felt a deep-seated irritation. He knew Smoker regarded no one with respect, yet today, he would ensure that Ghost Spider taught him a lesson. It should be noted that Ghost Spider was no ordinary rear admiral. He had participated in the demon-slaying order and was known for his ruthless disposition, willing to sacrifice his own soldiers to vanquish foes, embodying the hawkish faction of the Navy. Naturally, Dasky was not so naive as to believe that Ghost Spider would let Smoker off easily, so she hurried to follow him. Colonel Smoker reclined in a large armchair. Sensing Ghost Spider's arrival, he instinctively opened one eye and remarked, "Ah, it is Rear Admiral Ghost Spider. You ought to proceed with caution. The Thunder Pirate crew is not to be trifled with. Even you could find yourself in peril." The surrounding soldiers fell silent, for Smoker's words seemed to incite a palpable tension, as if Ghost Spider might strike him down at any moment. "Humph, you pathetic coward. You've merely lost an arm, and yet you wallow in despair. No wonder. Despite being a disciple of Zephyr, you were cast aside in the East Blue. This is the stark difference between us," Ghost Spider continued, his disdain evident. "Fool, observe closely, for I shall capture every member of the Thunder Pirate crew. Perhaps they were your prey to begin with, but the higher-ups only care about results. Once I eliminate the Thunder Pirate crew, I will undoubtedly be promoted to Rear Admiral, while you will remain stagnant. Rear Admiral, the Thunder Pirate crew has been sighted. They seem to be departing this maritime area," a Navy soldier reported urgently. "Let us proceed at once to apprehend the Thunder Pirate crew. Warships 2 and 3, surround them. Prepare the cannons for bombardment," Ghost Spider commanded decisively, showcasing his resolute nature. The soldiers he led acted in unison, calm and collected, their reactions sharp and efficient. The Navy personnel aboard Smoker's warship could not help but admire the prowess of the Naval Headquarters soldiers, recognizing that with their involvement, the Thunder Pirate crew would find it nearly impossible to escape. Meanwhile, as the Thunder Pirate crew set sail from their anchorage into deeper waters, they found themselves encircled by the 3 warships, under heavy cannon fire. "Captain, First Mate, 3 Navy warships have appeared ahead. The leader does not seem to be Colonel Smoker, but rather a Rear Admiral. Their firepower is formidable. They likely intend to suppress us with overwhelming might, even aiming to cut off all our escape routes," the crew reported without any sign of panic. As the Thunder Pirate crew now boasted a formidable array of Devil Fruit users, rendering them a powerful force point, 3 mere warships posed little threat to them. "Bring me the telescope. I must see which naval officer dares to be so brazen. Even Vice Admiral Karp has chosen to forego pursuing us. Who does he think he is?" Lu Ming grinned. "If they are not to my liking, the supplies and equipment aboard those 3 warships will surely belong to the Thunder Pirate crew." "Indeed, First Mate is wise," Foam Kale and Galder, 2 crew members, immediately flattered. "Humph, of course. By the way, Galder, your ability is the wax fruit. Fortify our ship's defenses," Lu Ming commanded, aware that the enemy's cannon fire was fierce. Although his crew could withstand cannonballs, some still detonated on the nearby sea, causing chain explosions. If Galder's wax abilities could reinforce the ship, it would mitigate the blast's impact on the hull. "Rest assured. Leave it to me," Galder promised, as flames ignited atop his head, and he began to coat the edges of the pirate ship with wax, rendering it as solid as a fortress. Even cannonballs would struggle to inflict damage. "Impressive," the crew members marveled, acknowledging Galder's prowess as a Devil Fruit user. Simultaneously, other users displayed their formidable abilities, intercepting the barrage from the 3 Navy warships. Users of the //fruit, blast fruit, barrier fruit, and San Fruit successfully thwarted nearly all projectiles threatening the pirate ship. Lu Ming and Captain Red stood calmly on the deck, observing the advancing Navy warships with indifference, as if they posed no threat at all. Chapter 89. Your death is of no consequence. Ghost Spider aboard the warship wore an increasingly grim expression. The Thunder Pirate crew was indeed formidable, and more astonishingly, the notorious Shichibukai crocodile was also aboard their vessel. Was it possible that the Thunder Pirate crew had the backing of Crocodile, emboldening them to act so recklessly? Rear Admiral, should we report this to headquarters immediately? After all, they have a Shichibukai on their side. A Navy ensign cautioned, fearing that Ghost Spider's impetuosity might lead to recklessness. Then report to naval headquarters and ascertain their stance. General Gue Spider remarkably maintained his composure, not out of reverence for the esteemed title of Warlord of the Sea, but rather due to the formidable prowess of Sir Crocodile, which was not to be underestimated. As the naval ship steadily approached the Thunder Pirates vessel, keeping a prudent distance of 30 meters, General Gue Spider commanded his troops to cease fire. Acknowledging that such artillery would prove ineffective against powerful devil fruit users, Sir Crocodile, although you bear the title of Warlord of the Sea, should you obstruct our Navy's efforts to apprehend the Thunder Pirates? I imagine the pressure upon you must be considerable. Might it be more prudent to surrender the individuals in question as a personal favor? General Gue Spider crossed his arms, confident that as long as he refrained from provoking Sir Crocodile, negotiations would proceed without incident. Surrender? I fear you may be unable to stomach the consequences. Sir Crocodile chuckled amusingly. Humph. Merely the Thunder Pirates, as long as you and your men refrain from intervening, capturing them will be a mere trifle for me. General Gue Spider, the general scoffed, holding the Thunder Pirates in utter disdain. Since you are so confident, very well. I assure you that neither I nor my men will interfere. You are free to attempt your capture. Sir Crocodile replied nonchalantly, feigning disinterest, yet inwardly smirking at the naivety of the situation. Could this truly be a fool? The Thunder Pirates were not to be trifled with, especially with the indomitable Lu Ming among them. Sir Crocodile, I would advise you not to engage in any tricks, for this mission was not initiated by my own volition to capture the Thunder Pirates, but rather dispatched by higher authorities. You must comprehend the gravity of this situation, yes? General Gue Spider felt uncertain about the veracity of Sir Crocodile's words. Sir Crocodile calmly lit a cigar and replied, Rest assured, I will not interfere, provided you possess the capability to apprehend them. Upon hearing this, General Gue Spider immediately gestured for the naval vessels to advance towards the Thunder Pirates. General Gue Spider, I implore you to withdraw at once. I shall take responsibility for dealing with the Thunder Pirates. Suddenly, Colonel Tina interjected urgently. Her concern was not for the Thunder Pirates being encircled by the Navy, but rather for General Gue Spider's reckless actions. After all, leaving aside Lu Ming's unfathomable strength, even Rear Admiral Karp could not be entirely certain of subduing him. Furthermore, Sir Crocodile was not merely protecting the Thunder Pirates, he was subservient to them. Thus, General Gue Spider was mistaken from the outset, ensnared in a web of deception, and perhaps would not even realize his impending demise. You are the colonel captured by the Thunder Pirates, are you not? What do you mean by that statement? Do you intend to obstruct me, or have you already betrayed the Navy? General Gue Spider furrowed his brow. General, the Thunder Pirates are not the villains you believe them to be. They adhere to their own principles. I believe they deserve a chance, Colonel Tina stated earnestly. Humph, absurd. A pirate is a pirate. How could you, as a Navy colonel, be so easily swayed by the Thunder Pirates? You bring shame upon our Navy. General Gue Spider's murderous intent flared. Then I see no reason to concern myself with your life, he declared ominously. Colonel Tina, I told you. How could such a man heed your words? Lu Ming stepped forward, patting Colonel Tina's shoulder with a grin. Why not abandon the shadows and join us as pirates? Being a pirate is a life of freedom. Colonel Tina immediately rejected the notion. Impossible. Do not tempt me. I shall never become a pirate. Interesting, but mark my words, you will eventually agree, provided you remain with the Thunder Pirates. Lu Ming replied with a dismissive smile, confident that once Colonel Tina witnessed the Navy's malevolence, her unwavering dreams would crumble. Kid, so it seems you have bewitched Colonel Tina. Reveal your name at once. I, General Gue Spider, do not slay nameless wretches. He stood at the bow of the ship, glaring fiercely at Lu Ming. What are you even worth to demand my name? Lu Ming responded coldly, harboring little regard for General Gue Spider. One of the 5 commanders involved in the massacre order, he recognized the general's brutal nature, willing to sacrifice his own for his goals, and felt no inclination towards him. Humph, merely a brash youth. Let me witness your capabilities. General Gue Spider released his crossed arms and unsheathed his long sword. Even if you intend to use Colonel Tina as a shield, it holds no value here that I shall eliminate you regardless. After all, she has already betrayed the Navy. Colonel Tina, do you see? This is the General Gue Spider who once participated in the massacre order. If he succeeds today, he will undoubtedly rise to the rank of Rear Admiral. But how did he cross paths with us Thunder Pirates? Lu Ming mused, undaunted. Ha ha ha, this fellow is truly unfortunate. Anyone who dares to strike at us Thunder Pirates is surely doomed by those above. The other members of the Thunder Pirates could not help but laugh. General Gue Spider, however, was seething with rage. Pirates are indeed unforgivable. You shall pay with your lives. Taste my blade. In a fit of fury, General Gue Spider unleashed a powerful swing, channeling his dual haki to its utmost. With a singular, forceful strike, a visibly tangible blade of energy surged forth towards Lu Ming. Barrier. Bartolomeo, upon witnessing this, immediately took action to defend, believing such a foe did not warrant Lu Ming's personal involvement. Yet with a single clash, Bartolomeo's barrier shattered into fragments. He was struck by the blade's energy, sustaining a grievous wound that sent him flying. Seeing this, Lu Ming's expression darkened, and he swiftly caught Bartolomeo, stating, Gue Spider, you dare to harm my crew. You are truly courting death. Chapter 90. Dispatching Akiji to the Seamding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a mission. Defeat General Gue Spider to earn lottery points. Upon hearing the electronic notification in his mind, Lu Ming felt a surge of familiarity. He had been waiting for this moment to take action. With a release of his murderous intent, he let out a resounding roar and lunged forth. His movement was so swift that it eluded the eyes of all present, for the speed of his blade was akin to that of light itself, surpassing the limits of human perception. This technique, the light speed draw, regrettably for you, has rendered you a corpse. After executing his strike, Lu Ming cast a scornful glance at the now distant General Gue Spider, calmly stating, Humph, light speed draw, I shall see how formidable you truly are. At that moment, General Gue Spider remained oblivious to his own demise, not comprehending the sheer velocity of Lu Ming's attack. Humph, I have declared you dead. Do you believe you will have the chance to witness my next move? Lu Ming scoffed. General Gue Spider furrowed his brow, questioning the source of his opponent's confidence. Could it be that he was truly dead? Ha, what jest is this? Have you even made a move? How could I be dead? I stand right before you. General Gue Spider laughed derisively. Snap! At that moment, Lu Ming snapped his fingers, signaling the end of General Gue Spider's existence. Splurt! General Gue Spider's body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth. Ah! Soldiers aboard the naval ship who witnessed this scene were struck by terror, screaming in horror, their faces pale as if they had encountered a supernatural event. How could their General Gue Spider, seemingly unharmed, be so brutally dismembered? Heavens, what in the world just transpired? Our general has been torn apart. Wah! The Navy personnel erupted into cries of despair, paralyzed by fear, unwilling to engage the Thunder Pirates any further. Flee! This is madness. We are no match for them. As the naval officers regained their senses, an overwhelming sense of dread filled their hearts, prompting them to contemplate a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, the seasoned crew of the Thunder Pirates was accustomed to the unfathomable prowess of Lu Ming. Recalling his earlier display of strength when he attacked Hawkeye Mihawk at the sea restaurant, yet again, they found themselves unable to discern the manner in which the first mate unleashed his assault. The newly joined members, however, wore expressions of utter bewilderment, equally perplexed as the naval officers, pondering the inexplicable demise of Ghost Spider. The precision of the dismemberment suggested it had been executed with a blade of some sort. Don't look at me. I didn't lay a hand on him. I'm just as bewildered. Among the elite agents, several glanced toward Daz Bones, the wielder of the chop-chop fruit. Daz appeared equally confounded, internally debating his ability to release blades but acknowledging that cleaving a foe in twain was beyond his capabilities. No need for confusion. This is merely the method employed by our first mate. The same situation transpired when he severely wounded Hawkeye Mihawk, Away remarked with a hint of pride as he regarded his comrades in the 4th Division. In summary, our first mate is exceptionally formidable, Lu Ming interjected. Let us set this matter aside for now. Our immediate focus must be on those 3 naval vessels that we cannot allow them to escape. We must seize their supplies and equipment. Simultaneously, Lu Ming communicated with the ship's spirit, Xiaolon, of the first Thunder Pirate ship, prompting the vessel to spring into swift action. In no time, they caught up with one of the naval ships. While the other two managed to evade capture, the Thunder Pirates boarded the naval vessel, warning the soldiers not to resist, lest they face dire consequences, following the unexpected death of Major Ghost Spider. The soldiers aboard the naval ship had lost their will to fight and surrendered without resistance. The Thunder Pirates successfully plundered the ship's supplies and equipment, hauling away 10 crates of cannonballs, a ton of crude oil, several bags of flour, and some preserved vegetables. Naturally, the firearms and sabers in the hands of the naval soldiers were also seized by the Thunder Pirates. The naval personnel, though seething with indignation, could do little but remain silent. Fortunately, they had only suffered a robbery without any threat to their lives. Ultimately, the Thunder Pirates sailed away triumphantly on their ship. Smoker, aboard his naval vessel, wore a sardonic smile. Heh, this is the price of underestimating the Thunder Pirates. What a pity for a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters. The soldiers on deck shuddered at the thought, relieved they had not followed Major Ghost Spider. Fearing they might have met a similar fate. Continue contacting the Navy headquarters and inform them that Major Ghost Spider has been killed and the culprits are none other than the Thunder Pirates. Smoker commanded coolly. Yes, Colonel. Before long, the Navy headquarters received Smoker's communication, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. An emergency meeting was convened, attended by notable figures such as Sengoku, Kizaru, and Akainu. Just moments ago, they had heard from Ghost Spider's men that the Thunder Pirates were under the protection of Shichibukai Crocodile. And now, mere minutes later, they were confronted with the news of Major Ghost Spider's demise. Humph! How dare the Thunder Pirates disregard the Navy so completely? Do they truly believe themselves more formidable than the Yonko of the New World? Akainu slammed his palm on the conference table, seething with anger. After all, Ghost Spider, like him, belonged to the hawkish faction, making him one of Akainu's own within the Navy headquarters. Given the current circumstances, I believe we can only allow them to persist for a while longer. Surely, we cannot abandon our efforts in the New World to chase after a mere Thunder Pirate ship, Kizaru remarked lazily. Akainu responded with fiery conviction. I believe Akiji should be dispatched to investigate. What do you think, Admiral Sengoku? Sengoku took a deep breath, rising after a moment of contemplation. Very well, let us send Akiji on his way. Initially, Sengoku had considered sending Garp personally, but he had been unable to reach him and was uncertain of Garp's whereabouts. A day later, Garp returned to the Navy headquarters to discuss the matter of Roger's resurrection with Sengoku. Upon hearing this news, Sengoku was left in a state of shock, unsure of how to address Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirates. After all, Garp had brought back word that Lu Ming's strength was formidable, and most alarmingly, he had gained control over the resurrected Roger. Chapter 91. Sengoku and Garp's decision. Garp, what am I to do? He has the ability to resurrect Roger. He may well be capable of reviving many dead powerhouses. If that occurs, chaos will undoubtedly ensue in this world. Sengoku expressed his deep concern, continuing, if all else fails, I may have no choice but to detain him within Impel Down, or possibly issue a demon removal order, even at a cost, to eliminate him. What do you think? That would be unwise. The Thunder Pirates adhere to their own principles. I believe we should observe the situation for a while longer before making a decision. Otherwise, we risk making matters far more complicated. At the very least, we cannot directly provoke him, Garp cautioned, before returning to the Navy headquarters. Garp had made a stop at Cocoa Village to learn more about the death of Colonel Mouse at Lu Ming's hands. To his surprise, Lu Ming's claims had proven true. Colonel Mouse was indeed a detestable traitor within the Navy, one whose demise was hardly mourned. Principles, you say? Are you aware that the Thunder Pirates killed Major Ghost Spider? They even allied themselves with the Shichibukai Crocodile, Sengoku exclaimed, his emotions running high. Alas, though it is regrettable. Ghost Spider's stubborn nature left him with little choice, Garp sighed. Moreover, Lu Ming is likely not merely associated with Crocodile. He has also formed ties with Hawkeye Mihawk. According to my sources, Mihawk is now under Lu Ming's command. By the way, did you hear about Mihawk's defeat in the East Blue? He has since lost his title as the world's greatest swordsman, paving the way for Lu Ming to ascend. What? How could such a thing happen? Why was I not informed? Sengoku was taken aback. Haha, it's just that the East Blue is the weakest of the seas, and news travels slowly. Garp chuckled. Given your words, does this not imply that Lu Ming's strength is indeed staggering? Should I still send Admiral Akiji to confront the Thunder Pirates? Might that pose a problem? Sengoku voiced his concerns. Rest assured, Akiji's strength is not to be underestimated, and I am quite eager to see just how formidable the Thunder Pirates have become. Karp said while munching on a rice cracker. Very well. For now, I shall take a hands-off approach regarding the Thunder Pirates. However, should they go too far, they will inevitably attract the attention of the world government. And when that happens, the demon removal order will be issued, plunging this era into chaos, Sengoku lamented, feeling somewhat melancholic. Let us address future matters as they come. For now, I believe you should report the events surrounding the Thunder Pirates to the world government. But do keep the resurrection of Roger under wraps, Karp advised earnestly. I understand. After all, the world government is hardly a benevolent force, Sengoku nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the Thunder Pirates sailed swiftly toward Magic Valley Town. The crew members aboard the ship held a grand feast, indulging in hearty meals and copious amounts of drink, reveling in the pleasures of life. Colonel Tina, have you given any thought to joining our Thunder Pirates? You must have noticed that some within the Navy claim to uphold justice, yet resort to violent means, indifferent to the suffering of innocents. Now, look at us. We have only slain Ghost Spider, demonstrating our principles. Lu Ming remarked with a smile, raising his cup to take a drink as he approached the downcast Colonel Tina. Lu Ming found Tina intriguing. Her innate goodness compelled her to seek to save the Thunder Pirates. Undeterred by the risk of losing her life should they turn against her, such courage was rare indeed. Lu Ming, you have killed Major Ghost Spider. The Navy headquarters, and even the world government, will not let you off easily. You will face more naval forces seeking to capture you. What will your Thunder Pirates do then? Will you continue to eliminate their leaders one by one? Colonel Tina posed a question. Oh, rest assured. I can discern who deserves to perish and who does not. Thus I will judiciously consider the fates of others. Lu Ming spoke earnestly. However, for irritating and overconfident individuals like Smoker, who persistently trouble me, while I may not directly take their lives, I will ensure they pay a heavy price. Lu Ming. This approach is unsustainable, Tina replied, her voice tinged with urgency. From my years in the Navy, it is evident that your Thunder Pirate crew displays too much brilliance, which will inevitably lead to suppression. The forces of the Navy headquarters and the world government are not something your crew can contend with. Oh, you truly wish for death? Lu Ming chuckled softly. Colonel Tina, are you genuinely concerned for my safety? I am not. I merely believe you possess the potential for redemption, Tina responded, a hint of guilt creeping into her tone. Haha, Colonel Tina, my interest in you grows ever deeper. And I will persist in my efforts to recruit you into our Thunder Pirate crew. Though we are pirates, from a global perspective, we too can uphold justice and safeguard this world. Lu Ming's laughter was lighthearted, exuding confidence. The mindset of your Thunder Pirate crew is truly commendable. I find myself at a loss for words, Tina admitted, feeling powerless in the face of Lu Ming's nonchalance. There is nothing to be at a loss for. Each day is a new opportunity, and living is about pursuing the life one desires. As long as one remains true to oneself, why concern oneself with so many trivialities, as the saying goes. When soldiers come, let them fight. When water comes, let it flow. Moreover, our Thunder Pirate crew is not to be trifled with. And how well do you truly understand my capabilities? Lu Ming maintained an optimistic demeanor. All right, I shall cease my words, if that is acceptable, Tina conceded, sensing that continuing might lead her to be swayed. After all, those aboard the Thunder Pirate crew would undoubtedly report to Major General Ghost Spider, claiming she had betrayed the Navy headquarters. Despite the misunderstandings, the higher-ups would only focus on the outcome, rarely considering the events that transpired. Haha, of course, you may be silent, but do reflect on what I have just said. For I speak with earnest intent, Lu Ming remarked with a playful smirk before joining Nami, Princess Vivi, and others for a drink. 2 tranquil days later, the Thunder Pirate crew arrived at Magic Valley Town, a place rich with clues leading to Sky Island, where the mission was being executed by Nico Robin, alongside one of the future emperors of the sea, Blackbeard, and Bellamy, a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo. However, in Lu Ming's memory, this place was not merely inhabited by these intriguing characters, as many others would soon shine brightly after 2 years. Chapter 92. The Lawless Land of Magic Valley Town. Upon entering Magic Valley Town, the members of the Thunder Pirate crew were ablaze with excitement, for this locale was notorious as a haven for rogues, rife with brawls and chaos. How exhilarating! Let us find a tavern and fully indulge in the pleasures this stop has to offer, Lu Ming proclaimed with fervor. However, should anyone seek to trouble us, we shall not hesitate to engage in a grand spectacle, for over 90% of the populace here is composed of outlaws. and it would be permissible to eliminate them. Heh, with our vice captain's words, we shall no longer tread lightly. The members of the 4th Division, endowed with formidable abilities, revealed their fierce countenances, well-versed in the art of instigating conflict. Thus, Lu Ming led a throng of 70 to 80 individuals into Magic Valley Town, attracting considerable attention. Yet, the onlookers did not regard them as a threat. Instead, they offered various taunts, filled with disdain. Tiske, fiske. Those few ladies are quite the catch. If we could enjoy their company for a time, I would willingly break my own ribs to brew them soup. Haha. But those women are likely already worn out. Are they not? Suddenly, amidst the crowd, 2 ruffians brazenly insulted Nami and her companions. The expressions of Nami, Yarlita, and Princess Vivi soured significantly. Such slander was utterly intolerable. How dare you utter another word? Do you believe I won't break your 3rd leg with a single blow? Yarlita's fiery temperament could not endure such provocation, and she shouted back in fury. Oh, who would have thought a spicy lady would appear? Your figure is truly enticing. We would love for you to join us for some fun. One of the provocateurs, donning a cap resembling undergarments, taunted. Goodness, does this fellow possess such terrible taste? Why does it feel as if he has a triangle of fabric atop his head? Bartolomeo could not suppress his derision. Haha, das bonus, could it be that your triangle pants were stolen by that fellow? Bartolomeo, you were courting death. No such scum could ever be worthy of my triangle pants. Das bonus retorted with a thunderous scowl. Haha. Those 2 shifty-eyed fellows clearly lack common sense. One has a triangle on his head, while the other, in the sweltering heat, still wears a thick coat and a hood. Is he not afraid of overheating? The members of the Thunder Pirate crew erupted in laughter, mocking the 2 instigators among the outlaws. Humph. Do you all seem to have a problem with me? I am a champion. I can take on 50 at once. If you dare, come and challenge me. The man with the pants on his head boasted arrogantly. Believing that violence was the only solution, that I will come meet you. Yarlita declared, brandishing a hefty iron rod as she stepped forward. The surrounding crowd, recognizing the impending confrontation, eagerly cleared a space, their faces alight with excitement, chanting, "Let the fight begin. Hurry up. Come, brothers, place your bets." The scene quickly descended into chaos. With an eclectic mix of individuals, all sharing a common trait, a disregard for death and a penchant for stirring trouble. We can have a little spar, but if you lose, you must spend the night with me. The man with the pants leered, appearing overly confident in his own abilities. You seek death. Yarlita's fury ignited, and she charged forward, launching a flurry of strikes with her iron rod. The pants-clad man nimbly evaded her attacks, then suddenly seized Yarlita's weapon, smugly declaring, "What do you think, with a man as formidable as I? Do you have any desires? I am the champion of Magic Valley Town. I have never lost a fight." Yarlita struggled fiercely, but found herself unable to reclaim her weapon, shock dawning upon her as she realized the opponent's strength surpassed her own. "Release me," she demanded, attempting to kick at his leg. "Hey, this lady's tactics are a bit wild, coming at me with such a lethal kick. If you break that, how will we enjoy ourselves?" the pants-clad man jeered. Though a fleeting moment of fear flickered within him, he promptly grasped Yarlita's leg tightly. Yarlita frowned, sensing trouble brewing. Her opponent was clearly no ordinary foe, possessing considerable combat experience. You have lost. Tonight you belong to me. Look at those long legs of yours, truly exquisite. The man leered, licking his lips to eye in that moment. Yarlita felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. As the man continued to grip her leg, he suddenly lifted her off the ground. The surrounding outlaws erupted in cheers, whistling and drooling in excitement. "You have successfully enraged me." Yarlita fumed, feeling humiliated as she dangled upside down in front of the crowd, her beauty and dignity sullied. And worst of all, Lu Ming was watching. In an instant, she activated the slippery fruits ability, causing her body to secrete a slick substance that rendered her frictionless. At that moment, Yarlita became more slippery than an eel, easily escaping the man's grasp. The pants-clad man was momentarily bewildered. He had never encountered someone exuding such a slippery aura. This is bad. As the man in trousers regained his senses, he immediately found himself in peril and instinctively retreated. However, by the time he comprehended the situation and sought to defend himself, it was already too late. With a resounding thud, Yarlita delivered a fierce kick to his leg. Crack. The sound seemed to echo like that of a shattered egg. Pain. Unbearable pain. The man in trousers turned crimson, writhing on the ground in agony. It's over. Has it shattered? I thought I heard a sound just now. I heard it too. How tragic. That woman is terrifying. The surrounding ruffians, witnessing the man's misfortune, instinctively felt a pang of sympathy. Chapter 93. Captain versus Baegis. Well done, Big Sister. The male members of the Thunder Pirates, despite feeling a twinge of sympathy for the man in trousers, were overwhelmed with joy at his plight and cheered Yalada on fervently. Yalada picked up a large iron rod from the ground and unleashed a flurry of blows upon the curled-up figure of the man in trousers. The onlooking ruffians were momentarily stunned, not expecting such ferocity from her. However, they quickly erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Excellent. Marvelous. The crimson blood is a sight to behold. Yalada had no intention of killing him, as she had not yet descended to such cruelty. Thus, after delivering a sufficient beating, she prepared to turn and leave, but just then, the battered man suddenly rose to his feet, as if nothing had happened. However, his demeanor was now markedly different, radiating the ferocity of a wild beast, striking fear into the hearts of those who beheld him. Seeing this, the man's companion sneered. Now we have a real show to watch. But it seems that woman's luck cannot withstand absolute strength. What a pity. Yalada sensed the looming danger, feeling as though she were being fixated upon by an overpowering beast, with the chilling realization that a single misstep could lead to her demise. Yet, she did not falter, swiftly turning to confront the man in trousers once more. I didn't expect your resilience to be as thick as your face. Had I known, I would have killed you outright. Yalada scoffed. The man in trousers, filled with murderous intent, growled, You damned woman. You are merely a plaything for us men, yet you have ruined my life. I will ensure your death. Teach, provoke me, and you won't even know how you perished. Yalada's expression remained impassive, her heart brimming with the desire to kill, considering that he had already vowed to take her life. Boom! The man's strength surged as he delivered a powerful punch to the stone-laden ground, shattering it into pieces. Yalada leapt up, swinging her long leg towards his head. Realizing he could not catch her, the man retaliated with a punch aimed at her foot. Bang! The man's immense strength was evident, as Yalada felt as though she had kicked a boulder, sent flying backwards by the force. Captain Red, witnessing this, rushed to catch Yalada, exclaiming, Yalada, you are no match for him. Let me handle this. Indeed, Captain, Yalada acknowledged, refraining from bravado. Fully aware of the terrifying power of her opponent, pressing on would be unwise. Captain, be careful. That fellow possesses formidable strength. Yalada warned. Fear not. His power is to my liking. A true man must strike with full force. Captain Red, upon seeing the man's strength surge, could no longer suppress his eagerness to engage. Humph! You dare to bully my crew. You are quite arrogant. Shall we have a go? Captain Red cracked his neck and rubbed his fists, then clenched them tightly, his upper body bursting forth, revealing a physique riddled with muscle. Cough! Truly impressive, Captain. Lu Ming couldn't help but praise. Nami instinctively interjected, Lu Ming, isn't that a bit excessive? Being so muscular. You look like a monster. It's quite intimidating. Haha, I was just joking. After all, I am quite pleased with my current physique. Lu Ming chuckled, understanding that for a goddess, the appearance of her favored man was paramount. Hee, that's good. Nami smiled, reassured. Princess Vivi promptly inquired, Lu Ming, who is stronger, the captain or that fellow? Can you tell? Lu Ming pondered for a moment before responding. It seems the captain will need to expend considerable effort to defeat Baegis. Baegis? Colonel Tina, nearby, furrowed her brow. I've heard of this individual. He should be on the Navy's wanted list. It is said that his martial prowess is formidable, unafraid even when facing those with devil fruit abilities. Haha, unafraid. Martial skill is one thing. Being able to contend with devil fruit users merely indicates he has awakened the Busashoku Haki. Lu Ming replied calmly, fully aware of Baegis' capabilities. What is Busashoku Haki? Nami asked, puzzled. Busashoku Haki is an invisible force that can utterly dominate opponents of equal caliber. It enhances both offensive and defensive capabilities, allowing one to navigate effortlessly against Loguetown devil fruit users, provided they have mastered Busashoku Haki. Old Shah, am I correct? Lu Ming concluded, glancing at Old Shah, who possessed a Loguetown devil fruit, capable of becoming intangible and immune to all physical attacks, as long as the opponent lacked Busashoku Haki. Old Shah responded with exasperation, You already know? Why ask me? Just then, Captain Red and Baegis engaged in a bare-handed brawl, their fists meeting with tremendous force, neither yielding an inch. This is interesting. I never expected someone to match my strength. Yet your martial skills appear rudimentary. It seems you rely solely on brute force, which will surely lead to your downfall. Beige sneered. Why waste words? If you're a man, keep fighting. If you can knock me down, I'll take your surname. Captain Red cared little for technique, focusing solely on overwhelming strength. His body's resilience was not to be underestimated. The longer he endured, the more devastating his impending thunderous assault would be. Haha, I like your spirit. Beige laughed heartily, continuing to exchange blows with Captain Red. Both were now battered and bruised, yet Captain Red bore a far greater toll, for Beige had wrapped his fists in an invisible layer of Pusashoka Haki. Cough. I must admit, your punches pack quite a wallop, but this next strike will demonstrate my true, tyrannical power. Captain Red coughed, having sustained internal injuries from Beige's blows, yet he persevered, electricity beginning to crackle around him. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed sharply, sending a wave of unease through the surrounding ruffians. Could it be that he was emanating lightning? Meanwhile, Blackbeard and Poison Q, amidst the crowd, were taken aback, realizing that the one battling Beige was, in fact, a devil fruit user. They had severely underestimated their opponent. Chapter 94. The Repercussions of Fate. A thunderous strike. Poison Q and Beige had both pledged their allegiance to Blackbeard, driven by his vision for the future, which filled them with hope. Thus they willingly vowed to protect him. Poison Q, can you discern what type of devil fruit that individual possesses? Blackbeard inquired instinctively, though he already had some suspicions. After all, having acquired the Yami Yami no Mi, he had perused the devil fruit encyclopedia and was well versed in various abilities. Captain, are you certain you want me to expend my life force to gamble on discovering whether that fruit's abilities are worthwhile? Poison Q retorted with a sinister smile. This Poison Q possesses a terrifying ability, one that allows him to consume his own life force to glimpse into the threads of fate, all the while feigning a gamble to determine outcomes, effectively ensuring victory in every wager, albeit at a great cost to his own well-being. Truly a remarkable gambler. Allow me to inform you directly that the individual currently battling Beige is quite possibly the possessor of the Rumble fruit. What an enviable power indeed. Blackbeard chuckled with unrestrained delight. However, at that very moment, Lu Ming's ears perked up, filtering through the cacophony of noise to isolate Blackbeard's laughter, and he immediately turned his gaze towards him. TSK. This fellow is indeed present. Which indicates that Fire Fist Ace pursued him relentlessly, yet failed to catch his trail? Lu Ming pondered, recalling that just days prior, Fire Fist Ace had passed through the Alabasta Kingdom, intent on tracking Blackbeard, and would likely have traversed Magic Valley Town. Yet, it appears that the wheels of fate have ultimately caused Ace to miss the opportune moment. In the original narrative, had Fire Fist Ace managed to apprehend Blackbeard sooner, he would not have faced the formidable foe that Blackbeard had become, nor would he have been defeated and subsequently handed over to the Marine headquarters, thus truncating his brief existence. Poison Q remained highly vigilant. As Lu Ming cast his gaze upon Blackbeard teach, Poison Q followed his line of sight to observe Lu Ming. Lu Ming merely smiled in response. Yet to Poison Q, it seemed as though this individual completely disregarded both him and Blackbeard teach. Intrigued by Lu Ming, Poison Q discreetly invoked his fate-gazing ability, seeking to probe into Lu Ming's destiny. Wow! In the next instant, Poison Q spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression one of utter disbelief. He was unable to perceive the strands of the other's fate. Could it be that the other's power far exceeded the range of his perception? Poison Q, what has happened? Have you once again harnessed the power of fate to enact an unseen gamble? Who, pray tell, is your target this time? Queried Blackbeard, observing Poison Q's distress with curiosity. Captain, it seems we may have attracted the attention of a formidable character. Poison Q replied, his expression complex. Yet, Beige remained oblivious, his fate perhaps having slipped from their grasp and into the hands of a different group. Upon hearing Poison Q's solemn words, Blackbeard teach instinctively turned to where Poison Q had glanced. Initially, there was nothing to note, as he had no recollection of the individual, likely a result of Poison Q's overzealousness. However, upon spotting Crocodile, a sense of trouble stirred within him, realizing that it was none other than the Shichibukai, Sir Crocodile. With this revelation, it became clear that Beige was contending with one of Crocodile's associates, which certainly meant trouble for his own crew. After all, even if Blackbeard intervened personally, Crocodile would hardly extend any courtesy, given that his own strength had yet to fully develop. Poison Q, instruct Beige to cease his fighting, and accompany me to meet the Shichibukai. We have yet to grow strong enough to adopt a position of arrogance. Blackbeard stated earnestly. What makes Blackbeard particularly fearsome is his ability to endure and adapt. A trait that would later see him emerge as a dark horse in the pirate world, overcoming all Shichibukai and instilling fear even in the 4 emperors and marine admirals. Captain, are we truly to stoop so low? If we gamble with fate, perhaps we might attempt an escape. Poison Q instinctively suggested. Yet, this individual truly had a penchant for gambling, always invoking fate in his dealings. If he won, he could revel in luxury. If he lost, he would find himself in dire straits. Blackbeard, however, could not acquiesce. Crocodile, as a Shichibukai, was not formidable merely due to his status or personal strength. Most crucially, he commanded the Baroque works, a network spanning the seas, with numerous capable individuals under his command. Thus, to offend such a character would be utter folly. It was wiser to extend apologies before calamity struck that it matters not. After all, I, Blackbeard Teach, am a man of dreams and ambition. Without a thick skin, one cannot achieve greatness, Blackbeard declared, his words encapsulating his resolute mindset. Very well, how fitting of our captain. You shall ultimately realize your aspirations. I have staked all my fate upon it. Poison Q mused, deeply admiring Blackbeard Teach's state of mind, recognizing that few possessed such a capacity for resilience and adaptability. Whatever one undertakes, one must always gaze toward the horizon, lest the immediate gains and losses blind one's vision. Blackbeard laughed heartily. Poison Q then stepped forward, exuding an aura of danger that caused all who crossed his path to instinctively retreat, likely having been acquainted with his formidable prowess. Bagus, fate dictates that you must cease your actions immediately. Poison Q declared as he entered Bagus's combat range, his tone grave. Poison Q, are you jesting? Do you not see how invigorated I am? Bagus replied, clearly unimpressed and somewhat disheartened. This is the captain's directive. The decision lies with you. Poison Q replied coolly. Fine, I shall take the next blow from the opponent and then reconsider. Bagus conceded that I doubt this fellow will allow me to retreat easily. Humph, naturally. You've struck me for long enough. It is time for me to showcase my abilities. Captain Red grunted, lightning crackling around him, filling the vicinity with a palpable surge of electric energy that he advanced, fist clenched, unleashing a punch transformed into a thunderous strike. Seeing this, Bagus grinned widely, neither retreating nor yielding, his fists poised as he enveloped himself in the invisible armor of Armament Haki, launching a fierce counterstrike. Boom! The moment their thunderous fists collided, a terrifying force erupted. Reverberating across the battlefield, in the next instant, Red staggered back 3 paces, astonished by the opponent's formidable strength, conceding that he was indeed outmatched. Yet, Bagus was not in a much better position, although he had pushed Captain Red back. The rampant lightning struck him entirely, leaving him paralyzed and disheveled, his once vibrant purple hair now singed and smoking. That Bagus began to regard the opponent's abilities with trepidation. He realized that should the foe strike while he was immobilized, death would be inevitable, with no chance for retaliation. In those brief moments of paralysis, he would have no control over his body. Enough. Bagus, it's time for us to apologize. Blackbeard approached, instinctively patting Bagus's shoulder, only to be jolted by the electric shock coursing through him, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. However, Blackbeard Teach swiftly harnessed his powers, releasing a dark energy that absorbed all the electricity from both himself and Bagus. Meanwhile, on Lu Ming's side, Old Sand immediately discerned the peculiar nature of Blackbeard Teach's abilities and instinctively cautioned, this individual's powers are far more dangerous than I had anticipated, should you wish to confront him. Exercise extreme caution. No matter, merely the power of the dark fruit is still insufficient to pose a threat to me, Lu Ming replied with a calm smile, dismissing Blackbeard Teach's current strength entirely. Confident that even should he grow, he would never pose a threat to him as a being blessed with extraordinary potential. Lu Ming's growth in this world surpassed all others. By the time Blackbeard reached his peak, Lu Ming would have likely ascended to become the most formidable existence in the world that I see. So you are aware of his identity. It seems I have worried unnecessarily, Old Sand remarked, feeling somewhat foolish. Realizing that Lu Ming was already aware of Blackbeard Teach's true nature, the battle between Captain Red and Bagus came to an abrupt halt. It drew the ire of many unscrupulous individuals surrounding them. Hey, is it over? Must you be such a killjoy? Tissish, what happened to the champion? Are you such a coward, afraid of the strong? I must admit, The atmosphere here is quite charged. It seems we have yet to finish our sunflower seeds. Young lady over there, why are you not taking action? That fellow is utterly audacious. Amidst the raucous jeers of the crowd, the members of the Thunder Pirates glared furiously. Young pups, quiet down. This is not a place for weaklings like you to chime in. The members of the Thunder Pirates' 4th Division looked disdainfully at the surrounding rogues, for as ability users, they inherently believed themselves to be superior, exuding confidence. Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach, confronted by the incessant chatter of the miscreants, employed the powers of the dark fruit, unleashing dark water that swiftly ensnared a significant number of them. Whoever dares to continue their prattle shall be devoured like refuse. Blackbeard laughed heartily, dismissing the surrounding criminals. For he deemed himself above them all, save for the formidable crocodile present. What is this terrifying ability? Why do I feel as though I am sinking into a quagmire? It's as if I am truly about to be consumed. The threatened rogues quaked in fear, their tempers flaring yet unwilling to yield easily. Foolishly overestimating yourselves. Let us see if you can withstand a bit of suffering. Without further ado, Blackbeard intensified the dark water's engulfing reach, causing those trapped within its grasp to sink deeper. Before long, the rogues were utterly terrified, realizing they could not escape, and promptly begged for mercy. We were wrong. Please, spare us. We beseech you. Do not hold our transgressions against us. The criminals surrendered, and Blackbeard, displaying unexpected magnanimity, withdrew the dark water's power. However, each use of his abilities inflicted some backlash upon him, causing a twinge of discomfort in his stomach, which he valiantly suppressed. Yearning to retract his powers, his decision to intervene was primarily intended to impress Crocodile, hoping to demonstrate that his prowess should not be underestimated, thereby securing a favorable apology later without losing face. Alas, he had miscalculated, for the true powerhouse among them was not Crocodile, but the unassuming Lu Ming, whose whims dictated the fate of the Thunder Pirates. Shortly thereafter, Blackbeard, accompanied by Poison Q and the Pantsman Burgess, approached the Thunder Pirates. Blackbeard regarded Crocodile with a grin. It is an honor to meet the warlord of the sea. Crocodile, that I must apologize for my companion's earlier indiscretion towards these ladies. I humbly ask for your grace, Crocodile, and in return, I owe you a favor. Blackbeard maintained a posture of equality, yet the surrounding rogues were bewildered. Was he serious? Given his earlier display of power, he was clearly formidable. Why then was he humbling himself before this group? Did they possess extraordinary strength? As they regained their senses, shock and cold sweat washed over them. Wait, did I hear Warlord of the Sea? The Scarred Man is one of them? How did such a powerful figure end up in Magic Valley Town? Is something monumental about to unfold here? Confusion reigned among the criminals as they feverishly speculated, their breaths quickening with excitement. After all, the title of Warlord of the Sea bestowed immense prestige, and to encounter someone of Crocodile's caliber was akin to meeting a living legend. It dawns on me. That is indeed Crocodile. User of the Sand Fruit, who single-handedly annihilated a naval ship and was subsequently recruited by the world government as a warlord of the sea. Chapter 96. Mistakenly believing Old Sand is the leader? Indeed, I recall seeing his poster before. It seems those surrounding him are his subordinates. How enviable. I wish to join them. The rogue shifted from astonishment to admiration. I never expected your reputation to precede you so. Suddenly, the boisterous Yarlita interjected, treating Crocodile as though he were not the imposing figure others perceived him to be, almost as if she considered herself his superior. Crocodile, somewhat disinterested, replied, that was in the past. I am now rather low-key. Therefore, Captain of the 2nd Division, please refrain from mentioning me. I have no desire to elaborate his words. The surrounding rogues were left utterly perplexed. Even Blackbeard, Poison Q, and Burgess were taken aback. What was happening? The narrative seemed amiss. Crocodile, a warlord of the sea, such a formidable being, referred to as the 2nd Division captain. Indeed, this stunning woman appeared to be no match for him, but perhaps it was not a matter of strength. Could it be that her status surpassed that of Crocodile? Was she the daughter of some great figure, or perhaps a beloved of a powerful lord? Shoo, keep it down. Do you wish to suffer? If overheard, we shall all be doomed. Crocodile himself is respectful towards her. Do you understand the extent of his abilities? It is said that wherever the sands blow, life is instantly devoured. Upon hearing this, many rogues felt a chill of fear towards Crocodile, understanding that provoking such a being would lead to dire consequences. Blackbeard, now thoroughly bewildered, began to recognize that something was amiss. yet he could not pinpoint where the error lay. Was the muscular man battling Burgess really the true leader of this group? But the man's strength seemed lacking, especially compared to Crocodile. How could such a presence battle one of lesser ability? Perplexed, Blackbeard glanced at his companions, realizing he was in quite the predicament. Who should he apologize to? Old Sand, they seek your forgiveness. What do you think should be done? Captain Red spoke up, his heart softened by their apparent contrition. Deciding against further persecution, Crocodile merely smiled wryly. Captain, you jest. They are merely mistaken about me. I am but the captain of the 4th Division. What authority do I hold? This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd of onlookers. Indeed, there must be someone more powerful than Crocodile among them. Was the muscular captain the true leader? After all, even the warlord of the sea had shown deference to him, indicating respect for his position. Perhaps this captain concealed true, formidable strength? Captain Red pondered for a moment and said, very well, let Yarlita, Nami, Princess Vivi, and Tina decide how to proceed. After all, we agreed upon this before arriving in town, did we not? Yes, Captain, I share this sentiment. Crocodile nodded in agreement. Nearby, Bartolomeo and others turned to the ladies. Big sister, it's your call. These ruffians spoke so harshly. You cannot show them mercy. Yes, they even suggested breaking ribs to make soup for you. Why not break a few of theirs in return? Yarlita, resting her chin on her hand, contemplated for a moment before smiling. Who among you mentioned breaking ribs for soup? Let each take responsibility for their own words. That was Burgess who made that remark. If it were not for the captain's wishes, I would never easily acquiesce, even if you were warlords of the sea. Burgess stood up, visibly irked. For it was apparent to any discerning observer that their adversaries were deliberately putting them in a difficult position. Yet, all their captain had done was extend a modicum of courtesy. Did they truly believe that they were intimidated? If it came to a fight, they would be ready to risk everything. Do you possess any semblance of character? I demand to see you break a few of your ribs to brew us some broth. Otherwise, I care not who you are, if you offend us, even if we are not your equals. The Thunder Pirate crew stands united, and you shall not leave here unscathed. Yarlita scoffed, further revealing her domineering nature. She wanted Burgess to break his own ribs and see if he dared to brew soup from them. Burgess, his face dark as thunderclouds, thought, what nonsense is this? Breaking my own ribs for soup. Was that merely a pretentious jest? Meanwhile, Blackbeard Teach was rapidly pondering in his mind, Thunder Pirate crew? Why had he heard nothing about them? They were evidently an obscure pirate crew. Of course, with Crocodile aboard. Their obscurity was likely a ruse. Perhaps the Thunder Pirate crew was merely keeping a low profile or had only recently been established. Madam, I am the captain of Burgess. I implore you to spare him, Blackbeard Teach said, his tone unusually humble. How about I owe you a favor? Yarlita was unimpressed, entirely dismissive of Teach's overtures. After all, who was Blackbeard to her? The surrounding ne'er-do-wells buzzed with speculation. Thunder Pirate crew, never heard of them. Indeed, which notable figure do they serve? Yet, even the warlords of the sea can only attain the rank of the 4th Division leader aboard their ship. They must be fearsome indeed. I know of the Thunder Pirate crew. I've heard they hail from the East Blue, but are these the individuals before us? What, the weakest of the 4 seas? The East Blue? Surely not. The warlords of the sea are aboard their ship. The intelligence must be mistaken. Everyone, look here. I happen to have a wanted poster from the East Blue. Let me see if it includes the Thunder Pirate crew. One of the ruffians produced several wanted posters, initially intended for robbery, yet now serving as a testament to their findings. Soon, he discovered a wanted poster bearing the name of the Thunder Pirate crew. Look, are these the people? It seemed so, as several of the figures matched the wanted individuals depicted. As they delved deeper into the investigation, their confusion grew. The highest bounty for the Thunder Pirate crew was for their captain. Captain Reed, at a mere 20 million berries. Is this a jest? Why such a paltry sum, with such a trivial bounty? I wouldn't even consider them a target for my usual heists. Indeed, this bounty is far too low. They must be mere small-time pirates. The outlaws couldn't help but scoff, perplexed. They also struggled to comprehend why Crocodile would join such a crew, willingly taking on the role of the 4th Division leader. Was the entire Thunder Pirate crew merely playing the part of the underdog, their true strength exceeding all expectations? Or did only Crocodile comprehend their authentic capabilities? Otherwise, how could such a powerful warlord of the sea abandon his dignity and bow before them? Blackbeard Teach, overhearing the murmurs of the surrounding criminals, felt his own doubts intensifying. Who, exactly, was the true mastermind behind the Thunder Pirate crew? It was evident they were targeting him. Otherwise, they would have spoken up by now. Returning to the matter at hand, Bagus, upon hearing your leader's words, was enraged. His teeth clenched as he prepared to retaliate. In response, Toxic Q stepped forward, stating, "Pardon me for the interruption. I believe our fate rests in the hands of this esteemed individual." As Toxic Q spoke, he regarded Lu Ming with gravity. Previously, he had attempted to peer into the depths of fate, but faced backlash. Now, he surmised that this individual was the true puppeteer behind the scenes. What? Just an unremarkable lad, the outlaws thought, unable to believe he was the most influential among them. However, Blackbeard Teach trusted Toxic Q's judgment implicitly, recognizing his keen insight into fate. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Bowing in apology to Lu Ming, "My lord, I ask you to spare my crew. It was indeed my men who erred. I can offer adequate compensation." Blackbeard Teach's demeanor was sincere, humble, and adaptable. Those who underestimated him now would swiftly be proven wrong in the years to come. "Huh, Blackbeard Teach, you certainly know how to navigate these waters." Lu Ming chuckled, for he did not wish to provoke Blackbeard at this juncture. After all, this man would soon become a formidable boss-level character. If he were to eliminate him now, the rewards would be minimal, but should he allow Blackbeard to gather strength and resources, the eventual harvest would be bountiful. Thus, Lu Ming resolved to refrain from animosity towards Blackbeard, for as long as he did not provoke him. He would not easily trigger any system missions. Blackbeard Teach, upon hearing this, grew more convinced that Lu Ming was indeed the true power here. "You jest, my lord. When one makes a mistake, one must adopt a humble stance to achieve tranquility." Still maintaining his courtesy, Blackbeard Teach thought that Lu Ming likely would not engage him in battle, given that he had just showcased his abilities. Surely, Lu Ming recognized the peculiar and formidable nature of his powers. "Humph, you are indeed a clever one, since your demeanor is so earnest. I shall not make things difficult for you." Lu Ming smiled, then fixed his gaze upon Bagus and Toxic Q. Bagus, Toxic Q, it seems you two harbor certain intentions towards the women of our Thunder Pirate crew. Just moments ago, your words were exceedingly unpleasant. Even I found them intolerable. Thus, if you can each deliver 20 slaps to one another, I shall overlook your transgressions this time. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the outlaws could hardly contain their admiration. Truly, he exemplified the ideal figure among them, his approach aligning with what they found entertaining. The confidence radiating from his calm demeanor was not something easily feigned. Indeed, this seemingly ordinary youth was the very foundation upon which Crocodile had chosen to adopt a more humble stance. I eagerly await this individual's display of prowess. The outlaws buzzed with speculation, urging, "Come on, start slapping each other. If that fails, perhaps they could resist and give us a spectacular battle to witness." Seeing Bagus and Toxic Q remain unmoved, impatience took hold of the onlookers. Bagus and Toxic Q, muscles tense, wondered how they could possibly slap each other in front of such a crowd. Did they truly care so little for their dignity? Blackbeard Teach sighed inwardly, though he longed to intervene. The reality that even Crocodile had submitted weighed heavily upon him, and if he acted now, Bagus and Toxic Q could very well perish before him. Thus, he chose to endure once more, yearning for greater power. After all, acquiring Whitebeard's tremor fruit would undoubtedly allow him to look down upon countless foes. Toxic Q, Bagus, I understand your discomfort, but as the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, there is no need to fear the lack of firewood. Is it so difficult to deliver a few slaps? If one aspires to great deeds, such trials are but trifles. Blackbeard Teach spoke earnestly. Do not forget, our dreams must never cease. Upon hearing the mention of dreams, both men felt a stirring within. Thus, they nodded in unison, acknowledging, "Captain, we understand." With that, the resounding slaps echoed through the air. Toxic Q and Bagus engaged in a fierce exchange of slaps, each delivering blows to the other in turn. While the act itself was not painful, their cheeks burned with humiliation, an indelible shame that would haunt them for a lifetime. The only means to erase this disgrace would be to annihilate every member of the Thunder Pirate crew. Alas, their current strength was woefully inadequate to mount any resistance against this formidable foe. "Wait, have you all forgotten to eat?" Lu Ming interjected after observing them exchange 10 slaps each. Lu Ming's words. Not only were Bagus and Toxic Q taken aback, but even the surrounding rogues paused in surprise, realizing that he was clearly trying to put them in a difficult position. Yet, there was a certain thrill to this spectacle. The enjoyment of trampling one's opponents was palpable. "What do you mean by that?" Bagus replied, his expression darkening. The mutual slapping had already tested their limits, and now Lu Ming was demanding even more from them. Cough, cough. I merely think you're trying to fool me. Why is it that you suddenly seem incapable of delivering a proper slap? With such a light touch, do you think this is merely a child's game? Lu Ming's demeanor turned frigid as he spoke. Though he had no desire to confront Blackbeard Teach directly at this moment, he felt free to deal with Teach subordinates. Hey, do you have a problem with your eyesight? You call this light? Look, I've left a handprint on Toxic Q's face. Bagus blustered, yet he felt a twinge of guilt at Lu Ming's sudden coldness. Humph, do you dare question my eyesight? Lu Ming scoffed, advancing a few steps until he stood before Bagus, looking down upon him. You shall resume slapping. The previous force was insufficient. If you are unsure how to proceed, I can teach you, with a chilling tone. Lu Ming's commanding presence left no room for dissent. Bagus clenched his jaw. Feeling the weight of humiliation like never before did he long to retaliate against Lu Ming, but reconsidered, having already lowered himself to this disgraceful act. To abandon it now would render his previous endurance meaningless. Thus, he silently swallowed his resentment and began slapping Toxic Q anew. With each resounding slap, Bagus exerted more force than before. Toxic Q felt the stinging pain radiate through his face, internally lamenting Bagus's lack of mercy. Isn't this a bit excessive? After 20 slaps, my face might be unrecognizable, and I could lose a few teeth. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he coughed up blood. Accompanied by a tooth, the surrounding rogues erupted into laughter, reveling in the spectacle. This is exhilarating. Look, a tooth flew out after just 5 slaps. There are still 15 left. He might end up toothless, they mocked. Their jeers echoing through the air, Bagus seethed inwardly, feeling utterly humiliated, and vowed to exact revenge on these mockers once this farce concluded. Realizing he had been too rough, he decided to temper his strength. Hey, Toxic Q, hit me harder. As long as it's you, I can endure anything. The absurdity of this statement prompted laughter among the rogues, who found the notion of the two men engaging in such an act quite distasteful. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd, a man with a broad upper body and a slim lower half, exuding explosive energy. The rogues instinctively parted, recognizing him as Bellamy. It's Bellamy. Who would have thought he would join this fray? They murmured, excitement bubbling in their voices. Blackbeard, however, felt a sense of foreboding wash over him. Yet another member of the Warlords of the Sea had entered the fray. What is it to you? This is our business, Blackbeard retorted, glaring at the man who had dared to question him. Though he had forced Bagus and Toxic Q to endure such humiliation due to Crocodile's submission to the Thunder Pirate crew, he could not tolerate anyone speaking to him in such a manner. Bellamy, grinning widely, responded, What does it matter? In this lawless land, no one has authority, and conflict can arise at any moment. Lu Ming observed the situation. Recognizing Bellamy as the owner of the Spring fruit, he recalled how this character had initially been a nuisance, only to later redeem himself after being defeated by Luffy and realizing the futility of his past actions. But just as Lu Ming focused his attention on Bellamy, he noticed Bagus had once again weakened the force of his slaps. Are you disregarding my words? Enraged, Lu Ming swiftly delivered a slap to Bagus's face, unleashing a powerful dragon-like force that propelled Bagus backward. With the force of a thunderous strike, Bagus, the towering figure, coughed up blood, sent flying like a cannonball, demolishing structures in his wake until he landed 100 meters away, unconscious and unaware of his fate. What? The surrounding rogues stood frozen in disbelief. This person is terrifying. A mere slap unleashed such power. Who could withstand that? After a moment of stunned silence, they regarded Lu Ming with a mix of fear and awe. This was the true essence of strength, appearing gentle and composed, yet capable of unleashing devastating power in an instant. The crowd began to retreat, fearing for their safety in the presence of such might. Blackbeard's expression shifted to one of dread. Could he also be a devil fruit user? Perhaps a mythical beast type? He pondered, recognizing the potential threat posed by Lu Ming. Meanwhile, Toxic Q could not help but gulp, shaken by the revelation of Lu Ming's formidable power. Fate had favored him this time. Had he not struck Bagus with greater force, he might have been the one to suffer the consequences of Lu Ming's wrath. Blackbeard Teach, it seems your companions lack awareness. If this continues, I shall not be satisfied. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly cast a frigid gaze upon the nearby Blackbeard Teach. Within, Blackbeard Teach harbored a fury he dared not express, having reached the brink of forbearance. After all, this was exceedingly overbearing, leaving him utterly devoid of dignity. Even a fool could discern that this was a blatant attempt to make things difficult for them. My lord, I sincerely apologize. That scoundrel Bagus may possess a misguided understanding of strength, but I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Moreover, your recent slap sent him flying over 100 meters. He is likely unconscious by now, Blackbeard Teach said with a grim expression. Haha, Blackbeard Teach, I must say I find your character rather admirable. After all, you are capable of both submission and resilience, Lu Ming remarked with a smile. However, rest assured, I greatly appreciate your mindset, so I can grant you this favor. How about this? Provide us, the Thunder Pirate crew, with 10 billion berries as compensation for the mental anguish suffered by the girls aboard my ship. And I shall overlook today's events, sparing you any further distress. What say you, Blackbeard Teach? Lu Ming inquired, his expression a mixture of amusement and calculation, convinced that this man must be wealthy. After all, Blackbeard Teach had triumphed over the owner of the Gura Gura Nami on Drum Island. And it was hard to believe that he had not seized the opportunity to plunder in that nation. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard Teach's face twitched uncontrollably. Damn it, this is utterly devilish. 10 billion berries? Good heavens, does he truly think I am a money tree? Just as Blackbeard hesitated, Poison Q instinctively interjected. Captain, wealth is but a transient possession that if fate were directly tied to money, I believe our lives hold far greater value. Poison Q was also terrified after receiving 8 slaps. His face was nearly ruined, and his teeth felt loose out if the slapping continued. He would surely be left incapacitated, not to mention the risk of a concussion. Blackbeard Teach understood that material wealth was secondary. When compared to his comrades, their lives held far more value. Yet the crucial point was that Lu Ming demanded 10 billion berries, and even if he were to sell everything he owned, he could only muster 5 billion. This sum was derived from the spoils of plunder on Drum Island, intended to be used to acquire a larger ship. My lord, to be candid, we cannot produce such a sum. We only have 5 billion berries, Blackbeard Teach promptly conveyed to Lu Ming. The surrounding outlaws, overhearing this, regarded Blackbeard Teach as a plump sheep. Who would have thought that this man, dressed like a bum, would possess 5 billion berries? The hidden depths were truly unfathomable. Oh, merely 5 billion berries? Lu Ming feigned a cold laugh. Then what do you propose? Those who have wronged me, I care not who they are, be they navy or celestial dragons. They are all but ants in my eyes. Easily disposed of. Do you comprehend my meaning? Blackbeard Teach was filled with trepidation. The audacity of his opponent was staggering. Clearly, his strength needed to be enhanced, especially since he appeared to disregard even the celestial dragons. Realizing this, Blackbeard Teach suggested, My lord, please remain calm. How about this? I will find a way to raise the funds. Of course, I will provide you with 5 billion berries, and for the remainder, I can issue an IOU. Once I have acquired the funds, or if you happen to encounter us again, we will repay you. How does that sound? Lu Ming pondered briefly before replying with a smile. Blackbeard Teach, I have high hopes for you. If that is the case, I can agree to your proposal. Thank you, my lord. May I inquire as to how you wish to be addressed? Blackbeard Teach felt a wave of relief wash over him. Resolving matters with currency was naturally acceptable. After all, as a pirate, there were numerous ways to acquire wealth. However, Blackbeard Teach would not indiscriminately rob the innocent, for he had experienced the consequences firsthand and generally refrained from harming the innocent. His earlier ruckus on Drum Island was solely due to Poison Q's feud with the island's king. I am Lu Ming, the vice captain of the Thunder Pirate crew, Lu Ming declared. Old Shaw, take a few brothers and accompany Blackbeard Teach to retrieve the funds. Lu Ming then casually instructed Crocodile. Crocodile appeared somewhat impatient, but nonetheless agreed without delay. The outlaws, witnessing this interaction, were left in a state of astonishment that it was hard to believe that someone of Crocodile's lofty status and formidable strength would so readily acquiesce to a pirate with a mere bounty of over 10 million berries. It was utterly inconceivable. Was Crocodile simply being submissive, or was it a matter of respecting strength above all else? Poison Q, go check on Bagus. I will accompany them to retrieve the money, Blackbeard instructed before departing. Concerned about Bagus's unknown fate in this lawless land, who knew if Bagus might suffer further harm inexplicably? Captain, rest assured, I shall attend to it immediately, Poison Q responded, feeling rejuvenated at the prospect of leaving the Thunder Pirate crew's company, as they had been excessively tyrannical, and he felt utterly powerless to resist. After Lu Ming made the necessary arrangements, he turned to smile at Nami, Princess Vivi, Yarlita, and Tina, saying, So, what do you think? Are you satisfied with my decision? Yes, I am quite satisfied, Nami replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, feeling the warmth of Lu Ming's concern. Princess Vivi, her gaze evasive, added, Lu Ming, thank you for speaking up for us. Had I been alone, I would surely have been bullied. Ha! Fear not. You are a cherished guest aboard our ship, and the Thunder Pirate crew will ensure your safety, Lu Ming assured her. Well, thank you once again. Princess Vivi felt a surge of gratitude, deepening her feelings for Lu Ming. Yerlita, brimming with excitement, expressed her astonishment at being personally defended by Lu Ming. Vice Captain, I am immensely grateful. What would you like in return? If you desire anything from me, I am more than willing, even if it is something daring. Yerlita boldly flirted in broad daylight. Cough, cough. Someone, please take Yerlita away to calm down. She may have been traumatized in the recent battle, Lu Ming exclaimed, his eyelids twitching at Yerlita's open advances, finding it challenging to cope with her unabashed approach. Tina, standing nearby, could not suppress a laugh, and said, I never expected you to encounter a troublesome situation. I thought someone as powerful as you would be invincible. Sweat. The truth is, I generally do not strike women. All right, Lu Ming explained, feeling somewhat guilty. Is that so? I can't shake the feeling that you would strike a woman, Tina teased him further. Cough. I genuinely have never hit a woman, I assure you. Lu Ming coughed, unsure of what Tina was thinking. How about this? If the opportunity arises, try hitting me once to see how it feels. I promise not to hold it against you. Tina laughed, knowing that once she returned to the Navy, she would have no chance to contend with Lu Ming, hoping he would not go easy on her. Enough with the jokes. I plan to undermine the Navy's foundations, and I am more concerned about your safety than anything else. How could I possibly strike you? Lu Ming replied instinctively with a grin. This caused Tina's cheeks to flush slightly. Hearing Lu Ming express concern for her well-being felt like a tender caress, warming her heart. Humph, you are trying to brainwash me again. Well, I doubt I have that fortune, Tina said, seemingly unable to confront her own feelings, and promptly fell silent. Lu Ming did not press further, since the women aboard were satisfied with his decision. It was time to address the next matter. He fixed his gaze upon Bellamy. The members of the Thunder Pirate crew followed Lu Ming's gaze to the distant Bellamy. Was the captain indicating his disapproval of that fellow? Bartolomeo contemplated for a moment before striding forward and calling out, Hey, you over there. Yes, you. Come here. Bellamy, bewildered and feeling the pressure, recalled the power of Lu Ming's earlier slap. He understood that this individual was extraordinarily formidable, possibly even more so than himself. What do you want? You can't just summon me like that. It's quite humiliating. Besides, do I even know you? Huh. Do not presume that I am as easily bullied as they are. I am a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Bellamy boldly invoked his backing, pondering that with the formidable warlord of the sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo, supporting him, this group would likely not dare to make things too difficult for him. Moreover, it appeared that he had not provoked them in any way. The nefarious individuals around him whispered amongst themselves, fully aware of Bellamy's affiliation with Doflamingo. Yet, the most pressing matter was their inability to stifle their laughter. Is this Bellamy fellow truly oblivious to the situation? After all, the Thunder Pirates managed to subdue Crocodile, another warlord of the sea, who could only serve as the captain of the 4th Division on their ship. What is Doflamingo in comparison? Besides, he is merely a subordinate of Doflamingo. Indeed, he was far too self-assured. However, one thing was certain, a spectacle was about to unfold. The criminals could hardly contain their anticipation, knowing that Bellamy was about to meet his downfall, as they relished in the moments of witnessing someone being bullied. Bellamy, of course, caught wind of some of these remarks, leaving him utterly perplexed. What Crocodile, one of the warlords of the sea, has submitted to the Thunder Pirates? How did I miss that? Bellamy was unfamiliar with Crocodile and had no prior knowledge of him, as he had not been present when the criminals spoke of Crocodile's exploits. Hey, you. Are you one of those who only shed tears when faced with a coffin? Must we take action for you to come to your senses? Bartolomeo suddenly exhibited a thuggish demeanor, threateningly declaring, Do you believe I won't break your legs and drag you over? Bellamy felt a twinge of insecurity, yet it was overshadowed by his indignation. After all, as a defiant individual, accustomed to arrogance, how could he easily tolerate such humiliation? Moreover, he could not compare himself to Burgess and Poison Q, as they had the notorious Blackbeard at their side, allowing them to endure. Damn it, you think you can order me around? Well then, let us see just how audacious you are. Bellamy immediately activated his devil fruit powers, causing the muscles in his calves to contract like springs before unleashing a sudden burst of speed. In that moment, Bellamy's velocity reached a level that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, darting about in a flurry, leaving the ordinary onlookers bewildered by the mere presence of his fleeting silhouette. Bartolomeo's face contorted in confusion, suddenly realizing he had underestimated the situation. Clearly, his opponent was also a devil fruit user. After all, how could an ordinary person achieve such feats? Smack! In the blink of an eye, before Bartolomeo could devise a counter, he was struck squarely in the face. Damn it, don't think that just because you did that, I won't be able to handle you. Bartolomeo erupted in fury, outraged that someone dared to strike his face. What if he ended up looking ugly? How would Vice Captain Lu Ming react to his disfigurement? Barrier slide. Bartolomeo promptly activated his devil fruit ability, but this time, instead of erecting a defensive barrier, he covered the ground within a certain radius with an invisible shield, one that had a very weak friction compared to the ground's stone surface. Given his opponent's incredible speed, it was likely that he relied on the ground's friction. If Bartolomeo could alter the surface, his opponent would surely slip, crash, as Bartolomeo's barrier slide was unleashed in an instant. Bellamy found himself tumbling head over heels, having lost his footing. How did you fall while jumping about? The criminals erupted in laughter, thoroughly entertained by the comedic display. Chapter 101. An invitation for Bellamy to join? Naturally, they were aware that it was Bartolomeo's ability at play, and it was undoubtedly the power of a devil fruit that in that moment, they felt a sense of dread regarding the Thunder Pirate's strength and potential. For how many devil fruit users could there possibly be among them? Damn it, what is wrong with this ground? Bellamy groaned as he staggered to his feet, nearly having broken his leg from the fall. He touched the ground, sensing something was amiss. It felt as if it was covered by a transparent layer, akin to glass. I am the wielder of the barrier fruit. I have carpeted the area with my slide. Care to continue testing your strength against mine? Bartolomeo proclaimed with smug satisfaction, reveling in his opponent's misfortune. The third captain is so impressive. I didn't expect him to have a new ability. Big sister. Why don't you lend Bartolomeo a hand? If your powers were to combine with his, the opponent would truly be at a loss. Yarlita furrowed her brows. Humph. I have no intention of collaborating with that ugly creature. Moreover, he is more than capable on his own. If I were to step in, it would simply be bullying. In that case, even if our Thunder Pirates emerged victorious, Bartolomeo's attempts to show off would be thwarted. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle, instinctively remarking, Yarlita, you certainly seem to know that fellow quite well. Vice Captain, I am not interested in him. I wish to know more about you, if you please. And please, do not associate me with Bartolomeo. My heart belongs solely to you. Yarlita hastily clarified, anxious that Lu Ming might misunderstand her connection with Bartolomeo. Lu Ming suddenly snapped back to reality, regretting his flippant words. Cough. What I meant to say is that Bartolomeo's newfound abilities stemmed from a theory I proposed. Therefore, in the future, if any of you, as devil fruit users, encounter difficulties in developing your powers, feel free to seek my assistance. Lu Ming quickly redirected the conversation with a serious tone. Indeed, Vice Captain Lu Ming has extensive knowledge in the development of devil fruit abilities. My own powers have grown significantly under his guidance, Captain Red praised. After all, just days prior, having listened to Lu Ming's insights, the lightning he could now unleash had increased exponentially. Of course, this was merely the result of splitting his arm into 10 electric panels. He could potentially develop thousands of such panels across his entire body. After all, Lu Ming had previously stated that an eel could possess between 1,000 and 5,000 electric panels. It was unfathomable that he, as a human, could be less capable than an eel. Rest assured, Captain, I will seek out Vice Captain Lu Ming tonight to discuss my devil fruit abilities. I have recently hit a bottleneck. Yarlita giggled to herself. Many of the elite agents of the 4th Division were also devil fruit users. Though they were somewhat skeptical about Lu Ming's reliability in developing such powers, the fact that both Lu Ming and the captain had vouched for him made it worth a shot. Meanwhile, Bellamy, feeling disgruntled, decided to forego any flashy tactics this time and charged straightforwardly at Bartolomeo with a swift punch. Bartolomeo, seeing this, chuckled, "Now I can handle this." He crossed his arms in a protective stance, readying his barrier. Bellamy, unable to perceive the invisible shields, collided headfirst into them, experiencing a crushing defeat. A mere fool like you? I could easily take on 10 of you, especially one as flamboyant as yourself, Bartolomeo boasted, feeling a sense of vindication. Bellamy, overwhelmed by embarrassment, realized he had humiliated himself greatly. He had only managed to land a single punch when his opponent was caught off guard. And now he found himself in this dismal state. Standing a short distance away, Bellamy hesitated to continue his assault, for within this realm lay invisible barriers, rendering it impossible for him to discern their locations. At that moment, Lu Ming approached, observing Bellamy with an amused expression. So, what do you think? Are our thunder pirates not more powerful than you? Humph, what do you mean by that? Are you here to mock me? If it weren't for his peculiar ability, I would have dealt with him long ago, Bellamy retorted defiantly. Bartolomeo, hearing this, scoffed. Oh, come on. Are you really that incapable of accepting defeat? Did you not also utilize your devil fruit powers? If your skills are lacking, do not blame me for not allowing you to win. Ha ha, exactly. Bellamy, do not be a sore loser. How embarrassing. With so many eyes upon you, do you not feel ashamed? The criminals, like fickle leaves in the wind, sided with whoever appeared to be victorious. Humph, what business is it of yours? If you cannot stand it, feel free to come and take me on. Bellamy's expression darkened. TCH, the last champion spoke just like you, and he was sent flying over 100 meters away with a single slap. What makes you so bold? The nefarious individuals continued to disregard Bellamy, especially since the Thunder Pirate crew was currently targeting him. What were they afraid of? Seizing the opportunity to intimidate him, they relished the moment. Upon being reminded of this, Bellamy felt a wave of unease wash over him when faced with Lu Ming. He sensed that this individual's power surpassed even that of Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was already a formidable foe. Bellamy, do not be anxious. I am here to inquire whether you would be interested in joining our Thunder Pirate crew. Lu Ming said with a smile. Indeed, having Bellamy join would not only provoke da Flamingo's wrath, but it would also likely lead to numerous subordinates being dispatched to confront the Thunder Pirate crew, thus allowing Lu Ming to accrue a wealth of lottery points. Moreover, Bellamy could be molded into a valuable asset with proper training. Bellamy was momentarily stunned. What kind of performance was unfolding after all this time? The other party was attempting to recruit him rather than cause him trouble. It was a false alarm. Not only was Bellamy bewildered, but the surrounding individuals and several members of the Thunder Pirate crew were equally perplexed. Particularly, Bartolomeo was left even more astonished. He had just fought this man, only to discover that he was an ally. Reflecting on his failure to discern Lu Ming's intentions, Bartolomeo felt a deep sense of regret, realizing he had not shown enough affection towards Lu Ming, the vice-captain. Otherwise, he should have been able to grasp the vice-captain's meaning. What do you say? Should you consider this? I believe you, too, would not wish to remain a mere pawn in da Flamingo's grasp. Forever trapped in such a place, Lu Ming continued with a calm smile. Chapter 102. What is the Don Quixote family worth? Bellamy felt somewhat insulted. After all, how could he be considered a traitor to his master? Humph, if da Flamingo were to hear your words, even your Thunder Pirate crew would be unable to escape unscathed, for da Flamingo's influence is beyond your imagination. Bellamy snorted softly. In his understanding, da Flamingo commanded the Don Quixote family. Moreover, it seemed he was closely allied with one of the four emperors, indicating that da Flamingo had powerful backing. Thus, how could a mere band of pirates like the Thunder Pirate crew, akin to drifting weeds, possibly stand against the Don Quixote family or even a four emperor? Da Flamingo, Lu Ming scoffed dismissively. What is he but a triviality? In my presence, he is no more than an ant. And it appears you look down upon the members of the Thunder Pirate crew. Bellamy was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. He never expected this man to show such a lack of fear towards da Flamingo. Surely he must have never encountered da Flamingo, or else he wouldn't dare utter such audacious words. The surrounding criminals speculated among themselves, sensing Lu Ming's confidence in his own strength and that of his crew. Yet, it was unfortunate that da Flamingo was not present. If he were, it would quickly be revealed who was the mightier. I believe da Flamingo may not pose a threat to the Thunder Pirate crew. What do you all think? One of the criminals pondered, displaying a keen analytical mind. What do you mean by that? Another asked, consider this. No matter how powerful da Flamingo may be, at best, he is merely one of the 7 warlords of the sea, perhaps with a few exceptionally skilled subordinates. But do not forget, the captain of the Thunder Pirate crew's 4th division, Sir Crocodile, is also one of the 7 warlords. His status is on par with da Flamingo, and Crocodile commands the Baroque Works, a name you must have heard of. I am aware of that organization. Baroque Works is renowned across the seas and is said to have a vast network of several thousand members. At that moment, Bellamy was taken aback by the discussions among the surrounding criminals. Realizing he had underestimated the strength of the Thunder Pirate crew, especially with the presence of Sir Crocodile, he felt a sudden lack of confidence, as his previous words now seemed to backfire. Just then, the flamboyant Frankie, a member of the Thunder Pirate Crew's 4th Division, pirouetted into view. I am Frankie, the most beautiful member of the Thunder Pirate Crew. Hearing your discussions about our Thunder Baroque works, I can reveal to you our foundation and strength as one of its original members, Frankie declared with a sense of pride. In the East Blue, we have over 8,000 members, in the West Blue, 12,000, in the South Blue, 15,000, and in the North Blue, 20,000, all of whom are part of our Thunder Baroque works. That so, who among you still believes we fear a mere warlord of the sea? Furthermore, our vice captain possesses unfathomable strength, and Hawkeye my hawk is his brother. What is Doflamingo to us? Should we truly fear him? Bellamy, although I know not why the vice captain invited you, it would be wise not to be ungrateful. Seize this opportunity. If you hesitate, you may come to regret it, Frankie admonished Bellamy. At that moment, the surrounding criminals began to reassess their views on the Thunder Pirate Crew, realizing its formidable strength, perhaps from the outset. The Thunder Pirate Crew was the true force behind Baroque works, while Crocodile merely played the role of a figurehead. This revelation led them to reconsider their previous assumptions. How could such a modestly bountied crew force a 7 warlord to bow in submission? And more alarmingly, how could the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk, possibly be a subordinate of Lu Ming? Humph! Does he not fear that the wind might betray him? Hawkeye my hawk, the world's greatest swordsman, was a force to be reckoned with. Even Doflamingo held him in high regard, and it was rumored that even one of the 4 emperors, Shanks, could not contend with him. Who could convince such a legendary figure to lower himself and willingly serve another? Bellamy found the situation laughable, thinking perhaps the other side was merely attempting to intimidate him. He believed the Thunder Pirate Crew was simply engaging in a ruse, aside from their undisclosed dealings with Baroque works. How foolish! MR.5, with his bomb fruit powers, could not help but cast a disdainful look at Bellamy, utterly perplexed by the vice captain's invitation to such an imbecile. Lu Ming, unfazed, chuckled lightly and asked, Bellamy, I ask you this. Do you wish to grasp the opportunity the Thunder Pirate Crew offers to grow stronger? Or are you so deeply entrenched in fear of Doflamingo that it has seeped into your very bones? Or have you become so hopelessly enamored with Doflamingo that you can no longer extricate yourself from his grasp? If it is the latter, then you are indeed a pitiable soul, for you have been cast aside by Doflamingo, not even deemed worthy to be a member of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo looks down upon you, discarding you as nothing more than a used pawn. Lu Ming's words struck a chord. After all, the reason Bellamy mocked those with dreams in Magic Valley Town was that he understood the futility of dreams for the weak in a world dominated by the strong, dreams that could never be realized. In the original narrative, he had ridiculed the destined protagonist, Luffy, only to be taught a lesson that awakened him. I shall grant you some time to ponder. If you choose to join the Thunder Pirate Crew, you will seize your dreams instead of wallowing in self-pity while deriding the aspirations of others as foolish, Lu Ming said calmly, preparing to lead his companions to a nearby tavern for some well-deserved revelry. At that moment, a figure clad in a cap, bearing a long sword on his back, slowly approached, emanating a terrifying aura that instilled fear in all the criminals present. Chapter 103. The sharpness of Mihawk's swordsmanship. The nefarious individuals felt an overwhelming dread, their bodies trembling as though they might be pierced by 1,000 arrows at any moment. How could he be here? The nefarious individuals, upon seeing the newcomer, were instantly struck with an overwhelming sense of dread. It was the formidable Mihawk, known as Hawkeye. The criminals felt a profound fear towards a true powerhouse. Bellamy, too, could not help but retreat, relieved that the target was not himself. Yet he surmised that the residual pressure released was beyond what they could withstand. Standing motionless, Lu Ming was taken aback to see Mihawk again. Could it be that this man had come to this vicinity after assisting him in staving off Vice Admiral Karp? However, it seemed that Mihawk was intent on challenging him once more. Yet, Lu Ming's lightspeed draw had been exhausted, and he had failed to accumulate it again. Moreover, even if he had the ability to use it, he could not employ it against Mihawk again, as he did not wish to harm him. Considering Mihawk was akin to a subordinate who had previously aided him against Karp, this debt of gratitude remained unacknowledged. Mihawk, it has been quite some time, Lu Ming greeted with a friendly smile, attempting to lighten the mood, but Mihawk, with utmost seriousness, uttered a single phrase. He then slowly unsheathed his supreme blade, the Black Blade. Gripping the Black Blade with both hands, he shifted from a casual stance to one of profound seriousness, indicating his complete dedication to the duel. Lu Ming perceived this as a mark of respect for Mihawk, who was now fully committed to challenging him. Yet, what a farce it was. His previous victory had been only due to the lightspeed draw. If they were to truly compete in swordsmanship, Lu Ming felt a lack of confidence in his own capabilities. This was no mere jest. He wondered if he could withstand Mihawk's onslaught, if he were to request Mihawk to cease. It was unlikely that Mihawk would oblige, for in his eyes, Lu Ming was an immensely powerful figure, even regarded as the world's greatest swordsman. However, the surrounding criminals did not share this sentiment. Just moments ago, Lu Ming had boasted that Mihawk was but a subordinate of their Thunder Pirates. Now, it was clear that Lu Ming had insulted Mihawk, who had conveniently come to confront him. What a spectacle this would be. They could finally ascertain whether Lu Ming was indeed as formidable as he claimed. The criminals murmured amongst themselves, some even sneering inwardly at Lu Ming, pondering the humiliation the Thunder Pirates would face should he be defeated by Mihawk. Meanwhile, Bellamy wore a grim expression. The current situation made it evident that Lu Ming had been posturing, trying to intimidate him, likely in an attempt to sway him against Don Quixote da Flamingo. The Thunder Pirates were indeed untrustworthy. He had nearly been swayed by their charms. Suddenly, Mihawk's sword aura intensified, causing even the clouds above to shift ominously, seemingly affected by his overwhelming sword intent. In that moment, Mihawk unleashed his full prowess, employing both observation haki and armament haki, embodying a state of unity between man and sword. What? Is this the swordsmanship of the world's greatest swordsman? The criminals were seized by an intense fear at the sight of this man-sword fusion. Lu Ming furrowed his brow, astonished at Mihawk's significant growth. It appeared he had rapidly ascended after their last encounter. Perhaps he had gained insights into the way of the sword from their previous skirmish. With a chuckle, Lu Ming realized that if Mihawk sought a challenge, he must indulge him. There was no way he could simply halt Mihawk's advance. Besides, he was curious to discover how strong he could become when giving his all. Nami, everyone, please step back. Further away, if possible, Lu Ming stated earnestly. All right, just be careful, Nami replied, nodding. The other members of the Thunder Pirates instinctively retreated, for battles between true warriors cannot be measured by ordinary standards. They had witnessed Lu Ming's prowess firsthand, and they had heard tales of Mihawk's might. His reputation was not unfounded. Once his companions had distanced themselves, Lu Ming felt the weight of the moment. He could not afford to underestimate Mihawk, who was serious in his intent. After all, Mihawk regarded him as a brother. How could he show anything less than respect? He resolved to give it his all. In his mind, Lu Ming began to contemplate the system. Having recently defeated Captain Spider and earned 1,000 lottery points, he had yet to use them. Saving them for a critical moment. He decided to expend 5,000 points for a 5-fold draw. This time, he yearned for inner strength, hoping the results would lean towards that. Sure enough, after the 5 draws, Lu Ming garnered 500 years of inner strength and 1 million proficiency points. The 500 years were immediately consolidated within his dantian, complementing the 200 years he already possessed, resulting in a sudden surge of his aura. What? Why is this aura so terrifying? The criminals were taken aback, shocked by Lu Ming's newfound power. Those who prided themselves on understanding such forces speculated it to be the might of Haki. This must be Haki. No wonder he is so confident. In an instant, Lu Ming radiated a terrifying aura, suggesting he had likely awakened the Conqueror's Haki. Indeed, ordinary Haki would not provoke such changes in the environment. Clearly, this was the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. Impressive. It seemed he possessed the potential of a king, explaining his confidence. Yet, even this might would likely not suffice against Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Of course, the strength of the world's greatest swordsman can cleave through even Conqueror's Haki. What do you think? The criminals exclaimed in astonishment. Bellamy, however, was perplexed. He could not comprehend the sudden surge of Lu Ming's aura, having witnessed Doflamingo's Conqueror's Haki firsthand. He recognized that Lu Ming's power was distinct. Yet, he could not pinpoint the difference. One thing was certain. Lu Ming's power rivaled that of Conqueror's Haki, indicating his capabilities were formidable. It appeared that his previous conclusions about Lu Ming had been premature. Mihawk, too, observed this transformation, acknowledging Lu Ming's growth with admiration. After all, it had been some time since they last met, and it seemed Lu Ming's strength had skyrocketed. However, if he were to compete with Lu Ming in swordsmanship, he hoped Lu Ming would understand the necessity of drawing his sword. Meanwhile, Blackbeard, Teach, and Crocodile, having received their payment, arrived on the scene, bewildered. What is happening? How did the world's greatest swordsman Mihawk end up in Magic Valley Town? Teach wondered aloud. Crocodile appeared equally confused. Had he not heard that Mihawk was merely Lu Ming's subordinate? Why did it seem they were on the verge of a clash? which hardly resembled a subordinate relationship. Was it a sparring match? That seemed unlikely given their fierce auras. Nevertheless, Crocodile refrained from taking action. If Lu Ming were to be in mortal danger, he would intervene, for he was now a member of the Thunder Pirates. Having drawn upon 500 years of inner strength, Lu Ming felt prepared, though he could not execute the light-speed draw due to insufficient accumulations. His remaining technique, the Six Pulses sword, was still at the 5th layer, and he wondered if it could withstand Mihawk's formidable strike. To be prudent, he promptly expended 200,000 proficiency points to elevate the Six Pulses sword to its maximum level. The 6th layer. Come forth, Mihawk. I shall indulge your challenge. Lu Ming boldly declared his intent. Upon hearing this, Mihawk, the Hawkeye, felt a surge of excitement within. After all, he had been waiting for this very moment. If Lu Ming had not spoken, he would have been compelled to act first. In the next instant, Mihawk charged forward, wielding his supreme blade, the Black Sword. The battles between such formidable opponents are often starkly simple, relying on raw swordsmanship rather than intricate techniques. Boom! Lu Ming unleashed the Six-Pulse Divine Sword, infusing it with 800 years of inner strength, effectively countering Mihawk's full-force strike. The clash of their swordsmanship produced a shockwave that distorted the surrounding space, demolishing nearby structures in the tempestuous winds, while visible arcs of electricity erupted from the impact. This was a manifestation of sheer power, clearly indicating that their confrontation had escalated to a level befitting the world's elite. Lu Ming's arm felt slightly numb, and his inner energy was being drained rapidly, yet he was fortunate to have the power of the Sun Fruit assisting him, quickly replenishing his depleted strength. Thus, if Mihawk intended to engage in a war of attrition with Lu Ming, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Mihawk felt a bittersweet pang. He had not managed to surpass Lu Ming, a testament to his extraordinary prowess. Acknowledging this, Mihawk chose to withdraw gracefully, understanding that there was no need to humiliate himself further. He recalled Lu Ming's earlier admission that swordsmanship was not his strongest ability, revealing the depth of Lu Ming's unfathomable strength, which could not simply be overpowered by mere swordplay. At this moment, the onlookers were left in a state of shock, utterly unprepared for the fact that Lu Ming had effortlessly blocked the attack of the world's greatest swordsman. Bellamy and Blackbeard were left dumbfounded. Crocodile, on the other hand, experienced a tumult of emotions. He had witnessed Lu Ming's formidable strength before, but never had he seen such a terrifying display. He was immensely relieved that he had chosen to be prudent during their previous encounters, as the alternative could have led to his demise. Simultaneously, Crocodile felt a deepened respect for Lu Ming and was grateful to be part of the Thunder Pirate crew, knowing that with a powerhouse like Lu Ming, their crew would inevitably dominate the new world. In the following moment, Lu Ming and Mihawk seemed to share an unspoken understanding, both retracting their weapons simultaneously as their formidable auras receded. The once tumultuous environment gradually regained its tranquility. The onlookers remained in a stunned silence, still grappling with the enormity of what they had witnessed. Lu Ming, it's been a while. I hope you won't hold it against me for issuing a challenge out of the blue. Mihawk suddenly greeted Lu Ming with utmost respect and humility. At this instant, the remaining nefarious individuals snapped back to reality, and the shock of hearing Mihawk refer to Lu Ming as Big Brother reverberated through their minds like a thunderclap. It was utterly astonishing. The world's greatest swordsman had lowered himself to such a degree. Bellamy, Teach, and the others were left in a state of disbelief, struggling to articulate their shock, despite their limited vocabulary. They could only muster a frustrated MMP to express their astonishment. Lu Ming was undeniably extraordinary. They had initially assumed Lu Ming to be merely an arrogant upstart, but he had revealed himself to be a true sovereign, a supreme ruler, and Mihawk's acknowledgement as a younger brother was not mere flattery. If anyone else had dared to challenge Mihawk, they would have likely faced his wrath without hesitation. Indeed, in the realm of swordsmanship, it was hard to conceive of anyone other than Lu Ming who could earn Mihawk's respect and recognition. Even Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, had not garnered Mihawk's esteem in swordplay, barely managing to be deemed acceptable in Mihawk's eyes. Chapter 105, The Joining of Mihawk. Haha. No worries, Mihawk. What brings you to Magic Valley Town? I thought you had returned to the New World, Lu Ming remarked with a smile, embracing Mihawk in gratitude for his earlier assistance in restraining Admiral Karp during their last encounter. At that time, Lu Ming had not yet reached his full potential, and his lightning-fast draw had not been fully developed, making it impossible for him to best Karp. Yet, the injured Mihawk had courageously intervened to aid the Thunder Pirate crew. Brother, I was simply excited. After learning the lightning draw from you, my understanding of swordsmanship has deepened significantly. I thought I might walk around and see if I could spar with you again. Alas, it seems I still fell short. Mihawk lamented with a hint of self-deprecation. Lu Ming, taking the initiative, embraced Mihawk once more, leaving the latter visibly awkward and somewhat uncomfortable. Nearby, the nefarious individuals began to gather, astonished to witness the camaraderie between Mihawk and Lu Ming. Bellamy could no longer restrain himself. Lord Mihawk, as a warlord of the sea and the world's greatest swordsman, why do you refer to someone with a mere bounty of 18 million berries as Big Brother? This question was on the minds of all present, as it represented monumental news and a sensational revelation. Upon hearing such an inquiry, Mihawk's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Are you insinuating that my brother is unworthy? He retorted fiercely. Listen well, everyone. Lu Ming is my brother, and he alone deserves the title of the world's greatest swordsman. As for me, the second greatest, if anyone wishes to challenge my brother's swordsmanship, they must first contend with me. Otherwise, should I hear of it, do not blame me for being merciless. Mihawk exuded an intimidating aura. After all, the reputation of the world's greatest swordsman was formidable. Even if he believed otherwise, his strength was engraved in the minds of countless pirates and marines. Yes, Lord Mihawk, we understand. The nefarious individuals responded, trembling in fear. Their trepidation towards Lu Ming only intensified. Haha, Lu Ming chuckled. Mihawk, perhaps you should tone it down a bit. I am not one to chase after fame and fortune. Brother, with your strength, why worry? Your swordsmanship isn't even your strongest skill. With your power, you could stride confidently, even in the face of the 4 emperors, Mihawk asserted earnestly, not intending to mock Lu Ming. Those who practiced swordsmanship tended to be straightforward, speaking their minds without hesitation. Lu Ming, scratching his nose, smiled. All right, let us not dwell on that. It has been a while since we last met. How about we grab a drink together? Absolutely. I am eager to enjoy a hearty drink with you. And I hope to learn more about swordsmanship from you as well, Mihawk replied humbly. Once again, the surrounding nefarious individuals were left in awe. Did Mihawk truly just acknowledge that Lu Ming's swordsmanship was not his most formidable power? This suggested that Lu Ming possessed even greater abilities. The mere thought left them feeling mentally overwhelmed. Just how powerful was this individual? Many of them felt compelled to join the Thunder Pirate crew, casting hopeful glances at Bellamy. After all, this fortunate soul had just received an invitation from Lu Ming. How ironic it was that Bellamy, in his foolishness, had questioned Lu Ming's capabilities and hesitated to join the Thunder Pirate crew. Now, he surely regretted his earlier skepticism, feeling as though he had been soundly slapped in the face. Now wishing to join, but lacking the courage to do so in the presence of such overwhelming strength. As Lu Ming gathered his scattered comrades, Crocodile approached with several crew members and Blackbeard, the vice captain. Here is the 500 million berries that Blackbeard teach has compensated, and the remainder has been documented in an IOU. Crocodile reported respectfully, fully aware of the additional formidable powers that Mihawk had alluded to concerning Lu Ming. Thank you, Old Sand. Please hand this over to Nami for management. Lu Ming replied. Lu Ming arranged matters. And upon hearing that she was to be in charge, Nami was immediately overwhelmed with excitement, almost rushing over to embrace Lu Ming. However, the crowd was too large, making her hesitate, so instead, she hurriedly began to fiddle with 2 boxes of gold and silver treasures. Brother, who is this crocodile? Asked Hawkeye Mihawk, frowning. Oh, that old sandbag has quite the future ahead of him. He has actually joined the Thunder Pirates and is now the captain of the 4th Division. Lu Ming replied with a smile. What? He is already the captain of the 4th Division? I was planning to join your Thunder Pirates, brother, but it seems Crocodile has beaten me to it, Mihawk expressed. Feeling somewhat speechless but reluctant to be overshadowed by Crocodile, leaving him conflicted. Actually, if you wish to join us, the position of 1st Division Captain is yours, Lu Ming said instinctively. Brother, is the 1st Division Captain position vacant? There wouldn't be anyone else, would there? I wouldn't want to take advantage of someone else's misfortune and ruin our camaraderie, Mihawk replied calmly. Rest assured, I was the captain of the 1st Division before. But as the vice captain, I don't need to occupy that position, Lu Ming simply explained. I see. Then I shall be the captain of your Thunder Pirates 1st Division. I wonder if the others have any objections? If there are, they are welcome to challenge me, Mihawk stated seriously, looking at the group behind Lu Ming. However, upon seeing Captain Red, he immediately adopted a more humble demeanor. I am Hawkeye Mihawk. It is an honor to meet you. Captain Red. After all, since Lu Ming referred to Captain Red as his superior, he naturally could not present himself as more formidable. Well, I appreciate your trust in our Thunder Pirates if no one else has objections. Then you shall be the captain of the 1st Division, Captain Red said excitedly, as yet another formidable ally joined their ranks. Yes, Captain. Mihawk's face lit up with joy, as this would allow him to learn more from his brother. The nefarious elements in Magic Valley Town felt a tumultuous wave of fear. The Thunder Pirates were surely on the rise, with 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea eager to submit. Even the 4 emperors would have to show them respect. Vice Captain Lu Ming, congratulations. Blackbeard Teach immediately sought to ingratiate himself, lowering his stance as he cupped his fist in congratulations. Haha, thank you, by the way. What about the remaining 500 million berries? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Chapter 106. Thoughts on Enel. Blackbeard Teach, now devoid of any arrogance, dared not show any disdain towards Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirates. Brother Lu Ming, rest assured, I will compensate you for the remaining 500 million berries as quickly as possible. Haha, I trust you wouldn't dare to deceive our Thunder Pirates, Lu Ming chuckled, patting Teach on the arm, thinking to himself that he would let Teach develop quietly until he became a dark horse in the pirate world, at which point he could reap the benefits of his experience. Subsequently, Lu Ming and the crew found a tavern where they drank heartily. The nefarious elements of Magic Valley Town dared not lay their eyes on the Thunder Pirates. Instead, the Thunder Pirates became the legendary pirate crew of Magic Valley Town. The shock they brought to the town was immense. The so-called criminals in Magic Valley Town were utterly dwarfed in comparison to the Thunder Pirates, who stood in a realm of their own. The criminals could only feel admiration and reverence towards the Thunder Pirates. Brother Lu Ming, what sailing route do you plan to take next? Mihawk asked with interest, now that he was part of the Thunder Pirates. If Lu Ming and his companions had not yet decided on a route, he could guide them towards a path that would swiftly lead them into the New World. It was well known that the Thunder Pirates were powerful. Even entering the New World, the 4 emperors and the Marine headquarters would treat them with caution. Thus, the Thunder Pirates could firmly establish themselves in the New World. I've heard there is a route to Sky Island. So I plan to visit it, Lu Ming replied after a moment of thought. This journey to Sky Island was indeed imperative, not only to challenge Enel, the possessor of the Rumble fruit, to gain lottery points, but also to successfully unlock the breathing technique of thunder. Additionally, he was somewhat eager to recruit Enel into the Thunder Pirates, given the formidable nature of his fruit abilities. In the original story, had Enel not encountered the destined protagonist Luffy too early, who nullified his powers with rubber, he would have undoubtedly possessed the strength of a vice-admiral upon reaching the seas. If he were to awaken Conqueror's Haki or Armament Haki, he could instantly attain the strength of an admiral. It was noteworthy that Enel possessed several devastating moves, one of which, the Rumble Power, reached several 100 million volts, a destructive force capable of annihilating an entire town in the blink of an eye, making him far from trivial. Sky Island, that legend does exist, but it seems few have ever been there. I don't have the means to reach it, Mihawk mused. No worries. I know how to get to Sky Island. We can all go together as the Thunder Pirates. I believe the journey won't be too dull. Lu Ming replied confidently, as he only needed to locate the sea area where Luffy had ascended to reach it effortlessly. By the way, Old Sand, what about Nico Robin? Have arrangements been made to find her? Didn't you say she was on a mission in Magic Valley Town? Lu Ming suddenly recalled that before heading to Sky Island, he needed to summon Nico Robin. He had heard that there were historical texts on Sky Island, which Robin could help decipher. Furthermore, having the long-legged beauty Nico Robin along would definitely be a visual treat. Vice Captain, I have already arranged for someone to fetch her, Crocodile replied earnestly, though he found it curious why Lu Ming was so concerned about Nico Robin. Logically, Lu Ming should not have met Nico Robin before, or perhaps he had developed feelings for her. However, such questions were not something Crocodile dared to ask directly, especially with Nami, Princess Vivi, and the other girls present in the tavern. Who wouldn't he like Lu Ming? Thus, Crocodile preferred not to provoke these ladies, lest he inadvertently become their target of ire, and being on the same ship would surely lead to immense discomfort. That's good. Lu Ming smiled, then continued to drink merrily with his companions. By dusk, Bellamy arrived outside the tavern, wishing to request a meeting with Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped out and asked casually, Bellamy, have you made up your mind? Yes, Lord Lu Ming, for the sake of my dreams, I am willing to join the Thunder Pirates. I kneel and beg you for another chance, Bellamy said sincerely, kneeling on the ground. Knowing that joining the Thunder Pirates would allow him to realize his dreams instead of being abandoned by Don Quixote da Flamingo in a wretched place like Magic Valley Town. I can offer you a chance. But it is only temporary, as your loyalty still needs to be tested. For now, you can stay in Bartolomeo's division, Lu Ming said seriously. Thank you, Vice Captain Lu Ming. Bellamy nodded respectfully, excitement bubbling within him. For the Thunder Pirates were immensely powerful with 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea as their anchor, rendering them invulnerable to the threats posed by Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. Vice Captain, I've been helping Doflamingo with some underground dealings in Magic Valley Town and have earned quite a bit. I plan to bring it all to the Thunder Pirates, but Doflamingo might fly into a rage if he finds out. What do you think, Vice Captain? Bellamy instinctively inquired, thinking that as long as Lu Ming was willing to accept Doflamingo's wealth, he would dare to harvest from Doflamingo's enterprises upon leaving, thus benefiting the Thunder Pirates. Who can resist money? Our Thunder Pirates are looking to expand our ship fleet, so take as much as you can without fear of Doflamingo. Understood? Lu Ming chuckled, feeling as though he was effortlessly raking in the funds while simultaneously increasing Doflamingo's animosity towards them. I understand now. I will handle it right away, Bellamy replied with utmost respect, promptly setting off to seize Doflamingo's underground enterprises in Magic Valley Town. Given that Bellamy was Doflamingo's representative in Magic Valley Town, most of the underground businesses went through him. Now that he had turned against Doflamingo, he could easily pilfer all the wealth from those enterprises. Later that night, Nico Robin met with Crocodile to inquire if he had any instructions. Shacklock Doll furrowed his brow and said, Nico Robin, you should be aware of the circumstances of our organization. However, it is impossible to return to the past. You are now free to choose whether to remain with the Baroque Works or to depart. Yet, before you make your decision, allow me to introduce you to the first mate of the Thunder Pirates, Lu Ming. Chapter 107. Do you perhaps wish to favor me? Nico Robin was utterly taken aback by the unexpected leniency of Shacklock Doll's words, feeling as if the sun had risen from the west. After all, she had long been threatened while working for the Baroque Works under his command. As for Lu Ming, his reputation in Magic Valley Town was hardly a secret. Whispers of his formidable strength circulated widely. Very well, I shall accompany you to meet him. I am indeed curious about the kind of person who could earn your willing allegiance, Nico Robin replied calmly. Then let us proceed. Shacklock Doll led Nico Robin to the door of Lu Ming's chamber. The members of the Thunder Pirates had taken refuge in a tavern, where they rented rooms after a night of revelry, and Lu Ming was currently resting alone in his quarters. First Mate Lu Ming, I have brought Nico Robin to meet you. May I inquire if you have a moment? Shacklock Doll asked discreetly, without knocking. Yes, come in. Lu Ming responded immediately upon hearing the voice from outside. He was not in the slightest bit intoxicated. With 800 years of profound inner strength, mere alcohol could not dull his senses. First Mate, this is Nico Robin. If you have any questions, feel free to ask her. I shall take my leave, Shacklock Doll said as he brought Nico Robin into Lu Ming's room and discreetly exited. All right, you may rest now. Lu Ming nodded, not finding anything inappropriate about being alone with Nico Robin in the room. However, Nico Robin felt a twinge of nervousness and fear. After all, she was a girl alone in a man's chamber at such an hour, which inevitably led her to worry and overthink. Rest assured, I have no intention of taking advantage of you, Lu Ming said, rising with a smile, walking to the nearby table to pour himself a glass of water. Please, have a seat and let us converse. Nico Robin, feeling less constrained, sat directly across from Lu Ming and instinctively asked, First Mate Lu Ming, I heard you wish to see me. May I ask what it pertains to? I wish to know whether you have a passion for archaeology, particularly an interest in the historical texts of this world, Lu Ming inquired calmly. Indeed, my dream is to decipher all historical texts, Nico Robin replied, her tone suddenly heavy. Her kin had been annihilated due to their ability to interpret these texts and uncover the truth of the world, and now she yearned to understand what lay behind it all. Excellent, you now have an opportunity before you. Join the Thunder Pirates, and you shall stand by my side as my companion, free from the constraints of Shacklock Doll's 4th Division, Lu Ming earnestly invited. Why me? We have only just met, have we not? Nico Robin pondered, unable to grasp why Lu Ming would extend such consideration towards her, especially since they were strangers. Could it be that he sought to utilize her skills in deciphering historical texts? Lu Ming chuckled and replied, Do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication? The truth, please, Nico Robin declared through gritted teeth. Haha, because I have an affinity for beautiful women, particularly those with long legs. I believe you, Nico Robin, are a stunning young lady who deserves happiness rather than the misfortunes dealt by fate. Lu Ming responded with a bright smile, his gaze at Nico Robin sincere, taken aback. Nico Robin paused momentarily, surprised that Lu Ming would show such concern for her based on such reasons. Furthermore, he had articulated his genuine motives, and she could sense his earnestness. Thank you, Nico Robin smiled faintly, feeling moved by his indirect compliment regarding her appearance. any girl would be touched by sincere praise. Now, seeing how earnestly I have spoken, you won't be so cruel as to refuse me, will you? Lu Ming continued with a smile, eagerly anticipating Nico Robin's acceptance. As long as you choose to join the Thunder Pirates, no one shall dare to bully or underestimate you. You will also be free, unbound by any restrictions. Nico Robin took a deep breath and instinctively asked, First Mate Lu Ming, does what you just said imply that you have feelings for me, or are you trying to win my affections? Lu Ming burst into laughter again and replied, while I wouldn't be so direct as to pursue you, I prefer to attract the women around me with my charm. Therefore, if I were to like you, I believe that as long as you are aboard the Thunder Pirates, you would inevitably be drawn to me and eventually develop feelings. First Mate Lu Ming, you are the first overly self-assured man I have encountered. Yet you are remarkably honest. Typically, those who are honest possess great confidence in their abilities. Nico Robin smiled slightly, finding him an intriguing individual. When it comes to strength, I do have my confidence. After all, I am not displeasing to the eye, and my combat prowess is quite considerable, at the very least. Both Hawkeye Mihawk and Shacklock Doll have fallen to my hand, Lu Ming stated candidly, showing no false modesty. Presenting himself as a genuine young man, Nico Robin sensed no pretense from Lu Ming, and as she contemplated her situation, she realized that leaving the Baroque works meant facing an uncertain future. Many powerful and wealthy pirate factions sought historical texts, and without a strong backing, her dreams would remain unattainable. Moreover, as the demon child wanted by the Navy headquarters, she could not rely solely on her strength to advance. First Mate Lu Ming, if I were to join the Thunder Pirates, would I bring you trouble? Would you truly accept someone like me? Nico Robin asked earnestly. There is no trouble whatsoever as long as you are part of the Thunder Pirates. You will possess the freedom to pursue your own values in life, a right that no one can take away. Lu Ming responded sincerely. In fact, I am aware of your concerns. It is Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters. Is it not? He has indeed been monitoring your every move from the shadows. But fear not, for the Navy cannot contend with me simply because of Akiji, Lu Ming said with a calm smile. Nico Robin was taken aback, unable to fathom how Lu Ming knew her inner thoughts. After all, she had never disclosed this matter to anyone, keeping it buried deep within her heart as she lived in constant fear. Terrified of making a mistake that would lead to her being dealt with by Admiral Akiji. Chapter 108. Nico Robin's joining First Mate Lu Ming. How did you know of my apprehensions? Nico Robin couldn't help but inquire. Have you heard of the saying, smell the fragrance to recognize a woman? I could tell what you were worried about simply by observing your reactions. Haha, of course. To be fair, there is virtually nothing in this world that I am unaware of, Lu Ming replied naturally, his words laced with humor. Nico Robin felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. She had not anticipated such concern from Lu Ming. As for the depth of his strength and the reasons behind his omniscience, she chose not to dwell on them, for some things were best left unexamined. Very well, since you, First Mate Lu Ming, have said so, I shall agree to join the Thunder Pirates. That I hope you will look after me in the future. Nico Robin expressed her gratitude as she stood and performed a deep bow. For she felt that encountering the Thunder Pirates was akin to embracing fortune. At the very least, First Mate Lu Ming had assured her that she would enjoy absolute freedom within the Thunder Pirates. A far greater value than being a mere spy within the Baroque works. Of course. See you tomorrow. Lu Ming felt a profound sense of satisfaction, as it was indeed his charm that prompted Nico Robin to agree so swiftly. After all, in the original narrative, Luffy had to exert considerable effort to persuade Nico Robin to join the pirate crew. The following day, the Thunder Pirate crew prepared to venture into the nearby waters in search of special ocean currents and updrafts that could elevate their pirate ship. Lu Ming was not overly concerned. As long as such currents existed, they would surely be found, with the spirit of the ship at his disposal, which had been nurtured to a considerable level of proficiency. He was not dealing with a fledgling spirit but one of remarkable capability, possessing a keen awareness of the surrounding waters. However, just as Lu Ming and his crew approached the coastline on the opposite side of Magic Valley Town, the sea within a radius of several kilometers suddenly became encased in ice. Many members of the Thunder Pirate crew wore bewildered expressions, puzzled by this unforeseen phenomenon. Why had the vast ocean been instantaneously frozen? Those who had heard of such power, or had prior knowledge of it, immediately furrowed their brows and instinctively prepared for defense, for such a terrifying freezing ability, apart from Admiral Akiji of the Navy headquarters. Who else could possibly freeze the sea over such a wide area? Lu Ming, Crocodile, and Mihawk stood at the edge of the ship, their gazes calm as they observed a figure gradually approaching them. The reason it was described as approaching was due to Akiji's unconventional mode of transportation, a bicycle on the sea, a peculiar and whimsical choice. Upon spotting him, Nico Robin's complexion turned pale after just one encounter. The Thunder Pirate crew had been encased in ice, blocking all possible avenues of escape. It was evident that Akiji possessed formidable strength, leaving them uncertain if they could dispel the looming threat. At that moment, the crew members of the Thunder Pirate crew noticed a man clad in a somewhat disheveled manner pedaling his bicycle across the thick ice. Who was that guy? How can he be so impressive? Riding a bicycle on the sea, one exclaimed. It's impressive, indeed, but blocking our path is going too far. It seems he is deliberately targeting us, doesn't it? Another added, Hey, did you not notice? That fellow is wearing a white cloak. Just like Colonel Tina's. What? Are you suggesting that the man on the bicycle is a Navy officer? In an instant, the members of the Thunder Pirate crew realized a terrifying truth. Their opponent was indeed a Navy officer. Indeed, he was an admiral from the Navy headquarters, possessing the formidable power of the ice fruit. It was unexpected that he had come to confront the Thunder Pirate crew. Colonel Tina, feeling somewhat anxious, reflected that even though Akiji was one of Zephyr's disciples, he was notorious for his unpredictable demeanor and would not easily relent against pirates. She feared that upon seeing her, he would not entertain any explanations. An admiral of the Navy, yet he comes alone. Without even a single subordinate, he must be exceedingly confident in his abilities. Or does he think the Thunder Pirate crew is easy prey? The members of the Thunder Pirate crew were not particularly tense, for they had Lu Ming as their vice captain, and they felt no fear of any adversary's threat. Soon, Admiral Akiji came to a halt not far from the Thunder Pirate crew, still on his bicycle. Are you the notorious Thunder Pirate crew that has been causing quite a stir lately? He asked, his expression calm as he surveyed the crew members. Upon noticing Nico Robin, Colonel Tina, and the warlords of the sea, Crocodile and Mihawk, his composure began to waver. The situation of the Thunder Pirate crew was not as the Navy headquarters had described. Wasn't it said that only Crocodile and the members of the Thunder Pirate crew were present? Why was Mihawk aboard their ship as well? If that were the case, he would be unable to suppress the Thunder Pirate crew. However, he could personally gauge the crew's strength. Indeed, we are the Thunder Pirate crew. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, Admiral Akiji? If you have come to trouble us, do not blame us for being ungracious, Lu Ming replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference towards the Navy admiral. Of course, even if all three admirals from the Navy headquarters were to arrive, Lu Ming would remain unfazed, for the Thunder Pirate crew possessed not only surface-level combat strength but also the formidable Pirate King. GOLD. Roger, resurrected through the impure world reincarnation technique. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Akiji exhaled a breath of icy air, stating, Such bravado, do you dare to challenge me? A battle? Allow me a moment to consider. Lu Ming replied hesitantly, as if stalling for time, primarily because the system had yet to trigger a mission. Vice Captain, we cannot underestimate Admiral Akiji's strength. If he wishes to fight, we can easily overwhelm him with our numbers and crush him near Magic Valley Town. Old Sand interjected, exhaling a puff of smoke. With Lu Ming and Mihawk present, Old Sand felt a surge of eagerness to engage with the Admiral, having long heard of the formidable strength of the Navy headquarters admirals, who were known to subdue the four emperors. Admiral Akiji is but one man. It is unnecessary for all members of the Thunder Pirate crew to mobilize. However, if Old Sand wishes to test his mettle, I shall grant him this opportunity, Lu Ming remarked with a knowing smile directed at Old Sand. What? Vice Captain, are you serious? Old Sand replied, his expression turning awkward, for the thought of facing the Admiral alone, especially one as feared as Akiji, left him feeling uneasy and lacking confidence. Moreover, they were at sea, not in a sandy kingdom like Alabasta. What do you think? Lu Ming countered to be frank, I doubt my chances of defeating Admiral Akiji alone. Old Sand confessed that in that case, how about you team up with Mihawk? Lu Ming suggested. That would be no problem. Old Sand agreed readily. Subsequently, Lu Ming turned his gaze towards Mihawk, uncertain if he would accept. Considering Mihawk's prideful nature, which usually led him to disdain teaming up against an adversary like Akiji, Brother Lu Ming, since it's your suggestion, I am more than willing to comply, Mihawk replied without hesitation. Showing deference to Lu Ming's proposal, Lu Ming smiled with satisfaction and then addressed Akiji, Admiral Akiji, should you wish to strike at me, you must first contend with the combined strength of Mihawk and Crocodile. By the way, Mihawk is the captain of our 1st Division, while Crocodile commands the 4th Division. Upon hearing this, Akiji's expression grew increasingly cold. He had not anticipated that both warlords of the sea had fully aligned themselves with the Thunder Pirate crew. To confront the entire Thunder Pirate crew, it would likely require several Navy warships for support, in addition to another admiral to subdue them. However, if the opposing party adhered to the principles of combat, he need not fear the alliance of Mihawk and Crocodile. Humph! If the warlords of the sea have chosen to abandon their titles and join the Thunder Pirate crew, this admiral will not hold back. Aokiji scoffed before launching his attack. Ice Spear. Suddenly, within Aokiji's vicinity, countless ice spikes erupted, each several meters high, rising from the frozen sea and threatening to obliterate the Thunder Pirate ship. Mihawk, witnessing this, immediately unsheathed his black sword. In that moment, the skies darkened as he swung his blade, unleashing a terrifying force of swordsmanship that cleaved through the ice-encased section of the sea, splitting it in two and dismantling Aokiji's assault in an instant. Ice Mountain. Faced with Mihawk's strike, Aokiji did not dare to underestimate his opponent. The prowess of Mihawk's swordsmanship was universally acknowledged as formidable. Even an admiral might struggle to withstand a full-force strike from him. Thus, Aokiji swiftly slammed his palm against the frozen sea, conjuring a towering and solid ice peak, its chilling power rendering it extraordinarily resilient. As Hawkeye Mihawks struck down upon the ice peak. Although it resulted in a fissure forming, the ice structure conjured by Admiral Aokiji withstood the onslaught with unyielding resilience, but Aokiji's demeanor grew increasingly serious, exhaling frosty breath, his pupils gleaming with an icy light. Ice Age, he proclaimed, slamming his palm against the ground, instantly encasing the frozen sea beneath in yet another layer of ice. This technique possessed an absolute freezing power. It would not fully melt in less than a week's time. If you, the Thunder Pirate crew, wish to pass, it remains to be seen whether you possess the capability to do so, Aokiji stated matter-of-factly. Hawkeye Mihawk, upon hearing this, narrowed his gaze, sharp as an eagle's, and replied, "Are you questioning my swordsmanship? While I may not rival the swordsmanship of Brother Lu Ming, there exists no entity that I, Hawkeye Mihawk, cannot sever. No. With me here, you shan't find an opportunity to strike," Aokiji retorted defiantly. Clearly dismissing the threat posed by both Mihawk and Crocodile. "Then brace yourself for another strike," Mihawk exclaimed, his fury igniting as a tempestuous aura erupted from him. The black blade in his grasp became enveloped in an invisible Armament Haki, its edge gleaming with palpable sharpness, even altering its hue, as if shimmering with flowing light. In the next instant, Hawkeye firmly grasped the hilt of his black blade and unleashed a serious slash. Boom! The colossal blade, visible to the naked eye, hurtled towards Admiral Aokiji. Many members of the Thunder Pirate crew were already aflame with excitement, their faces pale, for they had now witnessed the true might of Hawkeye Mihawk's swordsmanship. It was laughable to recall how they had once dared to taunt him in the East Blue. Had it not been for Vice Captain Lu Ming's protection, they might have been cleaved in twain by Mihawk's mere stroke. At that moment, Aokiji conjured an ice spear in his hand, wrapping it in Armament Haki to enhance both its defensive and offensive capabilities. In essence, the battle between masters boiled down to a clash of will and power. Aokiji swiftly hurled the ice spear, meeting Mihawk's slicing blade in a titanic collision. Boom! The moment their forces clashed, neither side yielded, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that stirred the frozen sea into a violent tempest. Members of the Thunder Pirate crew struggled to keep their eyes open, caught between the razor-sharp blade and the frigid winds of frost. Yet to their astonishment, Aokiji effortlessly absorbed the full force of Mihawk's strike. Mihawk furrowed his brow, acknowledging the formidable strength of his opponent, yet he believed it would not be so simple to fully withstand his cutting blow. "I'll assist you," Crocodile suddenly declared, seizing the opportunity for a surprise attack. To him, defeating Aokiji was paramount, and the principles of martial ethics mattered little. Desert Sword. Crocodile's right hand transformed partially into sand, coalescing into a desert-cutting blade over 10 meters long, which he swung fiercely at Aokiji. The latter's eyes filled with an icy ferocity as he summoned forth an even more terrifying freezing power, visibly transforming half of his body into ice. In the next moment, he conjured another ice spear, enveloping it in Haki and hurling it to counter Crocodile's sandy blade. Chapter 110. Aokiji nearly lost his composure. Boom! Aokiji's ice spear and Crocodile's desert sword collided, producing a shockwave that rippled across a vast expanse. Impressive, truly worthy of an admiral of the Navy headquarters, capable of contending with two warlords of the sea single-handedly. Captain Reed of the Thunder Pirate crew could not help but marvel at Aokiji's prowess. Only Lu Ming, he mused, could hope to match Aokiji in combat. Indeed, the admirals of the Navy headquarters were formidable, embodying the pinnacle of their military might. However, Akiji could not remain undefeated. After all, 2 fists could not prevail against 4 hands. If he sought to take on the Thunder Pirate crew single-handedly, it was nothing short of a delusion. Lu Ming chuckled, his expression calm and composed. Vice Captain Lu Ming, I might not be able to hold on much longer. The strength of his haki seems significantly greater than mine. My desert sword may crumble, Crocodile suddenly warned. Fear not, endure as long as you can. After all, he is an admiral. If a warlord of the sea were to fall to him so easily, it would make the warlords seem invincible. Lu Ming replied earnestly. Very well, Crocodile responded, somewhat disgruntled. Was this a subtle jab at his capabilities from Vice Captain Lu Ming? Despite his annoyance, Crocodile had no retort, for the truth was undeniable. Among the warlords of the sea, few could claim victory over an admiral of the Navy headquarters, illustrating the disparity in strength. In that moment, even Hawkeye Mihawk found it impossible to subdue Admiral Akiji directly. As time passed, when Crocodile ultimately faltered, Mihawk too ceased his assault, lest he find his arm encased in Akiji's icy grasp. Brother, Admiral Akiji's strength is beyond what I anticipated. I cannot subdue him, Mihawk stated with unwavering composure, seemingly unwilling to exploit Akiji's vulnerabilities. For a true warrior held a certain pride, disdainful of overwhelming an opponent with sheer numbers. Of course, Mihawk held faith in Lu Ming's ability to triumph over Akiji. You have my gratitude. Your efforts have allowed us to gauge some of his capabilities and techniques, Lu Ming said, patting Mihawk on the shoulder. Witnessing this, Akiji felt a profound sense of disbelief. He had not expected someone like Mihawk to hold such admiration for another. Who, then, was Lu Ming of the Thunder Pirate crew? Akiji had merely received orders from Fleet Admiral Sengoku to confront the Thunder Pirate crew, yet it appeared that the task would not be so straightforward. At best, he would only be able to ascertain some of their strengths and weaknesses. Lu Ming, do you dare to face me in battle? Akiji inquired, cutting to the chase. Although he could not take down the entire Thunder Pirate crew, he could certainly test the mettle of its core members. What I have to fear, however, before we engage, may I say a few words? Lu Ming replied with a confident smile, contemplating how best to provoke Akiji's ire. If he could not trigger a mission while battling Akiji, it would be a significant loss. What do you wish to say? Our paths diverge, and thus we shall not conspire together, Akiji replied coldly. I merely wish to state that Nico Robin is someone I invited to join the Thunder Pirate crew. I wonder how you feel about that. Lu Ming mused, realizing that mentioning Nico Robin was likely the only avenue to elicit a reaction from Akiji, who had shown considerable concern for her in the original narrative. Though he did not utter words of sympathy, Akiji's heart was undoubtedly stirred, akin to a guardian witnessing their protege led astray by a detestable figure. Nico Robin, you know of the connection between us. Now I ask you, will you accompany me, or will you remain with them? But do not forget who has sheltered you all these years. Without my protection, do you truly believe that you could have survived as the demon child? Akiji stated, his gaze fixed sternly upon Nico Robin, attempting to impose a moral dilemma upon her. Robin's emotions were tumultuous. Akiji's words bore truth. He had indeed been a protective presence in her life, allowing her to evade the Navy's relentless pursuit. As a target of the Buster Call, without formidable allies and connections, she would have long since been eradicated. Robin, do not bear any burden of guilt. Even if he has cared for you in the past, our principles are incompatible. He remains an admiral of the Navy, while we, or rather you, are pirates. In their eyes, pirates are seen as nothing but villains. Lu Ming advised. Lu Ming stood by, offering guidance to Nico Robin, contemplating that this way she would be able to make the right decision. Nico Robin nodded at Lu Ming and spoke. Deputy Captain Lu Ming, I believe that following you will allow me to realize my dreams. Of course, our Thunder Pirate crew upholds principles. We live our own lives. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. No one can constrain our freedom. Currently, Admiral Akiji is restricting your freedom. What do you wish to do? Lu Ming asked earnestly. What to do? Nico Robin pondered for a moment and replied, Deputy Captain Lu Ming, if possible, I hope we do not kill Admiral Akiji. After all, he once saved me. Nico Robin, you truly possess a kind heart, but rest assured, I will not kill Admiral Akiji, Lu Ming affirmed with a nod and a gentle smile, reaching out to wipe the tears from Nico Robin's eyes in a comforting gesture. Enough. What has happened in the past is behind us. The future is what matters now. Lu Ming was aware that Robin felt sorrow and melancholy as she recalled her hometown and the massacre of her kin by the demon-slaying order. It was a tragedy that could never be erased from her heart. Suddenly, as Lu Ming caressed Nico Robin's tear-filled eyes, Admiral Akiji on the ocean could not help but let out a cold laugh. Ha ha ha. Nico Robin, is this your choice? Very well, since you have chosen the wrong path. Even I cannot protect you now, for your very existence is a taboo. I apologize, Admiral Akiji. This time, I wish to make my own choice. Thank you for your care over the years, but because of your presence, I have always lived cautiously, never daring to be my true self. Now, I want to live courageously as my authentic self. Nico Robin stated resolutely, her gaze unwavering as she looked at Akiji. Chapter 111. Quest triggered. Admiral Akiji could tell that Nico Robin was serious this time. He understood her character too well. Once she was determined about something, it was impossible to change her mind. This thought caused him a pang of heartache. However, Admiral Akiji quickly adjusted his emotions, transforming the heartache into deep resentment towards the Thunder Pirate crew. If it weren't for their emergence, Nico Robin would not have disappointed his expectations. Ding, congratulations, host. You have triggered a quest. Defeat Admiral Akiji to earn lottery points. At that moment, a task was successfully announced in Lu Ming's mind. He understood that Akiji's hatred towards him was profound. If looks could kill, Akiji would have likely slain him dozens of times by now. How interesting. Lu Ming, intrigued, rolled up his sleeves and leapt off the pirate ship. For fighting Akiji on board would inevitably damage the vessel. The members of the Thunder Pirate crew watched Lu Ming challenge the Admiral with excitement and pride, as if to say, what a blessing from a past life. In this life, I can follow Deputy Captain Lu Ming, and the future looks bright and promising. At that moment, Akiji exhaled coldly, stating, I already know you are formidable, but upon encountering me, your pirate journey ends here. Haha, not necessarily. I have some confidence in my strength. Rather, I believe your naval career will begin its end when you face me. Lu Ming laughed heartily, showing no regard for Akiji. After all, there is a saying, in a narrow path, the brave prevail. Since he was up against an admiral, he must not diminish the Thunder Pirate crew's momentum, lest the Navy think they are easy prey. Humph, such bravado. But this place has already been frozen for 1,000 miles. You and your companions will be trapped. What confidence do you have to resist? Akiji scoffed and continued, anyone who obstructs me, regardless of who they are, I will consider an enemy if you abandon all resistance and come with me. I can spare your crew, and we can coexist peacefully for now. Haha. But merely freezing 1,000 miles is childish play in the face of my power. Allow me to show you my true strength. Lu Ming laughed aloud. Boom. Instantly, an overwhelming blaze erupted from him, transforming Lu Ming into a veritable beacon of fire, far surpassing the abilities of Ace, the flame fruit user. What is this? Akiji furrowed his brow, realizing it was some form of potent flame, growing ever hotter. However, based on Akiji's knowledge, only Whitebeard's son, Portgas Ace, could unleash such flames. What kind of devil fruit power does Lu Ming possess? Akiji pondered for a while, but could not determine the nature of Lu Ming's abilities. This was not due to ignorance on Akiji's part, but rather because the sun fruit itself was a fearsome existence, and there were no records of it in the devil fruit compendium. You do not even know what my ability is, yet you, Admiral Akiji, still wish to execute your languid sense of justice in front of me. That is rather presumptuous, isn't it? Lu Ming smirked, casting a cold glance at Akiji. It is merely a flame ability, yet you believe you can melt my 1,000-mile ice prison. By all means, try and humiliate yourself, Akiji replied dismissively, convinced that Lu Ming's powers were merely flame-related. His freezing ability was close to absolute ice. Even if the flames burned, it would take a week to completely melt. Thus, the Thunder Pirate crew would remain trapped in the ice. Moreover, if he truly could not subdue Lu Ming, he could always request reinforcements from higher-ups. Therefore, everything lay within Akiji's planning and scheming, leaving him supremely untroubled. However, at that moment, only Crocodile understood the true extent of Deputy Captain Lu Ming's abilities. After all, during the battle in Alabasta, Crocodile had personally witnessed Lu Ming's fiery power. If I am not mistaken, Deputy Captain Lu Ming's fruit ability should be the sun fruit, Crocodile declared on deck, his words shocking all. What? The sun fruit? No way. When did our deputy captain become a devil fruit user? Did he perhaps find it during a recent voyage and inadvertently consume it? Many members of the Thunder Pirate crew were stunned and incredulous, especially Captain Red, and those who had been with Lu Ming in the Thunder Pirate crew for 2 years found it hard to believe that Lu Ming was also a devil fruit user, and even more so that he wielded the sun fruit. The name alone sounded majestic. as everyone knew the sun's flames burned at unimaginably high temperatures, making it a pinnacle existence among devil fruits. Do not jump to conclusions. Deputy Captain Lu Ming has developed his devil fruit abilities to a terrifying level, so it is impossible for him to have just consumed it recently. He has likely been a devil fruit user for many years. Crocodile added seriously. Hearing this, the veteran members of the Thunder Pirate crew were left even more astonished. Deputy Captain Lu Ming has hidden his true strength far too well. Indeed, the deputy captain was always a low-key individual and appeared quite weak. Who would have thought his true power was so formidable? At that moment, countless members of the Thunder Pirate crew gained a newfound understanding of Lu Ming. However, Nami suddenly voiced a perplexing thought. Devil fruit users cannot swim, right? Why did Lu Ming jump into the sea during our encounter with the dragon pirates near Kokushia village and battle merfolk for over 10 minutes? Yes, that indeed happened. Some veteran members immediately recalled the troubling incident, which left them in deep confusion. Crocodile sighed. Unable to suppress his disbelief, it seems that Deputy Captain Lu Ming's power is even more terrifying than we imagined. As a devil fruit user, he has completely become immune to seawater. This is likely an unprecedented level of strength. Chapter 112. The relentless sun, shine on. There is a possibility of that, for the strength of our brother Lu Ming is something we have all experienced. It is unimaginable for ordinary individuals. Eagle-Eye Mihawk, without hesitation, placed his trust in Crocodile's words that is it truly possible for a devil fruit user to avoid becoming a landlubber? What are the conditions for such a feat? At this moment, Yarlita, standing nearby, asked with a sudden urgency in her breath. After all, she was currently a user of the slippery fruit, transformed into a landlubber, unable to swim. If she were to fall into the sea, she would sink like a stone, unable to surface at all. Yes, what are the conditions? I too wish to avoid being a landlubber, Bartolomeo echoed, his breath quickening. As a pirate, the inability to swim and the fear of the sea was particularly disheartening and lamentable. What conditions could there possibly be? Although I have heard that devil fruit users can defy the sea, I have never encountered anyone as formidable as Brother Lumina in the entire pirate world. Eagle-Eye Mihawk stated earnestly. Crocodile nodded in agreement. That I concur with your assessment. That as far as I know, Kaido of the Beasts, known as the Undying, who can withstand the shackles of sea prism stone, would likely suffer the same fate if he were to fall into the sea. No, you are mistaken. Eagle-Eye Mihawk suddenly contradicted Crocodile's evaluation of Kaido. Wherein lies my error? Crocodile inquired, furrowing his brow. You underestimate Kaido. He possesses the power to defy the sea's constraints, having fallen into the ocean multiple times. Yet each time emerged unscathed upon the land. Do you truly believe he fears the sea? Mihawk gazed intently at Crocodile. Is that truly the case? Crocodile questioned, puzzled, as he had never heard of such events. You have spent years in Alabasta. How could you comprehend the audacity of Kaido in the New World? He claims to be an invincible entity, and such proclamations are not made lightly. However, while Kaido may not be fully subdued by the sea, he cannot compare to Brother Lumina, for Miss Nami just mentioned that Brother Lumina once plunged into the ocean and battled a fishman for over 10 minutes. This illustrates his capacity for combat beneath the waves, signifying that the sea does not hinder his movements, Mihawk analyzed. Therefore, if you wish to discover how to remain unperturbed by the sea, you must personally ask Brother Lumina, for I too cannot fathom it. At that moment, Lumina raised one hand above his head, summoning a swirling inferno. With each rotation, the fireball grew larger, its diameter expanding, and the surrounding air became increasingly oppressive with heat. The flames illuminated the area as if it were day. This was no ordinary fire. It was the power of the sun fruit. The brilliance of the sun should not be trifled with, though Lumina had only recently harnessed the sun fruit on Magnetic Drum Island. His mastery had reached an advanced level, unleashing an overwhelming force. Even Akiji, a user of the ice fruit, felt the searing heat upon him, igniting a sense of unease within. The mere presence of such flames, which threatened to overpower his abilities, left him questioning his own strength. How could this be possible? Akiji mused, perplexed, for he prided himself on his mastery of ice. Even Akainu, another admiral, had never instilled such doubt in him. I underestimated you. I did not expect you to surprise me so much. However, if you wish to melt my icy powers, we shall see if you possess the capability, Akiji declared, his icy resolve rekindled, unleashing a blizzard toward Lumina and the Thunder Pirate crew. This visible icy force generated crystals in its wake, covering the frozen sea with an additional layer of frost, advancing toward Lumina at an alarming rate. Humph, let the merciless sun shine, Lumina retorted disdainfully, as the fireball above him expanded to a staggering 500 meters, eclipsing the sky and radiating blinding light and heat across the realm. Aokiji and the Thunder Pirate crew, merely observing from below, felt an intense pressure bearing down upon them that Aokiji's icy abilities were utterly suppressed, unable to breach Lumina's defenses. With a roar, Aokiji transformed all but his head into ice, unleashing a terrifying blizzard that surged toward Lumina. The clash of Lumina's solar flames and Aokiji's icy storm created an initial impression of equilibrium, a striking contrast of fire and ice. Yet unbeknownst to anyone, Lumina wore a calm, disdainful expression, as if he could alter the balance of this elemental clash at will. Turning the battleground into a hellish inferno. Aokiji, you are no match for me. Out of respect for Nico Robin, I shall spare your life today, but I shall take a leg as payment. What say you? Lumina said with a smile, brimming with confidence in his prowess. Humph, such arrogance. You believe you have the right to my leg. You are sorely mistaken. Aokiji huffed in frustration, internally reflecting on the cruelty of pirates who demand such things. Without a second thought, the members of the Thunder Pirate crew were not champions of justice but rather villains disrupting the world's order. It was unfortunate that Robin had chosen to ally herself with such a crew, risking her own downfall. Let us see if you possess the qualifications. Lumina laughed heartily, advancing step by step toward Aokiji. With each step, the solar flames surged forward, further diminishing Aokiji's icy power. Seeing this, Aokiji was alarmed. He had not anticipated Lumina's overwhelming strength, rendering him powerless. Chapter 113. Severing Aokiji's leg. Aokiji gritted his teeth, desperately channeling his icy powers, attempting to break through Lumina's relentless solar flames. Do not engage in futile struggles. It would be wiser to conserve your strength for a return to the Marine headquarters. If you wish to confront me, it would be prudent to send 2 admirals, as sending just one reflects a grave underestimation of the Thunder Pirate crew's might. Of course, our low profile does not imply weakness, so do not assume we are easy prey. As Lumina spoke, he continued his relentless advance toward Aokiji. After several steps, Aokiji's icy powers were completely crushed beneath Lumina's solar flames. The surroundings were engulfed in the glow of the sun, transforming the landscape into a hellish vista, blood-red and ablaze, melting the frozen sea beneath. Simultaneously, the ice-covered surface of the ocean melted away into water. The notion that it would take a week to thaw was entirely shattered by Lumina's presence. Nothing was absolute in his domain. Despite Aokiji's relentless resistance, he could not halt the inevitable in that moment. Aokiji finally grasped the sheer magnitude of Lumina's formidable power. Aokiji, I wonder if I am qualified to take your leg, Lumina stated flatly, contemplating whether to sever Aokiji's leg himself rather than allow Akainu to do so 2 years hence. He aimed to alter the future, ensuring that the world revolved around him. Lumina, rather than merely focusing on the likes of Monkey D. Luffy. Aokiji remained silent, knowing that words held no weight in the face of victory or defeat. Silence is indeed golden. After all, I am merely taking a leg, not your life. As Lumina spoke, he executed a swift strike, channeling his profound inner strength to unleash a devastating attack that severed Aokiji's leg. Aokiji's face contorted in pain, yet he uttered not a sound, finally breaking his silence. Lumina, you are powerful, but I shall not rest until one of us is dead. I am always ready to face you. Lu Ming replied with a serious expression. At the same time, he obtained 15,000 points of lottery value. Receive. Moments later, Lu Ming retracted the ruthless sun, even though it was not yet noon. If it were noon. Precisely at 12 o'clock, Lu Ming's ruthless sun would be augmented by the sun from outer space, becoming even more intensely scorching. However, it is unlikely for a brief skirmish to align perfectly with noon. Is it? In a short while, tranquility returned, leaving only scattered ice floes on the surface of the sea. Admiral Aokiji stood motionless in place for a long time, his feet firmly planted on a piece of floating ice, ensuring he did not plunge into the ocean. Meanwhile, Lu Ming returned to the Thunder Pirate crew, where his companions were filled with exuberance, having witnessed the vice-captain's remarkable new technique. Truly spectacular. As for Mihawk and Crocodile, they were still in a state of disbelief. Had an admiral of the Navy headquarters, such as Aokiji, truly lost a leg to Lu Ming's casual strike, perhaps to other members of the Thunder Pirate crew? This was not particularly astonishing. Yet, for those familiar with Admiral Aokiji's legendary life, it was utterly inconceivable. Furthermore, Akiji's incapacitation would have significant ramifications for the Navy headquarters and even the world government. After all, Akiji was akin to the very emblem of the Navy. Wounding an admiral equated to undermining the foundations and authority of both the Navy headquarters and the world government. Lu Ming, my brother. I fear that after this incident, the Thunder Pirate crew will draw the attention of various factions and will be fervently pursued by both the Navy headquarters and the world government. I wonder, how do you plan to handle this? Mihawk remarked seriously. Lu Ming chuckled heartily, patting Mihawk on the back. That I appreciate your concern, but I do not fear anyone. Therefore, I have no desire to become the fifth emperor of the seas just yet. I prefer to sail with my companions from the Thunder Pirate crew, so we shall proceed with our original plan and head to the Sky Island as expected of you, big brother Lu Ming. I can rest easy now, Mihawk replied, sensing Lu Ming's earnestness. He marveled inwardly at Lu Ming's unfathomable strength, realizing that their understanding of Lu Ming's power was merely the tip of the iceberg. Each encounter with Lu Ming revealed new depths to his abilities. Subsequently, Lu Ming instructed the ship's spirit to continue searching for the special updraft leading to the Sky Island. During this time, Yerlita and others inquired whether Lu Ming, as a devil fruit user, was unaffected by the SEA. Lu Ming naturally did not deny it. However, when they asked why he could venture into the sea without consequence, Lu Ming merely smiled and replied, "There are no limits that cannot be broken. As long as you are strong enough, you can overcome anything." This single statement instantly inspired the members of the Thunder Pirate crew, affirming their resolve. Indeed, if we are strong enough, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Let's keep pushing ourselves to grow stronger. After several hours of searching in the waters surrounding Magic Valley Town, the ship's spirit finally discovered something unique and contacted Lu Ming. All right, let's discuss something. We are about to head to the Sky Island. Everyone, hold on tight to the ship and don't fall off. The crew nodded, their hearts racing with anticipation, for it seemed that Lu Ming was suggesting their pirate ship could soar into the sky. Moments later, the two Thunder Pirate ships entered the Special Sea region, serendipitously encountering the legendary phenomenon that a whirlpool of water swept their ships upwards into the sky. Ah! The crew of the Thunder Pirate crew screamed in fright, not expecting to ascend in such a manner. Yet, despite the danger, the thrill was exhilarating. After what felt like an eternity, the Thunder Pirate ship seemed to have entered another realm, surrounded by floating white clouds. With their vessel resting atop the clouds, wait, are we now above the clouds? How are we not falling? Nami, with her knowledge of weather, found it perplexing, utterly challenging her understanding of the world. This is the White Sea. Situated over 8,000 meters in the AIR.IT is not entirely cloud. Rather, it is a type of volcanic gas that has liquefied, creating a liquid cloud. Thus, while it appears as clouds on the surface, beneath lies a substance very similar to seawater, but with much stronger buoyancy. Lu Ming explained earnestly to Nami. Look, there's a fish jumping out from below. If it were all clouds, how could fish survive in it? That makes sense. So, it truly is like a vast ocean in the sky. How incredible! Nami nodded, her awe evident as she marveled at the wonders of the outside world. As the Thunder Pirate ship sailed along the currents of the Cloud Sea, the crew admired their surroundings. After half an hour, they arrived at a vast expanse of sea, where a lush small island came into view amidst the clouds. First mate, look over there. There's an island. Could that be the legendary Sky Island? Bartolomeo exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, that is a sky island, but it possesses a power that should not be underestimated. Lu Ming replied with a hint of mystery in his tone. A power that should not be underestimated. Upon hearing this, the entire Thunder Pirate crew perked up, knowing that if Lu Ming, their vice captain, acknowledged it as such, it must be something extraordinary. Mihawk could not contain his curiosity. Lu Ming, what do you mean by that? Have you been to this Sky Island before? This is my first time here. As for why I sense a power that should not be underestimated, it is merely my intuition, Lu Ming replied, cleverly sidestepping the truth of being a traveler with extensive knowledge of the pirate world. Intuition? Mihawk questioned, puzzled by Lu Ming's perception, as he himself sensed nothing unusual. Viewing the island as an ordinary sky island devoid of anything alarming, the others exchanged glances, uncertain. Yerlita cautiously suggested, Vice Captain, should we send some of our crew to scout the island first? We have smaller boats to deploy a few people. Haha, there's no need for that. I only mentioned a power that should not be underestimated, but it does not pose a threat to us, Lu Ming replied with a light-hearted demeanor. After all, the likes of Enel would not pose a complete threat to the Thunder Pirate crew. Lu Ming merely considered the fact that Enel wielded formidable observation haki, capable of covering a vast area, seemingly enveloping the entire island. allowing him to launch lightning strikes at will within that range, thus putting the Thunder Pirate crew at risk. Just then, their ship began to sway violently to Vice Captain. Something formidable beneath the cloud sea seems to be attacking our ship, a crew member exclaimed anxiously. Lu Ming contemplated for a moment before reassuring them. Everyone, do not panic. It is likely a sea monster of some sort, perhaps a type of sky fish. A sea monster? A sky fish? The crew members looked bewildered. Indeed, while this cloud sea lacks a seabed, fish that have adapted to this environment have supposedly evolved into sea monster-level beings. So, they are akin to sea kings then? That's about the gist of it. At this moment, the members of the Thunder Pirate crew, now enlightened, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Vice Captain, is there a way for us to feast on it? After all, we have yet to savor the delicacies of the cloud sea. Yes. I wonder what the taste of the fish and sea monsters in the cloud sea might be. Compared to those in the ocean, the crew suddenly began to converse about food. Bartolomeo's stomach audibly grumbled, and Lu Ming, feeling similarly ravenous, licked his lips and declared, "Very well, leave the sea monsters in the cloud sea to me." Lu Ming was quite agreeable, as he wished to satisfy the crew's collective curiosity about the unknown. A direct refusal would surely dampen the spirits. The crew refrained from clamoring to take action, for they were uncertain about what kind of sea monsters lurked within the cloud sea. Thus, they attentively watched Lu Ming as he prepared to address the situation. Without warning, Lu Ming leaped from the pirate ship. What? The crew on board gasped in astonishment. Is the first mate really intending to fish in the cloud sea? Surely he won't fall straight into the ocean below. I distinctly recall the first mate mentioning that the cloud sea lacks a seabed. Lu Ming offered no explanation. As a master with 8 centuries of profound internal energy bestowed by the 9 suns' divine art, he effortlessly soared through the air, effortlessly standing upon the cloud sea without fear of plummeting. What? The first mate is actually floating. The crew was left in utter disbelief. Was the cloud sea more cloud than sea? They were astonished to witness Lu Ming standing upon the cloud sea as if it were solid ground. It was indeed beyond comprehension. Even my hawk, the eagle eye, and crocodile were deeply moved, for to stand so effortlessly upon the cloud sea was an unfathomable feat. There is no need for such astonishment. This is merely a technique of mine. Some of you may already be aware that I have cultivated a form of internal energy, which grants me such lightness of being, Lu Ming instinctively explained. Wishing to avoid being regarded as a monster at all times, which would feel rather awkward, when the topic of internal energy arose, the veteran members of the Thunder Pirate crew were well aware. For indeed, Lu Ming had shared this knowledge with them. However, first mate, your mastery of internal energy is simply extraordinary. Alas, it seems we are unable to cultivate it ourselves. It is said to depend on one's constitution. Indeed, it does depend on one's constitution. Currently, within our Thunder Pirate crew, aside from myself, only Nami, Nico Robin, Princess Vivi, Colonel Tina, and Yalada possess the ability to harness my internal energy, Lu Ming remarked almost reflexively. As for why Nami and the other women could grasp internal energy, certain prerequisites must be met. Lu Ming had discovered that Nami possessed a fragment of his 9 suns' divine art's internal energy within her. Though she remained unaware of this fact, first mate, how is it that they can master internal energy? The crew was perplexed. Furthermore, are only the female crew members capable of this? Must it be that only women can cultivate internal energy? Nami couldn't help but ask that. Of course, if given the opportunity, Nami would certainly seek to gain more internal energy from Lu Ming. After all, she observed the crew of the Thunder Pirate crew growing stronger while she remained stagnant, often feeling as though she was holding them back. Lu Ming smiled and replied, "Because the women who are with me have the chance to receive my internal energy. Nami, do you remember the last time I cultivated internal energy? I nearly lost control, and it was you who saved me. At that moment, I transferred some of my surplus internal energy into your body. Perhaps you do not realize that within you lies a formidable power. It is simply that you do not yet know how to wield it. I can teach you how to harness that internal energy. However, the internal energy you possess is merely what I bestowed upon you. And once it is depleted, you cannot cultivate it yourself." As Lu Ming spoke, a knowing smile graced his face as he looked at Nami. Her cheeks flushed deeply, recalling the events of that day, leaving her feeling both embarrassed and shy. Princess Vivi, Yalata, Colonel Tina, and Nico Robin observed Nami's reaction, their imaginations running wild. Could it be that Lu Ming's transfer was of an intimate nature? After all, why else would Nami blush so adorably? As for the male members of the crew, they too detected an unspoken implication in the conversation. A sudden wave of envy washed over them. If only they too were female, would they not also have the chance to receive internal energy from the first mate? Crocodile, lost in thought, mused over his own identity as a person of ambiguous gender. After all, he was fundamentally female. If only Lu Ming could bestow some internal energy upon him, perhaps he would become even more powerful. But then, he quickly chastised himself. What am I doing? Am I out of my mind? Why am I entertaining such absurd thoughts? I am a man, not a woman. Clearing his throat, Crocodile inadvertently drew Lu Ming's attention. Oh, Crocodile, why are you coughing? Lu Ming instinctively inquired, fully aware of Crocodile's peculiar identity, fearing that he might misconstrue Crocodile's intentions as a desire for internal energy. I just inhaled some air and choked. Crocodile hastily explained, anxious to conceal the unsavory thoughts that had just crossed his mind. That's a relief. Lu Ming sighed inwardly, wiping the sweat from his brow, concerned that Crocodile might harbor designs on him, which would surely send shivers down his spine. At that moment, Yalata gazed at Lu Ming with doe-like eyes and said, First mate, I too wish to possess internal energy. Might you grant me some? I promise to be very obedient. If I exhibit any undesirable traits or behaviors, I will amend them. Upon witnessing Yalata's boldness, Princess Vivi felt compelled to act, for she harbored feelings for Lu Ming and could not afford to miss the opportunity for fair competition among the other women. First mate Lu Ming, I am the weakest among us, and I too desire internal energy. Your internal energy appears extraordinarily powerful. If I were to possess it, I would be better equipped to protect myself in times of danger, she said, her cheeks tinged with pink as she mustered the courage to voice her desires. Matching Yalata's fervor, Lu Ming paused, uncertain whether Princess Vivi truly understood the conditions under which internal energy could be transferred. If she did, it would imply her deep affection for him, but if not, he would need to find a moment to explain the intricacies to her later, before he could contemplate his response. Yalata cast a disgruntled glance at Princess Vivi, as if to say, Oh, so you're vying for attention now, Princess Vivi? It hasn't been long since you boarded, and yet you're eager to steal a man. Lu Ming, aware of Yalata's feelings for him, could discern the frustration in her eyes, revealing her inner thoughts. Meanwhile, Princess Vivi recognized Yalata's discontent but refused to compromise her own happiness. After all, as a princess, why should she be concerned about the opinions of other women regarding her affections? With a slight smile, she turned to Yalata and asked, Sister, why do you gaze at me so? Yalata, noticing the innocent demeanor of Princess Vivi, felt her lips twitch in exasperation. Oh, it's nothing. I merely think you, Princess Vivi, are still quite young, having grown up like a sheltered flower. Perhaps it's best you refrain from seeking internal energy from the first mate too soon, lest it harm you. It would be wiser for the elder sister to go first. Princess Vivi, upon hearing this, smiled sweetly and replied, Thank you for your concern, elder sister. Although I am a princess, I have always enjoyed wielding swords and engaging in combat like a boy. Thus, I am not as fragile as you might believe. I am capable of enduring hardships and pain, so even if receiving internal energy proves painful, I can grit my teeth and bear it. Upon hearing this, Yalata found herself at a loss for words. She thought to herself, Ah, you Princess Vivi, indeed you are my greatest rival in love. Moreover, with Princess Vivi's audacious interference, the prospect of winning Lu Ming's affection felt increasingly daunting. After all, Princess Vivi's noble status stood in stark contrast to her own past as an overweight individual, a fact that Lu Ming would surely find hard to overlook. Yet, she had never relinquished her hopes, firmly believing that persistence would eventually win Lu Ming's acceptance and affection. Big sister, do you not believe that I am a person who can endure hardship? If you doubt me, you may inquire with Clockter. I once worked at the Baroque Works, where I toiled through many grueling tasks. Clockter, would you not agree? Princess Vivi spoke with an air of strategic confidence. This alone made it clear that Yalata's desire to compel Princess Vivi to withdraw was utterly futile. Clockter remarked, Indeed, Princess Vivi is not a delicate flower confined to a greenhouse, particularly when she has made a decision. She will not easily relent. Therefore, Yalata, do not trouble yourself over her. Focus on your own matters. Chapter 116. Crushing the four gods of Sky Island. Yalata felt a sense of helplessness in her heart and fell silent. Instinctively clenching her fists, she thought, since Princess Vivi is unwilling to concede easily, I shall not abandon my pursuit either. Even if Lu Ming shows interest in other girls, I will steadfastly continue to cherish my feelings for him. Ahem, Lu Ming, do you have the courage to let me explore your inner strength? Surely, you do not think that just because I am a naval officer, you would shy away from the challenge? Suddenly, Colonel Tina, feeling somewhat bashful, spoke earnestly. Although her words were serious, her gaze avoided meeting Lu Ming's, as if such contact would render her utterly mortified. "Strange, I cannot comprehend your intentions at all," remarked Nico Robin. Unable to suppress her frown, she sensed the subtle rivalry and jealousy among Princess Vivi and the others. None wished to appear inferior, but it was merely a matter of transmitting inner strength. So why did it seem as though Lu Ming had to engage in some sort of intimate encounter to succeed in transferring his power? However, at that moment, before they could respond, the pirate ship was suddenly rocked by a violent impact, causing its members to nearly tumble overboard. Naturally, Lu Ming had noticed the sea monster re-emerging from the clouds. "Humph, have you finally shown yourself? I have been waiting for you." Boom! With a swift motion, Lu Ming unleashed the profound inner power of the Nine Suns' divine skill. Boom! Boom! The clouds erupted in a series of explosions, sending waves soaring over 10 meters high. Of course, Lu Ming expertly controlled this force. Thus the Thunder Pirate ship merely swayed without sustaining any damage. The crew members, however, were left in awe. "Incredible! Our vice captain is truly formidable. The power he wields between his hands is immense. This must surely be inner strength." As the crew marveled, a colossal creature materialized from the sea, towering at least 1,000 meters in height, nearly capsizing the Thunder Pirate's ship. This sea monster, adorned with countless tentacles, lunged at Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming's display of inner strength had rattled the creature, inflicting pain and prompting it to perceive him as a threat. Humph! Just in time, Lu Ming faced the massive sea monster and struck with a single palm. Buddha's palm. Boom! With a seemingly effortless gesture, a radiant golden handprint shot forth from his hand, striking the gigantic beast's head and knocking it unconscious. The attack, a manifestation of inner power, appeared merely to strike the monster's exterior, yet the moment of impact wreaked havoc within its body. "I will proceed to the island first. You may follow." Without further ado, Lu Ming seized one of the sea monster's tentacles and swiftly ascended towards the island. "Goodness, the vice captain possesses incredible strength. This monster must weigh at least several dozen tons." Clockter exclaimed in astonishment. Hawkeye Mihawk expressed even greater admiration, acknowledging, "Indeed, the elder brother remains unparalleled." As for Bartolomeo, he was utterly captivated, drooling in admiration. "I love Captain Lu Ming. I live for him, and I would die for him." Lu Ming, harnessing his inner strength, overpowered the sea monster known as the Sky Fish and hurled it onto the island, a place revered by its inhabitants as the Island of Gods. Upon reaching the Island of Gods, Lu Ming swiftly vanished into the depths, intending to meet Enel and seize the opportunity to unlock the thunder-breathing technique. With the grace of a swallow, Lu Ming darted through the Island of Gods, soon capturing the attention of the four gods. An intriguing prey has arrived. We must entertain him thoroughly." The four gods exchanged glances, their lips curling into cunning smiles. Lu Ming smirked, having already sensed their presence through his observation haki. However, he dismissed them. After all, what were the four gods? They were merely bullies preying on inexperienced protagonists from the original tale, and they were utterly inadequate to challenge him. Yet these fools seemed intent on courting disaster, soon obstructing Lu Ming's path. "You there, you look unfamiliar. You must be from the Blue Sea," one of the gods sneered. "This place is not one for your kind to wander freely. Prepare to face divine retribution." "Humph, spare me your empty threats. I was actually looking for Enel. Why not guide me there?" Lu Ming retorted, vanishing from his spot and employing the Marine 6 style su, reappearing behind one of the spherical gods. Buddha's palm, with a brilliant flash of gold, he sent that god flying. "What?" The remaining three gods gasped in shock, failing to anticipate the terrifying power Lu Ming wielded. "Damn it, we reacted too late. We had no idea this fellow was so formidable." "Enough chatter. It's just the three of us now. Let us join forces. I refuse to believe he can defeat us all in one blow." The remaining trio of gods steeled themselves, summoning their full strength. "Humph, overestimating yourselves," Lu Ming scoffed, unleashing three great heavenly dragons that soared towards the three gods. What? The three gods had never encountered such an attack, transforming into dragon beasts. Instead of confronting Lu Ming, they turned to flee. But ultimately, they were pierced through by Lu Ming's great heavenly dragons. Ugh, the three gods coughed up blood, feeling as if a tempest were raging within their bodies. Who are you? What brings you to our island of gods? I advise you to leave at once. This place is not for Blue Sea dwellers." or you shall face the wrath of the divine. The injured gods lay on the ground, filled with trepidation. Yet they still held on to a sliver of confidence, knowing their god, Enel, was invincible and would surely grasp the situation. Humph, divine retribution. If a god truly exists, let him come and punish me. I have no qualms about teaching your god a lesson today. Chapter 117. The Awakening of the Thunder-Breathing Technique. Lu Ming, seizing the moment, understood that unlocking the thunder-breathing technique required summoning lightning to course through his entire being. At this moment, Enel, lurking in the shadows, had already perceived everything, filled with disdain. Humph, a mere blue sea dweller dares to challenge the might of this thunder god. He is not worth my time. In the next instant, Enel locked onto Lu Ming's position with his mind network and unleashed a bolt of lightning. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap reverberated across the skies of the Divine Island, and a flash of lightning struck Lu Ming with a tremendous force. The priests, witnessing this, erupted into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha, you have enraged Lord Thunder God. You are doomed, my boy. You shall perish under the thunder's wrath, and there is no escape from the divine punishment anywhere on the Divine Island. How delightful, however, as Lu Ming basked in the thunder's punishment, he casually twisted his neck and flexed his waist, exclaiming with exhilaration, What? You're unscathed. The three priests were rendered speechless, staring at Lu Ming as if he were a monster. How could he remain unaffected by mere thunder? Lu Ming's gaze turned cold as he regarded the three priests. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's thunder-breathing technique had activated. That bolt of lightning had certainly exceeded 20 million volts, sufficient to meet the conditions for cultivating the technique. Congratulations, host. You have met the requirements to initiate the thunder-breathing technique. You now possess 500,000 proficiency points. You wish to utilize them? Usage successful. Congratulations, host. You have achieved minor mastery of the thunder-breathing technique. Notice, the host has 1,000 lottery points. Would you like to proceed with the lottery? The electronic voice of the system echoed in Lu Ming's mind. Yet he chose to ignore it, drawing forth two treasured blades, the Dao E1Z and the Demon Blade. Thunder-breathing technique. As Lu Ming inhaled, lightning coiled around both blades, crackling with energy. Moreover, bolts of lightning began to manifest around him, and he sensed that his speed had been dramatically enhanced by the encircling thunder. The three priests, witnessing this, could not help but turn pale. How could it seem that their opponent not only endured the thunder's assault, but also gained mastery over its power? Damn it! Who is this Shanghai person? How unfathomably powerful! While the priests were silently lamenting, Lu Ming cast them a disinterested glance and said, You may leave. I have no interest in you, for you are far